You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
We are TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
You're listening to the Revolutionary Radio Project with your host, Rob Skiba.
All I'm offering is the truth.
Hello and welcome to the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, and today is Yeshua's birthday, at least on the Gregorian calendar. Anyway, on the pagan Gregorian calendar, I might add. Yes, on this date on the Gregorian calendar, in 3 BC, I believe Yeshua was born. And I based that on Revelation chapter 12. First few verses, I think first 5 verses, talks about a stellar alignment. A woman with 12 stars at her head and the moon at her feet, etc. And that particular alignment happened for 80 minutes. I believe it was the 80 minutes that Mary was probably in labor on September 11th, 3 BC, which was on the Hebrew calendar Tishri 1, which is the Feast of Trumpets. Now, it is not yet the Feast of Trumpets here today. I actually have to go look it up and see when it is the Feast of Trumpets. Of course, that also depends on what calendar you're keeping, too. There's all kinds of different Hebrew calendars out there right now. Everybody's still arguing about which one's the right one. But at any rate, on the Gregorian calendar, today is September 11th, and it is Yeshua's birthday. And it is also the day that I'm going to try something new here on TFR. And that is a multi-part series with another host here on TFR, Zen Garcia. He has a show here as well. And this is sort of like, kind of like a Quest for Truth 2.0. Some of you who have been following me for a while know that I did a show called Quest for Truth with Doug Hamp at questfortruth.net, and we talked about primarily the book of Revelation. We were going line by line, verse by verse in the book of Revelation. And, well, we're going to go back to the beginning now and look at the book of Genesis. Now, I don't know if we're going to go through the entire book of Genesis. I know we're going to go through at least probably the first 6 to 12 chapters. And when we get to chapter 6, we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to jump into the book of Enoch and go through that book line by line. And there's nobody I could think of that I would rather do this show with than Zen. Zen, are you there, sir?
I am, brother. It's a great honor to be here with you, and I'm excited for this endeavor. Definitely with regard to the Genesis narrative, most certainly there's nobody better that I would wish to go through all of that than you, because both of us went through the journey to awakening with regard to biblical cosmology kind of together, you know, of course separate, but about the same time, and our listeners were encouraging us to do that, and both of us were extremely hesitant, but after examining it, you know, we really were led to discernment, which we have been sharing for a number of years now. And so definitely we'll cover and bring up a lot of good points with regard to the earth and motion, you know, being motionless and fixed, and the foundation for the luminaries that spin in the tabernacle, the firmament above it. So
yeah, right on. We talked off air briefly, and we were like, you know, just in the first 6 chapters of Genesis alone, there is plenty to discuss, to disagree on, to fight about, argue. And one of the things I appreciate about you, Zen, is that we have had our disagreements, but it's never turned into ugly fighting and name calling or anything like that. And so that's why I'm excited to jump into this, because we're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff. And, I'm on a quest for truth. I know you're on a quest for truth. We just want to know what the truth is. And so one of the ways that I think we can go figure that out is the whole iron sharpens iron routine, right? Where
Absolutely.
we kind of go through the scriptures and, give our take on it. And we, of course, will look into other books as well and other resources as we get going here. So I'm also trying to do something different in the sense that I'm streaming this live on YouTube as well with a pretty active chat there. I'm trying to draw more people over to my TFR channel. So then I think maybe, and I don't know if I can figure this out, probably not on this show, but maybe in future shows I'm going to figure out how to integrate also the call-in number so that anybody that's maybe watching this on YouTube or listening on TFR can call in and interact with us as well. So I think
that'd be great.
That probably not today. Right now I got so much on my screen right now. I'm a little overloaded trying to make sure everything's working right. But I think maybe we should just jump right in. I was really trying to get it so that I could play the audio, have like Alexander Scorby or somebody reading Genesis for us. That would have been like real cool. But right before we went on the air, we did a quick test and it wasn't working. So I guess we'll just have to read it ourselves. Would you like me to read?
Yeah, sure. If you want to, especially with the first 3 verses, there's so much there and so much to talk about. So
yeah, that's something else we were talking about off the air. We're like, our ambition is to get through maybe chapter 1, but we're probably going to get as far as like 2 or 3 verses and get stuck, chatting the rest of our show. That's fine. That's all right. There's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to talk about.
And, the other thing, just for the audience to be aware of, that we're going to do is we're going to alternate my channel, my show, and Zen's show. So tonight we're starting on my show, on my channel, and then next week it'll be on Zen's. Zen, what is your TFR show?
My Thursday show is Secrets Revealed, and it's 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And my Wednesday show is on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, and that's 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern. And so I have to see, I'll talk to Joy to make sure which one with regard to if there's any guests, and then we'll do either or, but I'll let you know before then.
Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud, might work better. Your TFR show's on Thursday?
It's on Wednesday.
Oh, it's on Wednesday on TFR?
Yeah. Yeah, 8 to, no, the TFR is on Thursday, 9 to 11.
Yeah,
and then the other one is Wednesday, 8 to 10.
That might work out better for me. That way I don't have back-to-back shows because, my show's on Wednesday.
Yeah,
so
I understand.
So if that works for you, then we'll do it on your show next Thursday. And this way, both of us, because we have guests scheduled and stuff like that, so we can, every other week do this, and then the off weeks we can do interviews with other people and stuff like that. So this should be fun. So all right, let's go ahead and jump in then. You want me to just do verse by verse, or
yeah, let's just do
okay,
the first verse because after you read the King James, I want to share from the Targum and also the Qumran, because again, I said the first 3 verses are so loaded with information.
Yeah, right on. Okay, let me switch over here and see if I can enlarge the screen for the audience here. And I'm on BibleGateway.com. One of my go-to. People always ask me what's my favorite Bible translation. And, I was raised on King James, and that's where all my go-to verses are, my memory verses and stuff like that. So I would say King James is my default, but I'm a huge advocate for parallel Bibles and always comparing. So what I like to do a lot of times with Bible Gateways, there's a little feature. It says Add Parallel, and you can click on that, and then you can choose another version. And, there's a lot of different versions I like to compare. The ESV is one I like to compare. The Amplified Bible is another one that I enjoy. ESV, the Web Bible, the World English Bible, I've really started to enjoy. ISV and the New Living Translation I also enjoy. One of my favorite study Bibles that I actually have that I use the most is a King James and New Living. So you have the sort of, they say, the paraphrase plus the, I hesitate to say literal translation, because King James is not literal. It's not literal word for word like I've been taught. In the King James only camp, they always say King James is a literal word for word translation. I'm like, well, how can you say that when they translated Yod He Vav He as the Lord nearly 7,000 times? It's hardly literal word for word. But anyway, so all that to say, I enjoy parallel Bibles. And that way I can kind of look at what's going on in English. If I see some major differences, then I'll jump over into the Hebrew, Aramaic, or Greek. And for that, I like to use BibleHub.com or Bible.cc. They got some great tools there. Blue Letter Bible is another one. And so we may be jumping around on all of that. All right, so reading from the King James, Genesis chapter 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. All right, we'll stop there.
All right. From the Targum, it says, at the beginning, min avela, which I guess that's Hebrew for the beginning, the Lord created the heavens and the earth and the I'll read the first three, just the first paragraph, and it says, and the earth was vacancy and desolation, solitary of the sons of men, and void of every animal. And darkness was upon the face of the abyss, and the spirit of mercies from before the Lord breathed upon the face of the waters.
So, one of the things I like to point out is that the first letter in our Bible is a letter Beit.
Right.
Bereshit, in the beginning. And the letter Beit is the same as the word Beit in Hebrew. It means a house, a dwelling place. The word for house in Hebrew is Beit. So he starts the whole narrative by describing a house, an enclosure, an enclosure.
Right. Exactly.
Right off the bat, we're talking about an enclosure. So we'll get to that some more when we talk about the firmament. But the sun, moon, and stars being put in the firmament, Barakia in that case. So what's your take? One of the things that people always harp on is you'll say, like I've got on the screen right now, the ESV and the King James. And this actually came up at the last conference I was at, actually. I was doing the conference at the Take on the World 2019. And I wasn't speaking. I think it was Nathan Thompson. I think he was the one that was speaking. And he said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And, of course, the King James only guy in the crowd corrected him. No, you got it wrong. It's heaven. And this is kind of a pet peeve of mine, actually, because if you look at the Hebrew word there, it is plural.
Right.
It's 8064. It's Shamayim.
Right.
It's the same word everywhere translated as heavens, right? Plural.
Yes.
When you put an "im" at the end of the word, that's not singular. So, I mean, to say, to get nitpicky about it, to say God created the heaven, and people tend to think that that's the dwelling place of God, and of course I would agree, versus heavens, I'm like, well, it's the same word. The same word that is translated heavens everywhere else, for the most part, is right here in Genesis 1. Have you run into any issues on that or thoughts on that?
Well, personally, having done the firmament vaulted dome of the earth, we see that according to different texts, like in the Bible, it speaks about three heavens. You have the atmosphere, and then what we would consider outer space, where the luminaries are tabernacled. And then above the vaulted dome, you have the third heaven, where paradise is located. And that's where the throne room and the heavenly temple is. And that's also where the Most High has dwelling place. We see this division also replicated in the Ark of the Covenant, and also in the heavenly temple, the wilderness tabernacle, and Noah's Ark. You see three divisions that the Ark, and where Noah had, command, that was the Holy of Holies. And we see the same thing replicated in the wilderness tabernacle, and also Solomon's temple, where you have the curtain dividing, and then you have the inner sanctum, which is the Holy of Holies. So the division and the temple, and of course we know from Andy's work that
Andy Hoy.
that the wilderness tabernacle was a dome, dome shaped, and so the inner sanctum also, that it represented as sort of the firmament and the cosmology, the earth inscribed upon the waters of the deep. And so I do believe that as far as the Bible, we see a division of these three heavens. But when you look to other books like the book of the Secrets of Enoch and the Ascension of Isaiah, and others, you see a division of 7 heavens, and those heavens are specific to what are called the planets of the universe, the luminaries that have circuit in the sky above the face of the earth. And these are Mercury, Mars, Venus, Saturn, Jupiter, and the sun and the moon. And so these planets, because in our heliocentric cosmology, they tell us that these planets are moving in circle around the sun. But in actuality, according to the Hebrew cosmology, each one of these luminaries is moving in a different facet, a different circle of the 7 heavens. If you divide, and this is from the vaulted dome down to the earth, that there are 7 divisions, and each one of these luminaries, these planets, these wandering stars, hold circuit within them. And when we look at the time-lapse photography of the movements of the luminaries over the course of an evening, that seems to match exactly what Enoch describes as their motions and their tabernacles.
So, all that to say, then, you are of the opinion that heavens would be appropriate.
Yes, absolutely.
So then we have another Eem going on there, and that is Elohim.
Yes.
In Genesis 1, where it says, in the beginning, God, Elohim, created the heavens and the earth. What's your take on that?
I personally believe that Elohim is mentioning the Holy Trinity, because when you look at and examine all of the scriptures, there's only 3 that have the power to create, have the power to manifest from nothingness, and that's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And so, in my opinion, where it speaks about Elohim as creating and manifesting, it's in mention of all 3 as being, the Holy Trinity being 3 in 1. And they, again, are the only ones that have power to manifest, to imbue life, to create from nothingness. Satan and Legion and the other angels, they have co-creative power with the Godhead, but they cannot manifest from nothingness. And in the case of Satan, he has to alter and change and counterfeit from what already is. And so that's my opinion on Elohim.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Same thing. Did you see the second Tron movie?
No, I have not.
Oh yeah, you should check it out.
I definitely will.
Yeah, you should check it out, because there's a scene in there where there's like, what's the actor's name? Oh geez, I just drew a complete blank. I can't think of the actor's name that was in it. Anyway, the main character, there's like a clone of him who's sort of taken over. I believe his name was Clue in the show, and he says he can't create anything new. He can only repurpose what has already been created.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Jeff Bridges, somebody in the audience. Thank you, Jeff Bridges. It was driving me crazy. What was his name? And they did a good job too. In this CGI, they made him look young, They made him look like he in the original movie, and so sort of old Jeff Bridges is looking at young Jeff Bridges, and young Jeff Bridges is trying to build an army, basically repurposing stuff that the original creator had made to burst out of the computer world and take over the real world. And I'm going,
oh, wow.
If you watch this
Yeah.
and think of it in terms of what you and I understand about Scripture in the Book of Enoch,
Right.
you're going to like, whoa, they totally get it in this movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man.
And they are revealing it just in a different manner.
Yeah, for sure. Something pretty cool to check out there. Okay, we got about 7 minutes here. Did you want to go any further in verse 1? I got another point I'd like to make about verse 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is somebody, I'm sure you probably get this all the time too. People are always emailing me trying to convince me that the Bible is not a flat earth book. And I'm like, dude, like, give it up, man. And one of them, this guy, he just wouldn't let go. I mean, he was constantly coming after me. And he was trying to say that earth doesn't mean the world, the whole world, the globe, in his worldview. It just means land. And I didn't even think about that until sort of just now, looking at it, because we have the mention of the earth in verse 1 and 2 right here. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void.
Mm-hmm.
Well, his contention is the earth is just the dry land. Well, the dry land doesn't appear until later, where he gathers the water.
Exactly.
We haven't even got there yet. That's what, on the third day or something like that?
Right.
The dry land appears after the creation of the firmament. So it can't mean that, because the dry land doesn't even appear till like day 3.
Exactly.
So therefore, earth, in this case, while Eretz, the word Eretz, does mean land, it has to mean this thing we call earth, as in the whole world that we live on.
Yes.
Is what's going on here.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also, when we get into verse 2 and examine it with greater detail, it's my opinion that the earth, the heavens and the earth in verse 1 were created perfect, and then the war in heaven leading to what became the destruction of the earth, as we see it in verse 2. And that this is speaking about a second world age. And we'll go into that when when we come back and look at 2 Peter, and also the Hebrew for the terms that are described there, the tohu wabohu, because when you turn it into the English, it means that the primeval earth became a deserted wasteland and an indistinguishable ruin, which ruin, the definition of ruin shows that something happened that led to destruction or it taking on that form. And so
we got about 4 minutes before we go to break. So on that note, then, are you one who believes that there is sort of the gap theory between Genesis 1:1 and 1:2?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that when you examine it in clarity, and also the commentaries, when you look at the commentaries, they also speak about that same thing. And the Hebrew words, tohu wabohu, and its connections to Jeremiah chapter 4, verses 23 through 30, also show that, there's a mention of the destruction of the first world age and a time when the angels were here, but there was not yet any man, and yet the cities of the wilderness were destroyed.
Yeah, it's only been in recent years that I've become more and more toward that side of it, the discussion, to come in agreement with it. Now, I still believe day is a day, 24-hour time period, what we consider a day. I don't believe in long ages for the days, creation.
Neither do I.
I believe in a literal 6-day creation that began roughly 6,000 years ago. And that being the case, I have also never had a problem believing that because Revelation says we're going to get a reset, after the tribulation period, everything, God wipes out everything, He creates a new heaven and a new earth, reset, right? Whether that's before or after the millennial reign, whatever, we're getting a reset. And so my position was, well, if we know we're going to get a reset, I have no problem believing we could be in a reset.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that there could have been who knows how many resets before that.
Right.
So yeah, I don't have any problem at all believing that there could be a massive gap between verse 1 and verse 2. That in the beginning, whenever that was, the beginning in verse 1 doesn't necessarily have to be 4004 BC, as Bishop Ussher would say, or roughly 6,000 years ago. It doesn't have to be that.
Right.
There could be an infinitely long time ago beginning when God created heaven and earth being a terrarium that is his footstool. That could have happened a very, 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 very long time ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. And when you look at the commentaries, some of the ancient rabbinical commentaries, it also makes mention of that as well. And so I'll share some of that with you when we get back to.
Somebody says gap theory destroys 7-day creation. No, it doesn't. Not at all.
No, it doesn't.
You're clearly not listening if you think that.
Right.
I just said we both, and Zen also just said we both believe in a 6-day creation and 7th day of rest, literal days. But this is before all that.
Exactly. A previous world age.
Yeah, and if you would pull up the Jeremiah scripture, you probably already have it ready. That would be awesome. And we can look at that because I definitely want to cover that. So I'll go ahead and read verse 2, and that'll probably take us into the break. We got about 30 seconds, it looks like here. So it says, Genesis 1:2, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
Yes.
And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Just a little FYI for everybody, spheres do not have a face. Only flat surfaces have a face. So keep that in mind when we come back from the break. We're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, and this evening I'm talking with my guest, Zen Garcia, and we are going line by line through the book of Genesis. And a very active chat room. I'm streaming this both on TFR as well as on YouTube. People are already starting to fight, it looks like. Look, when we talk about a gap theory, we're talking about something that could have happened between verse 1 and verse 2. We're not talking about extended periods of time between the days. A day is a day, 24-hour time period. Now, people are like, well, if there was a pre-earth, the Bible would have told us. Not necessarily. The Bible is for us. It's for this incarnation, if you will, of existence. It's for this incarnation, which began roughly 6,000 years ago. So there's no reason for it to tell us about a previous one, even though Jeremiah does seem to imply that it does tell us a little bit about something that may have happened here before. But again, what I say is, look, we know we're going to get a reset. There's going to be a reset button pushed, and it's all going to start all over again. So if we can believe that there's going to be, people always, we think of eternity, we think because we have a beginning, we start thinking of eternity forward. But there's an eternity backward too. Eternity goes both ways. So if we know that we're getting a reset button in our future, and that's going to lead to some kind of existence for eternity future, why couldn't there be an eternity past situation where there's something that got reset? And who knows how many times it got reset? I don't know, but that's sort of the discussion we're going to have this evening, is, among other things, of course, is to try to figure some of this stuff out. So we'll look at verse 2 again. Right before the break, I read it. And the earth was without form and void, tohu vavohu in Hebrew, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Somebody was trying to say, well, you have a face, your head's round. Well, yeah, that's true. I knew that was coming up. Let me see if I can line this up here. Okay, face. Actually, I had to go look it up because there's always somebody, right?
Right.
And this thing is not letting me move it around here. Okay, the front of a person's head, from the forehead to the chin, or the corresponding part in an animal, the surface of a thing, especially one that is presented to the view or has a particular function. In other words, in other places I've seen definitions, the principal surface thereof. What is the principal surface of the earth? Are you going to say Israel? Are you going to say it's the United States? Of course, we're always Americentro. Everything's about the United States, right? America's
Right.
Babylon. Every president's the Antichrist. It's all about us. Right? America's Israel. What is the face of the earth? If you're going to say it's the principal presented, part of a thing, the side of my head is not my face, the back of my head is not my face, the top of my head is not my face, my jaw is not my face is what the principal part of my spherical-ish head is, the principal part facing you. So what is the principal part of the earth? If you're gonna use that argument, no. In geometry, a face only works on a flat surface. There are no flat surfaces on a sphere, and we're gonna get to it a little bit later, so I'll kind of hold off on it. But we talk about the circle of the earth, right? And
Right.
Proverbs said that the circle of the earth was inscribed. What was it inscribed into? It was inscribed into the face of the deep. And we'll talk about that when we get to that particular day. So I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts on Genesis 1-2 and the Jeremiah issue?
Okay, I'll bring it up. But I'll read that passage again from the Targum. And the earth was vacancy and desolation, solitary of the sons of men, and void of every animal, and darkness was upon the face of the abyss, and the spirit of the mercies from before the Lord breathed upon the face of the waters. And so here, no sons of men and no animals. So I think before we go into this passage that we should examine Peter chapter 3 verses 1-7, because in my opinion this verse, this passage does tell us about the destruction of the first world age, and tells us about this period that is alluded to here in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2.
Is you talking about
And
2 Peter?
Yeah.
2 Peter chapter 3?
I've got it as Peter 3, verse 5, where it says, "For this,"
Yeah.
it might be 2 Peter.
Yeah, it's 2 Peter.
I may have it
Yeah.
wrong here.
It's 2 Peter.
Okay. Yeah. "For this they willingly are ignorant of, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. But the heavens and the earth which are now by the same word are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men." So, this again is telling us about the first world age, how it was destroyed and completely overflowed with water. Well, what do we see after verse 1, 2? We see that on the third day, the dry land is elevated above the water, because then there was nothing but water, because everything was overflowed. It was all destroyed, and according to the Targum, it says that all of the sons of men, as well as all of the animals, were destroyed. When you look at Jeremiah verses chapter 4, which is the only other passage in the Bible that says the same thing, that without form and void, uses the same Hebrew, tohu wabohu. And so, in my opinion, this is not coincidence, and this passage is saying something about what happened in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2. So we read there, I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form and void, and the heavens, and they had no light. So, going back to darkness was upon the face of the deep.
And what are you reading right now?
Jeremiah chapter 4,
Okay.
verses 23 through 30. And then continuing, I beheld the mountains, and lo, they trembled, and all the hills moved lightly. I beheld, and lo, there was no man, just as it said, solitary of the sons of men. There was no man, and all the birds of the heaven were fled. I beheld, and lo, the fruitful place was a wilderness, and all the cities thereof were broken down at the presence of the Lord, and by his fierce anger. For thus hath the Lord said, the whole land shall be desolate, yet I will not make a full end. For this shall the earth mourn, and the heavens above be black, because I have spoken it, I have purposed it, and will not repent, neither will I turn back from it. And so, again, Jeremiah is seeing a vision of when God destroyed the earth, and when he brought judgment, in my opinion, against the fallen angels, because we know that they were cast out of the heavens on the second day, and that they were here, they were creating, they were making a lot of these megalithic cities and structures, and ziggurats and temple complexes, pyramidal structures. And in my opinion, they were doing that to replicate what they had seen in the heavens, and that New Jerusalem is also this pyramid, as Patrick Heron does some work, describing. So this was before there was man, and the cities of the wilderness were destroyed. And so, in my opinion, again, the Tohu Wabohu, it goes back and it's showing us that what Peter described, Jeremiah also described, and Ezekiel in chapter 26, he also speaks about a judgment against a people of old, which we'll go to that here in just a minute. Let me pull that up. And
the Tohu Vavohu, that's in verse Jeremiah 4:23, right?
23, yes, that's the beginning of that. What I believe is a flashback to Jeremiah is seeing this. And also in the book of Enoch, there's a mention too where Enoch sees a vision about this destruction as well, and he goes and asks his father about it. But I don't have that one pulled up. But I'll go to Ezekiel 26 here, verse 17, where it says, And they shall take up a lamentation for thee, and say to thee, How art thou destroyed that was inhabited of seafaring men? The renowned city, which was strong in the sea, she and her inhabitants, which caused their terror to be on all that haunt it. Now shall the isles tremble in the day of thy fall. Yea, the isles that are in the sea shall be troubled at thy departure. For thus saith the Lord God, when I shall make thee a desolate city, like the cities that are not inhabited, when I shall bring up the deep upon thee, and the great waters shall cover thee, when I shall bring thee down with them that descend into the pit, with the people of old time, and shall set thee in the low parts of the earth, in places desolate of old, with them that go down to the pit, that thou be not inhabited, and I shall set glory in the land of the living. I will make thee a terror, and thou shalt be no more. Though thou be sought for, yet shalt thou never be found again, saith the Lord God. And in my opinion, this is in speaking about like Atlantis, the people of old, and how they, a long time ago, they were also seafaring people. We see in the mention of Solon that they were at that time trying to take over and conquer the entirety of the world. And we see the mention of Atlantis as having been destroyed and wiped out in a single night, and it was drowned and sent to the bottom of the sea. And this fits right along with that. And I do believe that the Atlantean mythology is also connected to what we see, because again, it's a judgment against the fallen angels before humanity was here. And that this goes back to an ancient time, you know. And then we see verses 1 through 3 and onward that the earth is being recreated. And we also, if you examine and look and study in Isaiah chapter 45, verse 18, it speaks about the earth having been created perfect and to be inhabited. And it also makes mention of this in 2nd Esdras. And so these passages, in my opinion, allude to that the earth was created perfect. But then something happened. In my opinion, it's the war in heaven. And that God brought judgment upon the fallen angels for their rebellion and for their doing, as it says in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth and the Scroll of Thothis, that they were opening up and inviting, you know, beings from the dark below. They opened up whatever kind of Stargate technology that allowed, you know, dark entities to enter in this world. I can also read some passages from that as well. But and so I'll read another something here. This is from the Colburn Bible. It says, "It is known, and the story comes down from ancient times, that there was not one creation but two, a creation and a recreation. It is a fact known to the wise that the earth was utterly destroyed once, then reborn on a second wheel of creation. At the time of the great destruction of earth, God caused a dragon from out of heaven to come and encompass her about. The dragon was frightful to behold. It lashed its tail. It breathed out fire and hot coals, and a great catastrophe was inflicted upon mankind." This dragon is speaking about like an asteroid. "The body of the dragon was wreathed in a cold, bright light, and beneath on the belly was a ruddy-hued glow, while behind it trailed a flowing tail of smoke. It spewed out cinders and hot stones, and its breath was foul and stenchful, poisoning the nostrils of men. Its passage caused great thunderings and lightnings to rend the thick, darkened sky, all heaven and earth being made hot. The seas were loosened from their cradles and rose up, pouring across the land. There was an awful shrilling, trumpeting, which outpowered even the howling of the unleashed winds. Men stricken with terror went mad at the awful sight in the heavens. They were loosed from their senses and dashed about, crazed, not knowing what they did. The breath was sucked from their bodies, and they were burnt with a strange ash. And then it passed, leaving earth enwrapped within a dark and glowing mantle, which was ruddily lit up inside. The bowels of the earth were torn open in great writhing upheavals, and a howling whirlwind rent the mountains apart. The wrath of the sky monster was loosed in the heavens. It lashed about in flaming fury, roaring like 1,000 thunders. It poured down fiery destruction amid a welter of thick black blood. So awesome was the fearfully aspected thing that the memory mercifully departed from man. His thoughts were smothered under a cloud of forgetfulness. The earth vomited forth great gusts of foul breath from awful mouths, opening up in the midst of the land. The evil breath bit at the throat before it drove men mad and killed them. Those who did not die in this manner were smothered under a cloud of red dust and ashes, or were swallowed by the yawning mouths of earth, or crushed beneath crashing rocks. I'm almost done here too. The first sky monster was joined by another, which swallowed the tail of the one going before. but the two could not be seen at once. The sky monster reigned and raged above earth, doing battle to possess it. But the many-bladed sword of God cut them in pieces, and their falling bodies enlarged the lands and the sea. In this manner the first earth was destroyed by calamity, descending from out of the skies. The vaults of heaven had opened to bring forth monsters more fearsome than any that ever haunted the uneasy dreams of men. Final passage here. Men and their dwelling places were gone. Only sky boulders and red earth remained where once there were. But amidst all the desolation, a few survived, for man is not easily destroyed. They crept out from caves and came down from the mountainsides. Their eyes were wild and their limbs trembled. Their bodies shook and their tongues lacked control. Their faces were twisted and the skin hung loose on their bones. They were as maddened wild beasts driven into an enclosure before flames. They knew no law, being deprived of all the wisdom they once had, and those who had guided them were gone. The earth, only true altar of God, had offered up a sacrifice of life and sorrow to atone for the sins of mankind. Man had not sinned in deed, but in the things he had failed to do. Man suffers not only for what he does, for what he fails to do. He is not chastised for making mistakes, but for failing to recognize and to rectify them. And it goes on more, but that gives you an idea as to, the destruction, and because it is mentioned in the ancient accounts. And I'll share one other passage. It's from the Legends of the Jews, and it also makes mention of how the earth had been previously destroyed. It says, "Nor is this world inhabited by man, the first of things earthly created by God. He made several worlds before ours, but he destroyed them all, because he was pleased with none until he created ours. But even this last world would have had no permanence if God had executed his original plan of ruling it according to the principle of strict justice. When God made our present heavens and our present earth, the new heavens and the new earth were also brought forth, yea, and the 196,000 worlds which God created unto his own glory." And so that's the Legends of the Jews.
Yeah, okay, so you people are asking in the chat room, which has gone quite active. You were reading, most of that you were reading earlier was from the Kolbrin Bible?
Yes, the Kolbrin Bible on the recreation, the destruction and recreation of the earth.
So talk a little bit, if you would, about the Kolbrin Bible for people who are unfamiliar with it. What is the Kolbrin Bible? Where did it come from, and what's your take on it?
The Kolbrin Bible is a text that was preserved in the Glastonbury Abbey for a very long time. It comes from the Saxons, which are the sons of Isaac that had migrated there. They say that Jeremiah had taken the Princess Sotu, who was and she became the queen of the Scottish people there, but that she has connections to the royal bloodline, that she, is, and also that Jeremiah left there and that they carried this particular account. If people want to know more, I would just recommend looking up the Kolbrin Bible and Glenn Kimball, because he was one of the individuals that received, I believe it was in 2006, that the people, the family that were entrusted, the Koldian Trust, they gave out to 6 different individuals copies of the Kolbrin Bible and told them to release it to the world. Glenn Kimball released a copy, Marshall Masters released a copy, the Koldian Trust and others also released copies of this particular text that had been preserved, and it's very ancient, and it's a parallel account of our Bible as far as Genesis, except for it contains a lot of information that is dissimilar, and also it covers the perspective of both the Egyptian and the Celtic priesthood. So it does come from a line and perspective of pagan peoples. But they do make mention of, for instance, the Hebrews and the Exodus, and it also makes mention of this particular object, which speaks about it here as a sky monster, but in the Qumran it's called the Destroyer. And in my opinion, it is connected to what we see in Revelation 9 as wormwood, and that this particular object is utilized by the Most High God whenever he wants to bring judgment and destruction to the earth and to reset, and that it is said to have visited during the time of Exodus and was part of the judgment, the plagues. It had some part to play in all of that as well, and that the red dust that we see mentioned in this particular passage also has connection to Revelation, where we see that there's this, the rivers and all the waters are turned to blood. It's, speculated that this object, when it comes, it releases this red dust. What I don't understand how or know the details of it, but in the different accounts of its passage and its coming and its interaction with the earth, that seems to be one of the signs that the waters are turned to blood. And I speculate that it could be this dust that is causing it, and that maybe it also makes it undrinkable. I'm not for sure on that, but certainly this text was preserved and it has a very long history. As you can see here, it does contain and make mention of, which even I do believe our Bible also speaks about this, and that Peter describes the world that then was, and that this particular world age was destroyed by water, overflowed. And we can see accounts of this also found in other texts, and the mention of the destruction of Atlantis. And there's another scroll specific to the Qumran Bible called the Scroll of Thothis, which I'll pull up, and it's a fascinating text, and it is very interesting, and it makes mention of, again, as far as the pre-world, the antediluvian world, the prior times, what the Egyptians called Zep Tepe, which, they tell us that back then the demigods ruled upon the earth, which I believe are the fallen angels, the fallen ones, Lucifer and Legion, that cast out on the second day according to the Book of the Secrets of Enoch, chapters 29 and 30.
Hold that thought.
Oh, okay.
You want a break?
Oh, that went fast.
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network. TFR. Truth Frequency Radio.
We're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, for the second hour of the broadcast. I'm talking with my guest, Zen Garcia, and we are going through the book of Genesis, line by line, verse by verse, and, of course, looking at other resources as we go along. Now, look, guys, we're not trying to tell anybody what to believe. People are getting all upset. We are just exploring things that other people have believed in the past, that have written about these things. Something I think people need to understand also is the word Targum is not the same as Talmud. Okay?
Right.
People hear these words and they're like, oh, yeah, you know, whatever. They're freaking out, you know, thinking we're all of a sudden either a bunch of Kabbalists or Zionists or something. No, the word Targum, correct me if I'm wrong, Zen, is simply translation. Translation. So your King James Bible is a Targum.
Exactly.
It's a translation of the Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek text. It's a Targum. So when Zen was reading the Targums, he was reading you reading like the Aramaic Targum. Okay.
Yes.
So
which predates even the Greek Septuagint. It's 100 to 200 years older, and it dates back to the diaspora when the Hebrew Israelites were released from the bondage of Babylon and allowed to return to Jerusalem to rebuild the Holy Temple. And then during the diaspora, they assimilated Aramaic as their predominant lexicon. And so the rabbis kept having to translate the Hebrew Torah that they were reading from into Aramaic, and so they authorized this translation, which is the Targum, the Aramaic Targum. It's the oldest, most widely known, most well respected, most recognized, and it's the first translation of the Hebrew Torah into a different language. And it's the scriptures that the Israelites themselves used when they started, worship again in the Holy Temple after the diaspora, which it dates back to like 400 something, 480 something BC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so people don't need to be freaking out when we're talking about Targums. We're talking about Hebrew translations. If you're going to freak out about Targum, then you might as well throw your King James in the garbage and freak out over that too. And that's 1,611 years removed from the originals. So
right.
Now we're talking, this is what has intrigued me. You're a lot more familiar with the Targums than I am. I have only recently begun to explore them, primarily as a result of looking into things like the biblical cosmology and stuff like that. But, I mean, what has intrigued me is they will a lot of times add commentary. So we'll get to that certainly when we get to Genesis chapter 4, verse 1 in particular.
Right.
But yeah, this shows their understanding. Like,
exactly.
When they read the various passages, how did they understand it? Now, when we look at, like, for instance, the Amplified Bible. Now, the Amplified Bible are English translators looking at the text and saying, okay, I could expand on this word, and so they'll put, parentheses there and, put something kind of elaboration as you're reading the text to just what it sounds like, amplify what is being said. So our English translators, when they made the Amplified Bible, they're essentially doing about the same thing as, correct me if I'm wrong, as what the authors of the Targum did. As they were translating, they were doing their parentheticals saying, hey, this is what we understand about XYZ.
Yeah, but I take it, I'm as far as the commentary, even though there is a lot of additional material found in the Aramaic Targum, I don't necessarily believe it all to be commentary. I actually believe it to be scripture and information that was there previous to what are modern English and also Greek translations.
So okay, this opens up an interesting can of worms. And so, do you think then that it's been some sort of conspiracy to hide certain things in the translations that we have today in the manuscripts that they were based on?
Oh, absolutely, and I'll give you an example of this. In the Aramaic Targum, in the first 5 books, which the Targum, that's all they were back then. The original Targum, that's the first 5 books. The Pentateuch, the Tanakh, that's all they used. That's all they had. If you read in the Aramaic Targum, you will find that there are 217 translations for the word of the Lord found within the scriptures. You look at the modern King James version, there are only 11 translations for the word of the Lord in our modern English translations. And so what it shows, and we, confirmed this because we did a chapter by chapter 40-week study of the Targum from Genesis all the way through Exodus before we got to, the old law. But again, there are 217 passages connected that show the word of the Lord, which is Christ, the Logos, the Memra, was involved in great manner with the patriarchs of old, and that he was responsible for involvement even with Abraham, Isaac. He's called the helper, and that the Messiah was all throughout the Pentateuch involved deeply with the patriarchs, with the prophets, and with Israel as nation. And you can't have 217 mistakes where the word of the Lord has been taken out and it's just been made Lord. And that's different, because taking the word of the Lord out and putting only Lord in ascribes it to the Father, to Yahweh, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. But when you read the original Aramaic, you see that the Son was deeply involved in relationship with the Hebrew patriarchs. And you don't just accidentally mistranslate or misinterpret 217 times what should be word of the Lord and change it into Lord. In my opinion, it shows an organized effort to remove Christ from the early scriptures.
Right, because we would understand the word of the Lord, the word that was in the beginning with God, the word was God, became flesh,
Yes.
and by him and through him were all things created. We have all these scriptures talking about the word being Yeshua that was made flesh. That's interesting. I haven't looked into any of that. So you're saying that it had previously said the word of the Lord how many times?
217.
270
in the first 5 books.
Wow, in the Torah.
Yeah, in the Torah.
See, this is wow. That's really interesting. People that's massively huge, because people have asked me, what's the deal with why are you into the Torah and all this stuff? And I've said the story. I've told the story before. It's that Yeshua was walking on the road to Emmaus. I'm reading this scripture in the I think it's the Gospel of Luke, and it says he began with Moses to tell these guys who he was. And in the end of the book of Acts, we see that Paul's doing the same thing. He's in a rented house, and he's beginning with Moses to tell people who Yeshua was. And Yeshua himself says, look, if you don't believe Moses, you're not going to believe me, because he wrote about me. And I'm going, when did Moses write about him? How is it that Yeshua himself is saying that Moses testifies of him? And that began my prayer in 2010, to the point where I am now, where I was intentionally trying to find Yeshua in the Torah. And of course, once you dive into the Moedim, the appointed times, the feasts, and all that kind of stuff, there's lots of places where you find him, where he starts showing up all over the place. But that's even more. That's like point blank. That and the who's the guy that wrote the Aleph Tav scriptures? Can't think of the guy's name. Do you know the guy? Anyway,
no.
There's I forget the guy's name. He wrote a book called the Aleph Tav Scriptures, and it's the Bible, but whenever the Aleph Tav shows up as an untranslated word, it's a what they call in Hebrew a direct object marker, grammatically. I forget exactly how it works grammatically, but there's a grammatical function for the Aleph Tav. But there are, I forget how many hundreds or thousands of standalone, what they call standalone Aleph Tavs, that don't serve the function of a direct object marker in grammar, and they're saying that's Yeshua. In Greek, that's Alpha and Omega.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree.
Where Jesus said, "I am," and what's interesting about that is in Revelation, where he says that he is the Alpha and Omega. He says that in reference to quoting Zechariah 12:10, I believe is the reference. In Revelation 1:7, if memory serves, he talks about they who pierced him shall see him and mourn.
Right. Yes.
He's quoting Zechariah 12:10. If you go back and read Zechariah 12:10, when it says, talking about they pierced him, if I remember right, I don't quote me on this, it could be wrong, but if I remember right, there was an Aleph Tav right before him. They shall see him and mourn. There's like Aleph Tav and him, and so he's quoting that scripture where there's a standalone Aleph Tav, and he says, "I am the Aleph Tav." Like he's saying, "Look, I'm the Aleph Tav in Zechariah 12:10. I'm the Alpha and Omega." So we call one of the guys at our Bible studies. He calls it the Et Watch, because that's how you pronounce the Aleph Tav is Et. And so he has one of those Aleph Tav scriptures, and whenever we were doing Bible study, whenever the Aleph Tav showed up, he would go, "Oh, Et Watch," and we would see, where Yeshua's all over the place. If he is in fact what he said he is, I am the Aleph Tav, I am the Alpha and Omega. And so all those standalone Aleph Tavs that are not serving the function of a direct object marker grammatically are there for another reason. Okay, then he's all over the place, throughout the Torah, the prophets, the Old Testament. But this takes it to a whole other level. You're saying the word of the Lord, and we understand he's the Word made flesh, was intentionally pulled out, and it just now says Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh instead of the word of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh?
Yes. And what I'll do is, because I've done many shows on this, not only have I done it from the Targum, but also I have the Targum of Psalms. And you see also the word of the Lord removed many, many times from that text as well as in the Targum translation of Isaiah. And so you see an organized effort to remove the word of the Lord from all of these ancient texts. And it's only when you go back to the Aramaic that you see all of this restored. And I'll give you some examples here. It says here from Genesis 1:26-28, and the word of the Lord created man in his likeness, in the likeness of the presence of the Lord he created him, the male and his yoke fellow he created them. Another one. So
we're in King James, Genesis 1:27, and Elohim said God, so Elohim, God, created man in his own image. In the image of God, Elohim, created he him, male and female created he them. You're saying there it says in the Targums, and the word of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh created man in his own image?
Yes. Yeah, and I'll share a few more.
That's crazy.
Here, and a garden from the Eden of the just was planted by the word of the Lord God before the creation of the world, and he made there to dwell the man when he had created him. So this is going to Genesis, 2:7.
Genesis 2:7. Okay, yeah. So here, this is also something interesting. I had a really pretty cool conversation with my friend Mickey Hatfield. He called me the other day, and he believes that there's two separate creation accounts in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. Now, I've always been of the position that Genesis 2 is just sort of a retelling of Genesis 1. But again, in recent years, it's funny. You start going back to the scriptures, and you make make the mistake of praying, "Father, remove my preconceived biases when I read the text, and just let the text say for what it says." You start seeing all kinds of stuff. So you have to kind of put aside what you've been taught your whole life, and just look at it. And you do see a lot of. And when we get to chapter 2, if 4 years from now at this rate, we ever get there,
we made it through the first 2 verses.
We did 2 verses tonight. Woo! It's already been over an hour. But it's interesting because in chapter 1, it's Elohim, 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 Elohim. In chapter 2, it's Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh Elohim.
Right.
So that's interesting to me. We'll get to that. I don't want to jump ahead, but you're saying in verse 7, where in King James it says, "And Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh Elohim formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." In the Targum it says, "The word of Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh Elohim formed man."
Well, going down, and a garden from the Eden of the just was planted by the word of the Lord God before the creation of the world, and he made there to dwell the man when he had created him. So again, it's the word of the Lord. And again, when you look at the Genesis 1:26 through 28 creation, just to bring it up really quickly, you'll see that male and female created he them.
Yeah.
They were created in couples and multiple races, male and female, and they were created on the earth and told to multiply, be fruitful, and to replenish it. Whereas Adam, his body was created from the earth, but his spirit blown into it. He was placed in paradise, which is above the vaulted dome of the earth, in the third heaven. And he was there to tend the garden of God. And you see that he was created by himself without a helpmate. And it wasn't until he named all of the animals that he recognized he was alone. And then God made Eve, took the 13th rib from Adam and formed woman. And then, they were a couple. And then it says that they shall be one flesh. But they weren't told to go forth, multiply, and replenish, because they were originally created with a bright nature. They weren't supposed to be mortal. And it wasn't until they were tempted to eat from the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and then touching that tree, that they had their genitals appear. And then, Satan deceived, beguiled Eve. I believe he impregnated her with Cain.
We're going to jump way ahead here.
Yeah, we're going too far. All right, we'll just go back. So let me just share a couple more of these word of the Lord's, and then we'll go back to the destruction, because I have one other thing to share with you with regard to that. Another passage. And they heard the voice of the word of the Lord God walking in the garden in the repose of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from before the Lord God among the trees of the garden. And so you see that, Christ, it was Yeshua walking in the garden. One other one. But to Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened to the... Oh, wait, no, it's a different one. Here. And the word of the Lord God said, behold, Adam, whom I have created, is soul in my world, as I am soul in the heavens above. And that's speaking about where he's about to cast him from paradise. But I got one other thing to share before we move on from the destruction and the recreation. This is an absolutely fascinating text, and it's the scroll of Thothis. Let me find it. It's going to take just a minute, but it'll be worth it. You guys will be blown away by what is spoken about here. This is, again, from the Colburn Bible, and it talks about the destruction of Atlantis, which I believe is spoken about in Ezekiel chapter 26. And when you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you also find this story replicated, where it speaks about, the Atlanteans, the destruction of Atlantis, how they have to disperse, and then Thoth goes to Egypt and then helps to elevate the people that he finds there, the children of Kim. But beginning, it says, the first land on earth wherein men dwelt was not Kahemu. It was a land out beyond the salt waters. To this land came the immortal spirit in the form of a radiant one from heaven, who had left his more enlightened place to dwell among beasts in the lower kingdom of sorrow. In some mysterious way, he became incarnated as man. How, we know not, but he founded the race of man. I believe this is, Lucifer and his involvement with the pre-Adamites. It is not as recorded in tales told for the ignorant. None knows in truth the old motherland or where it was. There are tales, but they disagree. The 9 bows say it was southward. The learned are not united in thought. Some say towards the west where the sun now sets, while others say towards the east where the sun rises. Southward are great mountains and forests, monsters and men covered with hair. Here winds are formed within the earth, issue forth from a black cavern. It is a place of chaos where water, soil, and air are not separate. The old motherland could not have been there. To the left-hand side, there is a great wilderness, the land of Amah. The old motherland could not have given birth to such as these. To the right hand is the wide plain of man-eaters, which stretches out to the far reaches of old Kaalmu. This was barren even in the oldest times. To the north of the wilderness, the land is occupied by deformed men and dwarves, where amid this could have been the fertile pastures and plowlands, well watered from the Sky River, where men lived in peaceful content. The old motherland was never there, nor, as some say, in the waters beyond, which boil at the extremity. Beyond the wide river there was once a land graced with all riches, needful to men, crowned by the many-walled Meru. But it was not the land of our birth, northward the home of the cool breeze, but beyond the lands which skirt the salt water are the one-eyed peoples, and the giants with their white hair and eyes. Here the rocks and stones are of the whitest marble, and the trees bear white fruit. Thus in the whiteness the eyes of men are blinded in their youth, for even the grass grows white. Before this is the land of Hasuga, a place unproductive and barren, where fruit never appears on the trees and crops will not ripen. How could the old motherland lie in this direction? In the old books it is said that the old motherland was ruled by the Queen of Light, who was supreme above all. The temple tales tell that the lesser gods came to dwell among mortals when the mistress of brightness ruled in Kalathi, that they were sheltered in temples, and priests were appointed to minister unto them. It is said that places of instruction were set up within the temples, but few men were taught the inner knowledge. It was rightfully held that it would be a danger to those without wisdom, and it had to be safeguarded. Is this not the tale told in the Book of Beginnings? It is said that Kalathi lay within the borders of Kaamu, but could it not have been the land of similar sounding name outward from Pontus, beyond the God's land? Is it not set up both that they were engulfed in fire and water? In the Book of Beginnings it is said the generations passed, and a vast amount of knowledge and wisdom was accumulated and preserved in purity. It was the heritage of mankind. But though man had learned to cherish the light of truth and walk wisely with it, nevertheless, then as now, false priesthoods flourished. They pandered to the carnal desires of the underdeveloped and exploited the weaknesses of the ignorant. Their iniquity built up vast weight of evil in the netherworld, which projected itself into the material of earth, so that the powers which upheld it became unstable. This caused all the southern part of the old land to sink down into heaving waters. The disaster was brought about through the ascendance of evil. Rites which awakened the dead were rife among the carnal-minded and ignorant, while those who remained steadfast on the harder road of spiritual development had fixed their eyes on the light ahead, ignoring the pitfalls at their feet. It was then, even as now, will man ever learn. This was the aspect of the disaster, as written in the Book of Beginnings. There were openings in the land from which evil vaporous poured forth as a mist, descending upon the people like a mantle. It spread out and covered the whole face of the land. The tongues of the people were stopped, and they became dumb with fear. The ground trembled beneath them, and great tongues of flame shot up. The whole land heaved and rocked like an ocean wave. As it rose and fell, groaned and shook, the fires which strove beneath burst forth to be met with shafts of lightning striking down from heaven. A thick black cloud of smoke filled the land, and men were smothered in dust. As the setting sun rested on the horizon, it could be but dimly seen beneath the cloud as a fiery red ball. When it had gone, a gray dense darkness prevailed, lit only by gray sheets of lightning. The waters broke heavily over the land, sweeping it clean. The plains and the cities were covered, and new shores formed around the mountains. The waters mounted up until all that moved and lived was covered, and the land was submerged. Mountain tops alone remained above the rush of uplifted torrent. Whirlwinds blew and brought cold winds which cleared away the dust and debris. Mud banks were formed, and a mountain mouth remained open to spew forth vile vapors. During one long, awful night, the doomed land was torn apart,
Right.
and thousands sank.
Hold that thought. We are going to break. And we're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba. For the final half-hour segment of the broadcast, I'm talking with Zen Garcia, and we are going through the book of Genesis line by line, and, of course, looking at other targums, translations, various resources, and what other people around the world thought about different things. Zen, I wanted to bring something up. You were reading from, that was an Egyptian text or something I think you were reading from, right?
Yeah, it's called the Scroll of Thothis.
Okay, the scroll that's like Thoth or Thoth. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
Thothis.
So that's all backing up the whole idea of a pre-Adamic destruction.
Right.
I think one of the guys that was in the chat room was kind of going ballistic. I think he left already, but he was he was saying. Read Jeremiah 4:23, then read Jeremiah 4:16 and 4:31. It's all about the coming destruction of Judah. People, please do not be deceived by those taking things out of context. And he's saying, don't be deceived by Gnosticism. Trust your Bible, not some books outside the Bible. That's how you get deceived. Well, we would agree with that. First of all, that our Bible is our primary
Bible,
source.
right?
We're just looking at other things. We're not trying to tell anybody what to believe.
Right.
But if you look up commentaries on Jeremiah 4:23, Ellicott's commentary of English readers, Benson commentary, Matthew Henry's pulpit commentary, Cambridge Bible, etc., they all seem to think that it's talking about a vision of Judah's coming destruction. So these of course are all fairly modern, within the last couple hundred years, English commentaries. I think what we're trying to show here is that while these are English commentaries of the last few hundred years, the Hebrew people themselves, as well as those from other cultures, had a very different take on it.
Right. I'll share with you a commentary about Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. Jameson Fawcett Brown Bible commentary. He says, they're globalists, but the earth was without form and void, or in confusion and emptiness, as the words are rendered in Isaiah 34:11. This globe, at some undescribed period, having been convulsed and broken up, was a dark and watery waste for ages, perhaps, till out of this chaotic state the present fabric of the world was made to arise. The Benson commentary, he says, Genesis 1:2. The earth, when first called into existence, was without form and void, confusion and emptiness, as the same original words are rendered in Isaiah 34:11. It was without order, beauty, or even use in its present state, and was surrounded on all sides with thick darkness, through the gloom of which there was not one ray of light to penetrate, nor even so much as to render the darkness visible. I'll share one other commentary that makes mention of this as well.
I got it up on the screen here, too, for everybody. BibleHub.com. You were looking at Benson commentary?
Yeah, the Benson, and this one is pulpit commentary.
Yeah,
it says...
pulpit. I've always been rather... I like the pulpit commentary. I do look at the commentaries and see what other people had to say. But I found Matthew Henry's pretty good, Gill's, and pulpit are the ones I tend to look at more often.
Yeah, I like Gill's too. But in examining a text and a passage, I think we should read and study everything.
Sure.
I like to read and study everything. So
Well, that's the thing. It is a mark of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. It's like, okay,
yeah, exactly.
let's bring in the information. Let's digest it a little bit. Let's
Right.
think about it. Let's weigh it against other opinions. Let's look at other texts, and that's the whole purpose of what I'm doing here.
Yeah, exactly. And myself, it's like a investigator that goes into a crime scene.
Right.
He's going to examine and look at everything
Mm-hmm.
to see, what is connected and reveals truth, so that he can understand the underlying truth of what occurred. But with regard to the pulpit commentary, it says, was, not, had, become, without form and void, literally wasteness and emptiness, tohu vabohu. The words are employed in Isaiah 34:11 and Jeremiah 4:23 to depict the desolation and desertion of a ruined and depopulated land, and by many have been pressed into service to support the idea of a preceding cosmos, of which the chaotic condition of our planet was the wreck. Murphy, Wordsworth, Bush, and then it says, Dietze argues on the ground that tohu wabohu implies the ruin of a previous cosmos, that version 2 does not state specifically that God created the earth in this desolate and waste condition, and that death, which is inconceivable out of connection with sin, was in the world prior to the fall. That version 2 presupposes the fall of the angels and adduces in support of his view Job 38:4-7.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got that highlighted there. And this is just something I would say, to the listeners out there. This is why I say it's important to have parallel Bibles.
Yes.
Compare English. Look at look at all the translations. We've got them up there. Why not use them? Read the commentaries. What we're talking about isn't something Zen made up. It's not something that I made up. It's not something that's just the Gnostics made up. These are things.
Right.
These are actually discussions that good, godly scholars have had discussions about. Apparently, for quite some time now. Even looking at some of these English translations. So, again, we're not telling you what to believe, but I would just hope that, as you're listening to this, you see the value in resources like BibleHub.com, because they have a ton of stuff right there at your fingertips for free to look at. You can compare all the English translations, you can click on the Hebrew, Aramaic, or Greek, and you can read commentaries and go as deep as you really want to. So, that's awesome, man.
The other thing is, with regard to the actual Hebrew words, I took all the Hebrew, and for that verse in chapter 1 verse 2, and when you translate the Hebrew and put in all the definitions, it essentially means, and the primeval earth existed, fell out, came to pass, was in a state of formlessness, confusion, unreality, emptiness, like a deserted wasteland, wilderness, a place of chaos, vanity, and like an indistinguishable ruin, void and wasted. And again, I believe that the Most High didn't create it this way, that something led to, because why would you create it destroyed
first
and then have to recreate it again?
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's interesting. I appreciate what you did there. Basically, what you did is you created a Zen Amplified Bible, because you looked at formless and void and darkness, and just unpacked the Hebrew words tohu vabohu.
Yes, right.
And as you were saying that, I just went and clicked on each one and looked at them. So you got formless is Strong's number 8414. Formless, confusion, unreality, emptiness. Formless, confusion, chaos, confusion, desolation. There's a whole bunch. Waste place. Then you look at the next word, bohu, emptiness, and the other one, choshek, 2822, darkness, obscurity. So yeah, that's a reasonable case, something to think about anyway.
Yeah, and again, Isaiah speaks about the God creating the earth perfect and to be inhabited. It also says this in Second Esdras, and so in my mind, it just doesn't make sense that here in Genesis 1, we have the earth and the heavens created, and then verse 2, you see that the earth, and that word haya means became or becomes, and so it not the earth was, but it became or becomes, and then destroyed, a deserted wasteland and indistinguishable ruin. Which wasteland and ruin, examining the definitions and the context of those words, means that something happened that led to it becoming that way. And so that's what I believe we are led to examine in Scripture with, again, Jeremiah chapter 4, verses 23 through 30, and also Ezekiel 26, and 2 Peter, chapter 3, that it speaks about the world that then was, and that it was destroyed and completely overcovered with water.
Now, see, it's interesting that you take 2 Peter that direction, because anytime I read 2 Peter, I'm reading that the world that then was being the pre-flood world, pre-Noah flood.
Yes.
But there's actually been, and this is something I had a conversation with Mickey Hatfield with, is if you believe that there was a pre-Adamic flood that created the tohu vavohu of Genesis 1-2 and the Jeremiah 4 passage, so that would be flood number 1. Book of Joshua tells you that during the days of Enosh, God flooded the then known inhabited world at the time. 1/3 of what we would consider the whole earth was flooded by the river Gihon. At that time, it was like a pre-flood flood, a pre-Noah flood.
Right.
So you'd have the pre-Adamic flood, you'd have the pre-Noah flood, and then you'd have the Noah flood.
Right.
And Second Peter leads me to believe that he's talking about the pre-Noah flood.
Well, again, if you examine that the earth was completely destroyed, and then the second world age begins after the recreation. So if you look again at the context of Genesis 1:1 and 1:2, we see that the earth being destroyed, the second world age begins with the recreation of the earth, which was previous to even humanity being here. So, and we see that the second world age is compromised of the last 6,000 years and what would be the millennial reign, because that's the Sabbath rest. And we know that this second world age, as it says in Peter, that this one's going to be destroyed by fire at the end. And reading, Peter onwards, he tells us exactly that. Like, if you read past the passages that I read, it goes into that, how this world age will be destroyed by fire. We can actually pull that up, but and so, in my opinion, Peter is telling us about the world that then was, meaning the first world age, how it was destroyed, and then he's describing the second world age. I should actually pull that up so we can look at that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, beginning verse 5. For this they willingly are ignorant of, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. But the heavens and the earth, which are now, by the same word are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men. I still see it as Noah's flood.
Yeah, but again, with the world that is now, that began not after Noah's flood, but it began after Genesis 1:2, because that's the beginning of the 6,000 years, the 7,000 years of this second world age, which it's this world age that we're in that will be destroyed by fire. And then we see, but Beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years. He's speaking about this second world age because, again, you have the 120 Jubilees, which equals the 6,000 years, and then the millennial reign, which gives us the 7,000 years. So that takes it back to Genesis 1:2.
Okay, I'm going to throw a little wrench in here. I don't know if you caught the show that I did with Doug Woodward. He's got a book he put out just recently. I think it's called Rebooting the Bible. Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, I did. We talked a little bit about some
so
the 5,500 year timeline.
Yeah, the 5,500 year. That's exactly what I was going to go for because,
right.
I personally, I still like a day is with the Lord 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a day, and the whole 7,000 year timeline with the seventh day of God, 7,000 years being the millennial reign of Christ. That fits in a nice, neat package in my mind, and I like it.
Right.
Plus, I have a lot of timeline charts that I've made with that time, in consideration.
Right.
And look, I'm not afraid to admit I'm wrong. All that stuff is an easy fix and re-upload, and okay, I was wrong. And there you go. I haven't looked into it to the degree that Doug has, but I will say, what he was saying with the Septuagint and what has happened with the Masoretic text and different things like that, throwing time all over the place, is if we go with what he's saying, then books like the Book of Adam and Eve make a whole lot more sense because they were talking about 5,500 years from there was the prophecy that the Messiah was going to come, and I'm going, well, in my timeline it's 4,000 years, not 5,500.
Right.
So yeah, I guess I have to get used to all my nice, neat boxes being shaken up.
Right.
But that to say, yes, I do still believe as a day with the Lord is 1,000 years. 1,000 years is a day. That's not to say that I believe that the creation days were God days. That the creation days were extended period of time. We talked about this at the beginning of the show, and I just want to reemphasize that when it's talking about days, I believe he's talking about literal time periods, 24-hour time periods, not God days, 1,000 years or more.
Yeah, I agree.
And because when you get to like the commandments, for 6 days, if he's going to say day is a expansive period of time, well, we're never going to have a Sabbath in our lifetime.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I fully agree with you.
Yeah.
But again, and with the regard to the 5,500 year prophecy, that is one of the dilemmas that I tackle in one of my latest books called The Ancient Prophecies of Christ, because I do track down that prophecy, which, the word of the Lord gave to Adam when he cast him forth out of paradise. And I found it in numerous places.
Yeah, it pops up a lot.
The Gospel of Nicodemus and the first book of Adam and Eve, another book called Abaddon, the Angel of Death. I mean, so... yeah, I fully agree. And Doug and I, and along with another author named Kent Smith, we did a number of shows on this prophecy.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to catch that. So you guys have already talked about it at some length. Now what was?
Oh yeah, we've done. We got like several shows on it. Check out the 5,500 prophecy.
Okay, maybe that's. I was going to say try to summarize. We got 8 minutes left in the broadcast, so probably. Can't do that in 8 minutes, so I'll just have to go.
Yeah, no, it's too in depth.
Go look it up. All right. Well, do we dare read the next verse?
Yeah, because it's an interesting one as well.
Okay, verse 3, Genesis 1:3, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And my first thought on that, as I've gone back to look at this, especially as it pertains to biblical cosmology, is that when the sun and moon are created, they are there to govern that which was already in existence beforehand. So while it is true that light generates heat and heat generates light, generally speaking, if I'm not mistaken, the word for sun just simply means heat. And so the sun, while it's a greater light to rule the day, we have to understand that it's ruling something that pre-existed it for 3 days prior. That day and night had already been in existence. So here we have light, and we see in verse 4, and God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. So we have the creation of day, light and night, 24-hour time period, day, prior to the sun and moon being created. So what are your thoughts on that? I've heard some people, I'm not saying I agree with this, but some people say that that's when Yeshua was manifested, that he is the light that became, he's the light of the world, etc., etc. I don't lean on that. I don't lean in that direction myself. But what do you think this light is?
I absolutely believe that this is when Yeshua was given dominion over the angels, and that this is also the moment that iniquity was found in Lucifer, because he was jealous of the Son of God and then plotted his overthrow. And that's why we see that the war in heaven occurs, and then you have him and the legion being cast down in day 2. I'll read a passage from, and this is the reason why.
6 minutes.
Yeah. This passage is from the book of the Bee, chapter 6. It says this: "When the holy angels were created on the evening of the first day without voice, they understood not their creation, but thought within themselves that they were self-existent beings and not made. On the morning of the first day, God said in an audible and commanding voice, 'Let there be light,' and immediately the effused light was created. When the angels saw the creation of light, they knew of a certainty that he who had made light had created them. And they shouted with a loud voice and praised him and marveled at his creation of light. As the blessed teacher said, when the Creator made that light, the angels marveled thereat, and as it said in Job, when I created the morning star, all my angels praised me." We know that Yeshua is the morning star, as it says in Revelation. So, in my opinion, just as, with his baptism, we always see that his being called forth with an audible voice, that the Father, in this case, saying, "Light be," or "Let there be light," was calling forth Yeshua and giving him dominion. And this is also when the creation became visible. And that's why the morning stars shouted for joy. Because this and other passages describe how there was a period of darkness. They sat in this darkness thinking themselves self-existent beings, but when they heard the voice of the Father call forth the light, they knew that the voice was the Father and that the light was the Son, and that he was given then dominion over them, and also that the creation became visible. They saw the expanse of it, and they realized that, the Son of God was the leader of the angels. And this, again, as I said, was the moment with Lucifer decided to rebel and try to overthrow Christ, and then tempted 1/3 of the angels to join him in this rebellion, and that led to the war in heaven.
Interesting.
Which we can go into.
Yeah, we got 4 minutes left, but I'm thinking of Job 38, 6-8, where this is God now talking to Job and his buddies. Okay, sit down, shut up. You guys have been talking long enough. Now, where were you when I did this, when I did that, right? That whole dialogue. And verse 6, whereupon are the foundations thereof fast, or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. So, in the chat room, even people are like, when were the angels created? Well, we don't see, at least that I don't see it in Genesis where he's created angels. Now, stars are a type of angel that he says, and he created the stars also. That's on day 4. But day 4 is after the foundation of the earth had been laid. So the sons of God, angels, including the Watcher class of Genesis 6, which we'll get to it in some length when we get to the book of Enoch. So angels, including the Watchers, were there when the foundation of the earth was laid. And the earth, the dry land doesn't appear until after the firmament. So, what's that, day 3. So it's your opinion that's interesting. Just off the top of my head, what you said makes sense to me. So when he created the heaven, especially if there's a pre-Adamic civilization that existed with angels that included the fall and all that kind of stuff, that there would be angels there to witness the laying of the foundation and the creation right here. Yes. As according right here, it says the morning stars sang and all the sons of God shouted for joy when the foundations of the earth were laid. That's interesting.
Read Jubilees chapter 2, verse 2 as well. It tells you that all the souls of the angels, both, and all the souls of the creatures in heaven and the earth were created on the first day. When the heavens and the earth were created, the angels were created then, and they witness again, Christ being called forth as a light.
Now, being called forth. Now, we're not saying that Yeshua was created.
No, he was already pre-existent.
Correct.
With the Father and the Son.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with the Father and the Holy Spirit.
Right.
They are the pre-existing Godhead that manifested all things.
So you're saying he was called forth. In other words, the Father says, "Okay, son, come on in."
Yes. Let's show everybody your glory.
You've got the,
he is
you've
the
got
light
the floor.
of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Given dominion over all the angels.
Interesting.
And they recognize the voice as the Father and the light as the Son.
Very cool. Yeah, so that would be a good place for us to stop here. We got about a minute and a half left. And then going into next week, we'll come on your show next, probably Thursday, if that works out.
Yeah, I'll check my schedule, get back with you tomorrow.
So we can pick up pretty much where we left off there on, Genesis 1...
3.
3, yeah. Well, 3 through 5, because we can kind of take that as one big chunk. Genesis 3 through 5. All right, well, Zen, this was fun, man. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, great time, brother.
Yeah, and thank you guys so much for watching on YouTube. A very active chat room. I hope you guys behaved yourself. I wasn't really able to pay attention. Thank you to my moderators who probably had to use the wrench every now and then. Thank you to the super chats out there. Appreciate you guys. Once again, I don't say it enough. I really, truly appreciate everybody who has given toward both our ministry of just our day-to-day work as well as our Seed project. I'll try to give you an update on that soon. Lots of good stuff happening with Seed. And we'll talk about that next time. See you guys next Wednesday, 11 p.m. Good night, everybody.
God bless all. Good night.
You must unite what has been set asunder.
We are TFR, Truth Frequency Radio.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. Welcome, friends. I'm your host, Zen Garcia. This is Field here radio. I'm honored to have your attention and to be joined by my special guest this evening, Rob Skiba. Rob, are you there, brother?
I am. How you doing, man?
Well, brother, and thank you for your willingness to join me in this evening's podcast. I look forward to our continued session of Genesis and soon get into the book of Enoch, but wanted to give you a chance, if you would, to give out your information, website, content.
Sure. Yeah. Well, my main website is robschannel.com. That's the hub that will take you to pretty much everywhere else, robschannel.com. Of course, seedtheseries.com is the project that I'm working on, and I'm also here on TFR on Wednesday evenings, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Let's get an update on the Seed the Series, because I'm sure that many people are interested that you were pushing the graphic novel, which what you have shared with us already looks fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've had an incredible week this week, brother. I started this week with a conversation. Well, actually, Rick Hummer came down to scout out the location with John Gabrielson and Chris Pontius to go check out the venue for the Flat Earth International Conference in November, because that's pretty close to where I live. And so they were scouting the venue out. We all went out to eat that night. Had a fantastic conversation. Got to hang out with Chris Pontius on Monday and check out his studio. He's the guy that makes the Flat Earth really high quality models, rotating domes, stars, everything already in it. I mean, he does a really good job. Got to spend some time with him. Had a conversation early this week with Isaac Chavez, who he does T-shirts and hats and stuff like that, apparel, for a lot of the conferences, and we've been in discussion for a while now about him doing seed product, and so he's very excited to be the manufacturer for us for that, so that's in the works. Comic books really coming along well. We are about 4 pages away from completion, I think, and the biggest news was I had a conversation with Mornay Thuenson in South Africa on Tuesday with some special effects houses out there to start putting together a teaser trailer for Seed with the CGI, 100% CGI. I've been building models for it and stuff. That went really well, and I committed to a budget that I didn't have. It was a step of faith. I was like, okay, well, this is how much I really have, but I'll go ahead and commit to this budget. And later that day, I went to my post office box, and somebody wrote me a check for the entire budget.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's on top of what I'd already raised. So, yeah, needless to say, extremely excited, and things are in the works now that we've actually got some funds to go make some things happen. So, very excited.
Wow, that's amazing. I knew it would get to that point. I was told just pushing forward and being God would provide.
Yeah. I don't hear you. You breaking up, man.
Oh, can you?
You're breaking up. Hello.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me check the settings again.
Okay. In the meantime,
Everything seems to be good. You can't hear me though?
I can hear you. You were just kind of popping in and out.
Well,
You sound good
so
now.
every,
I can hear you.
sound
now.
good. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
So for those that do not know, Rob and I have started a new venture. We plan to go chapter by chapter and verse by verse through the timeline of creation in the book of Genesis. And last week, we made it through a whole 3 verses. Exciting. But we covered so much information in those 3 verses and spoke about the possibility of there having been a prior age that led to the destruction of. And we talked about that possibility. Left off at the very end of the show with Genesis 1:3, speaking about light D, which is the reason why I read the first passages from John, talking about Yeshua as the Word and being God, beginning that all things are like. So, I wanted to just get your take on what you thought about what I had spoken about at the very end of the show, because I did say and reveal to you how I did believe that the light being called forth there was Christ, and that I talked about how the angel in that moment introduced to him Christ was given.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. I got most of what you said. You're asking me about the last part of Genesis that we covered last week, which was verses 3 through 5. And just to pick up sort of where we left off, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, and God saw the light that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness, and God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. So we more or less got through the first day in our talk last week. As I understood your take on it, you were saying this was when, you were not saying that this was when Yeshua was created. You were not saying that. You were saying this was when he was brought forth as the agent through which creation would continue, and that it was around this time that, if I understood you right, you think that the rebellion in heaven took place. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And once we get to the first break, I'm gonna restart and
Okay.
kind of fix it.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in a car or something. It's kind of like staticky, and then you pop in and out.
Thinking maybe I should try to now. Well, I'll just let you speak for the most part, and then get to
Okay.
get to the first.
Okay. One of the things I just want to say is that this is a quest for truth. Okay, so that means, we've talked about it a number of times before, that it is the mark of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. Now, some of the things that Zen may say and some of the things that I may say, that these are our opinions. These are the beliefs that we've come to as a result of our studies. We're not telling anybody else what to believe. We're just having an open dialogue here about what we believe. There may be times where we will have disagreement, and one of the reasons why I wanted to do this show with Zen is because I know from times past that even in our disagreement we can still remain friends and brothers and cordial. So I thrive in that environment where I can bounce ideas off of somebody, even if we disagree, and even if we have other ideas and things that I've never considered, because so many times we have a frame of mind, a thought process, a way of believing something that we were stuck in for however long, and then somebody else comes along with a different perspective we never considered before, and now you have something new to think about. So, for the people that are in the chat room that want to fight and argue about some of the things we talked about before, like the pre-Adamic civilization, the possibility of a so-called gap theory between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2, look, that doesn't affect anything in eternity, ultimately. It's a non-essential discussion. It's just something that's interesting to look at. And what I maintain, just by way of review from last week, is that we know at the end, after the tribulation period, the millennial reign, all that stuff, there's a point coming where we're going to get a reset button. And it says that God is going to create a new heaven and a new earth. So this place is getting a rework, a reset. And so I'm of the opinion that if we know we're going to get a reset, I have no problem believing that we could be in a reset. And I see no reason why that, if that's the case, why that couldn't fit between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2.
Absolutely. And I would hope that people would open themselves to new, that really none of us knows everything, and we don't all have the answers. So that's why we're doing. But
well, something else I just want to say. Somebody in the chat room said that gap theory always leads to old Earth. No, I don't believe so. I know that there are probably some people within. There's different flavors of every theory, I suppose. There may be some who are of the day-age theory, the gap theory, and those are people who like to give credence to the millions and billions of years. From my side of it, I see this, the creation that we are currently living in, thereby anything that we could date, whether historically or even radiometrically or otherwise, would be reflective of the reset. So, in my mind, it wouldn't lead to old Earth. the Earth that we could test right now would only be within the biblical time frame of this current reset. So, but the other thought that I had, actually, Zen, as a result of our discussion last week, was I've always just sort of written off the Sumerian writings as counterfeit and probably fallen angel inspired and whatnot, seeds planted for deception, which I still think is very likely. However, if there was a pre-Adamic civilization, perhaps run by angels, maybe, or beings that we now call angels, then maybe there may be some truth to because in the King's List, I mean, even the ages that they give for some of the characters in the Sumerian King's List exceed Methuselah. Methuselah's 969 years of age, and we got people in the Sumerian King's List that live well beyond that. So, yeah. So, could it be then that is reflective of the angels are telling whoever wrote those texts, that they are the principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness in high places that were ruling over the area of Sumeria at that given time in history, and they were sharing their perspective with the people that they were governing over that had given allegiance to them. And so I'm just thinking out loud here. This is completely off the cuff, totally just thinking out loud here. If that's the case, then the Sumerian King's List could make sense to me, literally, as possibly being true from the perspective of the angels in the gap between Genesis 1:1 and 1:2.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly my take on it. And speaking about the prior times, what the Egyptians called Zep Tepe, and that it would make sense, the King's List, long dates, the long reigns, and what Rosas and Matthew spoke about, and Hesiod and Working Days speaking about that golden age, and even the Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Well, you want to jump into day 2? If you'd like, I could go ahead and just read the entire day, the narrative.
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll do that. Picking up in verse 6, certainly a lot to talk about here. I have a feeling we're probably not going to get out of day 2 for this broadcast. But, okay. And this is what I got stuck. I got to be honest with you. And, people who may not yet be on the Biblical Cosmology page yet, all I'm going to say to you is I dare you to pray this prayer. Father, if I'm bringing preconceived biases to the text, please remove it from me and allow your Holy Spirit to teach me what the text is saying. That's the prayer that I prayed back in 2015. And, well, you don't get much further than verse 6, which I'm just about to start with, when you get nailed with something called the firmament. And make no mistake about it, I'm sure we're going to cover more of it throughout this broadcast, that thing is a hard, solid structure. And there's no way you can get away with saying it's just the expanse of air, gas, and the vacuum of space. Okay, so with that said, I'll go ahead and read verse 6. And God said, let there be a, singular, firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And the reason I was stressing and the is because it is singular. You got people like Kent Hovind, God bless him, I love the guy, I appreciate all the stuff that he's done in combating the lies of the textbooks and evolution, but he stopped short. I mean, his focus was primarily on geological and biological evolution, and he, for whatever reason, I mean, you can just go through his YouTube channel. Dude has, I don't know, hundreds probably, maybe even thousands of videos about the lies in the textbooks, dealing with the lies of geology, the lies of archaeology, the lies of biology, picanology, except for cosmology. He's given it 100% pass, And Ken Ham, same thing. I watched an outstanding video by Ken Ham yesterday from Answers in Genesis regarding just destroying evolution. And I'm like, these guys will say we need to take a stand on Scripture and that the Bible is true and we can trust it as our literal source for truth and it is scientifically accurate, and they'll say all that for everything about biology, and other things. But when it gets to cosmology, nope, it's allegorical, figures of speech, poetic, metaphor. And that's what's gotten really frustrating to me. And you had Kent Hovind, who had a theory that I myself used to teach and preach, using his materials largely and those of Dr. Carl Baugh, of the so-called canopy theory, that in that model, the Earth was surrounded by a canopy of probably some kind of crystalline ice or something. And even as recent as December 2014, I did a teaching on this, that in that mindset, the flood was caused maybe by like a comet or something hitting the Earth. Now, that right away is a violation of what the Scripture says, because Scripture says the fountains of the great deep were broken up first, and then the windows of heaven were opened. That whole theory required something to penetrate the canopy and impact the Earth. Okay, and then the other problem you have with that is it says that the sun, moon, and stars are in the firmament. We'll get to that on day 4. In, not the. In their model, the sun, moon, and stars are outside of the firmament. And so, I mean, that was huge for me, because I can't tell you how many times throughout the last 30 plus 40 years that I have taught that without ever seeing it, because I was bringing my own preconceived biases to the text, and so was Kent, and he recognized that the psalmist, probably David, talks about, I think it's Psalm 148, don't quote me on that, I'm not sure if that's the right address, but I think it is, that there's waters that be above the heavens, that the waters are still there. So, recognizing that, Kent says, well, there must be another crystalline firmament on the outside of the infinite universe, or, nearly infinite, or ever expanding, whatever you want to say, vastly huge star galaxy filled, billions and billions Carl Sagan universe, that there's another crystalline firmament out there. And then you have other people that said, well, we know there's 3 heavens. Paul's caught up to the 3rd heaven, so we hear all this stuff about 3 heavens. We see here that he called the firmament heaven. So there's 3 firmaments. I'm going, no, there's a firmament, the firmament. Have you dealt with all that kind of stuff too?
Oh yes, absolutely. And again, with the before, when I didn't understand biblical cosmology and trying to filter it through what I had as preconceived bias, understanding the heliocentric worldview, I didn't even recognize, and neither had I ever really examined what the firmament was in greater context. But in doing so, looking at the word rakia and how it implies that it was hammered and it's a solid structure, it was put in place by the Most High God to separate the waters above from the waters below. All of that forced me to reconsider. And like you, it most certainly was a trigger for me to understand biblical cosmology and to make sense of it in the way that I do now. So yeah, it was one of those things that really helped me to come around and forced me to have a paradigm shift. Yeah, massively huge. So, what do we got? 5 minutes or so before the break? 5 minutes. The Hebrew word is rakia, and it comes from another word, raka, that means to beat out, to pound, like to pound the ground, or to pound out layers of metal, for like the laver in the temple. And what I say, I'm like, look, how do you pound out air? How do you pound out gas, the vacuum of space? If you think the firmament is just the expanse, and that's the buzzword that even shockingly enough, the King James only crowd wants to latch onto. I'm like, you can't do that. If you're King James only, you don't have that luxury. You can't do that. You have to stick with firmament. And firmament comes from the Latin firmamentum, which comes from the Greek stereoma, which comes from the Hebrew rakia. So
that's what, I got a friend of mine, and one of these days we're going to do a show together. People have heard me talk about him for a number of years now. My friend Peter, who grew up in Greece and speaks Greek fluently, he's been looking through the scriptures from a Greek perspective and, looking at the language and going, wow, the translators have taken a lot of liberties over the years, in his opinion, with the Greek language. But he's the guy he's my go-to guy with anything Greek, and I love it because I never tell him why I'm asking the question. So he has no dog in the hunt. And so just out of the blue, I'll call him up, and one day I asked him the question. I said, dude, what is the word stereoma? And he immediately he proceeded to describe a solid base, a structure, everything he used was in reference to something hard, firm, strong, a base, And I said, so there's no way you could use that word to mean like air, gas, or the vacuum of space. He goes, no, absolutely not. Why? I said, well, because that's the Greek word that the Hebrew scholars chose when they took their Hebrew word rakia, from which we later get the word firmament, and they translated it into Greek as stereoma. So what is that saying to you? He's like, well, that thing's got to be hard then. I'm like, yep, sure does. So, I mean, and that's a frustrating thing to me with these Bible scholars, and that's in quotes now, is like they just refuse to see it. And then you have others who do recognize it and who are intellectually honest with the text, like Dr. Michael Heiser. He totally gets it, but then he rejects it. Like he'll build a massively awesome case from the ancient Near Eastern perspective, and he knows many different ancient Near Eastern languages. He's a Semitic language expert, knows Hebrew, all that stuff, and he makes a very articulate case for the fact that the Hebrews shared the same cosmological worldview as their neighbors, and that was of a circular enclosed world model set on pillars under a dome, within which the sun, moon, and stars were placed. But then at the end of it, he'll turn around and deny it and say, well, that's because they didn't have a scientific worldview, and now we do. And when I hear that now, I'm reminded of what Paul warned Timothy about science falsely so-called, which some believing that falsely so-called science have erred concerning the faith. And I just saw a video today that, again, I love the guy. He's a friend of mine. Lex Meyer put out a video, and he was talking about the truther movement in general. But in that discussion, he was talking about people who are making a big deal of the shape of the earth and saying it's all a distraction. We need to get back to the Word of God. And I'm like going, hello, we are. We're talking about the Word of God. The very thing you guys are not taking seriously. You're telling everybody we need to get back to the Word of God, trust it, believe what it says, walk in it. And yet here we are trying to do exactly that. And the vast majority of our brothers are ridiculing, mocking, and slandering us because of it. And I'm taking a stand against it now. I mean, I'm not backing down with these people. I'm like, look, it says what it says. You guys are the ones that aren't believing what it says. And if God the Creator can't get the front of his book right, why should I believe him for the rest of the book? That's the importance here, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm with you on that. And again, when you are honest and you look at the Greek and the Hebrew and the original context and the meanings of the words, it's undeniable unless you just are hard pressed against and unwilling to bend and simply will deny. And but if you are open minded and you're willing to allow the text to stand for itself, well, then you have to really accept something of what we.
Yeah. Now, right around the time that I was really diving into.
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? IO-Life is a 99% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to iolife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
Increases blood flow all over the body, and that means more energy and strength to take on the day with less aches and pains. 60 years of research has gone into chelation, and Angioprim is the result, a safe and easy way to unblock your veins and arteries from buildup that slow circulation.
Paging Dr. Jones, please report to the emergency room right away.
Log on now for a special radio offer from Angioprim. That's angioprim.com/radio. ANGIOPRIM. Angioprim.com/radio or call 877-882-7221. That's 877-882-7221.
Once in a decade, a true story comes along that remembers the future. After 6 Amazon bestsellers, I have completed the epic Birth Trilogy, a true story of Earth. By reading the Birth Trilogy, you will journey with the characters from the origin of Earth to its final destiny in a white-knuckle ride that combines the intrigue of Tom Clancy with the epic scope of Prometheus and Interstellar. You will learn more about the purpose of life, the mystery of death, and the true nature of your soul than you thought possible. The Birth Trilogy is now available on Amazon and Kindle. The audio version is a free bonus when you buy the paperback, so even if you're not a great reader, don't worry about it. I read it for you. Use the Amazon app today and buy the Birth Trilogy, spelled B-E-A-R-T-H, or search for my name. I'm Brooks Agnew.
No hate, no hype, no fear. RTFR, your protection from deception.
And in those days, there were giants in the land, and the sons of the angels of God looked upon the daughters of men and found them fair, and took of them wives, and their sons became of old great men of renown. So they have been mixing with us on a genetic level since the time of Enoch and Ezekiel's will.
Here on Earth, we're intrigued by the sun, moon, and stars, and imagine there's got to be planets like ours. So conceive of a face on the surface of Mars, so in need of a meaning and purpose we fall. And indeed, they believe that these might be our gods, or that maybe with time we'll do right and evolve, and eventually reach what they seek, and then solve all the problems of man. But they really don't know that they fall, and the works of our hands are but just filthy rags. So we travel the lands to dig up our past time, our lapses, and with it much of the facts. I'm imagine that gods came in and crashed and react to this way. They're so desperate.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully everything is better, and that whatever technical difficulties we had previously will have been cleared up. And how do I sound to you, brother?
Oh, you sound 100% better.
Oh, thank God. Praise
better.
God.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, wonderful. Well, good. I wanted to share something with you about, since we're talking about day 2, and I think it's a critical topic that we should spend some time on with regard to the firmament, because it is an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to biblical cosmology. And as we were speaking about previously, when you really open yourself to the possibility of what the text is describing as this solid structure, and that the firmament was placed, fixed to the circle of the earth that was inscribed upon the waters of the deep, that there are other passages also that speak of it coming down and being fastened to the earth, as we see being implied in Amos 9:6, talking about how the vaulted dome of the earth is fixed to the heavens, and that it breaches that gap between the heavens and the earth. But anyways, there's a passage here in what's called the Perk de Rabbi Eleazar that speaks about this second day creation of the firmament, and it says, "The hooks of the heavens are fixed in the waters of the ocean. The waters of the ocean are situated between the ends of the heavens and the ends of the earth. The ends of the heavens are spread out over the waters of the ocean, as it is said, who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters. The dome, or inside shape of the heavens, ascends upwards like a tub, that is to say, like a tent, which is spread out with its extremities fixed downwards, and its dome stretching upwards so that people can sit beneath it, and their feet stand on the earth, whilst all of them are inside the tent. And likewise are the heavens, their extremities are fixed downwards, and their dome stretches upwards, and all creatures dwell beneath them, as in a tent, as it is said, and he spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in," which, you and I are familiar with the Isaiah 40:22 passage, because he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, again, in my opinion, that's speaking about the Rakia, the firmament, because now, having studied this information, I know without a doubt that the Most High God is seated upon the vaulted dome of the earth, and what John describes as a sea of glass like unto crystal. All of these things make a lot more sense when you examine them with this idea again of the firmament being this solid structure placed upon and fitted to the circle of the earth. And so what did you think about this passage? I thought it was quite interesting.
Yeah, man, I was biting my tongue not to interrupt you, but wow, man, who was that? What was that reference?
It's from a book called The Perk, which I believe it means book, Pirke, de Rabbi, de Rabbi, Rabbi Eleazar. It's a book of commentary, much like the Chronicles of Jeremiah, which is one of the texts that I included when I did the parallel study on the first 4 days of the creation week. I took all of the references to the creation from the Book of Jubilees, Jasher, even the Chronicles of Jeremiah, the Book of the Secrets of Enoch, just different texts, and put them together with the King James, the Targum, and provided all of what they said to give people a better understanding of the creation week. And this is one that I studied after, but it is also a book of ancient commentary, and it dates very back in the ancient traditions. And I found especially this quote intriguing, especially since it speaks about the dome.
Oh yeah, I mean, talk about point blank. I mean,
right.
That is an incredible text.
Mm-hmm.
That's really, really cool. This is something else, is kind of a pet peeve of mine, is these people who want to say that it's poetic language.
Right.
I'm like, look, roses are red, violets are blue. You just heard poetry, yet it's still true. Okay, get it? Just because it may have some, and I would contest that it's not poetic language, but even if it was, it doesn't negate truth. Are you going to say that the Psalms are irrelevant? That the Psalms aren't true because it's poetic language? I mean, how far do we take this, right? And when you say figures of speech, or they're using a simile, like as a tent, if we're talking of metaphors, I'm like, well, yeah, a simile is similar. A metaphor should convey in the mind of the listener or the reader something at least remotely close to resembling whatever it is that you're trying to discuss. So when the author, Isaiah in this case, wrote that the heaven is like or as a tent, well, anybody who heard that thought of a structure set up over a flat surface.
Right.
Nobody thought of a spinning ball hurling around another ball at 666,000 miles per hour, or whatever, 67, whatever it is, 67, whatever the number is, around a sun that itself is going half a million miles through an hour through the galaxy,
Right.
Complete nonsense. And I started to say right before the break that, as I was just diving into all this stuff, and many people have heard me talk about this. There's numerous times where I'm throwing the towel. That's it. I'm done. Forget it. I can't go any further. This guy, Andy Hoy, contacts me out of the blue and sends me this pretty thick package in the mail, and it was like a 9x11 or 9x12 envelope, with a bunch of stuff in it. And, look, I'm busy. I get a lot of emails. Something that comes in that's more than a page or, a card.
Yes.
It goes in the, okay, I'll get to it later pile, which I unfortunately almost never get to. So it ended up going in that pile. My God, geez, this guy just sent me like... But it was a mutual friend, somebody that knew him and myself, that said, hey, Zen, did you get a package from a guy named Andy Hoy? I'm like, yeah, it doesn't sound familiar. And he kind of explained it to me a little bit more. I said, yeah, actually, I think I might have got something like that. He's like, dude, you need to go home, find it, read it. I'm like, okay. So I finally did, and when I opened it up and I see this 6-story high dome tent that Andy, who is a structural engineer, not a flat earther, at least not at the time. You'll have to ask him where he is now. But at the time when he did this thing, he was simply a Hebrew scholar who was an engineer who was in Israel. He was in Israel studying the tabernacle in the wilderness and studying biblical Hebrew. And he's looking at the text. Now, the Torah specifically says you cannot add to it and you cannot subtract from it. Like, that comes with a heavy penalty. It's a severe warning. And so Andy's looking at the descriptions given for the tabernacle, and Bezalel, who's the guy with, I think the other guy was a Holiab or something like that. These guys were charged with making the thing. And so he's reading the descriptions, and then he goes to look at you can find these models in various places throughout Israel, whether in museums or in some cases actually physical structures set up in the wilderness for examples, for people to check out. He says you always see this, long rectangular box with multiple layers of fabric laid on top of it, which actually makes no sense at all. Structurally, it's the least structurally sound thing you could build, a box like that. And with all those layers on top of each other, if it got wet, if it rained, you would have all kinds of issues with mold. And the Torah is very specific about, getting the mold out, and he's like, and plus the rough edges of the square box itself that these things are on, if it's windy, I mean, it's just, everything he was looking at is like, this is the most ridiculous structure ever, And, but then what caught his eye was he was seeing that, wait a minute, because it is not a structurally sound thing, people had to add extra poles and rope and tent pegs and, things outside of the itemized shopping list that God himself gave to Moses to give to Bezalel and his buddy. And so now Andy's going, wait a minute, we can't add to, we can't subtract from. And I'm seeing a whole lot of additions right here. And so he's like, what? And it really caused a problem for him, There was some major disconnect for him. So he starts looking at the text again, and there's a lot of textual real estate given to the description of the curtains. And he's looking at so the curtains are clearly important because there's a lot of description here. And it says connect the curtains at the ends. But it doesn't specify which end. And these are long rectangular strips, so everybody assumes, keyword, assumes, that you're connecting it at the long end. And when you do, you basically end up with a rectangular box. It's about the only thing that works. But the text doesn't demand that you connect it that way. It just says connect them at the end. So he's like, well, what if I connect them at the short ends? And when he did that, he ended up with a big circle as an outline, like a big circus tent, like a huge, dome-shaped circus tent. And now there's no more fabric overlaid on top of each other in a ridiculous fashion. Fabric's all being used to cover this huge dome thing. And when you think of the creator of the cosmos, creating something that's going to represent his house, so to speak, here on Earth with his people. That
Right.
little rectangular box is simply not that impressive. And I'm going to, here on YouTube, and I'm going to put up a screen share here. Everybody listening on the radio, you could go to project314.org. Project314.org is Andy's website. Right on the landing, on the homepage there, you'll see the typical layout of this rectangular box, in the wilderness. And if you scroll down, he's got this heading, but what if? And then just using the Hebrew text, not adding or subtracting anything from it, simply connecting the things slightly different than what the typical reconstruction of the tabernacle does, you end up with a 6-story high circular dome tent. And when he told me 6 stories high, at that time I had an office building where I had my seat office, and it had a parking garage that was 6 stories high. And so every day when I pulled into the parking garage, I'm looking at the height of that thing. And I did a bunch of tests up there, when I was looking into the moon and the eclipses and all kinds of stuff. I was regularly on that roof. And I looked down from the top of that roof. I'm going, that would have been an impressive sight.
Right.
To any of the, that thing would have been swallowed up and nobody would have seen it. When the Israelites were encamped around it, you'd see this sea of tents and maybe this little rectangular box peeking up over some of the top of the tents, depending on the angle you were looking at. But there would be no mistaking this thing. If this was in the center of the Hebrew camps, a 6-story high circular dome tent, somewhat translucent, looking like a glowing red eyeball in the middle of the desert, that would have been an impressive sight.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, I think that the Most High, having established the cosmology, that, Andy's work really, it added to what all of us were being led in discovery.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those of us like myself and yourself that opened ourselves to new possibility and really examined the text with open mind, and with trying to put away our indoctrination and our preconceived notions. And for a lot of people, that's the most difficult thing for them to do, is to overcome their own bias and their own indoctrination, and to really examine the text with new light and new possibility. And so that's the hardest thing. But I think Andy's work, and just for the listening audience, I recently spoke with Andy, and he's going to be coming on with us soon as well. And he's since written a book about and shared beautiful illustrations and really well done. So people should definitely check out his book. And I believe he's got some posters and illustrations as well. But yeah, his work was another one of those confirming witnesses in my mind as to what God was leading many of us to new discovery and to new revelation upon. And, and now we know this to be truth. And the simple thing of that, curvature is non-existent, that forces everybody to reconsider once you just learn that one simple fact. And the whole journey that you did in Chicago and confirming that, that was not a mirage, you and Rick Hummer, I mean, these kind of things, they add up, and it's just too much. And then myself being one that has looked at and examined many ancient manuscripts, many of which most people have never heard about, and even individuals like Flavius Josephus. He said this, the creation on the second day. After this, on the second day, he placed the heaven over the whole world, which in my mind is the dome that was just spoken about in the previous quote, and separated it from the other parts, and he determined it should stand by itself. He also placed a crystalline firmament round it and put it together in a manner agreeable to the earth, and fitted it for giving moisture and rain, and for affording the advantage of dews. And so, even Flavius Josephus, being an ancient historian, speaking about and understanding and knowing the Hebrew scriptures, he describes the same thing that we are all now trying to bring forth to those who would listen, which that still remains to be a small crowd, and most still are vehemently opposed to this information. And I know you receive a lot of criticism, as I do, on this topic, and a lot of people, like a lot of my listeners that listen to and hear the message of everything else that I talk about, but when I go into biblical cosmology, some of them will just, immediately shut it off. They won't even, they don't want to hear it, don't want to learn anything about it, and don't want to be informed in any manner as to this revelation. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I agree completely. And, for me, the timing, when you walk with God long enough, you start to realize that He speaks to each of us in ways that we can receive it, ways that we can discern that this is Him talking, And
right.
so the way He communicates with me is probably different from the way He communicates with you and others. For me, like, I need confirmation. Like, I'm a big lay the fleece out kind of guy, because I doubt a lot, and I'm always too in my head thinking about things and overthinking things, and oh brother, so is it me? Is it am I making this up, or is this really God? God, if it's you, please confirm it. And stuff like that. So He knows, maybe I'm a needy child, I guess you might say, but He knows that He needs to communicate certain ways with me, for me to be able to move on and to receive it, And so when I was going through that sort of spiritual mental crucible, trying to figure all this stuff out, and what does it all mean, and I can't keep going on like this, and yada yada yada. The timing of when I received that package from Andy Hoy,
right,
is not a coincidence. In fact, I was when I was doing a lot of theater, there was a roadie that was helping me load some trucks up one day, and the word coincidence came up in the conversation. He said, my mother always told me that coincidence is just God being anonymous. And I thought, like, dude, I'm going to remember that for the rest of my life.
I like that.
That's a brilliant statement. But yes, it's not a coincidence. This was like my uncle. There was a book called God Winks, and it's these serendipitous moments that where God just does something, that it's not a coincidence that He did it. And
supernatural,
it's supernatural. It's touched by an angel kind of episode kind of thing.
Right.
And my uncle, he's passed away since, but he had your typical classic Texas Southern drawl, and he's like, now that's a God wink right there. That's a God wink. That was truly a God wink for me. The timing of when I received Andy's deal, and it was right after I had created the 3D model that people have probably seen by now in my presentations and on my Testing the Globe website. When I created the Yahuwah Terrarium, I created that model in pieces from the inside out. So in fact, for the YouTube audience, I started using a 3D printer to make the thing. I've got this is a modular piece that has a base and has the circle of the Earth that goes into the base, and then a dome that goes on top of it. I got cutouts in the base for the pillars, and then the dome goes on top of it, and then the footstool of the Lord then is covered with water inside a larger box structure. And if you've seen the picture that I've done out there, so I had literally just created the 3D rendering of this thing that I later printed with a 3D printer when I got the package from Andy that almost just so happened to look exactly like what I just created,
Awesome.
And so that was part of what got Andy to contact me, because he had realized that one of the reasons it's Project 314, that's pi, right? So he had realized that the dimensions had a relationship to pi. So he's like, oh cool, in his mind is this confirms the globe. So he starts going online to look for copyright-free imagery of the globe that he could use in his materials. And so he starts doing some searches, and like any of us who starts doing that, you start seeing words like image, composite, CGI, stuff that's telling you what you're looking at. It's not real. It's not the real deal. And apparently, and I guess as I understand the story, in the Google search, my model was there as an image too. And he's like, "What is that?" And he looks at it. And he starts reading what I'm saying about Yahuwah's footstool, and at first he's like, "What is this?" And then he's looking at what I did, and he looks over at what he did, and he's like, "What?" So it's kind of a God wink for him too. The timing of when he was working on that project, and when I was getting to where I was with my research on it, on all of this. So he has since become a dear brother to me. He's a really good guy, a good friend. And an encourager, somebody who's called me on a number of times to give me a pep talk, help me along the way. But I think he's got a powerful revelation. And, look, he's getting hit all over the place, too, because there is that mindset that, no, the tabernacle in the wilderness is the rectangular box. That's the, so he's, but, I mean, as a structural engineer, as a biblical Hebrew scholar, he's got a rock-solid case, and I would just say to people who may be listening to this or watching us on YouTube right now, spend some time on this website. Go to project314.org, and I'm trying to think of what page it was. Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of stuff on Pi. Okay. There's a tab called Design, and then a drop-down menu, and the drop-down under Design is outside the box. And read, his thought process there as he's going through it and as he's putting a thing together. And when I just started looking at him, I'm like, man, this guy makes a lot of sense. Now does that mean Solomon's temple was also a big dome? He hasn't said yes or no, not that I'm aware of. I think he's trying to build a case maybe at the moment for what he's before he comes out on it, what he really thinks, but. I wouldn't be surprised, because we always read that after the Babylonian captivity, when they came back into the land, Ezra, Nehemiah, and those guys, they want to rebuild the temple, right? And they did. They built the second temple, but when everybody saw it, they wept because it wasn't the grandeur of the first temple.
Yes.
Right? Now we read that and we think, it just wasn't as fancy. Solomon had more gold and flair to it, Well, maybe that's true. Or maybe it was an entirely different structure. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, this gets people like Rico Cortez all riled up because the temple is like that's his wheelhouse. That's his whole ministry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a temple guy. That's like his entire ministry. So he is very offended by Andy's model. Does not
Oh my goodness.
I don't know that he's been hostile about it or anything like that, but he definitely doesn't agree with it. That much is for sure.
Well, just really quickly before we go to break, it's my opinion that, the second temple could no way relate or resemble the first, because Solomon utilized demons and fallen angels and having control. There was not even an iron tool used in the construction of that temple, but he had supernatural forces building and working on, like if you read the Testament of Solomon, and so the building by men and hands and tools could in no way equal the grandeur of the first temple. So just my opinion on that, but. Yeah, we'll be right back, everyone, for a second hour. We do appreciate all of you taking the time to be with us and listen to us. We are going through the Genesis timeline and the narrative of the creation week. We'll be right back. My guest is Rob Skiba.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the Sheeple virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, you can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
Complaint blocked civilian casualties. I'm Barbara Cusack. A whistleblower complaint has set off a struggle between Congress and the executive branch. Congresswoman Jackie Speier weighs in as the government's intelligence watchdog declined to discuss the substance of the complaint that reportedly concerned President Trump making a promise to a foreign leader.
The Director of National Intelligence is supposed to, shall is the word, shall transfer that information to the House and Senate intelligence committees, none of which took place.
The Washington Post now reports that its sources say the matter concerns Ukraine. Amid tensions over strikes on Saudi oil installations, Iran says its president and foreign minister have received visas from the United States to attend next week's UN General Assembly meeting in New York. The foreign minister is set to arrive Friday and President Rouhani on Monday. Over a dozen civilians were killed in a drone strike in eastern Afghanistan linked to U.S. forces. Correspondent Barbara Starr reports questions have been raised as to whether the Islamic State fighters targeted were taken out.
16 killed, 8 wounded, and what they simply don't know at this point is they were targeting ISIS, but is that who was killed? That's the point of the investigation. They're going to have to talk to local people out there, local leaders, and try and determine exactly what did happen.
As the number of vaping-related illnesses has risen, correspondent Joe Ramsey reports the Food and Drug Administration disclosed that its Office of Criminal Investigations is pursuing a probe into the supply chain.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says confirmed and probable cases have been reported in 38 states and 1 territory. The total number of vaping illnesses is now 530, up from 380 a week ago. 7 deaths have been reported. 3/4 of the cases are male, and 2/3 are between the ages of 18 and 34, first appearing in April.
Making for dangerous flooding in parts of Texas, the National Weather Service says Imelda is the 7th wettest tropical cyclone in the 48 contiguous states.
Wherever you are, make it Truth Frequency Radio.
And on the second day, God made the lower heaven and called it Rakia. That is to say, what is solid and fixed, or firmament. This he did that he might make known that the lower heaven doth not possess the nature of the heaven which is above it, and that it is different in appearance from that heaven which is above it. For the heaven above it is of fire. This is from the Cave of Treasures, and it's another one of those examples when you look at some of these parallel stories on the creation account that again the Rakia is solid and fixed, and even the word for firmament, firm, rigid, hard, all of those adjectives describe what we are speaking about with regard to the firmament. And we were talking about synchronicity and revelation and confirming witness, and so I wanted to, if you don't mind, to get you to share the story of when you were talking with Rick Hummer, and he had mentioned and brought forth his information about some of his school notes. I believe it was from 6th grade, or because this was what I witnessed and how that was all captured in video. That was, in my mind, another confirming witness to all of us that are studying and opening ourselves to the possibility of God, really, that you guys are on the right path.
Yeah, sure. People are saying your microphone's low again. You're not quite as... I could still hear you, but your level was really low, and it's starting to sound kind of fuzzy like it was before. You weren't cutting in and out, but just so whatever... If you were able to fix it, you might, just so you're aware of it. In the meantime, well, I was going through one of many difficult days back, in 2015, dealing with this whole research and the flack and people going psycho on me every day and losing support and just all the trouble that we were having at that time. And so Rick was trying to encourage me, and I'm like, dude, I just got to go, man. I'm out of here. Save it. Bye. So I hung up on him, and he was just so frustrated. He's like, oh, man, he was bummed out, that his friend he couldn't do anything to help his friend. So, right after he got off the phone with me, he looked outside and saw a box that he had gotten from, I think it was grandmother's attic or something. And the reason he had pulled that box down is because he knew there were some action figures in it that he was going to give to his daughter to play with. And so he's like, okay, well, I'll go out there and open it up. And anyway, he opens the box up, and right on top of the box was a folder from one of his courses in high school. And he opens it up, and it was I think it was a geography lesson or something. And he's like, what? First of all, what's this even doing in here? And this is the page I turned to. And so he gets the phone out just to tell me of the serendipity of that. That he was like, dude, he was sending me a message like, dude, we just got off the phone. The first thing I see here, and the first question on the page that he turned to said, what were early ideas of the shape of the earth? And so he had just read it to himself, got his phone out to retell the story to me about what had just happened with him. And he gets to the page, and when he says, look at this, he's like, and it says, what was early thoughts on the shape of the earth or whatever, and he had written in his pen or pencil or whatever, it was flat. And the moment he said that, there was a loud clap of thunder and lightning, and it was a clear day, as I understand it. And it freaked him out, and his daughter was actually sitting right next to him, and she's like, lightning! And you can hear her, you can even hear her, on the phone. And so, for him, because he had been praying too, he's like, he was new to all this. I had just introduced him to the topic. And, he was like, what's the deal, Father? If this is real, show me. And so he took that as a sign that this was the God wink for him. And, I heard his story, and it was, certainly intriguing. But that happened to him. It didn't happen to me, I was going to have to go on a longer journey, unfortunately.
Right. Well, I'm hoping the mic is better. I'm not sure what
it's better
keeps happening. Okay, good. Thank God. All right, but the reason I had you bring up that particular story is because I also had previous in my lifetime that same experience happened to me, and it was on a day where it was absolutely clear, sunny. I was in deliberation, and I was, basically not asking God for a sign, but deliberating in similar manner just over my experience and my belief in God. And that happened to me, and without a doubt, I knew immediately that was the Most High. Mm-hmm. And so that particular experience that happened there to Rick, and that was caught on video, took me back and reminded me of that experience that had happened to me previously as well. And I know that God speaks through the creation in such manner that he has the power to use lightning and the wind, the voice of many waters, that he speaks through his creation as well. And that is one of the ways that he has communicated with me, is through nature and through the creation. That particular experience was very deeply profound for me, as it, was rattling for Rick and his daughter, and I think a lot of, people that have watched and seen and how all that unfolded. I mean, in my opinion, it's undeniable that that there was something divine and supernatural to that whole occurrence. And for anybody that, again, has experienced that in similarity, I mean, without a doubt, sends chills up my spine.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like, I never had any of these types of, like, multiple confirming witness type experiences when I was talking about the cosmos and trying to make the Bible fit the model that we've all been taught. It wasn't until I started I finally prayed and said, okay, Father, you show me what the text is saying. I mean, and this is an intentional prayer, because we all, whether we know it or not, are bringing preconceived bias to the text. We all have it, and so, I mean, for me, I was very much aware of it and was like very fervent in my prayer. Please, just, Father, get me out of the way so I can hear your Holy Spirit show me what this text is saying,
Right.
When I did that, I mean, these are all the crazy. I mean, yes, 2015, 16 were difficult years, man. They were rough. But
oh, no doubt.
During that time, I had lots of those things. I mean, Rick had that lightning thing. I had the Andy Hoy thing and other things. Just lots of different things. People coming along out of nowhere with encouragement or even a check to take us into the next month. When a way was made where we didn't feel like there was any way. Booking that trip to go across Lake Michigan when we did. It took over a year to get that trip together, to get the funds for it, to get our schedules lined up for it, and to get a boat captain to do it, and even the day that we did it, Rick had, as I understand it, he had another guy lined up, and at the last minute, the guy had already pulled out, and about the time that I'm landing the airplane, I'm in the airplane, and, I'd already spent all this money to fly up there and, take the time off and hotel and rental car and all that stuff, and we don't have a boat. So, like, Rick, one of these days I might get around to finishing the full story. It's like over an hour long video that I started a long time ago, never finished it, but because we interviewed people and there are lots of things that happened. But the guy that we did get, that was a very last minute thing. He turned out to be super cool. But the real thing was, we pulled out of the dock like 47 miles away, looked out, even without the Nikon Coolpix P900, looked out across, and there's Chicago, like boom, there's right there. I didn't even need my camera to see it. And Tony, the boat captain, is like, man, this never happens. Like, I mean, we had a clear sight of the city from the moment we pulled out of the dock until we got to within 5 or 10 miles from it, and decided to turn around because he had to get back for other things, but and we had accomplished everything we needed to. So, I mean, just lots of I mean, I could take all night. That's going to take us off topic, but all night, just sharing these things. So this said, and while all that was happening, while I'm having all these God winks, I'm having these just crazy responses from people that, like, just sweet, loving, otherwise very laid back people were going bat crap crazy, insane,
right.
Like psychotically insane in front of me, just at the thought of me looking into this, and I'm like, whoa, what is happening? That's what led me to early on believe that, okay, there is a spiritual stronghold here that the enemy doesn't like being exposed. Because it manifests like you wouldn't believe. And then there's other times where, I was just doing simple tests and coming up with, in my mind, profound revelation from these simple tests that anybody could do with, like, $10 worth of arts and crafts from Walmart, that explain things on a flat plane just as easily and with their science. You got the weatherman going to an optics professor to see if he was correct in saying that what you're seeing here is a mirage with the Chicago skyline, and the optics professor said, well, technically, no, it's more looming. And then they go to explain looming, and in the process of doing that, they say, the atmosphere is acting like a lens. Well, why is that? Because the atmosphere is full of moisture. And when you got zillions of convex balls of water that make up the atmosphere, when you combine them together, what do you think you get? You get a huge convex lens, which is a magnifying glass. And so once I realized that, you get the magnifying sheet out, start doing some tests. I'm like, what? And then I go on Stellarium, which is spinning heliocentric globe-based software, trying to figure out how the 24-hour sun works in Antarctica, and inadvertently end up seeing how the sun and move over the flat Earth from their model,
Right.
And I'm like, well, how do they explain how the sun speeds up and slows down? This is spinning heliocentric globe-based software is showing the sun speeding up and slowing down at the exact time that it should speed up and slow down if it's moving over the circle of the Earth and contracting and expanding its circuit. I don't know how they explained it on the globe model, but it certainly made a lot of sense to me on the circle model. So I was like, okay, Father, this is amazing. And to one of your early points that you made, just I think right before the break, you were talking about King Solomon's temple being built by Nephilim. And that was a huge revelation for me also. I had come to the same conclusion a number of years ago. Back in 2011, people go to BabylonRisingBlog.com. That website represents an entire year of blogging. That was just like 2011 was just brain dump every day. And if you scroll down the left-hand menu, you see a link called Concerned with Saturn. And the CERN is capped in the concern because it deals with the CERN Hadron Collider. Well, if you click on that page and you get about halfway, three-quarters of the way down, I show you in 1 Kings chapter 9, it says that there were still some people living in the land who were not Israelites, including Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. These were descendants of the nations who the people of Israel had not completely destroyed. They were commanded to utterly destroy these people during the campaign of Joshua. And they failed to get them all. And even David failed to get them all. So this is the time of Solomon. And it says, so Solomon conscripted them for his labor force. And they serve as a labor force to this day. And what's more is that's in 1 Kings chapter 9. 1 Kings chapter 10 says that the money that was being brought in to support the construction, they yearly received 666 talents of gold. That's 1 Kings chapter 10:14. I'm like, what? Here's this. What? Here's this. The most holy temple, right? I mean, the Temple of Solomon, built by Nephilim with 666 talents of gold every year being brought in for it.
Right.
I'm going.
Yeah,
now all of a sudden it starts clicking in my head. Why? Okay, well that's why the Freemasons love this thing so much, because they're like all about the temple, right?
Right.
Their people built it. So I was like, well, what the heck made this thing holy then? And the only thing in my mind that made that thing holy was, at least at that time, Solomon, his heart was in the right place.
Yes.
Later he goes way off. But, David wasn't allowed to build this thing. So it passed. This was his father's dream, Solomon's father, David. And so he takes up the task to start doing it. And, the people that he hires to do it is like very suspect. And the way that he did it's very suspect. But after he did it, he prays this beautiful prayer of dedication. And this is my paraphrase totally. I could be totally off, totally wrong, but this is my interpretation of it, is that God looks at what Solomon had done in fulfillment of the promise for David, what he wanted to do. And I kind of see God going, okay, bro, all right, you did what your father wanted done. I appreciate it. Your prayer, that's pretty awesome. I'll tell you what, dude, if you walk in my ways and do my statutes, I will put my name on this thing that you've constructed. And that's the only thing in my mind that made it holy, is Father said, I'm going to put my name on this thing, and I will bless you. And then there's the caveat. But if you don't walk in my ways, then I'm going to take my name off this thing, and all the consequences and all that's going to happen afterwards, which we certainly see takes place later. So to me, the building itself, there's nothing holy about that thing.
Right.
And if you keep reading on that blog, I talk about the 72 Goetic demons, the Lesser Key of Solomon, the Testament of Solomon, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, how that was all tied in, and how he had hired what was it, Hiram, to build the thing. It's like, jeez. So, I don't know. I mean, for me, that could be an argument that it was built something other than the dome tent. Considering the people who were involved. So
right.
I could honestly go either way with it. I'm waiting to hear what Andy comes up with.
Yeah, I would be interested to see what he says as well, because in examining, as far as the way that you have the outer, then the inner sanctum, and then you have the Holy of Holies, and also the way that Noah's Ark was built with these 3 different levels, and then the wilderness tabernacle in the same manner, it, in my opinion, represents what we see of the cosmology, with the first 2 heavens below the firmament, and then the 3rd heaven being the place like the Holy of Holies, where the presence of the Most High God is, that sits above the vaulted dome of the earth. It seems to represent that cosmology and the way that God has established it. And so in the book that I wrote, Flat Earth as Key to Decrypt the Book of Enoch, I speak about those divisions with each one of those structures, but it would be really interesting to see what Andy comes up with as far as, him being a structural engineer and all that with regard to Solomon's temple, because his reconstruction of the wilderness tabernacle, Moshe's wilderness tabernacle, and being dome shaped, it would make sense to me. But again, what really was it in representation of, and like you said, was it skewed in some manner because of the labor force and even the demons' involvement and the Nephilim, and I mean, it would be intriguing to see.
Well, and if Andy's model is correct, there are the other curtains on the inside for the Holy of Holies that had the cherubim on them, right? And so, obviously, if it's a circular dome tent, then the Holy of Holies is in the center of the highest part of the dome. Right. So you have these really long, tubular curtains, creating like a tube within which the Holy of Holies would be, right? Which, visually speaking, that makes a lot more sense to me than the little compartment in the back of the rectangular box.
Right.
So I started thinking, well, geez, if that model's correct, and Moses, if that model's correct, then I believe Moses was, it says that he was shown things in the heavenlies that he was to emulate here on earth. So it's like whatever he saw, he was given a blueprint to emulate that. So if that's the case, then the circular dome tent that Andy designed would be the earthly representation of this thing that we're living in.
Exactly. Exactly.
And so then, geographically speaking, the curtains around the Holy of Holies could be the what we call the Aurora Borealis, or the Northern Lights. Is we get this wavy curtain looking, and I've seen those before. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but I
haven't.
It's a spectacular sight. It's actually kind of a funny story. I was working a job up at Fort Kent, Maine, way up in northern Maine, and between gigs we would go out canoeing, and there were lots of forking rivers that went all over the place. So we went out and we got lost. And we're in the middle of nowhere, northern Maine, woodland, and we had no idea where we were. And the water, it starts getting dark, and the water starts speeding up, and we start hearing,
oh no,
and we're like, and I mean, we're starting to speed up, and we're slamming into rocks and stuff, and like, this is not good, we don't know what's ahead, but and they're like caribou and bear and stuff on the land, so we're like, geez, and we're in the middle of nowhere. So we end up seeing a lone street light in the distance, and we're like, head for the light. So we headed for the light, and it was like a boat ramp. And so we pulled all our boats up there. Now I was low man on the totem pole, right? So everybody else is like, okay, we're gonna go into town and see if we can get a ride back. You know, you watch the gear, Skiba. You know, I'm like, okay. So I'm sitting there by myself, and I had just seen a news report where I think it was Clinton had just signed a 7-year peace treaty with Israel, the Oslo Accords, I think it was, or something like that. And so, at that time, I was a pre-tribber and all this stuff. I'm like, oh, this is it, 7-year peace treaty, right? So I was a pre-tribber, convinced that I just saw the signing of the 7-year peace treaty on the news like a couple of days ago. And I'm sitting there by myself in the dark, and I'm looking up at the sky, and it's like a zillion stars, right? And all of a sudden, the sky rips open. It's like, it didn't make that sound, but in my head it did, Yeah. And all of a sudden, these like green and blue and magenta, like neon color looking wavy things like Venetian blinds start going. And I had never seen that before, and I didn't think you could see the northern lights, that far south. I thought you had to be further north into Canada or whatever. So I'm seeing them. Now I'm thinking that's the sky ripping open, right? This is the rapture. I swear to you, this is true. That was like, this is it, and while I'm having this rapturous moment, the guys that got a ride, and the truck pulls in behind me, and I didn't hear it because of the river. And when the lights of the truck pulled in, it illuminated there was a fog that had settled about 2 feet over the river in front of me. And when the lights hit it, it was like a perfect layer of cloud. And I thought,
I've been pulled out.
And like I started stepping out like I'm going to step out on the cloud. I thought I had this vision I was going to go fly up like Superman, but maybe we ride up in a cloud. Okay, that's cool, right? So like I'm totally in the moment. I'm stepping out on the cloud, right? Of course, hitting the water, And then I hear, Skiba, what the F and what the hell? What are you doing? Oh, nothing.
Oh man, that's funny.
It's one of these stories that sticks with you. But now. Yeah. I have that story in my head, and I remember it so vividly. And when I saw Andy's model and started thinking about the curtains like that, I'm going, wow. And then when you started talking about Mount Meru and the sides of the north and all that stuff right there, I'm going, wow, Andy's model just makes so much sense. And I would encourage people to look into it. I do want to show something else here, though. How much time we have before the break? About 3 minutes?
Minute 30.
Minute 30. Okay, well, we have confirming witnesses. We've already showed you that rakia from raka, beaten down metal strips, that the Hebrew word signifies solid. The Hebrew scholars took their Hebrew text, translated it into Greek, got stereoma, which is even more adamant that we're talking about a solid structure. And then Jerome comes along later, and Latin comes up with firm, amentum, from which we later get firmament. In every case, the word indicates something hard, solid structure. The word itself, the definitions of the words. But we have confirming witnesses to that in Job 37:18, and you can look in multiple translations.
Yes.
King Jimmy says, "Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong as a molten looking glass?" Other ones say, spread out the skies hard as a cast metal mirror. Bronze mirror, cast mirror, bronze. Multiple translations talking about a hard structure, reflective hard structure. And then another confirming witness in Proverbs 8:28, where it says, "When he made firm the skies above." This thing is firm. It's a hard structure with multiple confirming witnesses. And you were the one that, when I did this, I think one of our first interviews, that pointed out Amos 9:6. And maybe that's a good place to stop here before we go to break. But come back and talk about that, because I think Amos 9:6 is a huge deal and worth diving into.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And we'll pick it up right there when we return. And Bill, I'll answer your question on the other side of break. We'll be right back, everyone, for final segment.
The reviews for Extendivite are amazing. Here are some from Amazon by Christine. Great for heart palpitations. by Ann. Before I started using this product, every afternoon, my ankles and my hands would be swollen. That doesn't happen anymore. So if that part of their advertising is true, I have to assume that the rest of it is also. Not to mention that when I had my yearly blood test, only a few weeks after beginning to use this product, my cholesterol had dropped over 30 points. I'm going to continue to take it. By Croc, I love this product. It really works. By Brad, works great, thank you. Tell us your story. Get your Extendivite today. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
If you have hard water, the Lime Scale not only leaves white spots, it clogs pipes and breaks down appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars in energy and wear. Eliminate Lime Scale and other water issues like brown staining and bad odors with HydroCare water products, available from Wave Home Solutions. Wave's affordable water systems don't use salts or chemicals. You'll love the way your water tastes, smells, and looks. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, go to bestwater123.com. That's bestwater123.com.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Jim Ram, retired. In early 2012, I was facing a laundry list of chronic health conditions that my physician was telling me were incurable. I knew there had to be a better way, and I learned how I could reverse every one of my ailments with science-based, clinically verified medical nutrition. In just a few months, I was able to reverse high blood pressure, gastric reflux, sleep apnea, arthritis, degenerative disc disease, heart arrhythmia, AFib, and many more. And I've lost over 70 pounds and kept it off. Now I'm hosting a radio program that's dedicated to helping my listeners do the same. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, if you're sick of being used as an ATM by your doctor, then you'll want to tune into the Your DIY Health radio program here on Truth Frequency Radio every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern and 6 to 8 a.m. Pacific.
Real people, real radio. Wherever you are, make it TFR. Truth Frequency Radio.
All right, welcome back, everybody, for final segment. Bill asks in the chat room, is the Book of Enoch the sealed-up book for this generation, or is there another book of prophecy? Well, definitely the Book of Enoch, as it makes mention of in the first chapter, was wrote for a remote and distant generation, and I do believe that we are that generation, and that we're seeing the unfoldment of the Joel 2 and Acts, where God promised to pour out his Spirit upon all flesh. That I believe a lot of the collections and a lot of the ancient manuscripts which have been lost and forbidden and forgotten are coming to light again, and a lot of that has to do with the access that we have through the internet and people posting, and a lot of these ancient manuscripts, digitized copies being rendered and made of these collections, which have been protected in large part by certain groups and certain monasteries, certain peoples, that there's ongoing efforts worldwide from different individuals to digitize and make digitized copies of a lot of these ancient texts. And in doing so, they are coming to the forefront and being made available to the public in a way that has never, previously that we've had that kind of access. And so I do absolutely believe that, a lot of knowledge is coming to light. And yes, the Book of Enoch is part of that fulfillment, but I believe that others are also part of that revelation, and that the book that we put together, the Great Commission 3 on the end time apocalypses, and most of those texts the public have never heard about, all of these apocalyptic texts that are specific to the end times, that that is part of that collection and that revealing. Rob, would you care to comment on that, and then we'll move into Amos 9:6?
Well, yeah, I'm a big. That's why we're doing the show. This is a lead into the Book of Enoch. So I'm
right.
It's going to take us a long time to get there, I think. But after we get through Genesis 6, we'll jump into the Book of Enoch. But yeah, right off the bat, the first chapter, the first verse, the first chapter of the Book of Enoch says, "This is not for this generation, but for a future generation who will live in the day of tribulation." And the timing, it's been around for a while, but then we find, I think there was 6 copies of the Book of Enoch in Cave 4 alone of the Dead Sea Scrolls. This was a very popular text for that community. And I think I was actually thinking about this earlier today as we're going through the Book of Enoch. One of the things I'd like to do while we're doing it is to make correlations to the canonized text from verses that we read in Enoch, because I started doing that a long time ago. Is as I was reading something in the Book of Enoch, I said, "Oh, that's this," or there's a parallel to that in this scripture right here from the canonized text, and just kind of go through that to show how clearly the authors of Scripture were very much aware of and heavily influenced by that book, and I think we'd be foolish to write it off, in my opinion.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, especially when you consider that things like the biblical cosmology and the fact that Enoch spends 14 chapters in the book on the courses of the heavenly luminaries describing the motions of the sun, the moon, the stars, the wandering stars, and there's not one passage or verse attributed to the motion of the earth, because there is no motion to the earth, is confirmation of exactly what the Bible reveals. There's 5 passages which specifically declare that the earth is fixed and motionless and stationary. And so, yeah, these kind of things. And as I show in my book, that when you really apply what Enoch describes as these motions, as you also brought it forth in the Stellarium, that, I believe Enoch was shown exactly what you were led to revelation on using Stellarium, that he saw that exact motion of the sun, speeding up and slowing down as it moves back and forth between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, creating the seasons and the elongation of the day and the night, and then the shortening of them. That's exactly what Enoch describes with the motions of the sun and the moon through the 6 gates of heaven, as I share in Decryption within that book. So yeah, I do absolutely look forward to getting into that. And but we'll go into Amos 9:6 now, because I think this passage also shows and affirms why it is that we should study all accounts when examining a particular passage or a particular verse. Because for those that are, the King James only crowd, in looking at this particular passage in Amos 9:6, you miss the context of what is captured in other translations. And specifically, I'll read the verse in the King James that says, "It is he that buildeth his stories in the heaven, and hath founded his troop in the earth. He that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is his name." In the NASB, it translates it as this: "The one who builds his upper chambers in the heavens, and has founded his vaulted dome over the earth. He who calls for the waters of the sea, and pours them out on the face of the earth. The Lord is his name." Well, I spent an entire chapter on this particular verse in my 10th book, The Vaulted Dome, Firmament, the Vaulted Dome of the Earth. And this was a critical passage for me, because in examining and looking at, because you have to really tie it together in context to the verse that precedes it in order to really understand the fullness of why it is that I believe it should be translated vaulted dome over the earth rather than troop. And looking at those words and looking at the definitions for that word aguda, which is the one that is translated as vaulted dome, when you look at the independent definitions, the verse, the definitions are band, binding, cords, bands, thongs, metaphorical of slavery, a bunch of hyssop, a band of men, troops, and the vault of the heavens, the firmament, binding the earth to the heavens. And so reconsidering that and really examining that, it's my opinion that that whole verse is describing again how it is that the heavens through the vaulted dome are bound to the earth, and that they form, you know, what we see again even in the structure of the wilderness tabernacle, what Andy brought forth as this dome-like structure, that it's showing the unit, that, you know, they dwell under the tent. He sitteth upon the circle of the earth, that the heavens spread out as a curtain above, they form together a tent. And so it's like the foundation of the earth, the heavens spread out above it, they form this dome-like tent, and they make a unit. And so, you know, again, understanding it in that manner, it would make sense why this verse would be translated vaulted dome, and because it shows the symmetry of that particular unit and its connections to the heaven, the earth, and the heavens being bound together by the vaulted dome of the earth. And so I thought that was, you know, very interesting, and something that you and I, when we talked about it previously, it was a revelation to all of us.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it was huge. Because, you know, I grew up in a King James only environment. I myself am not King James only, but, you know, all my go-to verses, you know, my memory verses and all that are in King James. So,
right.
You know, I was used to troop, and, you know, as a result, that went completely over my head, just completely missed it. And you were the first that I heard talk about it. I'm like, what? So I went and looked, and right now I have up on the screen for people who are watching this on YouTube numerous English translations. You can go to BibleHub.com, Bible.cc, and just punch up Amos 9:6 and look at all the different English translations. You know, and they're talking about that he's founded the heaven, the vault of heaven on the earth. He set the foundation of heaven on the earth. And what was intriguing to me is not only did numerous English translations say that, but Bible Hub has even other foreign languages on there. So you could look at Chinese and Russian and, you know, all kinds of different languages are on there. So what I did was I went through those different languages and copied and pasted them into Google Translate, which, granted, is not always 100% accurate, but, you know, it's still a reasonably good tool to, you know, at least take a look at. And when I did that, I mean, it was even more emphatic in some of the other languages, you know. shockingly. So if you haven't done that, you might want to even check that out. Just like go to Bible.cc and look up that verse and look at the foreign languages, and then copy paste them in Amos 9:6 into Google Translate and see what you get. But when I understood that the word is a tightly knit unit, it's something bound together. I can understand why the King James translators, coming off of the Copernican revolution, by the way, may have looked at that and missed it because of, again, we all bring preconceived biases to the text, right? So, I mean, and I would say that probably extends even to translators. I mean, they're not perfect either. And, I'm sure these are godly men who took time to pray as they were doing the translations. I have no doubt of that. But when I looked at the word troop, I was in the Army, and I was in C Troop versus 110th Air Cav. Well, what was it? It's a troop is a tightly knit unit of men, a band of brothers, as they say, right? So, I understand that it's talking about knitting together. But what I was missing is that the context is here. He has built the upper chambers of heaven, and he's knit that to the earth. He's bound it to the earth. And the other English translators, and again the other foreign language translators, they got it. They understood it. And I was like, wow, that's just crazy right there, because then it starts to make sense where it talks about when it talks about the heavens shaking, the earth is shaking. When the earth is shaking, the heavens are shaking. Well, why? Because they're connected. That's why they're shaking. And then all of a sudden, I'll bring something else up here. Psalm 19. If you go to Psalm 19, this is a perfect correlation to what we're talking about, day 2 of creation, Genesis chapter 1. It says, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. The firmament shows his handiwork. So when you just write the firmament off and say that it's just an expanse of air, gas, and the vacuum of space, you are the very thing that declares the handiwork of God, you are nullifying. You are turning it into nothing. This thing declares his glory and shows his handiwork. If you're just going to say it's nothing, it's air, gas, and the vacuum of space, now the counter argument with that would be, well, no, have you ever looked up in the sky? Look at the grandeur of the universe and the galaxies and the stars and all that, yeah, but it's the firmament that we're talking about here. So what you are imagining doesn't work, and that thing's connected to the earth. It's a physical hard structure. By confirming witnesses and by definitions of the words themselves, it is a firm hard structure. And Amos just told you that firm hard structure is connected to the earth. And then David comes along here and said, well, actually David probably precedes Amos, but anyway, all of the biblical authors are writing in the context of what has come before. So they don't contradict each other. They build upon what the other person said. Isaiah is one of the last guys, if not the last guy, to write about the cosmology. So anything that he's talking about, spread out the heavens like a tent and circle of the earth, he's writing in the context of what Solomon knew, what David knew, what Job knew, what Moses knew, what Amos knew, all these people. So day unto day, verse 2, Psalm 19, verse 2, day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle, an enclosed structure for the sun. He set a tabernacle, an enclosed structure for the sun. Again, another metaphor here, which is as, simile, a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, rejoicing as a strong man to run a race. So the sun's moving, not the earth. The sun, his going forth, is from the end of heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. Question to those of you who don't believe what we're talking about here, how does this verse work? For you that believe in the Copernican model and the spinning heliocentric globular earth model, how does that work for you? It doesn't. There's no way you can make that work. You'd have to put on one heck of a tap dancing mental gymnastic yoga trick to make that work. It's just not going to happen. And when it says that the circuit is from one end of the heaven to the other, well, the heaven's connected to the earth. Yes. With a dome, if it's a dome, then it presumably gets shallower as you get closer to the edges. So as that sun's moving out on its outer circuit, it literally is going to the ends of the heaven, and working its way back on a circuit. It's running a race. How can you make that fit if the sun is just in the a wing of the Milky Way galaxy in the backwater section of the universe, how is the sun going from one end of heaven to the other?
Right, exactly.
How does that work? It can't work.
Right, and then again, when we get to it on day 4, the sun wasn't even established and created or placed into the tabernacle, the firmament, until the 4th day of creation. And the earth, for all those that believe in the whole planetary accretion model, which they say that the sun came to being first and then spinning in orbit all of these dust globs that came to form planets, and that these planets are still in orbit around the sun, that model doesn't work, because the earth was already here. And then the firmament fitted to the circle of the earth, that's where the sun and the luminaries and the moon were placed in tabernacle and hold their circuit, which is exactly what Enoch describes. Again, the motions are attributed to the moon, the sun, the luminaries, the wandering stars, and not to the earth. And you can't explain those things. Even like the story of the sun and the moon being stopped in Joshua's long day.
Right.
I mean, how do you get around that? Yeah. And then the sun going back 10 degrees in Isaiah.
Yeah.
It's not the earth that is being moved in order to shift the sun. It's the sun. And it clearly in the scriptures it tells us, even the word shamash, which is, the word that in the Hebrew that comes for the sun, it describes rapidly moving. It's one of the definitions for it. And so it shows that even the word for it describes its motion. And so these are things that, because there are people even in the chat room now, they believe anything to do with, flat earth or biblical cosmology is just ludicrous, but you can't explain all of these things that we've just brought forth without examining with open mind those considerations. And it only makes sense when you understand it in the manner that we, hesitantly, very hesitantly, and unwillingly were brought to acceptance upon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have another confirming witness in the book of Enoch, chapter 89, where there's a vision given of the coming flood. And it says, beginning in verse 2, "And again I raised mine eyes toward heaven and saw a lofty roof with 7 water torrents thereon, and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were opened on the surface of that great enclosure, and that water began to swell and rise upon the surface, and I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness, the mist increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together until I saw how they sank and were swallowed up and perished in that water." I mean, you want to talk about a slant. When I read this, I was like, what? Enoch is a slam dunk for the circular enclosed world biblical cosmology model. I mean, how can you look at that and not see, and I would parallel that with Genesis chapter 7. It says, "And the windows of heaven were opened."
Right.
Well, windows are something set in solid structures.
Yes,
walls.
Exactly.
So how in the world do you, I've got a picture up on the screen right now, which one makes more sense, right? The spinning ball, where's the windows? Where's the enclosure, right, that these texts are talking about? I mean, it doesn't work.
Right. I'll read that verse that I read, just a portion of it earlier from the Perk de Rabbi Eliezer, where it says, "The dome, or inside shape of the heavens, ascends upwards like a tub, that is to say, like a tent, which is spread out with its extremities fixed downwards, and its dome stretching upwards so that people can sit beneath it, and their feet stand on the earth, whilst all of them are inside the tent. And likewise are the heavens. Their extremities are fixed downwards, and their dome stretches upwards, and all creatures dwell beneath them as in a tent, as it is said, and he spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in.
Man.
And so, I mean, yeah, when you find these examples, even Flavius Josephus, all of what we talked about, with regards to the second day of creation, the rakia, the firmament, stereoma. I mean, again, you cannot deny these things. And then once we get to day 4, the luminaries being established and given circuit and established in the tabernacle of the firmament, it's, in my opinion, undeniable.
Absolutely, and I know we're going to run out of time pretty quick here, so I'm going to sum up, my take on it with the PowerPoint slide from my presentation, where for me the firmament is truly the key to this whole thing. If you want to figure out what creation is all about, you got to do an in-depth study of the firmament. It's what seals the deal in more ways than one. Pardon the pun, right? Unquestionably,
Right.
the thing is hard. Job 37:18, firm. Proverbs 8:28, supporting the waters above, Genesis 1:6-8, and Psalm 148:4. It's attached to the earth, Amos 9:6, within which Yahuwah placed the sun, moon, and stars, Genesis 1:14-19, and Psalm 19:1-6, and upon which his throne sits, Ezekiel 1:26, Isaiah 66:1. Clearly, this is a very important issue to Yahuwah, Psalm 19:1. The only model that accommodates every aspect of the firmament is the circular enclosed world model. The only way around this is to grossly misrepresent the scriptures, yanking the true meaning of the words used out of context and fantasizing about definitions for those words, which are not even remotely supported by the text or the historical context in which the scriptures were written. The firmament, man, guys, if you want to understand cosmology, you got to spend some time looking at the firmament. If you're going to call yourself a Bible scholar, start there. In my opinion.
And if you're going to really believe the Word of God, then take some time to look up the original context of the words that are found in these passages, and to get a conceptualization of what the ancient Hebrews believed themselves. And again, undeniable. And we were hesitant, unwilling for a very long time when first confronted and asked to do this research. And I know a lot of the people out there that are still unsure are as well. But very well said, brother. I think you summed it up in great manner. 2 minutes, so final comment?
Yeah, I just... it took an entire day for God to do the firmament. When I was thinking about life, as we get to the later days of creation, when he starts creating animals and birds and fish and eventually humans, he in some of these cases he took entire days to make these life forms. And it doesn't take much research to look at the vast diversity of all life, whether we're talking plant life, birds, fish, land animals, even the diversity in people, right? Like, there's tremendous detail in the creation of life, and some of those creations took an entire day. Well, put that into perspective. It took the entire day for God to create the firmament.
Yes.
Like, this is a serious deal.
Right.
And when I start looking at the historical record, after Admiral Byrd, went down there for Operation High Jump and Deep Freeze, and then immediately the United States and Russia start launching high-altitude nuclear bombs into the sky, and we called our side of it Project Fishbowl. Project Fishbowl, which is part of Operation Dominic, and Pastor Cressman out in Lubbock said, yeah, look up the name Dominic. And when we looked up the name Dominic, and it's a Latin name that means of the Lord. So, like, we literally called our mission the Fishbowl of the Lord, and we're launching high-altitude nukes into the sky after the Admiral Byrd expedition down there for Operation Deep Freeze, which brought about the Antarctic Treaty and all kinds of other things. And then, very shortly thereafter, we've got NASA, DARPA, created at the same time NASA was. Crazy.
Yes. We'll go into it more. I'll be on Rob's show next week, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and please keep an open mind. God bless all of you. Shalom. Good night, brother.
Good night, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Be blessed all.
17 states are suing to block the Trump administration rules weakening the Endangered Species Act, including California, whose Attorney General is Javier Becerra.
Now is the time to strengthen our planet's biodiversity, not to destroy it. But instead of choosing to protect these species, the Trump administration has decided to backslide on long-standing regulatory protections implementing the Endangered Species Act.
Peloton Interactive, the U.S. fitness startup known for on-demand workout programs on its exercise bikes, raised $1.16 billion in its initial public offering after pricing shares at the top end of its target range. I'm Barbara Cusack.
You must unite what has been set asunder.
We are TFR, Truth Frequency Radio.
And hello and welcome to the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, and I'm excited to be joined by my friend Zen Garcia. Once again, we're going to pick up where we left off in our quest for truth regarding the book of Genesis, and we will eventually be getting into the book of Enoch as well. Zen, are you there?
I am, brother. Always a pleasure to be here with you, and looking forward to getting into the text.
Yeah, right on. So you just finished a show. I saw on your Facebook page you were diving into the issue of removing the word of the Lord. You want to talk a little bit about that real quick?
Yeah. I covered 39 out of 50 instances today. But as I had mentioned in the last show that we did, there are 217 instances where you have the phrase, the word of the Lord, found in the Pentateuch, in the Aramaic translation of the Hebrew Torah. And when you get to the Greek and also to the English, the modern English versions, there's only 11 instances found in the entire 5 books of the Pentateuch. And so it makes you wonder as to how and why it was that, these 206 other instances of the word of the Lord being spoken of in the Aramaic, how they just all of a sudden disappeared. Certainly it would be weird to accidentally have that many translations just, become eradicated somehow. It, in my opinion, shows that there's organized effort behind removing and hiding the relationship of Christ as the word of the Lord with the early patriarchs. And the instances that I read from and detailed in this particular show have and show instances where the word of the Lord was interacting with Adam and also Abraham, Isaac, Isaac, and then Jacob and Joseph and Moshe. And so all throughout, and the covenant, even the father in establishing covenant with Abraham, he does so in the name of the word of the Lord.
Wow.
And so
you're talking in Genesis 15?
Yes, Genesis 15, right.
Wow.
And also the word of the Lord is cited by even Abimelech in speaking about Abraham when he took Sarah, when Abraham was told in a dream to declare that Sarah was his sister, and both Pharaoh and Abimelech tried to take her as wife, and then they had curses come upon them, and Abimelech recognized and was told in a dream to have Abraham pray for him, and he did so, and he spoke of how Abraham's helper was the word of the Lord, and he recognized that. And so they also knew and were very much aware that the word of the Lord, the Son of God, Yeshua, Savior Messiah, that he was in covenant with Abraham, and that he was not only his helper but also his protector. And so these kind of things are excluded again from the other translations, and those that have heard me speak about and cover the Aramaic and the Palestinian Targums, that there's a lot of information which is excluded for whatever reason. That reading the Targum, and it's the oldest version, it's the first translation of the Hebrew Torah into a different language, and it dates back to the exile, the Nebuchadnezzar diaspora, the 70 years where they were in bondage in Babylon, the recreation of the Holy Temple and the reestablishment of worship there, the Jews and the Hebrews and the Israelites returning to the Holy Land. They translated the Hebrew into the Aramaic because they no longer spoke, and it was mostly a scholarly language and reserved for the priestly class. But in doing regular worship, they had to translate the Hebrew into Aramaic anyways, and so this translation was authorized then, and it precedes the Greek Septuagint by 200 to 150 years. And so it's an interesting translation, rendition of the scriptures to examine, because again, those that do so will find a lot of information included within it that seems to be excluded from the other translations. And a lot of people believe that this is all just commentary, but I am not one of those at all, because in examining the other parallel descriptions of the creation accounts and the different ancient manuscripts like the Pirkei Rabbi Eleazar, the Chronicles of Jeremiel, the Cave of Treasures, the Book of the Bee, you will find a lot of information that is contained in the Aramaic Targums that are also found in these other translations. And when we get into speaking about even the Creation Week, I'll share some examples of that, and then people can get confirmation as to what I'm speaking about. But I had sent you previously a couple of shows that I did on even the Targum translation of the Psalms, and how, again, there are numerous dozens, if not hundreds of times, instances where the word of the Lord, again, is removed from the context of the scriptures. And you see this also in the Targum of Isaiah, which we know that Isaiah, even in the King James, is prophetic and messianic, and describes numerous passages which are specific to and were fulfilled by Yahushua when he came into flesh incarnation, and then throughout his lifetime, different instances and different events that happened to him were fulfilled as prophesied by Isaiah. And so reading the Targum, the Aramaic versions of those passages as well, a lot of really incredible information comes forward, connecting the word of the Lord to the end of the end times and the great and terrible day of the Lord, and how it is that the word of the Lord will be, even at the end of days, the one that brings forth the wrath of God, and on those that are the tares and those that are not written into the books of life. And so those kind of things are very interesting to study as well.
Wow, that's fascinating, man. And so if anybody wanted to hear that whole show, that wasn't here on TFR, right? That was on your other network. How can people
that's
listen to
Revolution Radio. They can go to if you have to sign up for the archives, but they are just $4.95 a month. But I will be releasing it on YouTube as well within, well, my son actually does all that now, and he's pretty quick, so probably 2 or 3 days, and that will be available on our YouTube channel, Zen Garcia and Endeavor Freedom. And so I do recommend people listen to those. But the other shows, you can look up Word of the Lord Removed, or from translation from the Targums, and also from, the Targum of Psalms and also the Targum of Isaiah. And what we'll do to make it easier for people to find is we'll create a playlist where all these shows are found, and people can go listen to it verse by verse, chapter by chapter, and pull up their King James and see how the text varies from what they are used to, and then go and study it for yourselves. There are a number of Targums available online. Sometimes they can be difficult to find, but we do have those available at sacredwordpublishing.com as well for people that are interested. And I know that also the Targum, for whatever reason, they are mostly only printed in hardback, and some of the books can be difficult and expensive to find, but we do try to make them available as cheaply as possible so more people can study and examine and read them and become familiar with this area of study.
That's fantastic. All right, man. Well, speaking of the King James, we have been doing our study reading from the King James, and we did 2 shows so far, one on my channel and one on yours. This is our 3rd one. And so far we've been been getting as far as the completion of a day,
right,
for each of the days of creation. So hopefully we'll just keep on that pattern. That seems like a good pattern so far. So we've done day 1, day 1 in episode 1, day 2 episode 2, and here we are in episode 3. And so we finished off in verse 8, and we will begin tonight in verse 9. For those who are watching on YouTube, I'm going to bring up my PowerPoint on that, and we will continue in verse 9, so I'll go ahead and read it. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 3rd day. And my question going into this is, how did the dry land appear? You want to take that first?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I've got a very interesting text that, again, I'm going to be reading from these different parallel accounts that I shared with you. The Chronicles of Jeremiel, the Perkti, Rabbi Eleazar, the Targum, because in doing this parallel study where you examine the creation account from these different multiple versions, it gives you greater insight into the details of what occurred. And so I think you're going to be interested in this. I'll read the Targum first, because it fits right along mostly with what the King James says, but when we get to these other versions, you're really going to be interested, because it mentions the land as being a plain, and in one rendition it even speaks of it as being flat. So it's going to be interesting. It says this in the Targum: "And the Lord said, let the lower waters which remain under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and the earth be dried, that the land may be visible. And it was so. And the Lord called the dry land the earth, and the place of the assemblage of the waters called he the seas. And the Lord saw that it was good. And the Lord said, let the earth increase the grassy herb whose seed seedeth, and the fruit tree making fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so, and the earth produced grasses and herbage, whose seed seedeth, and the tree making fruit after its kind. And the Lord saw that it was good, and it was evening, and it was morning, the third day. So this is the one that is of most interest to me, and I think you'll understand why, and the listeners as well. This is from the Perk de Rabbi Eleazar. It's chapter 5. It's the gathering of the waters. It says this: On the third day, all the earth was flat like a plain, and the waters covered the surface of all the earth. When the word of the Almighty was uttered, let the waters be gathered together. The mountains and the hills arose from the ends of the earth, and they were scattered over the surface of all the earth. And the valleys were formed over the inner parts of the earth, and the waters were rolled together and gathered into the valleys, as it is said. And the gathering together of the waters he called the seas. Forthwith the waters became proud, and they arose to cover the earth, as at first when the Holy One, blessed be he, rebuked them and subdued them and placed them beneath the soles of his feet, and measured them, I gotta go to the next page, with the hollow of his hand, that they should neither decrease nor increase. He made the sand as the boundary of the sea, just like a man who makes a fence for his vineyard. When they rise and see the sand before them, they return to their former place. As it is said, Fear ye not me, saith the Lord. Will ye not tremble at my presence, which have placed the sand for the bound of the sea? Before the waters were gathered together, the depths were created. These are the depths which are beneath the earth. For the earth is spread upon the water like a ship which floats in the midst of the sea. So likewise is the earth spread out over the water, as it is said to him that spread forth the earth above the waters. He opened the entrances to the Garden of Eden, because thence were planted upon the face of all the earth all kinds of trees, yielding fruit according to their kind, and all kinds of herbs and grass thereof. And in them was seed, as it is said, wherein is the seed thereof upon the earth. He prepared a table for the creatures. That's interesting too. Whilst as yet they were not created. As it is said, thou preparest the table before me. All the fountains arise from the depths to give water to all creatures. Rabbi Joshua said, the diameter of the earth is equal to a journey of 60 years, and one of the depths which is near to Gehenna bubbles with water and produces water for the delight of the sons of man. Rabbi Jehuda said, once every month ducks rise from the depths to irrigate the face of all the earth. As it is said, and there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. The clouds caused the seas to hear the sound of their water spouts, and the seas caused the depths to hear, and the deep calls to the deep to bring up waters to give them to the clouds. Almost done. As it is said, calleth unto deep at the sound of thy waterspouts. The clouds draw water from the depths. As it is said, he causeth the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. And in every place where the king commands them, there they cause rain to fall. And forthwith the earth becomes fruitful and yields produce like a widow who becomes pregnant through debauchery. But when the Holy One, blessed be he, desires to bless the produce of the earth and to give provision to the creatures, he opens the good treasuries in heaven and sends rain upon the earth, namely the fructifying rain, and forthwith the earth becomes fruitful, like a bride who conceives from her first husband, and produces offspring of blessing, as it is said, the Lord shall open unto thee his good treasury. the heaven. And so that's the fullness of the day 3 from the Pirkei Rabbi Eliezer.
Can you read the first couple of sentences again of that?
Yeah, sure. Let me go to the top here.
That's the one that said it just comes right out and says it was a flat plane.
Right. Yeah. It says, on the 3rd day, all the earth was flat like a plain, and the waters covered the surface of all the earth. And when the word of the Almighty was uttered, let the waters be gathered together. The mountains and hills arose, and it says here, first from the ends of the earth. So, we have that ring around, and so it lifting up, it drove the waters inwards, because it's like a basin, like a bathtub.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's going to be interesting because we're getting ready to go to a break probably, 6 minutes from now, so we won't have a whole lot of time to get into it on this segment. And then the next one, I want to get into the whole, the circle of the earth and how that came to be. So that being the case, it started from the outside of the ring inward. It sounded
right.
Like. Just like as if somebody was carving into something else, a circle.
Yeah, inscribed a circle upon the waters of the deep.
And
then it's also in other versions, which we'll get to when we come back from break, it says that the dry land was elevated above the sea level, which makes sense because everything was covered by water before then. And it was all, according to what we had talked about in the first day, where the earth became without form and void, being destroyed as a deserted wasteland and as indistinguishable ruin, that it was done so with water and that it was completely covered, and then the dry land here on the 3rd day being elevated above that water, and then then it dried out and became a place of habitation for the creatures of the land.
Wow. And how far back does that text date to?
We'll look it up while during the break.
Okay.
But pretty far back. I don't remember exactly, but we'll pull it up and see what kind of information we can find on it.
Okay, so we're going right now from the English King James Bible translation, but what Zen was reading was from an ancient commentary by a Jewish Hebrew author talking about that. And before that, what were you reading from before that? Was it the Aramaic Targum?
Yeah, the Targum, yes.
On Genesis, day 3 of creation. Wow. Okay. Well, let's see here. We got 4 minutes. Well, maybe we'll go ahead and tease it, I suppose, here. I'll go to the monitor for those who are on YouTube, and we'll continue here. In my PowerPoint, I asked, how did the dry land appear? Well, we've got a number of texts that start to describe how the dry land appeared, like Job 38, verse 4, where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? So foundations were being laid. I don't know how you spin that off into a core.
Right.
Whereupon are their foundations thereof fastened, or who laid the cornerstone thereof? These are all terms that anybody who was listening to Job or reading this in ancient times, or even if you just read it today, would paint in somebody's mind the idea of laying something down on a flat surface. Foundations and a cornerstone, not building a core and expanding with things outward from there. And by the way, just as an aside in that regard, people, we've only dug down 8 miles. That's as far as we've ever gotten. We can't go any deeper. They've tried. They've tried. Both the United States and Russia both had a dig race. Everybody talks about the space race, right? Well, they had a dig race too. And that only just fairly recently ended. They just we can't go any deeper. 8 miles down. That's as far as we've been. And yet every textbook that we've seen in school shows all kinds of layers going right down to the core. We even know what the core is made of. Guys, we have been fooled by artwork. There's no proof of any of that. If you want to talk about science, like true science, not scientism or science falsely so called, then science should be observable, repeatable, testable. We've only been able to dig 8 miles down, folks. 8 miles. So all those pretty pictures we've seen in the textbook are garbage. And by the way, not only are they so arrogant to say that we know what the core of the Earth looks like, they think they know what the core of Mars looks like. Jupiter, the sun, like everything else out there. We've only got 8 miles on this rock. We've never dug anything into these other rocks, you know. So it's total garbage, pure speculation, and yet it's passed off as fact in our science books. And that's what we're taking a stand against here. We claim to be Bible-believing Christians. Well, if we're going to claim to be Bible-believing Christians, then that means we got to believe what the Bible says. And it says that he laid foundations. Foundations were laid. And we see another text like 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 8, that he has pillars of the earth. The pillars of the earth are the Lord's, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, and he hath set the world upon them. The world is set upon pillars. The psalmist said, 102:25, of old thou hast laid the foundation of the earth. And this is where we get to the inscribed part, is Proverbs 8:27. I'm going to read from the ESV here. When he established the heavens, I was there. When he inscribed a circle on the face of the deep. Now, when you look in King James, it says he set a compass on the face of the deep. And I like to kind of make a joke out of that. It's like, well, what's he talking about here? You know, is there water with a face on it? I got a little happy face with a drawing compass set on top of it. You know, is this what he's talking about? Set a compass on the face of the deep? No, that's just old English. And I think the ESV helps us out here, saying that he inscribed a circle on the face of the deep. In King James, Job 26:10, he hath compassed the waters with bounds. ESV helps us out again, describing the same event. He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters. Now, we talked about in previous shows that there is no face to space, and there is no face to a ball. You only have a face on a flat surface. This is the circle that Isaiah is referring to in Isaiah 40:22. When I first got into this, everybody was throwing Isaiah 40:22 at me. Now, to be fair, right, I've used that same scripture myself. See, even them, they knew it was a ball. No, you know, that was my own cognitive dissonance back then. So we're going to break. We'll come back, talk some more.
The reviews for Extendivite are amazing. Here are some from Amazon. September 2018. Extendivite works in keeping my blood pressure in the normal range. I've been using Extendivite for many years now. May 2018. Great product. I use regularly and I rarely get sick. March 2018. This product has relieved what appeared to be angina pain in my chest and shortness of breath after climbing stairs. I'm quite happy about it. February 2018. My husband, son, and I have been using this product for a few months now, and we have noticed an improvement in our joints and blood pressure. Tell us your story. Get Extendivite today. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendivite.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies in a capsule.
It's a great product. And the one thing I like about it the most is that when you open the bottles, you can smell like the scent of the fruits and veggies. It's no genius thing to it. It's really just fruits and veggies, which everyone needs. And you guys kind of put it in a way where you can take it easy and you can get it, and it's natural, and that's what I like about it. You know, I like the product, and I've taken it, and it's definitely made me feel a lot better. You know, I'm a healthy person to begin with, but it's definitely good prevention, and it's definitely gives me energy, and I feel like it's a natural thing. I like it. I really do.
For a limited time, use discount code TALK to receive a 50% discount on your first preferred whole health system and have it shipped to you free. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Again, use discount code TALK.
He was the deputy director of MI6, Britain's most senior diplomat. He was knighted by the Queen and in charge of thousands of highly trained spies. But he was also a member of the Paedophile Information Exchange. He had 45 diaries full of sex fantasies with children. His friend was the private secretary of Margaret Thatcher. He strangled a child and hit another with his car. He raped young boys and organized orgies with children for other politicians.
The Enigma Channel, intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
You're listening to the Truth Frequency Radio Network.
No hate, no hype, no fear.
We're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, and I'm talking with my guest, Zen Garcia, and we are going through the book of Genesis. In this case, we are talking about day 3 of creation. During the break, I was just taking a look at the chat room. Somebody was asking me a question about my headset. It's funny you should say that. I just posted something on Facebook today about that. When I came on TFR, there was sort of a requirement for a certain level of quality and some suggestions for equipment and stuff to get, and I didn't really have the money to get everything that was needed at the time. So believe it or not, this is like a $10 Logitech headset. I actually posted this on my Facebook page today. Many people ask me about my audio setup and what I use to do my radio show and podcasts and stuff, and this is a Logitech headset microphone. I have a Behringer ZenX 302 USB mixer and a $7 1/8-inch splitter. So for less than $80, I got a system that sounds every bit as good as the more expensive systems out there that people tend to have to do shows like this. So if you are of the mindset that you would like to start a podcast or something like that, well, this is what I'm using. This is all you need to get going. All right, so let's get back to the text here. We're talking about the circle of the earth before the break. And yeah, so I, like many people, have said, see, circle, globe. Nope, you can't do that. Interestingly enough, Isaiah is actually the only author of Scripture who used the word for ball. So he actually knows the difference, and he used the word for ball in Isaiah 20, I think it's 22:18 or 20:18, something like that. Yeah, so before he talks about the earth, he talks about the circle. He talks about a ball before he talks about the earth. So if he meant to describe the earth as a globe, he had the word to use, but he didn't. And we have to understand that Isaiah is one of the last guys to be writing about this. And, of course, this being the cosmology and, the earth and its place in the cosmology. Now, Isaiah is also writing in the context of all the people who came before him, who he would have been well familiar with, because he had this in his quote-unquote Bible. They didn't have an actual Bible, but they had scrolls that they would read from. And, they certainly would have been familiar with the writings of Solomon and David and Job and definitely Moses. And so Isaiah is writing in the context of those who came before him. And in this case, as you can see on my screen here, if you're watching on YouTube, Job talked about inscribing a circle on the face of the waters, and Solomon talked about set a compass on the face of the waters. This is the context in which Isaiah is writing about the circle of the earth. Now, what's interesting about the word inscribed, That's the Hebrew word kalkek. I never know how you pronounce it, so forgive me if I butchered it, but I think it's kalkek, something like that. But it means to cut into something, to inscribe, to chisel into stone, like the Ten Commandments are cut into stone. All right? It was cut into something. Now, what I always ask people, I say, what happens to water when it freezes? Well, it becomes hard. It becomes, when water's frozen, it becomes hard. Well, Job helps us out again to understand this. In Job 38:30 in the ESV, it says, the water became hard like stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. The face of the deep is frozen. It's hard. That's the context in which Solomon said, well, he inscribed a circle on the hard face of the deep. And what Zen was just telling us a little while ago is that, the outside appeared first. Well, that's what you might expect to see happen if you got this big finger carving into the hard surface of the face of the deep that became like stone. And I simply ask people out there, look, how do you inscribe a ball into the face of space? How does that work? Comments, Zen.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are great things, especially when, again, you look at these ancient texts and inscribed upon the waters of the deep, a circle. And, we talked about also how in previous shows we talked about how the whole thing of the square and compass, I believe that's related to how the circle was inscribed upon what is a square, and that the earth is, it has this square shape, has these four corners as is mentioned in scripture, but it was this circle that was inscribed upon this cube. And that's why we see, even the Freemasons have this whole symbology of the square and compass. I believe it's significant to that, and that they are hiding, as they do in plain sight on the flag of the United Nations, the Earth situated in this azimuthal equidistant projection map, which, of course, there's nothing perfect with any of the maps right now, but I do believe that it does reflect how the orientation of the Earth is, and also with the way that Enoch describes the movement of the luminaries. It would make sense that, according to Psalms 19, that if the sun is moving in this circle around Polaris, which absolutely I believe that all of the luminaries are moving in motion around Polaris and not the sun, that the outer edge where the sun's rays do not reach or do not stay for a very long period of time, that outer circle is where the ice would be and would be gathered. And that's exactly what we see of Antarctica when you look at the topography, that there are miles and miles of ice and mountains of ice built upon one another, whereas the Arctic, it's completely different. And it's because of the motions, as also you brought forth in looking at the stellarium, that the sun moves slower as it reaches the Tropic of Cancer, and that it is moving in such slow revolution then that it creates a huge meltdown of the Arctic and creates what is the mating season for all of the animals and all of the grasses and the trees and the bushes. Everything blooms and begins to grow, and it has built into that particular season. Even the ice melts, the waters flow, the mushrooms grow, the grasses appear, everything feeds and mates and spawns, and all of that is completely different. The wide diversity of life that is found in the Arctic, and even the fact that humans have populated the Arctic for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and you don't see this replicated in the Arctic, and there's very few creatures that live there on a constant basis. And even the wind and the way that the sun moves when it reaches the outer circle of the Tropic of Capricorn, it is moving speedily, and so it doesn't linger to where it would cause the meltdown that we see occurring in the Arctic. And so I believe that's why we see, the circle of the Earth inscribed, and that the waters in the interior are melted, whereas the outer edge, which is, it's the perfect structure for God to have established it this way, because those mountains of ice keep everything contained, and all of the seas, and as it says, we see that in several places within scriptures, it describes, I believe, this outer edge, and how this is the ends of the earth where the waters are contained and rolled back and held in check. And we can talk about some of those verses as well.
Yeah, sort of along the same lines, I know you've done some stuff regarding, and I forget the passage, I believe it's in Job 38 also. I don't have it here in my PowerPoint slide, but where he turns the earth like a seal. As if
inscribed,
it's Can you talk to that a bit? The passage, like a signet ring.
Yeah, I forget exactly the passage, but it talks about how God pressed the topography of the earth into like a signet ring, the way that all the kings and pharaohs, they used their ring and pressed it into the wax to create that seal, and to represent, when they sent letters forward and all that it would be sealed by this wax and pressed with their signet ring, that God created the earth. It's described in that particular passage. I think it's like Job 38. I forget exactly what verse, but people should be familiar with it. But just a couple of verses with regard to the outer rim, which I believe that the Most High is describing, again, this ice wall. And you read this also, Proverbs 8, it says, when he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth. And we also see in this particular verse, or who shut up the sea with doors when it brake forth as it had issued out of the womb, when I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness as a swaddling for it, and break up for it my decreed place, and set bars and doors, and said, hitherto shalt thou come, but no further, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed. And then in Psalms 104 it says, who laid the foundations of the earth that it should not be removed forever? Thou coverest it with the deep as with a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. At thy rebuke they fled. At the voice of thy thunder they hasted away. They go up by the mountains. They go down by the valleys unto the place which thou hast founded for them. Thou hast set a bound that they may not pass over, that they turn not again to cover the earth. And I think this passage also fits in line with what we read, where the ends of the earth are raised first, because drove the waters inward and gathered them together as sea within the inside of the earth. And so, and then the outer rim of the dry land being elevated in that manner, not only would it contain the waves and give them the boundaries, but it would also force all the waters to rush down in valley towards the interior. And so that, again, all of these verses seem to make more sense once you consider the creation account as we are describing it.
Yeah, while you were talking, I looked it up. That verse, it talks about, and it is Job 38. In 13, it says, Job 38:13, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. Actually, let me see if I can go back. Verse 14. It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. It's talking about the earth here. See, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. And I looked it up on BibleHub.com, multiple languages. The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. It's a signet ring, like if you think about, or a seal for like a document, where they'll pour some wax on a document and take a circular seal of the king's, crest or whatever, and press it down on there. The earth takes shape like clay pressed beneath a seal. Over and over and over again, various translations saying the same thing. Looking it up in the Hebrew, it would say that it takes on form like clay under a seal. And what's the word for seal? Yeah, okay. So if you look up the under a seal, that's Strong's number 2368. 2368 is a signet ring. So, did God just take his signet ring, press it down, and turn it, to inscribe a circle? That's what it looks like. I mean, if we're going to take it literally and what it says, people want to say it's all poetry, and I talked about this last week. Look, roses are red, violets are blue. You just heard poetry, and yet it's still true. Just because it may be spoken in poetic language, and I would contest that it's not. It's just a statement of fact. Because Job 38, it's like God just got through listening to Job and his buddies trying to wax eloquent, and he's like, all right, guys, shut up. Here's the deal. Sit down.
Right.
Where were you when I did this, that, and the other thing? And he lays the record straight. I mean, if you want to talk about cosmology, Job 38 is a good place to start. Just read the whole chapter.
Mm-hmm.
It's talking about a circle. And I'll go back to the PowerPoint for those who are on YouTube checking it out. The Hebrew word used there is hug. I think that's how you say it. Hug. I think it's like you got to get that kind of phlegmy hug sound. Both the noun and the verb is to make a circle. Now, some people out there want to say that could be used to mean circuit. That Doug Hamp was one of them. He said that the circle of the earth is the orbit of the earth.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like raising my hand in the back of the room, going, "Show me where the Earth's in orbit."
Yeah, right.
We're still where the Earth is in orbit around the sun. Sun doesn't even show up till day 4. We haven't even got there yet. Earth's already in place doing its thing, and nothing. There's like 67 scriptures. We'll talk about that when we get to day 4. That talk about the motion of the heavenly luminaries. There are zero scriptures talking about the Earth in motion. In fact, we see over and over and over again that it's not in motion. It's stationary. It's still, it's not moving. While doing my research, I found some really good articles by other people who have looked into this. Now, these other people are not flat earthers. They are academics who are just looking at the text, and I applaud them for being intellectually honest with the text. It's something I can't say for most creationists these days. They are not being intellectually honest with the text. At least when it comes to cosmology. They want to get real, detailed and literal when it comes to evolution, and days are days, not eons of time and whatnot, and man was created in the image and likeness of God, not evolved, and, want to get real specific about other things in creation. But when it comes to the earth, they want to buy monkey man science, in the cosmology that we've all been told. But people who have studied the scriptures, who have a clear understanding of the ancient Near Eastern languages, not just Hebrew, but certainly Hebrew in the case of Scripture, are looking at the text, being intellectually honest with the text, and just saying, look, guys, you can't get a spinning ball. You can't get a ball at all out of this word. And here's one individual, Dr. Robert J. Schneider from Berea College. He was writing for the American Scientific Affiliation, and he said, he's talking about the Septuagint, Okay, he says the history of the formation of the Septuagint is largely lost, and we do not know if the prophets were translated in Alexandria as the Torah was in the 3rd century BC. But if they were, and if the translators were familiar with the concept of a spherical earth taught at the Musion of Alexandria, of course, this would have been right around the time of Eratosthenes, because he was like 200 BC, I believe, something like that, and Pythagoras before him. So this would have been something that was just beginning to catch on. You got to, first of all, for 4,000 years, you go across the whole world. Everybody had an idea, you know, some shapes vary, but of an enclosed world system. Okay, everybody believed that for 4,000 years. Then you got this mystic Pythagoras and this mathematician Eratosthenes, who, by the way, his experiment works just as well on a flat Earth with a moving sun as it does with a stationary sun and a spherical Earth. It works just as well. You got to know these were the crazy people. When they showed up, everybody else believed in a flat enclosed world system, and these guys showed up as, we think it's a ball. Okay, they were the crazy people back then. But Dr. Schneider says, you know, at this time, by the time the Septuagint was written, you know, this was beginning to catch on, you know, amongst the so-called scientific elite there. He says, now, if they were, if the text like Isaiah was translated around the same time as the Torah, about the same time that people were talking about a spherical earth in the Musion of Alexandria, then the center of Greek science, they give no hint of it in their translation of Hug. There's no hint of it when they translated the Hebrew into Greek that they were of the same understanding. And he says a circle is no more a sphere in Scripture than it is in geometry. Looking at these usages together, now this is Dr. Snyder saying, he says, I am hard put to see how anyone could justify rendering Hug in Isaiah 40:22 as sphericity. The earliest translations of these scriptures bear this out. In the Septuagint, the translators render the nominal and verbal forms of Hug in every case with the Greek gyros for the noun, circle or ring, which they use in Isaiah 40:22a, or gyru to make or inscribe a circle when it's using the verb form. Gyros or gyru does not mean sphere, and in fact nowhere in any Greek recension of the Hebrew Scriptures will one find the proper word sphera used in this context at all. So this is where some of the early translations are really important to consider. And this is one of the reasons why I love the Septuagint, because people say, like Dr. Robertson Jennis used this argument, that the Hebrews had a very limited vocabulary, something like 8,000 words. And so his contention was they didn't have a word for sphere. And I'm going to contest that in a minute. I'm going to show that he's wrong about that. But let's say he's right. Okay, let's for the sake of argument say they didn't have a word for sphere or ball or globe, and so they didn't have that word in Hebrew. Well, when the Hebrew scholars who also knew Greek were taking the time to take their Hebrew text and translate it into the Greek, well, the Greek had a much bigger vocabulary to choose from, and if their understanding of Hug was a sphere, they had the Greek word to use for that, sphera, but they didn't. They used gyros, noun, circle, and gyru to make a circle. Okay, so it doesn't bear that out in the Greek. And Jerome, same thing. When it came to the Latin Vulgate, he's like, there's no way you can translate this word from Hebrew or Greek into Latin to mean globe, sphere, ball. You know, so he was intellectually honest, and the King James translators were too when they chose the word circle. But let's look at the argument of that. Well, they didn't have a word for a ball. Well, yeah, they did. In Isaiah 22:18, kudur is the Hebrew word used there. Now you could go to Google. Just go on Google and to use Google Translate and type the word ball into the English window, and on the right side choose Hebrew for the translation, and it's going to render the same Hebrew word that Isaiah used, kudur. Okay, you could type in sphere in the English, and it's going to render the same word in Hebrew, kudur. So they had an understanding of that. Now, here's where it gets kind of interesting. If you take the Hebrew word, just copy and paste the Hebrew word from the biblical narrative, kudur, and change the parameters so that the Google Translate has the Hebrew on the left, type or paste the word kudur into the Hebrew window, and then in the English window, it's going to pop up ball, bullet, sphere, pill, scoop, globe, round of ammunition, cartridge, slug. Okay, so yeah, sorry guys, they did have the word back then and even today. And Isaiah knew the difference. I say the King James translators knew the difference. Do we know the difference? Now some people say, well, God's out in space and he's looking down at the globe, and so the globe from space looks like a circle. Well, that might work if you were looking at the earth from the sun. Yeah, sure, maybe. But if you're looking down from the north on the globe, you get a half circle. You don't get a full circle. It doesn't work. Sorry. And Dr. Schneider continues. He says, while the writers, typically creationists, assert that the Hebrew hug, I shall use hug, he had different spellings there, of Isaiah 40:22a means sphericity, they provide no lexicological support. They also assume that Job 26:7 refers to empty space. It's where it hangs the earth on nothing. That is the modern concept of physical astronomical space. Some proponents are primarily concerned with refuting the canard, as Sarfardi is one of the people that would say this, that the earth teaches a flat earth. And Schneider continues. He says, St. Jerome, the early Latin church's master linguist and Bible translator, in his commentary on Isaiah, Jerome, who is regarded by critics today as a competent and careful scholar, specifically rejected the notion that in this verse the prophet is referring to a spherical earth. He goes on to say, the preponderance of philological evidence and the translations of ancient scholars and modern experts alike provide overwhelming testimony that Isaiah 40:22a does not refer to a spherical earth. There is simply no warrant for Eastman, Sarfati, and Morris, and I'll say, what's his name, Danny Faulkner, Kent Hovind, or anybody else out there, I'll just add a few more creationists there, to declare, contrary to its plain sense and in violation of its semantic domain, that hug literally means sphericity. They have read the earth's sphericity into the text, not out of it. And one should not read meanings into biblical texts that are not there in order to make them conform to modern scientific knowledge. And to that I say a massively big, huge amen.
Amen.
You know, and I'm guilty of it. I did the same thing. You know, I brought my own preconceived bias to the text, and I was trying to force the text into agreeing with myself instead of making myself agree with the text. And so if you're listening to this out there, here's a prayer that I prayed that I would challenge you guys to pray before we go to break. You know, Father, if I'm bringing preconceived bias to the text, remove it from me. Clear it all out. Let your Holy Spirit tell me what's true.
Amen.
Frequency Radio is your #1 source for news and information without the hate, hype, and fear. We're proud to feature cutting-edge programs like Beyond the Veil with Chris and Cherie Geo, X Squared with Brooks Agnew, Paranormal Portal with Brent Thomas, Jaronism Raw with Jaron and Missa, Fearless with Frank Castle, Strange World with Mark Sargent, The Eye of Ra with Ra Castaldo, The Infinite Fringe with Billy Ray, Ironworks with Josh Corey, The Kev Baker Show, and dozens more. Did you know you can listen from any telephone by dialing 641-793-7117 or call into your favorite show toll free at 833-TFR-LIVE. Uncensored talk and news you won't hear in the mainstream media. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
Call summary, complaint declassified. I'm Elliot Francis. House Democrats spent most of Wednesday poring over that memo of the president's call with the president of Ukraine, most insisting it's proof he sought an investigation of a potential political rival. Jerry Bodlander reports.
House Democratic Caucus Chair Hakeem Jeffries says the document released by the White House shows the president urging the Ukrainian president to investigate Joe Biden, Jeffries calling that textbook abuse of power. Caucus Vice Chair Catherine Clark agrees.
The crime is when you ask for that favor, when you inject politics into foreign policy.
Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Lindsey Graham says Democrats are grasping at straws.
To impeach any president over a phone call like this would be insane.
Utah Senator Mitt Romney, however, calls the transcript deeply troubling. Jerry Bodlander, Washington.
CNN reports the original whistleblower's complaint about the president's communications with Ukraine has been declassified and could be released as soon as Thursday morning. Well, at President Trump's press conference in New York late Wednesday afternoon, questions from reporters focused primarily on the Ukraine story.
The president bemoaned the fact that the Ukraine story was overshadowing what he said was a very productive 3 days at the United Nations.
We met for pretty extended periods of time, either 2-on-2, 1-on-1, or just about at that level, with Pakistan, Poland, New Zealand, Singapore, Egypt, South Korea.
He went on to list another 22 nations that he and U.S. diplomats met with, and in many cases signed a variety of agreements.
Unfortunately, the press doesn't even cover it.
He complained that journalists wasted their time on nonsense. Steve Kastenbaum, New York.
Texas inmate who claimed he was intellectually disabled and executed Wednesday for fatally stabbing his 2 stepsons during a 2007 attack. I'm Elliot Francis.
Wherever you are, make it Truth Frequency Radio.
We're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, and for the second hour of the broadcast, I'm talking with my guest and friend, Zen Garcia, and we are talking about the book of Genesis, specifically the events of day 3 of creation. And, before the break, I was talking about Isaiah 40:22, and I'm like, look, guys, language 101, okay? This is the basics here. Words mean things. And in Isaiah 22:18, he wrote about a ball. In Isaiah 40:22, he wrote about a circle. So I say, look, Isaiah knew the difference. The King James translators knew the difference, as did the translators of pretty much every English translation. Do you, dear listener, dear reader, know the difference? If you need help, you could go on Google and type in the word ball and type in the word circle. Google will help you out. And I like to show people, like, okay, here it is, boys and girls. Here's a ball, the globe on the left, and here's a circle. And I usually use the azimuthal equidistant map there as my reference. Now, there was something interesting that this is just speculation on my part as I started to think about this stuff. But, it talks about the 4 corners of the earth. And we just read that the circle was inscribed into something. So I have no problem believing that the circle could have been inscribed into something that is square in shape, or even perhaps rectangular, 4 corners. And so what I have, for those who are listening, I have a picture up on YouTube of what they call the azimuthal equidistant map. It's the same thing that's on the UN logo of the Earth inscribed into a square. And I put the north, south, east, west compass lines on top of it. And then I decided, I'm going to rotate the circle of the earth such that Israel, the land of Israel, is directly under the north-south line. So it's just oriented so if you've got a north, south, east, west compass, that Israel's right underneath the north-south line. And, we've got a number of scripture, and I went ahead and labeled the square, since it's rotated that way, north, south, east, west, from the perspective of Israel. Now, of course, east and west is based on north. So what you do if you're going east, you keep the north off 90 degrees to your left and start walking. If you want to go west, put north 90 degrees off to your right and start walking. But we have scriptures that says that Jerusalem is at the center of the nations. Well, if you look at the landmass from where Israel is, and I put a yellow line across the north-south compass line to give a crosshair of where the land of Israel is, it's pretty well balanced. Landmass to the north of Israel, south of Israel, east, and west of Israel. So in that regard, it is at the center. And we see that Isaiah talks about gathering Israel from the four corners of the earth. We see also in Revelation 7:1 that now if you want to say four corners, this is the argument I hear all the time from creationists especially, is that, that's the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west. Well, okay, but you have angels standing on the four corners. So where is the geographical landmass location of east? Where is the landmass of west? Where's the East Pole? Other than the military academy, where's the West Point? You've got angels standing on four locations. So you can't say that it's north, south, east, and west, because if you put a geographical location to east, a finite location to east and to west, then you nullify the scripture where it says he's removed our sins as far away as the east is from the west. If there's a geographic location, what happens if you live 3 inches away from it? Oh, he moved my sins 3 inches away? Crap, that sucks. And of course also Yeshua himself talks about that the elect shall be gathered from the four winds. So again, this seems to make sense to me. Have you had any thoughts on the whole idea of the four corners of the earth as it pertains to day 3 and the circle of the earth?
Yeah, just what I had stated previously about the whole square and compass, that I think it's symbolic of the circle being inscribed upon the square, and that is represented of that. And I think that, even with, because the Freemasons, there's a lot of knowledge that they don't share with us, that they keep and covet and as the hidden mysteries or the hidden knowledge, and that they consider themselves to be the holders of the secrets and wiser than us and the chosen people, chosen race, or whatever. And so they do share, like even the United Nations flag, the seat of world government, showing the true orientation of the earth, the azimuthal equidistant projection map there, the laurel wreath, I believe, being representative of the outer ice wall, that these kind of things are, hidden in plain sight, right in front of our faces, flown right there at the United Nations. All the world leaders gather in that huge conference room that has that big azimuthal equidistant projection map there on the symbol of the United Nations flag there on the wall in that wooden room. Even where they gather, they have the layout on the floor, and they meet and circle around it. And so all these symbols are there, even on the different flags that represent the different organizations of the meteorological and these different groups. There's 4 United Nations flags specifically that fly that same symbol that we see. And so they, in my opinion, are hiding everything in plain sight, and they're not trying to. In Matthew Boland and how he talked about the people from NASA revealing the truth to him, and these kind of things just all add up. And so, in my opinion, when you consider it, that's everything being hidden in plain sight once again. I do want to share one other thing with you with regard to the creation of the third day. Mm-hmm. In the Perk D. Rabbi Eliezer, and there's a comment. The first comment says, "Of the week of creation, our book agrees here with the book of Jubilees, which states, and on the third day he commanded the waters to pass from off the face of the whole earth." And in Psalms CIV 6, according to which the mountains were beneath the water, the surface of which was like a plain. Now, there's a passage from the Cave of Treasures which goes into this, and it's interesting, some of what it talks about here again, because we spoke about how the dry land in it making its appearance, God elevated it, lifted it above the water. Well, it specifically makes mention of this here in this verse on from the Chronicles of Jeremiah. On the third day, it says, "On the third day the earth was like a plain, and the waters covered the face of the whole earth. When the word of God went forth, saying, Let the waters be gathered together, the mountains were lifted up and scattered over the earth, and deep valleys were dug down in the bowels of the earth, into which the waters rolled and were gathered. As it is said, the gathering of the waters he called seas. The waters then immediately rose tumultuously to a great height and covered the face of the earth as at first, until God rebuked them and subdued them and placed them under the hollow of his feet and measured them in his palm, so that they could neither diminish nor increase. He surrounded the sea with sand as a fence, just as a man makes a fence for his vineyard, so that when the waters approach and see the fence before them, they recede. As it is said, will they not fear my sign, says the Lord? Before the waters were finally gathered together, the rivers and the fountains of the deep were created, for the earth was stretched over the waters, just as a ship floating in the midst of the sea, as it is said, to spread out the earth over the waters. And so, there's more to it, but I'll stop there because, again, it reiterates the whole thing of the earth being a plain and flat, and the mountains elevated from the outer edge drove the waters into the interior, and also created what is the boundary for the waters, and then the dry land elevated above the sea level, which we see that sea level is worldwide, and altitude is measured according to that level. That everything above it is dry land, and everything below it is connected to the oceans of the deep. And so, again, all of these things, when examined in greater detail, make much more sense.
Yeah, exactly. And, just in confirmation of what we've been talking about here, we have other internal witnesses that we can look at in the scripture. For instance, face or surface. The phrase face of the earth is used 29 times in the King James Bible. We've talked about this before. You can't have a face on a ball. People want to talk about geometry, right? Well, go to any math website, and look up geometric solids, right? And it says, if you look it up, in any geometric solid that is composed of flat surfaces, each flat surface is called a face. You have, solid shapes with faces. Solid shapes in math mean any object that is three-dimensional with a width, height, and depth. To get the face of a solid shape, you would need to trace the flat side of the solid shape. All plane shapes have faces, but not all solid shapes have a face. Actually, some solid shapes have more than one face, or don't have a face at all. As you can see in the picture, they've got a pyramid, a ball, and a cube. It says a pyramid has 4 triangle faces and 1 square face. A sphere or a ball shape has no faces. Yet the earth talks about the face, or the Bible talks about the face of the earth 29 times. This is one that got me really interested in this whole thing, is the phrase in the earth. The phrase in the earth is used 76 times in the Bible. In the earth. And when I first saw that, I'm thinking, well, maybe it's an English translation issue. So I looked at other English translations, and they were, for the most part, everybody was saying in the earth. So I looked up the Hebrew, and sure enough, it's got that letter bait in front of the word. That's the first letter in our Bible. In the beginning, Bereshit. And when you put the letter bait in front of a Hebrew word, it means in. And so the earth, haaretz, it's bahaaretz, or it has the letter bait before it, in the earth. You cannot grammatically properly translate that to mean on the earth. So it says, be fruitful, multiply, and, replenish the earth. And it says go out there and, multiply in the earth. Now, either God's trying to tell every living creature to become a troglodyte, a cave dweller, to reproduce, or there's a reason why it says in the earth. Well, it's because it's an enclosed system.
Yes.
You know, and I show a picture of a spinning ball, and I show a picture of what I call the Yahuwah terrarium, the inside of it, that Isaiah talks about, that the earth is the footstool, and the design just so happens to look somewhat like a footstool. And I say, look, which is a better fit for using the phrase in the earth, repeatedly using the phrase in the earth? I just got to say, you know, to me, the circular, still flat earth set on pillars under a dome is the only thing that works for that. We talked about it, I think, in the previous broadcast. Even the book of Enoch talks about that the flood, when it happened, the windows of heaven, as Genesis said, were opened. And it says in a prophetic vision of that event in the book of Enoch, he looked up and he saw 7 torrents coming through the opening in a lofty roof and filling the enclosure. So, like, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I mean, now the flood is like it's filling up a bathtub, basically, you know? I mean,
yes.
And so, you know, kind of to summarize all that, I just say, look, guys, I'm sorry, you know, you may not want to hear this, but from Genesis to Revelation, the earth is consistently described by Holy Spirit authors as fixed and not moving, spinning, orbiting, etc., circular with edges, corners, pillars, and foundations, and under a dome within which the sun, moon, and stars were placed on day 4. And I've got a depiction of that, a bigger picture of it, if you will. And I call it Yahuwah's terrarium. This is not thus saith the Lord. This is just thus thinketh Rob. You know, is this what we're living in? I don't know. This, as an artist, this is my artist conception. If NASA could, everything we've seen about Earth is an artist conception, guys. You know, and the universe. You know, when you get down to the fine print, they'll tell you that. All the pretty pictures that we think come from the Hubble Space Telescope, no. They're artist conceptions, artist renditions, composites. CGI. Yeah. You know, so they're giving their artist conception of the cosmos that we live in, and I'm giving my personal artist conception of what we're living in, and I call it the Yahuwah terrarium, with the inside of it looking like a footstool. And, you know, I've talked about Dr. Schneider earlier. Dr. Michael Heiser's another guy out there who, he is a Semitic language expert. He, biblical Hebrew scholar, one of the big wigs over at Logos Bible Software, which is a very expensive software. They're very proud of it. A lot of good scholars behind it. And if you look in their software about the Hebrew conception of the cosmos, it's what we've been talking about here. It's a circular, still flat earth set on pillars under a dome. That's what they all believe. So if you don't want to listen to me, the village idiot, or Zen, then...
Also the village idiot.
Yeah, two village idiots, right? All right, then go listen to these guys. Now, they don't believe it. You know, they subscribe to the doctrine of accommodation, and, you know, they come up with other excuses. But like it or not, those who are being intellectually honest with the text, something sadly I can't say for what I now call answers not found in Genesis, because they don't give us any answers from Genesis when it comes to this. You know, Kent Hovind or others, you know, they're not being intellectually honest with themselves or with the text. At least the guys at Logo Bible Software are being intellectually honest with the text, even if they don't want to believe it themselves. But they're at least honest about that too. They're like, well, we don't believe it because we have a scientific worldview. Okay, well, that, you know, at least they're being honest about it, so I can respect them for that.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Because again, if you really examine the text, look at the Genesis timeline, and look at the context of the words that are used, especially with the, you know, what we talked about, the differentiation between the circle of the earth and the ball, which Isaiah clearly uses in Isaiah 22:18 before we see the circle of the earth. And he also makes mention in verse 21, have ye not known, have ye not heard, hath it not been told you from the beginning?
Yeah.
And so, have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? And that's right before it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. So he's talking about the beginning is Genesis. And so he's taking us back to the creation account in Genesis and asking us to review that to come to understanding of here, that the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in, which I do recommend people check out the second show where we talked about in great depth the firmament, the vaulted dome of the earth, and how it's a solid structure. All of these things, being intellectually honest with the text, looking at the word rakia, stereoma, I mean, how you can't interpret it any other way, in my opinion, than what we are doing now. And as you stated earlier, myself and all of us have been guilty of filtering the Bible through what was initially our indoctrination and our heliocentric worldview. And none of us really even second guessed or reconsidered having, or challenging that perspective that we were all brainwashed into believing from the time that we were little children until, seeing all the commercials and all the space programs and being bombarded by the globe. Every movie, it seems like every movie theater, the United and Universal, and just they're always showing the globe. And so we just never questioned it. But now, in examining and knowing that there is no curvature to the earth, and understanding, that it's flat, it has plane like all these different translations and parallel accounts on the creation are stating, then examining and looking through all of these different texts and reinvestigating the terminology and the context for what we know now of the Yahuwah Terrarium. I mean, it all is, there's so many confirming witnesses. It's absolutely undeniable when you really, really examine it with open mind, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree. And regarding lack of curvature, there's a comment on one of my YouTube videos that I just saw recently by somebody going by the name of James Bond. He says, okay, so I was in China. My buddy had this $5,000 super terrific telescope. One night I said, have you heard all this madness about round Earth and flat Earth? So we came up with a cool idea. One, we would drive out to this bridge called the Danyang Kunshan Grand Bridge. It's 120 miles long. That's 164.8 kilometers for those who can no longer comprehend what a mile is anymore. We were on Beijing's side of the bridge, ground level with this bridge. We set up this majorical telescopes. If I butchered it, I'm sorry. And we took turns looking through it. Guess what we saw? 120 miles away was Shanghai. NASA claims that every 11 miles the Earth curves 6 or 7 something feet down. It's actually more than that. So if you go 13 miles, so the math, and this is not flat Earth math, this is what's cracking me up now, is the Globers are so desperate that they're saying that all the flat Earthers have the math wrong. It's like, we got that from you. If you go to Metabunk's one of those big websites that everybody's trying to debunk flat Earth on Metabunk. It's their calculator. You go there and you calculate distance, and it comes out to roughly 8 inches per mile squared. You could use CAD software to calculate the diameter of the Earth and figure out the circumference and all that stuff, and look at the software will tell you it's 8 inches per mile squared. So this is your math, not ours. This is globe Earth math.
Right.
That all the flat earthers are using, and the numbers get a little wonky when you get out to like 1,000 miles, I think, or something like that. But for all intents and purposes, nobody's going to ever see that far anyway because of the atmosphere. But regardless, for the distance that we are able to see with optics, be it a high-powered camera like the Nikon Coolpix P900 or the 1000, that's got this amazing lens on it, or a telescope or binoculars or what have you, we can only see so far. But we're seeing there are people, I think I forget how it's 120 something miles or something like that, the longest photography record, whatever. I don't know, but another guy, Jay Tullen Media 7, I think is his YouTube channel. He's doing some phenomenal work with infrared.
Infrared, yes.
So the infrared is cutting through stuff that, the just standard we couldn't see, right? You could see with the infrared. And he's reaching out and seeing stuff really far away. But this guy right here sends me a testimony. I mean, I've never done it, so all I can do is take his word for it. But he and his buddy said that they got on this 120-mile long bridge on the Beijing side and looked across and saw the other side of it. They saw Shanghai.
That's amazing. Right.
You can't see. That's not possible on a ball.
Right.
It's just not. And, I started doing some tests myself. Other people have been doing tests, and it gets frustrating because, especially in different weather conditions, stuff does disappear due to miraging effects and stuff like that. So to get the best test results, you really do need to go to a dry place, and preferably like in the wintertime, where you're not going to have the heat distortions and stuff like that.
Right.
Unlike National Geographic, who trying to debunk the flat Earth, right? Got with the Skeptic Society of America or something. I don't know. It's some kind of skeptic group, and they were going to do a big test to debunk flat Earth. So they went to the Salton Sea in California, which is pretty much our version of the Dead Sea, in terms of topography and its depth below sea level and all that stuff. Like it was like 126 degrees, like. The whole week before and during, it was in the hundreds. Like they picked the worst possible place in the worst possible time to do an objective test. Now, this is National Geographic, okay? Now, of course, they're going to put out a video, and everybody's going to believe it because it's National Geographic. So they put out a video saying, we proved that the Earth, the curvature, because we couldn't see something, 10 miles away or whatever. And, I was there live with them on it. I was streaming live on Jaron's channel, Jaron Campanella, Jaronism YouTube channel. If people want to check out the archive on that, I think still has it up on his channel. But we've been through this before. We've done these tests and realized, okay, science is about testable, observable, repeatable. And when you start doing tests and you have problems, well, you repeat the tests and you solve the problems. And we realize through trial and error what kind of weather conditions are optimum for seeing what's really there, and what type of conditions will obscure things. And they picked every condition possible to get the results that they wanted, but it wasn't the truth because we've seen a whole lot of other things. And we're going to break. We'll talk some more in the final segment.
It's amazing how people have been raving about ILife all over Facebook. They've been posting their testimonials just because they want to get the word out because it's worked so well for them. If you're not familiar with ILife, it's a 99% pure CBD oil, but the secret is the synergy between the hemp and the ayahuasca vine, the non-psychoactive component of the ayahuasca tea. We recently received an email from a wife whose husband has Parkinson's. For the first time, he's been able to sleep through the entire night. Another customer reported that they're no longer using NSAIDs because their tennis elbow has been relieved with ILife. The reports have been phenomenal and much more than we ever expected. Everyone should have access to this. That's why if you head on over to ILife.com right now and use coupon code TFR, we'll give you $5 towards your order. And we'll even ship it worldwide. That's ILife.com, AYA-life.com.
Hey folks, guess what the #1 phrase that Life Change Tea receives by email? You ready? We love this tea. We love this tea. Time after time, week after week, we love this tea. Life Change Tea gives you more energy, a beautiful cleansing, and fulfills its slogan perfectly. The tea that makes you go. So if you want to be on your health game, log on to getthetea.com and order Life Change Super Strength Tea. Packages come in a 1-month supply, and when you brew this stuff, wait until you see the results. Aren't we all about the results? And with a lot of people's health struggling, we can use a little bit of help. Doctors will tell you disease starts in the gut. So log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Be our next email saying, I love this tea. I love this tea. Get the tea at getthetea.com. Helping America one tea bag at a time.
He was the deputy director of MI6, Britain's most senior diplomat. He was knighted by the Queen and in charge of thousands of highly trained spies. But he was also a member of the Paedophile Information Exchange. He had 45 diaries full of sex fantasies with children. His friend was the private secretary of Margaret Thatcher. He strangled a child and hit another with his car. He raped young boys and organized orgies with children for other politicians.
The Enigma Channel, intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
No hate, no hype, no fear. We are EFR, your protection from deception.
And we're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I'm your host, Rob Skiba, and for the final half-hour segment of the broadcast, I'm talking with my guest, Zen Garcia. We are discussing Day 3 of creation, the circle of the earth, and all that good stuff. And I want to share something here, something else in regards to this topic, is the, Yeshua, his disciples came to him in Matthew 24, and they asked what the end times would be like. What's it going to be like in the last days? And the first thing he says to them is, take heed that no man deceive you. Make sure, that's the first thing he says. Make sure nobody deceives you. Well, the word that he used there is Strong's number 4105, which is planeo. To lead astray, deceive, cause to wander. Planeo, properly, to go astray, get off course, to deviate from the correct path, circuit a course, roaming into error, wandering, be misled. Planeo is the root of the English term planet. Interesting. And it says, this term nearly always conveys the sin of roaming. Now, that's Strong's number 4105. It says it's from plane. The word is derived from plane, Strong's 4106. Again, a wandering error, wandering deceit, delusion, deviant behavior, departure from what God says is true. An error which results in wandering, roaming into sin. It says also check out Planos, Strong's 4108, misleading a deceiver, misleading, deceiving, wandering, deceiving impostor. Planos, trying to get others to veer off of God's course, wandering, leading astray. Getting a picture here? Now, in Jude 13, I'm going to point out that the word planet doesn't exist in Scripture. Your King James Bible has it in this First or Second Kings, I think. But if you actually look up the Hebrew word, and I think it's the only translation that has it, if you look up the concordance on that, it's the Hebrew word for the constellations. So all the other, it's a Mazaloth, I think it is, Matheros, something like that. It's the word for constellations. So all the other English translations get it right. King James, sorry for all you King James only types out there, but it gets it wrong. So Jude talks about wandering stars in Jude 13. Who are being reserved for judgment. Okay, well, he used the word planetes, and it means, and that's Strong's number 4107, a wandering star, it says parenthetically, a planet, figuratively, a false teacher operating without moral compass and exploiting other aimless people, i.e., prompting them to also stray from God's circle of safety, i.e., sound doctrine. Wow. Like, if you just look at the meaning of the words here, if you say planet Earth, you are saying the wandering, deceptive earth that leads people astray from God's circle of safety and sound doctrine.
Wow, that's amazing.
Like, right? Well, you can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, that is absolutely amazing. And yeah, you're right. And the Mazzaroth, the wandering stars, we only see reference to it in the book of Enoch, and it speaks about those stars that came forth not at their appointed time. And I do believe that the planets, the original wandering stars, those were banished to outer darkness, and that they were replaced by angels who would follow the orders of the Most High. And we see that revealed in the scriptures, and it speaks of them being bound for 70 generations until the end of days, and what Enoch describes as a remote and distant generation, which we will get to all of that at some point as well. But there's a passage here from Clement, which not a lot of people are aware of or heard about, but it's a very interesting passage as well. And it speaks about the cosmology, and it says this: "The heavens are moved by his direction and obey him in peace. Day and night accomplish the course assigned to them by him, without hindrance one to another. The sun and the moon and the dancing stars, according to his appointment, circle in harmony within the bounds assigned to them, without any swerving aside. The earth bearing fruit in fulfillment of his will at her proper seasons, putteth forth the food that supplieth abundantly both men and beasts and all living things which are thereupon, making no dissension, neither altering anything which he hath decreed. Moreover, the inscrutable depths of the abysses and the unutterable statutes of the nether regions are constrained by the same ordinances. The basin of the boundless sea, gathered together by his workmanship into its reservoirs, passeth not the barriers wherewith it is surrounded, but even as he ordered it, so it doeth. For he said, so far shalt thou come, and thy waves shall be broken within thee. The ocean, which is impassable for men, and the worlds beyond it, are directed by the same ordinances of the Master. The seasons of spring and summer and autumn and winter give way in succession, one to another in peace." And so, here we have the mention of the sun and the moon and the dancing stars all moving in circle around what, we see over in time-lapse photography, moving in circle around Polaris, the one fixed star of the celestial evening. And that even that word basin is like a bathtub or a sink. And so it's describing in the same manner as the cosmology, that the earth is this plane, and that God elevated the mountains, the outer edge, the waters came rushing into the interior. He elevated the other, what became the dry land, the continents that were, elevated above the sea level. They created the valleys and the hills, the fountains of the deep. Oh, there is one other particular text that describes the earth being like a sponge, and that the interior of the earth was the fountains of the deep, all of that being opened up to kind of suck in the oceans and the waters, and that all became what we now know, as the earth, and that the waters of the deep had receded in that kind of manner, in the same way that it was flooded previously. And so all of these verses, all of these passages, when you examine them, I mean, they all describe the same thing, and it is contrary to what we are taught traditionally, that the sun, the dust and all the stars, were created first. They gathered together in mass, and then spinning, they created the whole process of planetary accretion at these different orbital levels, and all of the planets spinning in orbit around them. They gathered together as dust clouds, and then they took on form, and in the process of being spun in orbit around these suns and these stars, that they all took shape, and then randomly the Goldilocks zone and those planets that were in that Goldilocks zone just randomly evolved life. All of these things are contrary to the Genesis timeline, because as you stated earlier, the earth was here first, and the stars aren't even created or put into circuit, as Psalms again 19 says, that the sun holds circuit in the tabernacle of the firmament, and they were placed within the firmament. And I know we'll go into all of this in our next show, and we'll go into it in greater detail as far as the circuit. But even this passage from Clement describes again the sun, the moon, the dancing stars all moving in circle, in circuit, within this tabernacle, within this firmament. And we see that with the time-lapse photography around Polaris, not the sun, but Polaris.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe just by way of closing this out in the next 15 minutes, the Scripture talks about a strong delusion that's going to come
right
in the last days. And as I got into this research, I began to wonder, is the globe, the spinning heliocentric globe at that, part of this great deception? And, if you look at the text there, the context in 2 Thessalonians is talking about the Antichrist, the beast, the lawless one, right? And we know that his number is 666, right? And so, Paul's talking to the Thessalonians about this character who is accompanied by the power of Satan, with all kinds of powers and miraculous signs and lying wonders.
Yes.
Ooh, look at the Hubble Space Telescope picture, right? Every type of evil, everything about NASA is contrary to the Scriptures. And it says in verse 11, for this reason, for the reason that people would rather listen to the beast system, whose power comes from Satan, it says God himself, God, will send them a powerful delusion so that they will believe the lie. Then all who have not believed the truth but have taken pleasure in unrighteousness will be condemned. He turns people over to a reprobate mind. He's like, listen to me, listen to me. Oh, you don't want to listen to me? Okay, fine. I'll turn you over to your own ways, and if you want to believe a lie, I'm going to give you a big, powerful one. And, that strong, powerful delusion there, again, that's the word plane, from planeo, wandering, deceit, delusion, error, wandering into sin. And of course, I talked about who my take of the Antichrist is and everything in my book, Babylon Rising. Spent a lot of time talking about the Antichrist. But when I started looking at the ball Earth, the globe Earth, and actually while I was in sort of my own questioning stage during the Quest for Truth time when I was with Doug Hamp, he was talking about the circle of the Earth means the orbit of the Earth. So I decided to look that up. I'm like, okay, well, what is the speed that the Earth revolves around the sun? So I just did a Google search on my phone, and it was clever. It hides it. It says the Earth revolves around the sun at a speed of 18.5 miles per second.
Right.
18.5 miles per second. Well, you figure out per minute, per hour, etc., and you end up with 6 66,600 miles per hour. 18.5 miles per second is 66,600 miles per hour, right? I'm like, what? Then you start looking at the curvature math we talked about earlier, 8 inches per mile squared, right? So 1 mile equals 8 inches is 0.666 of a foot.
Yeah.
10 miles is 66.666 feet of curvature. 100 miles is 6,666.666. Are we starting to see a pattern here?
Right.
Starting to see something, the Earth's tilt, we usually just say 25 degrees or 24 degrees. But when I was looking up on government websites, it was saying 23.4.
Exactly.
23.4. Well, if you take a 90-degree angle, subtract 23.4, well, you end up with 66.6 degrees of tilt.
Exactly.
And sooner or later you got to go, wait a minute. Is it all just a coincidence that the numbers revolving around this globe spinning heliocentric model that we believe in just so happen to be beast numbers? At some point, is it really a coincidence, right?
Right.
And another guy, a friend of mine, who actually believes in the ball Earth still, he had done a whole bunch of work on the globe, and he was kind of like David Flynn. He was a math guy and he was curious in the distances and looking at the numbers and stuff like that, kind of along the same lines. This guy was taking measurements off the coastline of Antarctica to various sites around the world, and I think he was using nautical miles here, if I remember right. It probably says, it's nautical miles, I think. 60 from the coastline of Antarctica, it's 6,660 miles to the Vatican obelisk, 6,666 miles to the Washington obelisk, 6,660 miles to the Temple in Jerusalem. Like, his numbers were coming up, even on the ball.
Wow, that's crazy.
His numbers, from, I'm going, well, and then you look into characters like, Isaac Newton, right? He was a Christian. I don't think so. And this guy was an alchemist. He was a Freemason, a Illuminist. Just look into this guy. People say he's a Christian because he knew the Bible. Look, the devil knows the Bible too.
Right, exactly.
And his theory of gravity, it just so happened an apple bonked him on the head in the year 1666.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it was like over and over and over again. I just, in the beginning, I'm talking about the beginning of my journey into all this, looking into it, was the 666 number kept coming up. And then when I looked at that text where Paul's telling the Thessalonians, in the context of describing the lawless one, the beast, the Antichrist, he's like, if you don't have a love of the truth, and I would say, contextually speaking, the truth is the God's word, then God himself, he's going to turn them over to a powerful delusion. And it was frustrating to me and liberating at the same time. Frustrating because I was out there doing tests and spending lots of money to do these tests that I didn't really have to spend, and coming up with, shall we say, inconclusive results. I mean, it kind of depends on what you believe before you go in as far as what you see. I could look at it and see, based on my observations on Lake Michigan and understanding of atmospheric refraction and stuff like that, I can see from my perspective now that I'm flat, saying, well, I understand why part of the city's missing due to perspective, due to atmospheric lensing and refraction and all that. But a ball earther will look at the same footage and say, see, Rob just proved the globe. And so my frustration was like, Father, I'm just trying to prove your word. But he has blinded them because they don't want to believe his word to begin with.
Right.
And so that means Rob and Zen and anybody else is not going to undo it.
Right.
And so that was frustrating because all this money and effort was really more, I came to realize it was more for my own solidification of my own belief system. As much as I wanted to try to have evidence to show others, God's blinded them. And until he removes the blinders, there's nothing I'm going to do about it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And that is the problem again for so much of the world, is that they believe that the conspiracy is too large, too massive to have any basis in truth. And then to overcome their own bias and indoctrination, that's seemingly near impossible. And it was even for us, I mean, the hesitancy to even examine or to investigate with open mind. For most people, they'll never overcome that because they just believe, that there's no way everybody could be supporting a lie and regurgitating and in convincing manner something that's not true. They believe the photographs. They believe NASA. There's no way that they could be getting all of this funding based upon lies. The moon missions had to have happened because the government wouldn't lie to us. These agencies wouldn't lie to us. There's no way they're stealing $56 million a day based on bogus research, bogus science. And examining and having written the trilogy that I wrote on the flat Earth and firmament stuff, I absolutely believe, and my whole premise is that the Darwinian Copernican heliocentric model for understanding world, it is the foundation and the basis for the coming strong delusion and also the coming reign of the Antichrist. And that the Antichrist, I believe, just as it's being pushed by the whole Ancient Aliens, the whole premise of that show is that the extraterrestrials created us. And that's why we see this, the jump the gun on evolution, the whole missing link, the whole reason they're not going to be able to find that piece to link ape and man is because the extraterrestrials were the ones that were responsible, and that's why we have this big missing gap in the evolution model and how it all moved. So, and they teach that modern humanity was created by the ancient aliens, and we know all of this to be complete fabrication. And even the Sumerian mythology, like they teach that they built and established way stations on the moon and Mars and other planets in order to get the gold to Nibiru, and that Nibiru is this planet, this 12th planet that happens to cross where the asteroid belt is. And then they also describe in their cosmology from the outside in, they number the planets from Saturn all the way into the sun being the center of the so-called solar system. And understanding biblical cosmology, we realize that all of that is fabrication. And these lies and the foundation of this propaganda goes back 6,000 years. I mean, that's how long they've been preparing and planning for this deception. And for the people that believe that Sumerian texts are older than the Bible, and even though we know now that the Thracians and all that predated the Sumerian, but they believe those are the oldest texts, and being the oldest texts, that they have to absolutely be truth, and they believe those texts over the prophetic word, which prophecy over 4,000 years, even just with the vision of Daniel and the statue. I mean, and so these lies go so far back, and it's what's leading so many people astray in this time and this age. And you look at just the educational system, how it has all of our children separated from relationship with God and believing that we evolved of a monkey. It's sad.
Yeah, speaking of that, I just watched a documentary this afternoon on a guy I never heard of before, actually, a guy named Alfred Russel Wallace, who was a contemporary of Darwin and had come to the same conclusions that Darwin came to roughly about the same time. In fact, Darwin was hesitant to ever publish any of his thoughts until this guy came to the same conclusion. They were friends, and this guy Darwin was sort of basking in the luxury of wealth and opulence and whatever he was doing, and this guy was like an Indiana Jones out there doing his thing, and he had written a letter to Darwin with his theories of natural selection. And Darwin got nervous and thought, well, shoot, man, this guy came to the same conclusion I came to. I better publish my deal first. So he published, his book, and then, this guy published, Darwin's was on Origin of the Species, and this guy published a book called Darwinism. So, but the difference was this guy looked at the complexity of life and said, okay, I believe in natural selection and the whole idea that everything has a common ancestor. So he shared that belief with Darwin. But he looked at the complexity of life and said there's no way this happened by random chance and action, mutations and stuff like that. So he believed in it had to be directed intelligence that did this. Now, this guy was not a Christian. So he wasn't like, trying to defend the Bible. Mm-hmm. He had just looked at the complexity of life back then. You're talking mid 1800s, and said, no way, this had to have been intelligence. Well, yes. And then you got Francis Crick, who looks into discovering, the
DNA.
DNA, and when he figured out DNA and RNA and how all that worked, he's like, there's no way. There's just, information doesn't evolve from matter.
Right.
There's so much information in here, and this is so intricate and detailed and synergistic, and the way everything, it had to be intelligence behind this. So he's the one, and actually this guy even predates Crick, because Crick's like in the 1950s, 60s, somewhere in that time frame. This guy's like, both of those guys pushed it off to aliens. There must be other intelligence out there. Wow. Yeah, we are, because they had already, even at the time of Wallace, had been well entrenched in the Copernican model, and so, the plurality of worlds and stuff like that had already been debated. Yeah. And so, if there's intelligence and it's not God, then it must be aliens.
Aliens,
which of course just pushes the problem further out, because then who created the aliens?
Right? Yeah, exactly.
They couldn't evolve any easier than we did if we got the same problem. Eventually you got to get to a first cause, but that is the ultimate deception. Is evolution is not even remotely plausible without the setup of the spinning heliocentric Copernican model.
Exactly.
That being the setup, then it kicked the door wide open for the idea that, okay, we'll get people to believe they evolved, but then realize it's too complex for it to evolve on its own, so it had to come from another intelligence. Which means, if we don't believe in God, then it came from aliens. And so, yeah, I'm with you, man. I think that there's something coming, and that's why we're doing shows like this, to try to help people to understand and trust the Word of God. And so we're just about out of time, man. Hey, Zen, this is a great time. Thank you so much for coming on again, and I look forward to coming on your show next week.
Yeah, my honor, brother. And yes, Thursday, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern on TFR.
Okay, next Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, so it's 10 p.m. my time. We'll see you back next week on the Revolutionary Radio Project. Good night, everybody.
God bless all. Good night.
Yo.
And the days Uriel showed me, the angel whom the Lord of glory appointed over all the luminaries of heaven, and in the world, that they might rule in the face of the sky, and appearing over the earth, become conductors of the days and nights, the sun, the moon, the stars, and all the ministers of heaven, which make their circuit with all the chariots of heaven. Welcome, friends. I'm your host, Zen Garcia. This is Secrets Revealed here on Truth Frequency Radio. I'm honored to have all of you as audience, and we appreciate you taking the time to join us for the live broadcast. Welcoming Rob Skiba for our fourth in the Genesis timeline in the investigation of the biblical narrative on creation. And today we will be covering day 4. And so, Rob, are you there, brother?
Yes, sir, I am. How you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Yourself?
Yeah, doing good. It's been a crazy couple of days for me. Apparently, Kent Hovind's after me now.
Really?
I wouldn't be surprised if he saw at least a portion of my Theologians Gone Wild, Why Creationists Should Avoid a Flat Earth Debate, because I certainly called a number of them out in that video.
I love that video. It's great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's threatening to go Karate Kid on me. He's like, if you don't knock it off, I'm coming after you. And he showed a picture of the Karate Kid doing the crane move, you know, for which there's no defense. And so he's apparently gunning for me. And then yesterday, I went to the post office, and I think it was yesterday or the day before, and I got 2 books in the mail that somebody had, 2 people had sent to me. One was a book by Danny Faulkner, our buddy.
Oh, really?
Answers Not Found in Genesis sent me his latest book called Falling Flat. It's called
goodness.
It's a 380-page book or so, 380 pages, Falling Flat, a refutation of the flat earth claims by Dr. Danny Faulkner. Just kind of skimmed through it. Of course, I haven't read it yet, but the whole beginning of it, or more than half of it, looks like it's all, you know, math equations and science and stuff like that. Then they finally give a nod to the Bible toward the end here. It looks like Chapter 10, page 267 of 380. Does the Bible teach flat Earth? So, you know, they finally get around to giving a nod to Scripture here in this book. So this should be entertaining. He dedicated it to me in the front of the book. I appreciate that. He says, "Hey Rob, please enjoy. I look forward to seeing you in Dallas in November." So he's apparently coming to the Flat Earth Conference. So, but on the front cover, you can't see this on Skype or anybody on the radio, but I'm streaming this on YouTube right now also. They have the pancake floating in space model, which none of us believe.
Right.
Okay? This is already starting off on the cover with the straw man argument. And you know, we always got people coming after us. It's kind of, it goes with the territory, right? So, you know, I got this Ken Hovind thing over here, and I got Danny Faulkner here, and then somebody else, the same time I saw Danny Faulkner's book, I saw another package in my P.O. box by another guy named Andrew Michael Denny, and he had a 550-something page hardcover book called Crushing Conceptualism in Modern Christianity. And this one, he says, "Rob, I pray that my book will do for others what your books have done for me. Thanks for planting seeds." And it's in favor of what we're talking about here this evening.
Oh,
so
somebody did their investigation.
Nice big 500-something page book. So yeah, it's been interesting, man. We're certainly making a difference with these shows, I think, and the creation ministries are now in damage control.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, with Danny, if he is coming to the conference, I wonder if he would actually debate you the way that Sungenis did. That would be an interesting kind of...
Yeah, it would be, but I don't have time to prepare for it. It took me 2 months.
I understand that.
I literally spent 2 full months in preparation to debate Sungenis. I was watching several of his videos. You know, he had a lot of debates under his belt, and you know, watching them in double speed. But I watched easily 20 hours worth of Sungenis debates to get a feel for his mode of operation and tactics, and reading his book. And I don't have time to do that between now and then. Although, I mean, if it was strictly scriptural, you know, a biblical precedence, I could go in, you know, kind of half cock. Let's just go. We certainly covered enough ground there. I've got that pretty well committed to memory, and with a quick PowerPoint presentation to aid me, I think I would do okay. But I'm not convinced.
I think you do fine, brother.
I'm not convinced these debates really do anything. It's like
right. Yeah, I agree.
Everybody that's on my side is pretty much going to stay on my side. Everybody that's on his side will stay on his side, and it's sort of like, what's the point, right? But
yeah, understandable. And you're right. People that are convinced, no matter what you say, no matter what you bring forth, if they're not open to new possibility and not really open-minded to consider those things that we bring forth, there's nothing that can be done.
Yeah.
Because people will hold on to their indoctrination, and for most people, that is the hardest thing for them to overcome, is their own indoctrination and what they think they know as far as different and better. But
well, yeah, and with the Danny Faulkners of the world, Dr. Danny Faulkner, as soon as you put those letters after your name and you spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to higher education, secular education at that, I think it's a real problem for these guys, because they've got a lot and literally invested, not just in pride and ego, but in physical dollars and time invested in this education that they got. And but it's kind of interesting, because he was in the movie, or documentary I should say, Is Genesis History? And in that documentary, he says it's a dangerous thing to try to wed Genesis to the standard paradigm. And I'm going, yeah, dude, so why are you doing that?
Right.
And you got all these math equations and all this stuff, and anytime I see that, my eyes just glaze over. I'm just like, whatever. Because, I'm reminded of what Tesla said. He said, even in his day, he was looking at where science was going in his day, and he's like, these people wander off into equation after equation until they create something that has no basis in reality. And, that's kind of where I'm at with all that. It's like, let's just look at the Bible says, okay? Because we can all create math that goes with whatever we want, and if you go out there and start doing the tests, it's gonna be consistently inconclusive, because you'll come up with all kinds of reasons why refraction is magically throwing the city up over the ball so you can see it, and creating a right side up perfectly symmetrical mirage. Or you could get in a boat with a camera and just see that the city just gets bigger and bigger in your camera, and that it wasn't a mirage to begin with, But then, like you said, people are going to believe what they want to believe. So, for me, it's just like, if you're going to claim to be a Bible-believing Christian, and a creationist at that, well, then you probably should believe the Bible and leave it at that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I want to share this passage from a book that we released called Earth Stands Fast. And this is a pretty awesome quote. He says, an examination of treatises rather exhibits a studious avoidance of frankness here, while the intent to deceive the ignorant certainly appears to characterize some works which yet do not technically commit themselves. It is this fact which justifies one in speaking of an astronomical priestcraft, which has acquired a reputation for scientific infallibility and an authority over the human mind, which have no justification in actual achievements. As a matter of fact, excepting mathematical astronomers themselves, even the most learned among men, for the most part, necessarily rest their belief in the current astronomical theory, together with whatever system of philosophy of life they build up from this foundation, upon a confidence in the infallibility of professional astronomers, as blind and helpless as that of the most infatuated religious devotee in the priestcraft, which gives him a false religion. Indeed, one reason why scientists now speak so plainly and unguardedly to one another of the shortcomings of theory through the medium of books and periodicals accessible to the general public seems to be their sense of perfect security, the feeling that the battle has been won. With the popular submission to science, so far advanced that there is no fear of a revolt. And so, again, they're confident in their theoretical, as far as all the science and all the equations and everything, which in their mind confirms, the solar system and that the Earth is moving at this 1,037 miles an hour faster than the speed of sound, and that, as we said last show, moving at 18.5
miles per
second, which is 66,600 miles an hour. I mean, all of these things are really insane.
Mm-hmm.
And then the only thing that you really have to do to kind of throw a wrench into the entirety of all of that scientism, falsely so-called, is just examining and looking for and testing to see whether curvature exists. And anybody can do that, and so quickly in any debate. That's the only thing, that's the first thing that I bring up, and the first thing that I challenge everybody else to go out and find for themselves, because curvature is non-existent. And so no matter what you think about the dynamics of the solar system and the shape of the Earth, if there's no curvature, which even the natural properties of water dictate that it has to settle and pull and collect together in a level, it cannot adhere to a ball. I mean, you can't have oceans stuck. Well, of course, the magic of gravity, right? But it doesn't happen. There's nowhere in any kind of natural setting in the real observable real world scenario where you can find water adhering to a ball. It will run off. And so, those kind of things absolutely verify the premise of truth in with what we teach and what we share and what we've had to we were forced to accept. And then, studying and examining the Word of God in the way that we have, and as we've been bringing forth in these shows, it's unquestionable. I just don't understand how so many people can still deny and not see it if they actually investigate it. It's just beyond me.
Yeah. I've mentioned the quote from Nikola Tesla earlier. I'm going to put it up on the screen for those who are watching on YouTube. Nikola Tesla said, "Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality." And not too long before that, maybe 50 plus years or so before that, Samuel Rowbotham said, listen, it's time we get back to a more zetetic form of science. Zetetic meaning proceeding with inquiry and investigation, actually going out and testing stuff. He says the whole system of Newtonian astronomy taken together constitutes a most monstrous absurdity. It is false in its foundation, irregular, unfair, and illogical in its details and in its conclusions, inconsistent and contradictory. Because the Newtonian theory is held to be true, they are led to reject the scriptures altogether, to ignore the worship and doubt and deny the existence of a creator and supreme ruler of the world. To say that the scriptures were not intended to teach science truthfully is, in substance, to declare that God himself has stated and commissioned his prophets to teach things which are utterly false. And I can't agree with that more. I mean, it's like,
no doubt.
It's just a powerful, quote right there by Samuel Rowbotham. And as I was putting that into this presentation, an article came out in Scientific American, is the name of the website. Scientific American, I guess it's a magazine or something, in April of this year. A guy named Bjorn Ekberg, the heading, he wrote this article, and the heading is "Cosmology has some big problems. The field relies on a conceptual framework that has trouble accounting for new observations." In the article, he says modern science is in serious is in serious need of a reboot. He says, compounding this problem, most observations of the universe occur experimentally and indirectly. And I underlined and bolded this next statement because people need to realize this. He says, today's space telescopes provide no direct view of anything.
Right.
They produce measurements through an interplay of theoretical predictions and pliable parameters in which the model is involved every step of the way, meaning they have a preconceived model that they apply to everything. So they start with a preconceived bias and they apply everything to that. The framework literally frames the problem. It determines where and how to observe. And so despite the advanced technologies and methods involved, the profound limitations to the endeavor also increase the risk of being led astray by the kind of assumptions that cannot be calculated. And he goes on to say, a key piece of the Big Bang paradigm was criticized by one of the theory's original proponents for having become indefensible as a scientific theory. Why? Because inflation theory relies on ad hoc contrivances to accommodate almost any data, and because its proposed physical field is not based on anything with empirical justification. This is probably because a crucial function of inflation is to bridge the transition from an unknowable Big Bang to a physics we can recognize today. So it is in essence, or is it in science or a convenient invention? Is it science or a convenient invention, he asks. He concludes his article by admitting, quote, in order to maintain a mathematically unified theory valid for the entire universe, we must accept that 95% of our cosmos is furnished by completely unknown elements and forces for which we have no empirical evidence whatsoever.
Right. Dark matter.
Yeah,
that's awesome. What's the name of that article again?
Let me back up here on the PowerPoint. It is, you can look it up on Scientific American, I think his website, maybe scientificamerican.com, I believe. Or just Google, cosmology has some big problems.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out.
Yeah, the whole article is really good. Jaron actually did a whole video commentary on, that's how I found out about it. He did a whole video commentary on the entire article. I just grabbed a few key snippets here for this presentation to talk about. But that's what people need to realize is, we are convinced by our school system, public government school system, that this stuff's all been figured out. The science has the answers. But even people, secular people who have no dog in what we're talking about here, no dog in this hunt, right? Probably as far away from biblical cosmology as you can imagine, but are being intellectually honest with themselves and with the science that they have chosen to, base their career on. That, look, guys, we're just making stuff up here. And we're telling people that we actually have pictures of a black hole, with 30 million light years away, or what was it? I forget how far away it was, but it was like, really? I mean, 1 light year is 6 trillion miles. 1 light year, 6 trillion. And yet they're telling us that, there's Earth-like planets that they've seen 2,000 light years away. Well, that's 2,000 times 6 trillion.
Yeah, that's insane.
And really, in reality, all that they have seen is a couple of gray and white boxes.
Right, some pixels.
Pixels that artists have taken and created conceptualizations, conceptions of this stuff. But it makes it into our textbooks as if, see, look, there you go. It's as if it's all proven. And, so that's why we're doing this series, is to get people back to what we know is true.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I began that whole firmament book with the whole, as far as what NASA admitted with the new, what's the name of their new mission where they were going to Mars?
Well, the Orion missions.
Orion, yes. Yeah. And where they talked about how they couldn't get beyond the Van Allen radiation belts.
Right.
Even now, I mean, it's admitted, and they admitted, and yet people still overlook and give them a pass, and it's people really need to reconsider and open themselves to the things that we're saying. Otherwise, they'll, in my opinion, because this is such a key for unlocking so much of Scripture when we were filtering it through the whole Copernican worldview, and it doesn't fit with that, and so you can't really understand it. Even like with the work that I did on the Book of Enoch, and the book on the courses of the heavenly luminaries, which we'll get to at some point. But yeah, I mean, everything comes to light. The whole story of Joshua and the sun and the moon standing still and going back 10 degrees on the sundial. These kind of things only make sense when, because I read at the very beginning of the show of how in the Book of Enoch he describes that the sun and the moon and the other luminaries are above the face of the earth, and that they're moving in circuit above the earth, which, in a solar system, that all that doesn't work. And yet we have mentioned in Scripture over and over again that the luminaries are above the earth. And so even in the Book of Jubilees, but we'll get to some of that here in just a short bit. But let me get you to comment, and then I want to share one more quote, and then we'll go into some of this.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to jump into that shortly. While you were talking, I looked up the numbers. Yeah, I mean, the stupid crap that we believe from NASA, I mean, they're talking about that they've discovered hundreds of potential new planets, and 10 may be Earth-like, and these so-called, Earth-like planets are between 4.2 and 2,492 light years away. Okay, so 4 light years times 6, okay, trillion, 6 trillion, and as much as 2,400, almost 2,500 light years away is where they're saying they're seeing stuff. 2,500 times 6 trillion. All right, people, you got to let that sink in, right? And the black hole, I thought it was 30. No, it's 55 million light years away. They claim to have.
Oh my gosh, that's insane.
Snapped a picture of a black freaking hole, 55 million times 6 trillion miles away.
That's insane.
And nobody questions it.
Right.
People are like, oh, look at that. Isn't that great?
It is really crazy what they get away with actually, saying, and what they have people believe in and buying into without ever second guessing. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Crazy. Which this fits right in line with all of what we've been talking about, this particular passage. It's from a book that we released called 50 Reasons, the Bible or Copernicus.
Great book.
And yeah, great book. And this guy, this is reason number 49. It says, they should know that one word of God is all, and all are one. If the Bible is false in one, it is false in all. If the Copernican system is correct, then Genesis is a myth. Is Scripture, which has enlightened the world for thousands of years, now to be eclipsed by science, which has erred so often and is altogether fallacious in so many things? Much indeed is at stake. Satan is bold. Let us be true philosophers and not blindly follow the teachings of either old or modern astronomers and their many wild assumptions, but let us ever follow the truth. If the above reasons enable even a single soul to throw off the shackles of mere superstitious reverence for the Copernican dogma and of blind subservience to a scientific priestcraft which abuses its authority most shamefully, the consequence for good may be incalculable. And yeah, I think the work that we are doing is helping people do this exact thing, to shake off, this blind subservience to a scientific priestcraft.
Well, you have Michio Kaku saying that we're in a crisis in cosmology. We say if we're, off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, that's horrible. You got to trash the theory. I mean, it's just ridiculous. He says, when it comes to cosmology, we're not off by factor 2, factor of 10. We're off by 10 to the 120th power.
Right. All right, hold on, brother. We'll be right back, everyone.
The reviews for Extendivite are amazing. Here are some from Amazon. September 2018. Extendivite works in keeping my blood pressure in the normal range. I've been using Extendivite for many years now. May 2018. Great product. I use regularly and I rarely get sick. March 2018. This product has relieved what appeared to be angina pain in my chest and shortness of breath after climbing stairs. I'm quite happy about it. February 2018. My husband, son, and I have been using this product for a few months now, and we have noticed an improvement in our joints and blood pressure. Tell us your story. Get Extendivite today. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822, or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Hey folks, guess what the #1 phrase that Life Change Tea receives by email? You ready? We love this tea. We love this tea. Time after time, week after week, we love this tea. Life Change Tea gives you more energy, a beautiful cleansing, and fulfills its slogan perfectly. The tea that makes you go. So if you want to be on your health game, log on to getthetea.com and order Life Change Super Strength Tea. Packages come in a 1-month supply, and when you brew this stuff, wait until you see the results. Aren't we all about the results? And with a lot of people's health struggling, we can use a little bit of help. Doctors will tell you disease starts in the gut. So log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Be our next email saying, I love this tea. I love this tea. Get the tea at getthetea.com. Helping America one tea bag at a time.
Dowsing is the ancient science of finding water and metal underground. Albert Einstein said that dowsing was tapping into earth energies which modern science as yet does not understand. Diamonds, silver, gold, and platinum objects have all been found using dowsing. And now, for the first time on film, we visit the pyramids, Stonehenge, and ancient sites, dowsing for buried treasure and tapping into this mysterious earth energy.
The Enigma Channel. Intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
No hate, no hype, no fear. We are EFR, your protection from deception.
And in those days, there were giants in the land, and the sons of the angels of God looked upon the daughters of men and found them fair, and took of them wives, and their sons became of old great men of renown. So they have been mixing with us on a genetic level since the time of Enoch and Ezekiel's will.
Here on Earth, we're intrigued by the sun, moon, and stars, and imagine there's got to be planets like ours. So conceive of a face on the surface of Mars, so in need of a meaning and purpose we lost. And indeed, they believe that these might be our gods, or that maybe with time we'll do right and evolve, and eventually reach what they seek, and then solve all the problems of man. But they really don't know that they fall in the works of our hands are but just filthy rags. So we travel the lands to dig up our past time, our lapses, and with it are much of the facts. And imagine that God's came in and class and react to this.
The sun looks down on everything with its light, and the work of the Lord is full of his glory. All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm with Rob. And we are talking about the Genesis timeline and also of the religion of scientism and how people have really are worshiping at that altar and have assumed and accepted, because of the indoctrination, the educational system, that people have bought into the whole Darwinian, Copernican, heliocentric model for believing and understanding the world. And because of that, in my opinion, they have no real understanding of reality as the scriptures describe it, and as people that really examine and learn that, again, there is no curvature to the earth are forced to reconsider as far as having a paradigm shift. And so today we're going to go into the fourth day of creation, which is focused on the luminaries, and it will show to you that according to scripture that the sun, the moon, the other stars, all these galaxies that people believe they were placed into the firmament that was fitted to the circle of the earth. And how could they be bigger than the earth if they hold circuit within the tabernacle of the firmament? It's not plausible according to scripture. But again, everybody ignores this with regard to the Genesis timeline. And so I'll turn it over to you, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. Right before the break, I was saying, the priests of scientism that have tried to get us to be convinced of this Star Trek, Star Wars cosmos are openly admitting that they're not off just by a little bit. They're off by 10 to the 120th power. That's how far off they are. And, even Neil deGrasse Tyson going on record as saying, you know what, when it comes to our understanding of the cosmos, we are 96% stupid. So, you got Michio Kaku say 10 to the 120th. You got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying 96% stupid. You got the Bjorn guy that I read the article saying, we got a crisis here. Nothing's being, done with empirical, actual, physical evidence. It's all mathematics that even Tesla was seeing in his day was becoming a problem. And so, as we go into day 4 of creation, we have to take note of the fact that the sun, moon, and stars haven't even showed up yet. So right off the bat, you need to be starting to question heliocentricity, because heliocentricity, that entire model, centered on the sun, sun-centric, helio.
Yes.
The Earth's already here before the sun. And backing up just by way of review to some of the things we've talked about before, neither Zen nor I believe in the day-age theory, that a day represents long periods of time. We are both of the opinion that the days of creation are physical, literal, 24-hour day time periods. And one of the evidences against the day-age theory is the fact that in day 3, we have the plants being created. Guess what? Plants need the sun.
Right.
Now, some would say, well, there was light before the sun. And it's a reasonable argument. I hear that. But let's actually look at the Earth for a minute real quick before we continue. And there's something that I didn't bring up. We talked about, I think, briefly when we talked about the dry land appeared. But in the Testing the Globe presentation that I gave at the Take on the World conference, I brought up something that I know you're very familiar with also, and that is the Gerardus Mercator. What did he know, right? The Mercator wrote a letter to John Dee, who is an alchemist, occultist, advisor to the Queen of England, I believe, in 1577. Okay, and Mercator, of course, is the guy that created the map that we've all seen in our classroom. That's grossly distorted. First of all, Greenland is nowhere near the size that map depicts it as actually being larger than Africa. It's significantly smaller. But in the letter that Mercator wrote to John Dee, he describes in great detail the 4 mountainous islands divided by 4 large rivers that he refers to as indrawing seas, which led to a 480-mile across whirlpool. Like from one end of the whirlpool to the other, 480 miles across. And these waters that go into it go in with such force that if a ship enters it, you're not getting out. There's no way to fight against it. And this whirlpool surrounds a massive 33-mile in circumference magnetic mountain known to the ancients as Mount Meru or the Rupes Negra. And many cultures actually shared this belief. But Mercator, I mean, come on, of all people, he documented it quite thoroughly and had even included it on its maps. Of course, we never see that on the maps today. You know, right now you look on a globe and there's a pole going through it, you know, in most globes. And if you don't have the pole going through it, it's just empty water or snow up there. But yet you have multiple cultures, and in fairly recent times, too, in history, discussing these 4 islands with these 4 rivers and this massive whirlpool and this huge mountain, which I personally believe is probably the mountain that Satan took Christ to, Yeshua to the top of this thing, and you know, because from there he could look out and survey everything from there.
Absolutely, I agree.
But I know you've written, you know, a whole book on that. If you want to touch on that briefly before we move on, but just addressing, you know, this Earth, the dry land that appeared, is much different than what we've been taught, you know, in the globe model.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that what we have described in Genesis with the 4 rivers are actually talking about this subdivision of land there at the northern pole, and that what we see described in the scriptures as that the tree of life is above the vaulted dome, that the waters split from there and even come and descend down here into our world here, but that what Mercator shows on the, you know, that northern polar view of the Earth is what is described in many different passages and many different texts, even the Roman and the Greek and the stories of like Odysseus, where they describe encountering this whirlpool that they call Charybdis. It's all, in my opinion, when you really understand what it's being described, that Mercator describes it at a certain elevation, a certain northern latitude on his map. And as you said, there's this Rupes Negra, which means the black rock. It's a metallic, a lodestone mountain that has no vegetarian, no vegetable, I mean plants or weeds or anything growing on it. It's completely smooth and shines like a, you know, like a magnetite, and it is said to be the reason why all the compasses point north, and it is surrounded by this whirlpool that not only does it draw in the seas, but it is said to every 6 hours to reverse course, and whereas it will at one point suck the seas into and drop into what's called the abysmal chasm, and I believe the Bible describes this as the bottomless pit, and that this is also the entryway down into Sheol, and where Lucifer in Isaiah 14 describes wanting to establish his seat above the stars and the clouds of God, in the sides of the north and above the mount of the congregation, that the mount of the congregation is this Rupes Negra as well, the Mount Meru, and that the sides of the north are all describing this area, because it is here that, you know, the Lodestone Mountain is at the very center of the earth, and above it is Polaris, and it shows where all of the sides of the earth come together in union, and that's what's called the sides of the north. And there the Most High God has established above the Mount of the Congregation the heavenly temple, and his throne is established there as well. And so all of these things I revealed in one of my newest books on the cosmology, called Paradise, the Sides of the North, and the Mount of the Congregation. And this particular, it's, you know, where it says that where he wants to exalt his throne and to be like the Most High, God says, but he's going to cast them down to the sides of the pit. And he also describes in Job how he has been wandering to and fro and up and down within the earth. Yes.
In the earth.
Yeah, and so it's my opinion that God cast him from the heavens there in the north, and that he fell into what are the sides of the pit, which is the abysmal chasm, and that he reigns and rules in the interior of the earth, and that's why it describes Sheol as being within the interior of the earth, and that Satan and Legion are bound and they hold dominion there within. And so it's all the same place. It's all at the North Pole. And that hollow earth entrance into the earth, that this whirlpool sucks it's called the world's navel, and it sucks the oceans of the world. It's also called Helvelgamer in the Norse Eddas, in Celtic mythology, and it sucks in the oceans every 6 hours and then expels them in geyser, and that's what causes the low and the high tides over the twice a day in this cycle. And so, and there's a lot, as you said, John Dee receiving a letter from Mercator, he describes this in all the ancient the explorers and historians. Like I said, Odysseus encountered it, even Jason and the Argonauts, and Virgil, Aeneid, he describes the same thing, all of them encountering this. They believe it was called it's called a sea monster, but it describes the sea monster as being a whirlpool. And so in my opinion, it's all the same thing. And then when you read in scripture in Enoch chapter 28 and in other places, it describes this same thing, this kind of whirlpool where all the waters collect. And so when you really examine the ancient mythologies, like there's a 14th century book called the Inventio Fortunata, which describes these explorers that actually went to the north and survived, and were able to return and to describe to the king of England and also the king of Norway what they had encountered and what they had discovered there. And they did also share in testimony the same thing. And I include all of those accounts and these ancient accounts, as well as all this from Odysseus and Virgil and Jason and the Argonauts, and all describing this particular area. And when you examine and read these ancient accounts, it's just absolutely mind-blowing, because it fits right along with Mercator's map of the division of this particular land there in the north, with this Mount Meru, also called Mount Olympus. The Bible calls it Mount Zion, or the Mount of the Congregation. And then you have these four divisions of land, which quarters surround it, and they are divided by these four rivers. And then looking at that map, you see how the rest of the world encompasses this particular area. And so, and now in modern maps, you have all of this excluded, and there's no physical or particular features there, but they believe it all to be just, a frozen sea, the Arctic Sea, which is not what the ancient maps show and describe.
Yeah, exactly. And bringing it up to modern times, we have the accounts of Admiral Byrd,
right?
The youngest and one of the most decorated admirals in the Navy, having gone there before he went south, and documented apparently going into Agartha or Inner Earth through some kind of passageway up there, and encountered all kinds of interesting beings and stuff like that. I mean, here's a guy, this is what, 1940s, I think. So, I mean, it's a fairly recent account, right, of this thing. And then after that, he was determined to go to the south. And, of course, then you have Operation High Jump and Operation Deep Freeze, and then everything changes, and then we have the signing of the International Antarctic Treaty, and then NASA and DARPA are formed, and the first thing the United States and Russia do is start shooting out high-altitude nuclear bombs into the sky, and we called it Operation Fishbowl, which was part of Project Dominic. And the word Dominic, Pastor Dan Cressman out in Lubbock gave me some insight in this when I was doing actually a Nephilim conference out there. He said, yeah, look up Dominic. Look up the meaning of the name. And the meaning of the name Dominic means of the Lord. So we literally called our mission to shoot up high-altitude nuclear bombs after whatever bird found down there. We called it Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. Like I say, look, if we're trying to avoid a conspiracy, we're not helping with the names, Right. And I got to tell you another kind of interesting story related to this whole idea of this, the Earth breathing, so to speak, waters in, waters out.
Right.
I went to Biosphere out there in Arizona, and Biosphere 2, and I had been there before when I was doing location scouting for SEED back in 2009. But after getting into this research, and I happened to be out there refreshing my my location scouting stuff, a number of years later for SEED, and I remembered that Biosphere 2 was in that area, so I went up there. And when you sit down to take the tour, they have like this little movie, and they show the Earth and all kinds of stuff, and then they start talking about Biosphere 2. So after it was over, I asked a question. I said, why is this Biosphere 2? Was there another biosphere that you guys created someplace else? They said, no. This is Biosphere 2. You're living in Biosphere 1. And I thought, oh, okay. Biosphere 2 is meant to emulate Biosphere 1. Biosphere 2 is a circular dome enclosed world, actually kind of pyramid shape, I think, but it's got some 2 lungs. This was really cool because it has different areas that are meant to simulate different conditions and environments here on Earth, and there was a nice breeze coming through. Now it's no longer sealed. It was when it was first being tested, and they failed every test they did miserably, pretty much. But it was designed to see if could humans live in a self-contained thing without influence from the outside world, and this was designed to see if we could live on the moon or Mars or someplace else, right? So it was completely sealed. But the problem is when it's completely sealed, if it gets too hot, hot air, expands, right, and cold air contracts. So it would have blown the windows out. So they had to create lungs for the building, and the lungs actually create a breeze inside the structure. So they said, "Would you like to go see that?" I'm like, "Yeah." So we go down these really long tunnels, and they take us into this big circular dome enclosed room that has a massive rubber, like really thick rubber bladder on the ceiling, that has a big circular metal plate with legs attached to it. And as the heat and cold, become a factor in the building, it either contracts or expands. And so the rubber bladder allows it to do that. It could go up and then, come back down, So the place actually breathed, And so when I was listening to you talking about the water going in and coming out and doing the tide thing, I'm going, well, that's Biosphere 1. God created something. The Earth is breathing.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And I write about that as well, because it describes in the book of Enoch how the Earth cried out, over what the Watchers had done and the giants, and causing and opening up all this chaos and destroying all of its plants and creatures and even the humans. And so the Earth cried out against them. And so, there is sentience, consciousness attributed in the same way that, consciousness is attributed to the stars and also to the sun in regulating its speed as it changes daily its course, because it's shortening and expanding its circuit as it moves back and forth between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there is sentience described to the luminaries.
Certainly the luminaries. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. And the wandering stars, it says that at one time they did not come forth in the time that they were ascribed to in holding a particular circuit, and they were removed and put into the darkness, the blackness of the outer whatever the outer place where they were held, and they were bound, and they were replaced. And these other luminaries now are the wandering stars, and they keep the appointed times. But all that is also described in the Book of Enoch. And so, yeah, I do believe that there's something to that as far as the earth and the breathing and the living. And I think everything has consciousness to some degree. We just don't understand it in the manner.
Well,
and I think it's all a reflection of, God being part of everything.
It is interesting talking about the rocks crying out.
Yeah, right.
And trees and stuff like that. So, it could be. I don't know. I mean, like, there's experiments that have been done with, plants, where you tell the plants, good, positive things, I love you, and stuff like that, and they grow better than, any kind of negative or non-communication. The rice experiment,
right.
I forget the name of the Japanese scientist that did that, but I've got some friends that actually did it, and they told me, they said, they mixed up a batch of rice, that they were going to actually eat for dinner, and they had heard about the experiment, and they had some leftovers, so yeah, let's try it. So they had some clear glass containers, and they split up evenly some of the remainder of the rice and put it in one and put it in the other, and they spoke love and positive things over the one and yelled at and cursed and stuff to the other one, and they marked them with a label, and actually I think they wrote on it too, I love you and I hate you, and sealed it up and put it away. And they said they forgot about it, actually. And then like 6 months later, they were going through that cabinet or something and found them, and they pulled it out. And sure enough, the one that had love and positive stuff spoken over it looked like it did the day they put it in there 6 months ago. And the other one was all black and moldy and nasty. So, and that's the water experiment too, that water changes, right. So, where there's water, there's life. So there may be something more than just H2O going on there. And, I've always found it interesting that the water is never created. The water's just there.
Yes, right.
The water's there before we even get started. And,
right.
Well, shoot, we're about ready to go to the top of the hour. Want to read the passage before we go to the break?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you want to say something?
Do you have it before you?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, we left off on verse 13, which is the end of day 3, the third day. I don't know if you had any comments you want to make on seeds and plants and reproducing after its kind, but maybe we can talk about that a little when we come back. But day 4 here starts in verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, not one light and a reflective rock. A greater light to rule the day and a lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also, which I've always found was kind of anticlimactic. If the universe is what we've been taught, we get, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words? Yeah, he made the stars also. And God set them, keyword, in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good, and the evening and the morning were the 4th day.
Yeah, and then, according to the Genesis timeline, it's backwards. Science has that all the stars, the galaxies and everything were in place first, and then you have, the suns and the stars spinning these dust balls and creating the planets, and the whole process of planetary accretion occurs, and then those that are in the Goldilocks zone just happen to be the perfect area to receive warmth and not be frozen, and to evolve life. And so completely backwards from what we see revealed within Scripture. So, all right, we'll be right back for second hour.
Truth Frequency Radio is your #1 source for news and information without the hate, hype, and fear. We're proud to feature cutting-edge programs like Beyond the Veil with Chris and Cherie Geo, X Squared with Brooks Agnew, Paranormal Portal with Brent Thomas, Jaronism Raw with Jaron and Missa, Fearless with Frank Castle, Strange World with Mark Sargent, The Eye of Ra with Ra Castaldo, The Infinite Fringe with Billy Ray, Ironworks with Josh Corey, The Kev Baker Show, and dozens more. Did you know you can listen from any telephone by dialing 641-793-7117 or call into your favorite show toll free at 833-TFR-LIVE. Uncensored talk and news you won't hear in the mainstream media. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
Undermining Trump, college admission sentence. I'm Barbara Cusack. Lawmakers from 3 House committees questioned former U.S. envoy to Ukraine Kurt Volker in a closed-door deposition. New York Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin praised Volker as a true professional.
The administration is in an even stronger place today than they were this morning as a product of Ambassador Volker coming to testify.
A Wall Street Journal report indicates President Trump ordered the removal of the ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, amid complaints from allies outside the administration and his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. They claim that she was undermining Trump abroad and obstructing efforts to persuade Kiev to investigate his political rival, Joe Biden. Correspondent Sarah Murray.
She will have an opportunity to break her silence next week when she is slated to provide a deposition to Congress.
Another parent has been sentenced in the college admission scandal.
Gordon Kaplan was once a high-ranking executive at one of the largest law firms in the world. Now he has a month behind bars to look forward to. That was his sentence for paying a $75,000 bribe to have his daughter's wrong answers on the ACT exam corrected. He's the 4th parent to be sentenced in the college admissions bribery scandal. I'm Steve Kastenbaum.
MGM Resorts International has agreed to a nearly $800 million settlement with victims of the 2017 Las Vegas mass shooting. Lead attorney for the plaintiffs, Robert Eglett, addressed the settlement.
This settlement is not an admission of liability by MGM by any stretch of the imagination. There were strong arguments on both sides of this case, and MGM had very good defenses in this case. It was a difficult case.
HP Incorporated's new CEO unveiled the company's latest plan to streamline operations. The personal computer and printer maker says that it expects to drop 7,000 to 9,000 people from its global workforce. I'm Barbara Cusack.
This is Truth Frequency Radio.
The Wicked One, obviously under heavy Masonic influence.
And the Lord said, "Let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens, to distinguish between the day and the night, and let them be for signs and for festival times, and for the numbering by them the account of days. and for the sanctifying of the beginning of months and the beginning of years, the passing away of months and the passing away of years, the revolutions of the sun, the birth of the moon, and the revolvings of the season. And let them be for luminaries in the expanse of the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And the Lord made 2 great luminaries, and they were equal in glory 21 years, less 602 70 parts of an hour. And afterwards the moon recited against the sun a false report, and she was diminished. And the sun was appointed to be the greater light to rule the day, and the moon to be the inferior light to rule in the night, and the stars. And the Lord ordained them unto their offices in the expanse of the heavens, to give forth light upon the earth, and to minister by day and by night, to distinguish between the light of the day and the darkness of the night. And the Lord beheld that it was good, and it was evening, and it was morning, day the 4th. That's the Aramaic Targum. But I wanted to share one passage really quickly. We were talking about, how on day 3 you have the grasses and the plants and the vegetation come forth. Well, there's a interesting passage that actually speaks about that and the reason why God had established it, ordained it to be that way. And so I'll just read this really quickly because it might be of interest. And this is from the book of the bee, on the creation of the trees and the plants, the making of the seas and the rivers. It says, on the 3rd day God commanded that the waters should be gathered together into the pits and the depths of the earth, and that the dry land should appear. When the waters were gathered together into the depths of the earth, and the mountains and hills had appeared, God placed the sand as a limit for the waters of the seas, and they might not pass over and cover the earth. And God commanded the earth to put forth herbage and grass and every green thing. And the earth brought forth trees and herbs and plants of all kinds, complete and perfect in respect of flowers and fruit and seed, each according to its kind. Some say that before the transgression of the command, the earth brought forth neither thorns nor briars, and that even the rose had no thorns as it has now. But that after the transgression of the command, the earth put forth thorns and briars by reason of the curse which it had received. The reason why God created the trees and the plants before the creation of the luminaries was that the philosophers who discourse on natural phenomena might not imagine that the earth brought forth herbs and trees through the power of the heat of the sun. Concerning the making of paradise, it is not mentioned in the Pentateuch on what day it was created, but according to the opinion of those who may be relied upon, it was made on the same day in which the trees are made. And if the Lord will, we will speak about it in its proper place. And so, I thought that was interesting in that this passage is attributing, again, everything, even the trees and the herbs and the grasses, as being made by God, and that he appointed him, and just as he did all the creatures, made after their own kind, and that the seeds, also germinate as we propagate humanity through seed in the same way. And so it's attributing everything to the glory of God and to his capacity to create, and not that, it was because of the sun baking the earth that all of this was come forth and that had been created in that manner. As, again, science tries to attribute and say that the sun came first and the earth, and then, when the sun interacted with the waters and then created life, and life evolved to be, the whole Darwinian thing. That's all part of, that whole evolutionary model as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you were saying before the break, so much of modern science is directly contradictory to Scripture.
Right.
Like, the Bible says it happened this way. Science says, nope, it's the exact opposite. It's always like 180-degree difference, right? And, it's funny, at least in my life, God always kind of, one of the reasons why I call Seed, the TV show that I'm working on, is because there's a lot of reasons for it. But one of them is just planting seeds. I'm just planting seeds that over time will be watered and hopefully see harvest. And there's been many times in my life where God plants seeds, just puts them in there, and and it doesn't have a harvest for decades, and then all of a sudden, after years and years and years of watering and stuff, all of a sudden a little sprout pops up, and I go, oh, that's why you seeded that in my head. I'm 50 years old now, and you put that in my head when I was 13. Really? Right. And one of those seeds was this book right here. It's called Worlds in Collision by Immanuel Velikovsky. Mm-hmm. And he did other books like Ages in Chaos and Earth in Upheaval and some other ones that actually had a profound impact on my dad, causing him to go from an atheistic, or maybe more of an agnostic, I don't know if he was ever an atheist, but he's certainly an agnostic, to finally accepting Christ. He was a helicopter pilot in Vietnam and flew Huey gunships. And there was one time, as I understand or remember the story, he was transporting some bigwig somewhere and had a holdover, and so he's just kind of hanging out in a bar. And this Vietnamese kid came in wheeling a barrel full of American books. And he saw these books by Immanuel Velikovsky. He thought, yeah, okay, I'll check them out. So he starts reading them. Well, in the very beginning of this book, Worlds in Collision, he starts questioning the paradigm that we've all been taught. And he starts pointing out how so many things about the origin of the planetary system that we've been taught, the tidal theory, the Laplace theory, different ideas for how the solar system came to be, are full of holes. Like, it gives page after page after page. I'm not going to read it all here for the sake of time. But, like, the first 15 or 20 pages of the book, he just rips apart each theory and said, well, if that's true, then this couldn't happen. And this wouldn't be that way if that happened. And, and as I understand it, he was a contemporary of Einstein, and they had some interesting friendly rivalry and debates and stuff among them, as I understand it. This was written in the 1950s, I believe. And in his book, Earth in Upheaval, he's talking about catastrophism. That's what kind of put him on the map, really, was in a time when uniformitarianism and Darwinian evolution was really, the main paradigm that was being pushed. He was like, well, no, the same thing could happen in seconds with catastrophe that you're claiming took millions of years, Right. Great book people should check out, Worlds in Collision, Earth in Upheaval is the other one. And there's a book that I know you've published, and I'm getting ready to publish with commentary, called Kings Dethroned by Gerard Hickson, written in 1922. People want to say that this whole issue of what we're now calling biblical cosmology, other people say flat Earth or whatever, was resolved 500 years ago, or even 2,300 years ago with Pythagoras and later Eratosthenes, right? No, this stuff was still being, these arguments were still being waged well into the 20th century. And Kings Dethroned is a really, I'm showing the people on YouTube, it's a very thin book, not a whole lot of pages. It's not a very tall book, a nice short book, quick read. It is just loaded with information. He packed in, how many pages is this? Let's see, like 100 pages. Not even 100 pages, like 91 pages long. Loaded with information explaining where the numbers came from. Like the numbers meaning the distances to the sun, moon, and stars and planets and stuff, and how they came up with these things. And and these numbers haven't changed. In hundreds and even some cases thousands of years, the completely bogus and totally ridiculous methods by which they arrived at the numbers are the same numbers we're still using today. They haven't been questioned. But when you read how they did it, you're like, are you kidding me? And yet those are the numbers still accepted by everybody. 93 million miles to the sun, and the moon 280-something thousand miles away, and all that garbage. And yet you had people, and Samuel Robotham points this out, how you could take a sextant. I don't know much about how to use one. I've never even held one in my hand, so I don't know exactly how they work. But for people who do, they were taking like a sextant and taking readings with the thing and angles and stuff like that, and doing triangulation and figuring, well, anytime you do triangulation, I understand triangulation, both as a Boy Scout and then later in the Army. We had to do these things. Like if you and I knew the distance between us, and we were both looking at a distant object, we could both take a sighting of that object, and based on the angle by which I can see it and which you can see it, and knowing the distance between the two of us, we could calculate where that other object was. And so people who have done that with the sun have realized that the math, you want to talk about math, the math says the sun, the greater light, is about 35 miles in diameter and something like 3,000 miles high. Well, that's a big difference between massively big ball of fire, way bigger than the planet's 93 million miles away.
Right.
That's like a huge difference. So when we got to this passage of Scripture, when I got to it, as I started looking into this whole topic from a biblical worldview, and I prayed, Father, please remove my preconceived biases as I come to the text. I'm aware that I'm bringing my own biases to the text. We all do. Please remove it from me. Let your Holy Spirit show me what's going on here. You get to verse 6 and you get slammed with the firmament, but then you keep going if you have the strength to get up after getting whacked in the head that hard, and you get down here and you see that he put them in the firmament. In the firmament. That's I was going, well, maybe that's an English translation. Maybe that's a King James issue, right? So I go to Bible Hub, Bible.cc, and I looked at multiple translations, and they're all saying in, right? So I'm like, wow, I'm going to look up the Hebrew. So look up the Hebrew. Of course, firmament being rakia, it has the letter bait in front of it. Well, it's the first letter in your Bible, bait. First letter in your Bible is bait. It means in the beginning, in the firmament, berakia. And you look it up. And that's what, whenever you put a bait in front of the word, it means in, not outside and around. And I was a big Kent Hovind, Carl Baugh, fan. They came through and taught this canopy theory thing, this whole idea that the Earth was the firmament was this canopy of like ice or something that surrounded the Earth and created like a hyperbaric chamber environment, and all of it sounded great. I used to teach it myself. The problem is their model requires the sun, moon, and stars to be out of the firmament. God said he put him in the firmament. And then, of course, as you've so well articulated and pointed out, that thing's attached to the circle of the earth in Amos 9:6. Then you're going, well, then if that's the case, the sun, moon, and stars have to be way smaller and way closer than what we've been told.
Exactly. Yeah, and we see this reiterated in Psalms 19, where it speaks about, the sun holding circuit as the bridegroom.
In a chamber.
Yeah.
Coming out of a chamber.
Right. Their line has gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. And when you again look at the parallel studies on the fourth day, it describes that not only was there a tabernacle created within the firmament for the sun, but it also describes the sun as being one of the 7 what are called the planets of the universe. And it's because they're luminaries, and the sun and the moon are considered with Mercury, Mars, Venus, Saturn, and Jupiter to be the 7 luminaries, the predominant luminaries, which hold circuit in one of the 7 heavens. When you because even though the Bible describes 3 heavens, in some accounts the heavens below the vaulted dome of the earth are divided in 7, and it's each of these luminaries hold movement, hold tabernacle in those particular divisions. And so That's why you see sometime in the extra biblical text, like the Book of the Secrets of Enoch and others, the Ascension of Isaiah and many others, these 7 divisions to the heavens, and each one is attributed with the different luminaries. And so, you know, again, which another thing that science proclaims is that all of the planets are moving in circuit around the sun, whereas, and this can be confirmed, the sun and the moon and all the other planets are actually moving in circle around Polaris. And Polaris is the one point, the one star, which being fixed shows where the center of the vaulted dome is. People have been able to navigate according to it for thousands of years because it is stationary, fixed at the northernmost point at the center of the vaulted dome, and so you can look to it for determination of where true north is. And as the time-lapse photography shows, all the luminaries, and as the Book of Enoch describes, as Psalms 19 and so many other verses and passages, as I share in my book on the firmament, describe all of these luminaries holding these tabernacles in the heavens and moving in circuit around Polaris, not the sun. And so that's another thing that is contrary to what science proclaims and teaches.
Over and over and over again, we're seeing that. You know, when I'm teaching this in conferences, I'm looking at Genesis 1:14 through 19, the passages we're covering this evening, and I'm asking the question, do you see planets being created on the 4th day? And simply stated, no.
Right.
We don't see planets. We see sun and moon, greater light, lesser light, not reflective rock, and stars also. And as you pointed out earlier in some of the stuff that you were reading, that we have wandering stars. Those are the ones we now call planets. And the word, planets, they don't exist in Scripture. We do have one reference to planets, and it's, I forget, 1st or 2nd Kings, I think, but that's not correct.
Yeah, 2nd Kings, right?
Yeah,
it's Mazzaroth.
Yeah, 2nd Kings 23:5. King James, I believe, is the only translation that uses the word planet there. But as you say, if you look it up in Hebrew, the word is Mazzaroth, which is the reference to the zodiac or the constellations, and you can certainly go on any number of translations and look it up that is incorrectly translated planets in the King James. I know some of the King James only people out there are flipping out right now, but sorry, it's not perfect. It has errors, and that's one of them. And again, numerous lexicons and stuff like that will confirm it if you look up the word. So what I find interesting, and I think we've discussed this before, but I'll bring it up again because of tonight's topic, is when the disciples came to Jesus, Yeshua, and they asked him what the last days were going to be like, and the first thing he tells them is, "Let no man deceive you."
Right.
And that's an interesting word because it's the Strong's number 4105. Planeo means to lead astray, deceive, cause to wander. Properly go astray, get off course, to deviate from the correct path, roaming into error, wandering, passive, be misled. It's the root word for the English word planet, which is a wandering body, and this term nearly always conveys the sin of roaming, and it's derived, that's 4105, derived from 4106, again, wandering into error, deviant behavior, departure from what God says is true, and error, deception, which results in wandering, roaming into sin. See also Planos, Strong's number 4108, Planos, deceiver, trying to get others to veer off God's course or path of safety, wandering, leading people astray. And when we see in Jude 13, he talks about wandering stars. Those are what we would call planets, because that's the Strong's number 4107, planetes, and it means wandering star or planet, a false teacher operating without moral compass and exploiting other aimless people, prompting them to also stray from God's circle of safety. So
I love that.
I mean, So when we say the planet Earth, we're talking about the wandering, deceptive Earth that leads people astray and out of God's circle of safety. You know, and is it just a coincidence that the bodies that are floating around up there that we call planets just so happen to have the names of pagan deities that people believed literally had an influence on their life? No, I don't think that's an accident. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that there is some sort of sentience to these things. Interestingly enough, I think it was the second Guardians of the Galaxy movie. I don't remember if it was the first or second. I think it was the second movie, where the main bad guy in the movie was a planet named Ego. And they actually, for just momentarily, they show the planet, and they show the face of the entity that is the planet, like on the surface of the planet, like the planet itself is like, you know, and the planet had the ability to project itself in a humanoid form and interact with the characters. It was it Kurt Russell, or I can't remember the actor that I think it was Kurt Russell. Anyway, the actor that played Ego, you know, could interact, and he was. And when they tell his origin story, it's like he's a god, you know. So I'm like, even in the comic books and the cartoons, they're showing a sentient planet having influence on other characters, and you look all through what we now call mythology, and I've learned to kind of, you know, we still use the word mythology, but I've learned to think of mythology different, because we think mythology, we think fairy tale fiction.
Right.
But whenever I was talking about the Greek mythology, for instance, my friend Peter, who grew up in Greece, speaks Greek fluently, he corrected me at one point. He's like, Rob, you keep calling this myth, but I got to tell you, growing up in Greece, we were taught about Zeus and Apollo and all those guys of so-called Greek mythology. We were taught that as our history. The same way you're taught about George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and stuff like that in the origins of your country, we were taught about these guys as actual historical characters. And I worked for another guy, there was a Norwegian, and we got to talking about different things, and somehow the topic of trolls and stuff like that came up, and he got real serious. He's like, oh, no, dude, that stuff's real. You know, and same thing. What we now look at as Norse quote-unquote mythology, in his culture, they grew up Thor and all that. That's their history. And when you look in Scripture, that was their history. There's a book called Ancient Myths in the Bible by King Wells. I recommend people check out. Another, you know, really short, thin book. And the sort of the premise of the book, he was saying we should understand Scripture in the context of mythology, in the sense that you know, we should look at the Bible from a mythological worldview, and in the sense that the people in the Bible were in the middle of that time period when the other cultures were believing in what we now call myths. It was real to them. And what he's saying now, King certainly believes the Bible is the inspired Word of God. He's not trying to liken the Bible to mythology, but what he is saying is like, look, you know, when Paul and Barnabas were preaching in the book of Acts, they thought that Barnabas was Zeus and Paul was Mercury. Like they had a real understanding of these gods as actual beings that had an influence and interacted with them in times past, and had applied it to, you know, our biblical characters. You know, so I don't think it's a coincidence that what we call the planets in our so-called solar system, that they are named after pagan deities that were actually worshipped. And I believe this is what Jude's talking about, that they're reserved unto judgment. And I say, like, look, why does God need to judge a rock? If we're talking about just rocks floating around up there, or gas balls, you know, why does God need to judge a gas ball or a rock? He judges things that are sentient, that make choices that sin against what he says to do. So, you know, this has led me to believe, yeah, I've looked through the telescopes. I've seen, you know, the stripes on Jupiter. I've seen the rings on Saturn. I've seen the moons of Jupiter, the eye, you know, all that stuff. But now I'm thinking of them quite a bit differently than I used to.
Yeah, and, you know, even like when we're going into the book of Enoch, for a lot of people, they believe it to be just too fantastical to have any basis in reality. And yet when you study the ancient scriptures and the ancient manuscripts, there are numerous accounts of, you know, even in the Greek mythology that you brought up, the legends, the Eddas, the Norse Eddas, there's all the interactions with these particular deities, these demigods, and also the men of renown. You know, those that were born of the fornication of the Watchers and with the daughters of man, daughters of Cain. And so there's very real, even though it sounds just supernatural and unplausible, this was the actual history of our ancient past. All right, we'll be right back for final segment.
It's amazing how people have been raving about Aya Life all over Facebook. They've been posting their testimonials just because they want to get the word out because it's worked so well for them. If you're not familiar with Aya Life, it's a 99% pure CBD oil, but the secret is the synergy between the hemp and the ayahuasca vine, the non-psychoactive component of the ayahuasca tea. We recently received an email from a wife whose husband has Parkinson's. For the first time, he's been able to sleep through the entire night. Another customer reported that they're no longer using NSAIDs because their tennis elbow has been relieved with Aya Life. The reports have been phenomenal and much more than we ever expected. Everyone should have access to this. That's why if you head on over to ayalife.com right now and use coupon code TFR, we'll give you $5 towards your order. And we'll even ship it worldwide. That's ayalife.com, AYAlife.com.
Poor water quality is a major health issue, and it's only getting worse. Municipalities can't keep up, standards have dropped, and pollutants are increasing. Where does it all end? It ends by keeping the pollutants outside of your home with Hydrocare's advanced systems available at Wave Home Solutions. No less than the best purification materials and processes have been developed by Hydrocare to provide you with healthy, clean water for drinking, cooking, and showering. Hydrocare far surpasses the competition in removing chlorine, odors, iron, lead, chemicals, limescale, and much more. Don't settle for less when it comes to your water. We'll take care of the toughest water problems for you, whether it's from a city or well source. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, call 888-997-WAVE. That's 888-997-WAVE. Or go to bestwater123.com. That's bestwater123.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Dowsing is the ancient science of finding water and metal underground. Albert Einstein said that dowsing was tapping into earth energies which modern science as yet does not understand. Diamonds, silver, gold, and platinum objects have all been found using dowsing. And now, for the first time on film, we visit the pyramids, Stonehenge, and ancient sites, dowsing for buried treasure and tapping into this mysterious earth energy.
The Enigma Channel. Intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
Real people, real radio. Wherever you are, make it TFR. Truth Frequency Radio.
these are the two great luminaries whose orbs are as the orbs of heaven, and the dimensions of both are equal. Chapter 77, the book of Enoch. It's interesting that scriptures, and this is not the only verse, but that there are other passages and other texts which describe the sun and the moon as being equal in size and dimension. And, you know, science also says that the sun, 93 million miles away, it just happens to be at the perfect distance to be, you know, equal in size, in appearance, but that it's 400 times further away than what the moon is. But that when we see an eclipse, or, you know, whenever that phenomena happens, that they are perfect size and equal in dimension to each other. And this is mentioned in the book of Enoch, as well as the Pirkei Rabbi Eleazar and other manuscripts. And so, you know, because in my opinion, if the sun were 93 million miles away, there'd be no way that we could see its light or actually perceive it at that distance. But
well, that's why they got to make it so big. But, you know,
right.
What I find interesting is the whole issue of the moon. Now, certainly when you look at it, especially if you look at it through a telescope, it does appear to have reflective properties to it, shadows on the craters and things like that. And, you know, frankly, I don't have the answer to that. All I can say is that, you know, Scripture clearly says that it is a light, not a reflector. Right. It talks about the moon will not give her light. The best explanation that I've heard so far was Bob Nodell and his wife Cammie were talking about, and she's a gemologist and studies, you know, crystals and rocks and stuff like that professionally. I mean, that's what she's trained in. And I forget exactly, I think it was called Celestine or something like that rock. It's a certain type of rock that has what's the word? It's phosphorescence or something. I can't think of the word, but like the glow in the dark watches we used to get as kids, right? You hold the watch up to a light source for a little while, and then you turn the lights off, and it glows by itself. It has its own light. And also apparently that particular type of the same rock that has that property also when it's exposed to water, it craters. It creates craters. Now, we are taught that asteroids or meteors and whatnot hit the moon, right? Mm-hmm. But if you look at them, they're all like straight on. You don't see, you know, it's like all the meteors or whatever, they all came from 360 degrees around the moon and hit it straight on.
Straight on, yeah, exactly.
Which that's crazy.
Right.
But, you know, if there's waters above and waters below, and the windows of heaven were opened and water came down and the fountains of the deep, you know, exploded and were shot up, then it's very likely that the celestial spheres got hit by water, you know. Mm-hmm. And that the moon, you know, if it is in fact of the same type of material that does acquire light but then projects its own light, and also craters with water, I think she's onto something there. I think, you know, that's really... you know, some powerful insight. But I went to the Griffith Observatory in Hollywood, and, you know, they got a lot of pretty cool exhibits, and, you know, it's a science museum kind of place, so they're trying to show you how things work. So, and most of the exhibits are pretty cool. I mean, you look at them and like, oh, okay, so that's how that works. When they came to the exhibit of how the phases of the moon work, and I was shocked actually by the number of people who used the phases of the moon to say the Earth's curve is a ball. They're like, well, look at the phases of the moon. See, it's curved, right? Like a crescent moon. See, the Earth's causing that. Well, you don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Right.
Because even in the standard model that we all grew up with, the phases of the moon are not caused by the shape of the Earth. Now, the lunar eclipse supposedly is caused by the shape of the Earth.
Right.
But
That's
not the phases.
Say, yeah.
So in the exhibit that explains the phases of the moon, you know, what we are taught is the way it happens is the moon and the Earth are rotating, and the moon is orbiting around the Earth and rotating at the exact same speed as it's orbiting, in such a way that its face is always, you know, tidal locked to the Earth, so we always see one side of it. But the moon's actually rotating. It's just rotating, in a way as it's orbiting with the Earth rotating, that we just so happen to only see one side of it. And that depending on the angle at which the sun's light is hitting the moon, from our perspective on Earth, that would determine, what phase the moon is in. So you would think they would have a model display that would show an Earth with a moon tidal locked and orbiting with that same type of rotation, so the face is always on it, with a light source representing the sun to show us that, right? No, you go to the exhibit and it has a self-illuminating ball going around overhead. They have a self-illuminating moon going through its own phases, going around, and I'm like, wow, maybe they are showing the way it actually really is.
Right.
If there's a toy you can buy, like at Walmart or someplace, called Moon in My Room, and it's a plastic moon, like a half of a moon, that you can hang on your wall, and it goes through the phases. And I'm going like, if Hasbro or whoever made this thing and the Griffith Observatory could figure this out, I'm going to go on a limb here and say the creator probably could figure it out too. How he could make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting, in a lot of the scriptures, it describes two clouds as being part responsible for the moon going through its phases, and how that works. I don't have any idea, but there are many scriptural references to these two clouds as being, responsible for taking it through its phases.
It's I believe Enoch refers to it as a lesser moon. The lesser moon, and the Hindus they called it Rahu and Ketu.
Right.
And apparently there are a number of cultures who had this understanding of another celestial orb out there. There was a dark orb of some sort, a shadow orb or whatever, that would go in front of or behind or whatever, sun and moon. In particular, I don't know, when I started looking into this, we had a number of blood red lunar eclipses since 2015, and I was on the roof of my parking garage at the office where I had for my seat office originally, and watched the lunar eclipse. What was it, 2016, I think, 15 or 16, and whatever it was. So it was one of these deals where I could look. I was looking out toward the east, and behind me is west. The sun had just gone down in the west, right behind me, directly behind my head. The sun had just gone down, and the moon had popped up about 20 minutes before the sun finally went down, I think, or after. It was either before or after, I forget, but it was within a short period of time of when the sun came down, went down, that the moon was up in the east. And 45 minutes after the sun went down, it was going into a blood red lunar eclipse. Now, if you just think about that, how in the standard model, the lunar eclipse is supposedly where the Earth is dead center between the sun and the moon, and the sun's light is hitting the Earth, and then you got two different shadows of the Earth, the umbra and penumbra, supposedly, and I think it's the penumbra part. I think umbra, penumbra, I forget, but the middle shadow kind of focuses in and is what supposed to cause the eclipse of the moon. Well, if you're standing there and the sun just went down behind you, and the moon's right in front of you, then you would think, the way mechanics work, that if the Earth is what's causing the shadow, then the shadow should have come up from the bottom of the moon. But it didn't. It came up from the top left. So I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, it came from a northerly direction, top left of the moon, downward. It came in like almost the exact opposite direction of what any celestial mechanics would dictate that it should. And I'm going, I don't know what's causing that. And then, there are a number of cases where the sun and moon are up at the same time, where you could look over, in the east or the west and, see the sun up above the horizon and see the moon up, and the moon's going blood red while the sun's up. So how to me, there's too many things about the sun and moon that don't fit what we've been taught to believe. And another time, actually, when I was first reading Terra Firma, I was sitting in the pool of my apartment complex, and it was one of those days where the moon and the sun are both up high in the sky at the same time during the day. And you would think, if you have two bodies right there and one is shining on the other, that the terminator line would be directly parallel to the light source, right? But it wasn't. It was like 35, 40 degrees off. The terminator line was like 35 or 40 degrees off from where the light source was. So, and I saw that numerous times to document it, where the sun was practically going down and the moon's up there like turned like way, 30, 40 degrees off of where the light source should be hitting it. The terminator line was off from it. So I'm going, all I know is Scripture says it's light. And so that explains it better than what they're telling me that is supposed to be the deal.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And, we had the chance to see the whole solar eclipse, which I was able to watch it 100% when it was completely eclipsed, and it was a magical experience. But the fact that the shadow that the sun cast off of the moon was only 70 miles wide.
Right.
I mean, how does that work?
Yeah. What shadow? What object casts a shadow that's smaller than itself?
Right. Yeah, that's just crazy. And for people to believe that the moon is 238,000 miles in circumference, and if the sun were that large, I mean, you would think that the shadow cast off the moon, it would completely eclipse the Earth. We wouldn't be able to see anything.
At that distance, it's like 250,000
Right.
miles away, and it's like 280,000 miles or something like that away. And as big
Yeah.
as it is, the sun hitting it there should be a huge shadow over you.
Huge shadow, exactly.
Yeah. Well, yet I pointed this out in one of my presentations also, that right before NASA sent us pictures of Pluto, the planet Pluto, that just so happened to have an image of Pluto on the planet Pluto.
Right.
Imagine the coincidence, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It was like 2 weeks before all of that. There was an article that came out saying that NASA was going to try to capture the shadow of Pluto on the Earth as a distance, as it lined up between the Earth and the light of a distant star. Well, the closest star is like 4 light years away. 4 times 6, 24 trillion light years, or 24 trillion miles away. The closest star, and I don't think that was the star that cast in the shadow. Supposedly, it's like, who believes this crap? I mean, think about that. A distant star shining light on the planet Pluto, and we are going to supposedly be able to see the shadow of Pluto move across the ground. What?
Oh my goodness.
This is the crap that they got to somehow justify the $55 million a day we're giving them.
Oh, right, yeah.
But wow,
Yeah.
I mean, how come we're not dodging shadows of Jupiter and Saturn? They're way bigger than Pluto, and there's a whole lot of other stars out there shining light on the Earth. I mean, really?
Yeah, it's all insane. All the stuff that they get us to buy into and to believe, like one of the things that I considered is they say there's 20,000 satellites up there, and they're all orbiting the Earth in different trajectory, and none of them has ever run into each other, and never have hit any shuttles or any as far as the space station, and never been a problem. And it's just insane. None of them break down or anything. And when you look at the photo of supposedly all of those objects in orbit around the Earth, it's insane. It's like all that metal and all that stuff up there, and nothing ever happens. It's crazy, the things that they have us believing and buying into.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing that's important to point out is we got like 15 minutes left here in the broadcast, is the luminaries are moving, not the Earth. And we have the story in Joshua chapter 10 that he commanded the sun and the moon to stand still over specific geographic locations.
Right.
Now, prior to 2015, in my older work, I used to actually always point this out and say, if I used to literally say, if my understanding of the cosmos is correct, then that means the Earth stopped rotating.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, there's nothing in Scripture that said the Earth ever started rotating to begin with. And second of all, after the Earth stopped rotating for like a day, he spun it back up again to 1,000 miles an hour, and there was no wind shear, no problems with the ocean, sloshing during the movement, and
no tsunamis.
Oh, of course, he's God,
Earthquake.
so he could do anything, right?
Yeah,
but what I say is, look, in a legal system, and this is a legal system, Joshua's taken legal authority here. Words mean things.
Absolutely.
He commanded the sun and the moon to stand still, and they obeyed, which shows sentience. First of all, and it doesn't say anything about the earth stopping. And then you got the Hezekiah situation where the sun goes backwards 10 degrees. So,
which is even crazier.
Yeah,
because they, not only would the earth had to have been stopped, but it would have had to have been spun the opposite direction,
right?
And then allowed to re-begin its, I guess, 1,037 mile per hour spin the other direction. I mean, and yet no earthquakes, no pole shifts, no tsunamis, none of that. Yeah, it's insane.
Completely crazy. And when I look at the scriptures, and I've now come under attack for doing that, for doing this. But I believe that we should take the scriptures literally, except for when it tells us not to. Behold the parable. Okay, switch my mind into a parable mode. Oh, hey, John, that weird freaky beast you just saw? Okay, here's what the symbol means. Metaphors and similes, whenever we use these things, they should convey in the mind of the listener something remotely close to whatever it is you're talking about. Not completely different. The heavens are like a tent, as a tent. That's a simile. Okay, we're using metaphoric language here. When people heard that the sky is like a tent, they didn't think of Earth going around a sun that's being thrown through space at 500,000 miles an hour. They thought of a structure, set up over a flat surface. Well, if we take the Bible literally, except for when it's obviously, employing some kind of other, symbol, allegorical language or metaphor or poetry or something, and even poetry, we've talked about it before. Roses are red, violets are blue. You just heard poetry, yet it's still true. Or it's still true, right? So poetry's still going to convey truth. Well, we have Isaiah in Isaiah 34:4 saying that all the hosts of heaven shall be dissolved. The hosts of heaven are a reference to the stars. They're also, incidentally, a reference to the angels. We have the captain of the heavenly host. So the hosts of heaven are synonymous for the armies of God and for the constellations that the people were told not to worship, sentient beings. It says, all the hosts of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll, and all their hosts shall fall down. All the hosts, all the stars of heaven are going to fall down. Yeshua quotes this in Mark 13:25, talking about the stars of heaven shall fall. And if he's directly quoting Isaiah, then the implication is all the stars are going to fall. Okay, this is Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the Son of God himself, saying this. We have Peter saying in 2 Peter 3:10 that the heavens are going to pass away with a great noise. And then John, writing in the book of Revelation, saying that the stars of heaven, again by implication of Isaiah, all the stars of heaven, fell to earth. And this is when I had to take a step back and go, okay, I mean, if I'm going to take the Bible literally, and there's no reason to look at any of these things and say, that I shouldn't. Now, Isaiah says, he uses two similes here, that they're going to fall. Okay, when he says all the hosts are going to fall, there's no poetic language here. There's no metaphor being employed here. That's all a literal statement. Then he uses a simile, as a leaf falleth off the vine, and as a falling fig from a fig tree. So anybody at that time has seen figs, at the time, when they were ripe or whatever, drop from trees. Like, oh, okay, I got it in my mind. Tree shaking figs to the ground. Got it. There's where your metaphor is. There's where your simile is. So, I mean, putting it in perspective, we got big problems if Betelgeuse is headed our way and Andromeda, singular stars alone, even if our own sun, which they say is a star, Scripture doesn't say that. Scripture doesn't say the sun is a star, and it doesn't say stars are suns.
Right.
But,
not at all.
Yeah, we take the modern view that we've been taught that the sun is a star. Even if that one star came to Earth, we'd have some major big problems. Anybody see Krypton? Superman? Right. Big problem. But then you got like galaxies. All the points of light in the galaxies, we are taught, are all stars, which are presumably suns with planets going around them, and they're telling us that there are billions of those out there too. So you got like billions and trillions of stars in galaxies, and there are billions and trillions of galaxies, and you got Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, and John saying all that's coming
our way, yes.
Earth. You know, at some point you got to say, okay, then this means somebody is lying to us. And I, for one, and I know you agree, we're not going to say that it's Isaiah, Yeshua, Peter, and John. Therefore,
absolutely not.
The people who are feeding us the nonsense about our cosmos are the liars.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that we've made that affirmatively clear here, just in all the things that we've shared, the quotations. And then, again, when you examine several passages, talking about the fourth day, it says that the stars, it says here, and God gave unto the spheres of the moon and the stars bodies of water and air, and filled them with light. Doesn't say anything about, that they're Earth-like or that they have terra firma. They are luminaries. They hold light, water and air. Nothing about Earth and terraform and that they hold they're Earth-like. That's the Earth and the sun, completely different than the stars and all of what science has declared with regard to, all the stars being suns and all the suns having possible planets revolving around them and evolving life. Because again, all this is tied to, in my opinion, the strong delusion coming that the extraterrestrials are our creators, and certainly we see that being pushed, and this is the premise and the foundation for that deception.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. And there's another interesting passage in Revelation chapter 19, verse 17. John says, and I saw an angel standing in the sun. And he cried with a loud voice, saying, all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great God. There's an angel standing in the sun?
Yeah, that's an interesting passage.
Yeah, so, so in my mind, they could either be sentient beings in and of themselves, similar to what they depicted in Guardians of the Galaxy with Ego, a sentient planet, or they could be celestial spheres within which there are sentient beings, and that's the picture that I have in my mind when I look at Revelation 19:17. There's an angel standing in the sun, maybe that's his ship or something. I don't know. The chariots of the gods, right? Who knows? I mean, and it is interesting in that regard. Eric von Daniken became famous for Chariots of the Gods. What's it? The word Hebrew, Merkaba or something like that, I think.
Right, Merkaba.
That these are just that whole idea that the stars are chariots and the gods are there are beings riding in them. That so many UFO sightings today, we're not seeing so much the silver disc flying saucer kind of thing that was so famous in the 40s and 50s and into even the 70s. Now it's orbs. And I've seen them.
Yeah.
I've seen myself some freaky stuff where, it just looks like a ball of light up there, but it's doing all kinds of weird stuff.
Right.
So
they even, as far as the all those patterns, the crop circles, they are connected with the orbs.
Yeah.
But I want to share one last passage. It says here this. The cases of the sun and the moon and the stars were made of aerial material after the manner of lamps, and God filled them with a mixture of fire which had no light in it, and with light which had no heat in it. The path of the luminaries is beneath the firmament. They are not fixed as the ignorant think, but are guided in their courses by the angels. So, angel in the sun. In the book of the Secrets of Enoch, it says that the sun is lit by the light of 1,000 angels. So interesting.
Wow. Yeah, when it talks about a star that the wise men followed, even long before I got into all this, I always imagined that it was either an angel, or I actually at one point had envisioned like it was a whole host of angels that when they all came together formed, from our perspective down here on Earth, like one star. but that it was the glowing entities of, thousands of angels perhaps that had all come together. Like I always had this vision in my mind of the angels coming from a distance, coming together, and then forming like a ring, holding arms together, or linking arms or whatever, and looking down, but from our perspective looking up, that it was a star that was guiding them. I don't know, just something I've always envisioned.
Significant, yeah. And it's interesting that in the text it also says that this same sign of a star was seen when Adam and Eve were cast out of paradise, and also when Abraham was born. So I just say, hey, brother, it was a pleasure.
Awesome.
God bless you.
You too.
All right, we'll do it again next week. Be blessed, everyone. Good night.
You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
We are TFR. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Welcome to the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, and just quick update. I just recently signed a contract with Mornay Thuenson to be my line producer / boots on the ground in South Africa for me on Seed. So he'll be basically me over there in South Africa in terms of coordinating production. Big thank you to our supporters out there, everybody that has supported both my wife and I as individuals in our ministry, as well as those who have contributed specifically to Seed. Thank you so much. You guys have really helped us get this project off the ground. We've got a lot more to raise, certainly, to really complete this project, but we are definitely moving forward, and I'm still in negotiations on the contract with the production house, just trying to iron out some details, passing the contract back and forth, making modifications, but so far everything's very positive. They've even done some work for us without getting paid a dime, so that shows their commitment to this project as well. So we are very, very excited about that. In terms of quality of production, we're doing it in CGI. There's a movie called Tintin that came out, I believe it was in 2011, by Steven Spielberg. And that's the quality that we're shooting for. Now, their characters, their human characters, were intentionally modeled to be sort of caricature type people with, bigger noses and facial features and stuff than perhaps normal people would have. Our people are going to be modeled to look like normal people. But in terms of quality of animation, if you guys want to get a feel for what we're trying to shoot for, that's a good example right there. So you can look up the trailer on that on Tintin. So we are very excited about that. Also, today, at least for some people, was the Day of Atonement. It's over with now, but for many people, today was the Day of Atonement. And we'll be talking about that this evening in light of the previous studies that Zen and I have been doing, because Day 4 dealt with the creation of the sun, moon, and stars that were put there for times and for seasons, days, and years, and stuff like that. So today, on the Day of Atonement, many people fast. It's not specifically written in the text that that's what you're supposed to do, but when it talks about you shall afflict your souls, many people throughout history have taken that to mean a fast, and some people even refer to it as the Great Fast. And so that's what I did. I fasted, and I like to go out in the woods a lot of times to get alone with God, just kind of get away from the computers, get away from everything, just get out in nature and pray. And so I thought, today's a good day to do that. And went out there, and I was praying specifically about all the political chaos that's going on right now. If you just heard the news announcement right before we went on the air here about threats of impeachment and all kinds of stuff like that. There's a lot of chaos going on right now. I saw an op order that came through for the Marines, mobilizing the Marines, telling them, hey, get ready. Civil war could be right around the corner. And this was actually on the Marines' website. Okay, so things are happening here. It's kind of kind of scary actually. And I was fervently praying against the cabal, the evil Luciferians in the political system and just in general that are out there trying to kill us, frankly. I mean, the same people are behind like the Georgia Guidestones and chemtrails and, you know, everything else. I happen to believe Trump not necessarily is the answer. I'm not one of these Trump is the Messiah kind of guys or, you know, anything of that nature. But I think that he's in there for a reason. And I happen to believe some of the stuff that's been put out by the likes of Q and others talking about the so-called white hats that are sort of behind the scenes trying to drain the swamp. And what I'm seeing, if that is true, is the people in the swamp that are about to be drained, perhaps, of these thousands of indictments, that sealed indictments that may be opened, are getting nervous, so they're trying to get rid of this guy, who may be the instrument of their doom. So whatever the case may be, I was praying just specifically that God would judge those who are specifically intent on causing harm, death, and destruction to the innocent, to this world, to the earth itself. And I was fervently praying for like 10 minutes walking on this trail in a nature preserve, and I'm crying out to God. I'm just like grieving my spirit and saying, Father, we need your help here. You know, and I kid you not, I'm walking down this path and I look up and there's I'm in the middle of the woods, okay? There's a sign somebody stapled to a tree that said Judgment Day. I'm like, wow. I'm looking at this sign that says Judgment Day. Now, when I look closer, the sign is actually in reference to mountain bikers group, and apparently there's some kind of, you know, marathon thing or something that they do, and, you know, the hard part of it's called Judgment Day or something. But just the timing of that whole thing, my prayers and everything, and I come up on that sign in the middle of the woods says Judgment Day, and I just start laughing. I'm like, wow, God, okay, that's so awesome. So I start praising him. I start singing some praise and worship songs. And as I was singing some praise and worship songs, continuing on my journey through the woods, there's this old beat-up bench in the middle. I mean, this is the middle of nowhere. There's a bench sitting right there. And I felt like the Holy Spirit just said, just sit down and rest. I got this. I'm like, okay. So I sat down and I just continued to praise, continued to worship. And then I got up and continued to walk, and I started singing Amazing Grace. And when you get to the part, you know, where I once was lost, but now I'm found, I saw the sole of a sneaker, like, hanging from a tree branch. I don't know what that means, but it was right at the point when I was singing that. I'm like, huh. So I took a picture of that, and I continued to walk through the woods for a while, and I came out, and I got out, and as I got off the woods path and got onto the sidewalk that leads to the parking lot, this dude came sprinting past me, and he had a shirt on the back of his shirt. It said unashamed, and it was a scripture from Romans. So I just felt like I had this really amazing time with God in the woods today, and I'm convinced that he speaks to all of us, but sometimes the way he speaks to me anyway are rather comical and just really cool. So that was my experience today on the Day of Atonement, but I also posted some things on Facebook yesterday and today talking about when does a day begin. So maybe that's a good place to start. I'm going to go ahead and bring Zen on. Zen, are you there?
I am, brother, and I applaud you in your efforts to go to the wilderness. I do absolutely believe that we need to have that kind of separation in order for God to be able to meet us halfway, you know, to be away from all the distractions, all the noise, and all the regular activity of our regular lives and daily routines, and that just like, you know, Yeshua going to the wilderness, that we're called when seeking, in my opinion, for divine experience or divine encounter, that's the way to do it. And in my lifetime, that has also been the way that I've experienced God firsthand.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. There was something that I wanted to bring up last week, and I don't think I did. I've done so many shows recently that I can't remember what show it was that I did it on. I'm pretty sure I did it on the show that I was interviewed by some guys in Israel with Rick Hummer. And so if this is a repeat, I apologize, but maybe it's good to repeat anyway, because we've been talking about the firmament since day 2 of creation. Today we're going to continue our discussion about what's inside the firmament. Hopefully we'll get to day 5. But for the sake of the audience, I think Zen and I are both in agreement that we probably should camp out a little bit longer on day 4 and talk about times and seasons and calendar issues and things of that nature. But there's something really cool that I found out about the firmament that I don't think I shared here, so I'm going to share it now. If I did share it, well, this will be a repeat. Maybe some people need to see it again. So when I took Hebrew 101 twice, they taught us an idiom that said if every letter, Hebrew letter, has 7 meanings, then every word has 70. And the reason they have that idiom is because words have not only the meaning of the word itself, like a dictionary meaning for the word, but in Hebrew, like, there's a 2 or 3 letter root word for each word, and they add prefixes and suffixes to it to create other words that have the inherent meaning of the, I believe it's called a sheresh, the root word. So that has additional meaning. The prefixes and suffixes are added to the root word. And then you have the combined meaning of the letters that make up the word. And so for those who are watching this on YouTube right now, I have a chart up on the screen that I got from Dr. Joel Young. He's a Messianic Jewish chiropractor, actually. And he has a ministry called forhisglory.org. You can check out his website, forhisglory.org. And he's the one that created this chart. I've seen others like it, but this is the chart that he put up. And if you look up the letters that make up the Hebrew word rakia, and you see the letters I have highlighted here, the resh, kof, vav, and ein are the 4 letters that make up rakia. And if you look up the meanings of each of these letters and you put them together, this is what you end up with for the rakia. The highest, most important is the resh. The kof is the last and final or future. The vav is work, and the ein is to see, understand, and reveal. And if you put all that together, when you're considering the firmament, it's the highest, most important, last, final, future work to see, understand, and reveal.
Wow. That's amazing.
Like, and in light of what we've been talking about, in this whole series, I think it's important for us to understand what's going on in creation, especially in these last days, because there's going to be a great deception, which I believe is already well underway. Satan goes out with all deceiving, lying signs and wonders to deceive the whole world. And what better way to do that than to actually disguise the way the world really is?
Absolutely.
And to throw out the firmament. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting way, maybe perhaps to start this discussion tonight.
Yeah, it reminds me of, the passage that the firmament shows the handiwork of the Most High, and then there's also another passage that talks about, and I believe it's in the wisdom of Jesus, son of Sirach, and it's also about the firmament showing the glory of the Most High God. And so that, what you just brought forth, is connected, in my opinion, to that same kind of ideology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, let me see here. Maybe the best way to start this is to discuss the issue of when a day begins, and I believe actually we're both in agreement on this. I have come to believe, and this is a fairly recent thing for me, but I have come to believe that the day begins at sunrise as opposed to sunset. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I've come to this discernment myself in studying a few things. I can actually, when we go into it a little bit further, I'll share with you a couple of passages from some extra biblical manuscripts which also affirm the same thing. And so, yeah, I absolutely believe that a day is celebrated from dawn to dusk, and only the daylight hours, and that Sabbath also is honored during the daylight hours.
Oh, okay. So you believe that Sabbath itself is from dawn to dusk and not a full 24 hours?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, that is an interesting discussion, and I can lean in that direction from the biblical narrative. My only issue with that is I work at night. So As you know, most of my work takes place from the time the sun goes down to like 4 o'clock in the morning, and many times almost the sun's coming up when I'm finally laying down to go to sleep. So, you know, that being the case, I would never have a Sabbath. So, you know, for me, I go ahead and continue it through the whole night. But the reality of it is, in an agrarian culture, they didn't have night shift. They were working from the moment the sun went up to the moment the sun went down. So, like, they, you know, not having a night shift and being, you know, primarily farming and agriculture and stuff like that, it would be applicable for, you know, in my mind, for that to make sense, that it's, you know, it's a daytime deal. Look, chill out. Don't get out in the field and working today. You know, take a break. So for the typical society that works from dawn to dusk, that makes a lot of sense. But for me personally, I'm like, I'm just going to go ahead and go through the night. You know, even though most people would be sleeping anyway. I need a Sabbath too. So
absolutely.
I'm not like getting dogmatic about this or anything like that. But, you know, for me, Sabbath is a 24-hour period.
Well, you know, again, with Sabbath and also the calendar, that, you know, we're all doing the best that we can to honor the Most High God. I think that the most important thing with regard to having a Sabbath, and the reason that he appointed a day of rest, is to remove us from the daily routines of our lives, and how, you know, most people have livelihoods where they are involved in buying, selling, barter, you know, the regular things of life, and not, you know, fortunate for us, we're blessed to be able to do our work all the time, and that we've placed focus on the kingdom as our number one priority. But for most, you know, they have a foot in both worlds, in the regular matrix of life and living, feeding the kids, paying bills, all that, and then also, when they can, a foot in the spiritual world, and focus on the kingdom. And so I believe that the Sabbath is to give people a break from their regular routine so that they can honor God and have a day of worship and relationship with him first and foremost, but, you know, also in congregations of assembly with others, and that is what is important about having a Sabbath, in my opinion. And so we are all working it out in fear and trembling, and doing what we can to honor and to follow the commandments and the dictates as best we understand them, and in our lives in the best way that we feel would bring us closer in relating to the Godhead, in my opinion.
Amen. I agree with that completely. So I wrote a note today to kind of clarify some things that I started talking about yesterday, and it's titled "Attempting to Define a Day on Yom Kippur." And since we're talking about Genesis, I start with that, and I'm just going to go ahead and read through this here. When does the day begin? Okay, so how is it defined? Specifically, how are we to understand Genesis 1? Well, if we were to employ the principle of first mention, many people talk about hermeneutics, different types of ways of studying Scripture, and one of the so-called rules of studying Scripture is the law of first mention. How is a word first used? Because that's going to set the stage for how we should understand it thereafter. Well, if we apply the principle of first mention in our hermeneutic of Scripture, then how is a day first defined? Well, we see in Genesis 1, 3 through 5, it says, God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day. So that's our first mention of day. He called light day. And darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. So is the latter half of verse 5 then a contradiction, where it says, well, the evening and the morning were the first day? No. Although I think most of our English translations led us into this conflict. Of all of them, I think Young's literal translation helps us out the most. Young's literal translation says in Genesis 1:5, and God calleth to the light day, and to the darkness he hath called night, and there is an evening, and there is a morning, day one. Think of it like a chiastic word structure, because that's what it certainly appears to be. Now, I had never heard of chiastic word structures before. I had a missionary friend of mine that we used to have Tuesday morning staff meetings at the ministry my wife and I met at, and his name's Terry Spinelli, and he did a whole Bible study on how the Bible uses this structure. And basically, if you think about it, it's like there's whatever A is whatever point A is, is being made in point A, then point B, and then let's say there's a conclusion, and then they reiterate by going to point B and then point A. So if you think of it like a sideways V with the point going to the right. So A, in this case, describes light as day. B describes darkness as night. Both C describe what we would consider a full day. B, because the full day includes nighttime, and A full day includes daylight. Ancient literature, including the Bible, frequently uses the same general structure in descriptive narratives. For example, here is a chiastic structure for the Genesis flood narrative. A, Noah and his sons, Genesis 6:10. B, all life on earth, Genesis 6:13a. C, curse on earth, Genesis 6:13b. D, flood announced, Genesis 6:7. E, ark, 6:14 through 16. F, all living creatures, 6:17 through 20. Flood, 6:21. H, animals in humans' hands, chapter 7 verses 2 and 3. I, entering the ark, 7:13 through 16. J, waters increase, chapter 7 17 through 20. And then here's the punchline in chapter 8 verse 1. God remembers Noah, concluding the above narrative, and then the same structure I just gave you is reversed. J, waters decrease, Genesis 8:13 through 14. I, exiting the ark, 8:15 through 19. H, animals, 9:2 and 3. G, the flood, 9:3 and 4. F, all living creatures, 9:10a. E, ark, 9:10b. D, no flood in the future, 9:11. C, blessing on earth, 9:12 through 17. B, all life on earth, 9:16. And then ending where they began, Noah and his sons, chapter 9:18 and 19a. So if you're looking on this online, it's probably a lot easier to understand than me trying to say this on the radio here, but for those who are interested, you can check it out on my Facebook page. To me, this reconciles any perception of conflict in Genesis 1:3 through 5 concerning the issue of a day and when it begins. Interestingly enough, today is Yom Kippur, and this particular appointed time is what convinced me the day must begin at sunrise and not sunset. Consider this, Leviticus 23:27. And on the 10th day of this 7th month there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Then we read a little further, verse 32. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at even, from even unto even shall ye celebrate your Sabbath. Now several things stand out to me here. If the day begins at sunset, there would be no need to specify when we specifically say start this particular appointed time at sunset. That would be a given. If you'll note that none of the other appointed times given in Leviticus 23 has this specified, except for Passover, and we can probably talk about that later if you want to too.
Yes, absolutely.
So clearly something different is being pointed out to in the commandment to keep the Day of Atonement. 2. Also, if you assume the day begins at sunset, then the evening of the 9th, spoken of in verse 32, would be at the start of the 9th and not the 10th. 3. If we go from evening to evening, beginning on the 9th, assuming the day starts at sunset, then you'd be celebrating the Day of Atonement on the 9th and not the 10th at all. 4. There is no commandment to do the Day of Atonement on the 9th and the 10th, only the 10th. This only works if the day begins at sunrise, and I explain a whole lot more there, but then I put up a chart that it tries to illustrate all of this and just shows, like, if the day begins at sunrise, it works perfect. You start the day at sunrise, and so this week's a good week to think about this. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, with Wednesday being the Day of Atonement, Tuesday being the 9th day. The evening of the 9th would have been sunset yesterday, Tuesday evening at sunset. Start the Day of Atonement and go to the end of the day light period of the 10th being today. That's a 24-hour Day of Atonement. But if the day begins at sunset, then you have the day on our Gregorian calendar of the 9th, the sunset of the 9th, the evening of the 9th, would be on our Gregorian calendar Monday evening when the sun goes down. So you end up with a 48-hour Day of Atonement. it just can't work. And you've got the same issue with Passover. So those are some of my thoughts on that.
Yeah, those are really good points. Also, if you look at, there's a passage, John chapter 11, verse 9. And in this passage, it says, and I'll read it from the King James here. I'm on Bible Hub, but Jesus answered, "Are there not 12 hours in the day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world." So here he's telling you that the day is but 12 hours long. And then when you look at this particular passage in the Greek, and that word for daylight is hermeros in the Greek. And in the Strong's Greek, it means a day, the period from sunrise to sunset. So, again, a day, in my opinion, and as it is mentioned and spoken about in this passage, is from sunrise to sunset and only the daylight hours.
Yeah, and there's, if people are interested in looking more into this, here's a book on the Dead Sea Scrolls I would recommend people check out. It's called A New Translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, a comprehensive translation of the controversial ancient scrolls with material never before published or translated, including the most recent released texts. And this is translated and with commentary by Michael Weiss, Martin Abegg Jr., and Edward Cook. Big, thick book. The writings of the community from the Dead Sea Scrolls, which I don't believe were the Essenes. I believe it was probably the banished Zadok priesthood. But there's a frequent reference to the war of the sons of light versus the sons of darkness.
Right.
And the way they're defining that is the sons of light in that context are people who believe that the day begins at sunrise, and the sons of darkness are people who believe that the day begins at sunset. And apparently from the time of the Maccabees right through to the time of Christ, and well into the ministry of the apostles also, in the book of Acts, this was a hotly contested issue, apparently. Now, we're way, 2,000 years removed from all of that, but this was a hotbed deal, for, better part of 200 years leading up to the time of Christ, and then well into the time of the apostles, and then things get all jacked up from Constantine, the persecution of the Romans right up to the time of Constantine, and after Constantine, just off the rails.
Man, that went fast.
Yeah.
Extendivite, a 7-herb combination made from garlic, cayenne, hawthorn, bilberry, ginkgo biloba, valerian, and milk thistle. Extendivite feeds our body with the right nutrients to keep us healthy. Just listen to what Arthur has to say.
I was just calling to tell you what a great product you have. I had used this about, 10 years ago after I had congestive heart failure. And it fixed me up and got me going for the last 10 years. Lately, I've been having heart trouble again, so I placed another order because this was the only thing that ever worked. And I just wanted to let you know that you have a great product.
To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822, or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Hey folks, guess what the #1 phrase that Life Change Tea receives by email? You ready? We love this tea. We love this tea. Time after time, week after week, we love this tea. Life Change Tea gives you more energy, a beautiful cleansing, and fulfills its slogan perfectly. The tea that makes you go. So if you want to be on your health game, log on to getthetea.com and order Life Change Super Strength Tea. Packages come in a 1-month supply, and when you brew this stuff, wait until you see the results. Aren't we all about the results? And with a lot of people's health struggling, we can use a little bit of help. Doctors will tell you disease starts in the gut. So log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Be our next email saying, I love this tea. I love this tea. Get the tea at getthetea.com. Helping America one tea bag at a time.
Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death. This is Uncle Walt from the Ironworks. Josh, Corey, and I have chosen to look at life with no fear. No fear of the unknown. No fear of questions about the supposedly well-known. No fear of ridicule for thinking outside the familiar fool's lines. No fear of the boot on the neck of those refusing the party line. No fear of taking on those so convinced of their beliefs they would sooner drink the Kool-Aid than believe they've been fools made. In this world filled with me too, cattle think, can truth's protective layers be peeled back to show the tender, juicy pink? Are we all just grist for the mill? Souls sold against our will, or is that just how it feels? When you're filled to the rim with triviality so fear-filled and grim, break clear of the fear right here. Tuesdays and Fridays at 2 a.m. on TFR. Josh and I and you will hammer out the impurities of technology-driven groupthink, fold in a dash of logic, and quench it all with a bit of absurdity. The Ironworks. Break clear of the fear.
This is Truth Frequency Radio.
No hate, no hype, no fear. Real people, real radio.
We're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I am your host, Rob Skiba, and I'm talking with my guest, Zen Garcia. We're going through the book of Genesis, talking about the days of creation. We've camped out on day 4 because the scriptures that we dealt with in last week's show, actually on his broadcast on TFR, we were talking about the creation of the sun, moon, and stars and how they are there for signs and for seasons, times, days, years, and all that kind of stuff. And right before the break, we were discussing when does a day begin, and the whole issue of the sons of light versus the sons of darkness. This was a big issue in the Qumran community, people who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls. That was a big deal. And you see other interesting scriptures. I'll put a few up on the screen in the New Testament in this regard. Whoops, let me switch that here. Stand by. All right. There's the mention in John 12:36, while ye have light, believe in the light, that ye may be the children of light. These things spake Jesus and departed and did hide himself from them. Paul says in Ephesians 5:8, for ye were sometimes darkness, but now are ye light in the Lord. Walk as children of light. 1 Thessalonians 5:5, but ye are all the children of light and the children of the day. We are not of the night nor of darkness. And the context in that, the last one there is, people always say, he's going to come like a thief in the night. Talking about the rapture, nobody's going to know, Well, that's like the previous verses. And he says, but you children are not in darkness. He should come like a thief in the night. Like, everybody wants to skip that part right there. Now, right. I can see where people would say, perhaps I'm taking these out of context. I don't know. I mean, when you consider, especially what was going on in the Dead Sea Scrolls and how that was an issue, it may be that these are more literal than just figures of speech. I understand that Jesus is the light and we should walk in the light of Jesus and stuff like that. That's where a lot of people would take this. And I believe that's certainly true. But there may be more to it than that. And there is another guy on my Facebook page. He was commenting on a graphic that I put up showing, if you assume the day begins at sunrise versus if you believe the day starts at sunset. His name is Jeff George, and he said in commenting on this, he said that it acts like a sine wave if you plot this out. And he created a graphic showing, starting at sunrise, the wave goes up to noon, and then the wave goes down to sunset across the horizontal line and dips down to the bottom midnight, which would be the opposite of noon, and then comes back up like a sine wave. And that's for a day. And then for the months, if you start the year at the vernal equinox, 321, March 21st, that's when your year begins. It goes up to the summer solstice, 621, comes down to the autumnal equinox, 921, dips down to the winter solstice, and then heads back up again. So this is another issue on the calendar, is when does the year begin? So we talk about when does the day begin, when does the year begin? And you have secular Jews celebrating what they call Rosh Hashanah, which was just like a week ago, 10 days ago. Tishri 1, Feast of Trumpets, Yom Teruah, is also to the Jews, secular Jews, I would say, is known as Rosh Hashanah, which means head of the year. So they're saying that's the head of the year in the fall. But Scripture doesn't say that. Scripture says that your year begins in the spring. It's the month that Passover's in. And it just makes sense. That's when life begins to grow again, all over the world, So I think it's important that we discuss these things and get your take on it as well.
Absolutely, and I'm in full agreement with you. That's why our Enochian seasonal lunar solar calendar began this year, because I believe that we had the Adar too. And it began in April, and it runs through March. And in other years, it runs from March to February, which is, again, in the solar, the year begins with vernal equinox, because that's the beginning of spring. The equinoxes and the solstices actually divide the seasons. And Enoch describes this in the first portion of the book on the courses of the heavenly luminaries, talking about the movement of the sun between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. And he begins his discussion when it's between the third and fourth gate, which is on the equinox, for the vernal equinox. And that, again, is the beginning of spring. Then he describes 91 days as it's moving northward. And then when it reaches the Tropic of Cancer, it reverses course and begins to head south. And on the summer solstice is the beginning of summer. Then for 91 days, it moves back towards the equator, reaching the equator 12 hours a day, 12 hours a night. That begins fall on the autumnal equinox, and then it moves 91 days towards southern latitudes, and that becomes our fall and winter. And then it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn for the winter solstice, our shortest day, and reverses course and begins to move back towards the equator, and that begins winter in the 3 months leading to what will again be spring. And so I absolutely believe that God's calendar is linear, begins with spring, and then moves through the seasons, unlike the Gregorian pagan calendar, which begins in the middle of winter in January.
Mm-hmm. So, if I understand what you just said, you believe in the idea of the 13th month being added, and so sometimes for you, spring doesn't begin in March 21st, it begins in April?
Right, and that's all because of intercalation. And that has to do with not only the barley harvest, because the barley harvest has to be ripe for the waving of the barley sheaf on the day of first fruits by the high priest as a sin offering for Israel, but also that because the calendar that we set up is based on both the movements of the sun and the moon. And as I describe it in my Flat Earth as Key to Decrypt the Book of Enoch, Enoch describes a 364-day solar year, which creates the seasons based on the equinoxes and the solstices. And then the 354-day lunar year is what determines the Sabbaths and the Levitical feast days. Like, for instance, the 15th of Nisan is always a full moon, as is the 15th of Tishri, which are the Feast of Unleavened Bread and also Tabernacles. Mm-hmm. And the only way that can stay in alignment is if you set and are using for Sabbath and the feast days a lunar calendar based on the cycles and the phases of the moon, which is what I sent you and how we plotted that our Sabbaths fall on after the appearance of the waxing crescent, which is the new moon, Kadesh, then every 7 days according to the quarterly phases of the moon, the first quarter full, third quarter and lunar conjunctive moon, that sets the appointment for Sabbath. And in my opinion, God established the moon and the way that it works according to these cycles for a heavenly witness as to when Sabbath should be determined. And so most people think that we only follow the movements of the moon, which is incorrect. We follow both the solar and the lunar calendar and then intercalate them, which, because there's a 354-day lunar calendar, 364-day solar calendar, there's a metatonic cycle that means 7 out of every 19 years, because the synodic month averages 29.531 days. It's not perfectly exact, and sometimes you'll have 2 30-day months back to back, and so it skews it so that that 13th month sometimes will appear after 2 years, sometimes after 3 years, and the metatonic cycle is what determines that. And people that know and have studied the way that the calendars are intercalated and come together, that this is the reason why, so that when the year, the new moon begins before the vernal equinox, then often you will have to have that 13th month added in order for the barley harvest to be correct in alignment for the day of first fruits. And this year, the vernal equinox was actually the full moon as far as where Passover was. And so, only 1 day into spring, the barley, in my opinion, was not ready. And so you have to add the 13th month, Adar 2, which we did to this year, in order for the barley harvest to be ready for the celebration of the Passover festivals and the barley sheaf being waved on the 16th of Nisan.
Okay, so I'm just going to say on the outset here that I'm an open book on this right now. My home group, my home Bible study group, had put together a calendar that for the longest time I was in full agreement with. Initially, our group was a conjunction group. We believed that the month started with a conjunction. Then we moved to Crescent after a guy who's literally obsessively studied this topic, singular topic, for like 20-something years, has written extensively on it, came to our home group and sat there and had to deal with me for 3 hours throwing, well, yeah, but what about, yeah, but what about, yeah, but what about, yeah, but what about, and he fielded every question I had, knocked them out of the park with Scripture, and that's what I look for. It's like, look, if you can counter all my arguments with Scripture and prove that I'm wrong, great, I'll switch. I don't care. I want to know what the truth is.
Right,
so,
absolutely.
I have in my mind what Scripture is telling me, but from everything from pre-trib rapture to biblical cosmology and now the calendar, I've been proven wrong. So from what I previously believed, and trust me, back then I was just as dogmatic about the things that I now believe as I am now. And the me of 10 years ago and the me of today would fight nonstop till both of us passed out, from exhaustion, and neither one of us would have won the debate. So, I'm at the point now, as a crossed over the half-century mark, that I'm thinking, the more I learn, the less I think I know.
Right.
And
absolutely, I'm with you there.
So I'm listening to you. I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm not saying I agree yet. Right now, I'm going to put some things up on the screen here, just sort of share my perspective on this. for those who are watching on YouTube. Those who are listening on the radio, you can go to virtualhousechurch.com, and on the main menu, scroll down to in the left side, you'll see a calendar. You can click on that calendar, and this calendar was put together my home Bible study group that I used to be a part of. I still love all those people dearly. Consider them to be really good friends and family. But what happened with me is a lot of times new people are starting to come into the group, and God help me, but I'm always questioning stuff. And I don't want to be a stumbling block, and when you bring up some of these topics, as fired up in the chat room, some people are getting probably already,
Right.
People don't like, they're resistant to change. And
Yes, they are. Oh my gosh.
They will fight it. And, I've just felt like when I started wrestling with the issue, when does the day begin? And I just brought it up. It kind of floated the idea in the group. And, of course, a bee's nest started stirring up. I'm like, okay, well, Sabbath is supposed to be a day of rest, and this is not restful for me. So, and it may be causing strife, that could be a stumbling block for new people that are just coming in. And, I'm not a milkshake kind of guy. I'm more like, give me a substantial meal here.
Absolutely.
So I kind of need to be plugged in when it comes to Bible study with people like yourself, people that are well read, that can dive deep and are not afraid to share even opposing ideas and bounce stuff around as iron sharpens iron. And so, right now we're kind of without a home group. This is sort of like our weekly Bible study right now, what we're doing here, because I know even in in the past, even in disagreement, we can continue as brothers, and it's all going to be good, and hopefully people can learn from our exchange. But this group right here that put together our calendar believes that the day begins at sunset, and there's a lot of good stuff in here. In the introduction to the calendar, they describe sort of where we came to the conclusions, how we came to the conclusions, and what they believe going into it. And then they've got the calendar marked off with the day beginning at sunset and a weekly Sabbath on Saturday. So where I differ on this is now I am leaning more towards the idea that the day begins at sunrise than sunset. So some things shift for me, but not a whole lot. For the most part, not a whole lot changes. Now, what's interesting to me is you're on the Enochian calendar, and that the Day of Atonement still ended up for you on the same day as it ended up for us, this calendar. And the only reason I'm still following this calendar right now is because I'm uncertain, about a lot of these things. This calendar I at least understand. I understand. Yeah. I understand.
Important.
Yeah, I understand this calendar, so I can walk in it, but I'm not like married to it that this has to be correct. I don't yet know enough about some of the other models that are out there, like yours and others, that I'm comfortable just jumping ship and going the other direction, because I need to understand it. To do it.
Important.
Now, there's another guy who spoke at the Take on the World conference. His name is Zach. Boy, I don't want to butcher his last name here. Struharic, I think. I'm sorry, brother, if I butchered your last name, but he and another guy, Micah Kissling, did a presentation on biblical feasts and the Zadok priestly calendar at the Take on the World conference. And if people are interested, they could go to Take on the World TV, the YouTube channel Take on the World TV, and look it up. It was published on August 23rd, 2019, and watch his presentation. Now, from what I'm gathering, looking at your calendar, Zen, and looking at their calendar, he sent me a PDF of his calendar. Now, I've got your calendar up on the screen right now as a PDF that you sent me, and he sent me, let's see if I have it here, he sent me his calendar. And the big difference that I see between his and yours is that while it seems like you guys are following sort of the same trajectory and line of reasoning, they still maintain a weekly Shabbat on Saturday, where your Shabbat floats because you are, correct me if I'm wrong, believing in what they call a lunar Sabbath.
Yes, the waxing crescent establishes the first day of the lunar month, and then you have the quarterly phases aligned to the first full third quarter and lunar conjunctive moons, and that's when Sabbath is. And with regard to the Zadok priesthood calendar, that calendar is based on the 364-day solar calendar, and it's to determine which of the priests would serve during that particular month. And so you find this in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but it's not for, in my opinion, determining the Sabbath or the Levitical feast days, but it's more for determining, again, which which priest would serve for that particular month of the solar yearly cycle. Mm-hmm. And that's what the Zadok priestly calendar is specifically in reference to, and has everything to do with determining that cycle, not the Sabbath or the Levitical feast days, in my opinion.
Okay, so one of the things I like about this calendar, the Zadok calendar, is the issue of the Shabbat still being on Saturday. And I'll kind of share my issues with the lunar Sabbath, because I went down that path also. There was a video that I saw by World's Last Chance, I think is the YouTube channel, that was trying to make a really compelling case for it. And I will say they made a fairly compelling argument. But then I started looking into it for myself, and I'll just share a few things here on the screen for people that are watching on YouTube. And I wrote a blog about this on my Ephraim Awakening website. People could go to EphraimAwakening.com if they want to check it out, and just do a search for lunar or weekly Sabbath. And here's what I wrote here. I said, when is the Sabbath? I know this is a debate currently raging in some circles. Is the Sabbath based on the moon, or has it always been about the consistent seventh day of the week? Well, consider the fact that Saturday is Shabbat in Hebrew, Savato in Greek, and then I went through and listed numerous other nations, many nations, for as long as they have history, would point to the day that we now call the Saturday, the day that we call Saturday on our calendar. They refer to it as a derivative of either the Hebrew word Shabbat or the Greek word Sabbaton or Sabbato. And so, multiple cultures are calling the day we call Saturday by that name. There are plenty of other reasons to accept that the Sabbath is and always was on the day we now call Saturday, but I can't help but think all these nations didn't just coincidentally use a word for the seventh day that just so happens to sound like and or derive from Shabbat, Sabbaton, or Sabbath. Seems to me this may also answer the questions of the lunar Sabbath idea. Are all these nations wrong? I don't think so. I know plenty of people will disagree with the above, but after studying the lunar Sabbath model, the history of multiple cultures just don't seem to support it. The Passion Week seems to become either quite awkward or completely falls apart too, in some cases, like when the conjunction lasts 2 days. You also end up with either an 8-day work weeks, which I saw on your calendar, Zen, some 8-day work weeks, and or double back-to-back Sabbaths, which would mean you work for 6 days, then rest for 1, but the following week work for 5 days and rest for 2 days, yet with the exception of Moedim, appointed times, wherein you have a high Sabbath, a Sabbath rest apart from the weekly Sabbath, we have no such commandment to work less or more than 6 days. Plus, the count of 7 days started at creation with day 1, period. But if you go off the moon, your count would have to start on day 4. Moses repeatedly states that the Sabbath is in recognition of creation and how Yahuwah rested on the 7th day, not day 11, 7 days after the moon showed up. And the argument concerning the name of the 7th day is a red herring. People want to say that, Saturday, blah, 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 deals with Saturn. The Hebrews didn't have names for the days. They were numbered. The names other nations gave the days have changed over time, and now we call the 7th day Saturday. But to suggest that we are honoring/worshiping Saturn is nonsense. If you go that route, then the lunar Sabbath folks are worshiping Luna, the Roman moon goddess. But that's just a really stupid argument if you ask me. Overall, I finally came to the conclusion that the lunar Sabbath idea just doesn't work. So needless to say, I'm more than convinced that the 7th day is and always was on the day we call Saturday. And sorry, but, excuse me, hang on. And sorry, I had to clear my throat. Constantine had no authority to change it to Sunday, and that's a whole other issue. But then I found a video that I found to be really interesting by a guy that studies nature, and he particularly has a thing for studying the behavioral patterns of beavers. And he saw that beavers, and actually quite a number of other animals, stop working on the day that we call Saturday. You know, we say, you know, busy beavers, you know, because, you know, like ants, beavers are really busy creatures, and they're always, you know, constructing things. And they actually physically stop working on the day that we call Sabbath. And he pointed out actually some variety of bees do, and several others as well. So these were just some of the reasons why I ended up ultimately rejecting the lunar Sabbath idea. But when I looked at your calendar, even today, like going to April, you have your lunar conjunctive Sabbath on April 4th, a Thursday, and then you count the 5th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days before your next Sabbath. So you'd have an 8-day work week before a 9th day Sabbath. And I found the same thing in March and several other times, where you don't have a 6-day work week and a 7th day of rest. You have anywhere from 7 days of work to 8 days of work, and even some cases 2 days of work. So kind of curious how you get around that issue.
Yeah, again, in my opinion, Sabbath is established with the cycles of the moon. And then as far as Kadesh and Translation Day, Kadesh is called a new moon convocation. So it's celebrated, but not like a Sabbath. There's aren't the strict restrictions as you have for Sabbath. And then, yeah, you do have the translation days, which do add a day, you know, at the end of the calendar, usually every other month. But those days are not included in the 7-day count of what are the working days leading up to Sabbath. Both the Kadesh and translation days are excluded from that 7-day count. And again, you know, like I'll bring up 2 stories that we were talking about previously, even in the last show we did. In the 7-day count, bringing up the story of the Joshua's march on Jericho, you have this 7 days leading up to the march and the conquest of Jericho. And if you have Sabbath every 7 days, then God would be breaking his commandment to honor the Sabbath in directing them to do this 7-day march, unless they were following, in my opinion, a calendar, a lunar, a lunar Sabbath calendar as we have it, and as I shared it with you. And you actually get confirmation of this in the book of Jasher, because it tells you that the beginning of their march in Jasher chapter 88, verse 14 through 17, it says, "And it was in the 2nd month on the 1st day of the month, which is Kadesh." And again, remember, Kadesh is not included in the 7-day count of the working days. And so you have this day, including the 6 working days that make the 7 days for the 7-day marches around Jericho. And it says, "And it was in the 2nd month on the 1st day of the month that Yahweh said," well, we'll pick it up on.
Yeah.
All right.
Truth Frequency Radio is your #1 source for news and information without the hate, hype, and fear. We're proud to feature cutting-edge programs like Beyond the Veil with Chris and Cherie Geo, X Squared with Brooks Agnew, Paranormal Portal with Brent Thomas, Jaronism Raw with Jaron and Missa, Fearless with Frank Castle, Strange World with Mark Sargent, The Eye of Ra with Ra Castaldo, The Infinite Fringe with Billy Ray, Ironworks with Josh Corey, The Kev Baker Show, and dozens more. Did you know you can listen from any telephone by dialing 641-793-7117? Or call into your favorite show, toll free at 833-TFR-LIVE. Uncensored talk and news you won't hear in the mainstream media. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
Invasion begins. Vaping death in New York. I'm Elliot Francis. Turkey launched an airstrike and began a ground offensive against Kurdish fighters in northern Syria Wednesday An incursion prompted by President Trump's order to pull U.S. troops out of the region is creating a stir in Washington. Linda Kenyon reports.
Republican Lindsey Graham is a strong Trump ally, but he did not support the president's announcement that U.S. troops would leave the region.
We're not giving Turkey a green light in Congress, and we're not going to abandon the Kurds. If the president does so, we won't.
Graham tells Fox News the Kurds are an important ally in fighting ISIS. Fellow Republican Senator Rand Paul, also on Fox, says the U.S. should have pulled out a long time ago.
Leaving 300 or 400 people in an area that are vulnerable could lead to catastrophe, but also doesn't really do anything to secure our national security.
The president has defended his decision, saying it is time to end U.S. participation in what he calls ridiculous, endless wars. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
Millions of people in California without electricity right now after the state's largest utility pulled the plug to prevent power line sparks that caused wildfires. An unpopular move prompted by forecasts calling for dry, gusty weather. Well, state officials are reporting the first death in New York related to vaping.
The 17-year-old boy from the Bronx died on October 4th at Montefiore Medical Center. He was admitted last month with a respiratory illness. Public health officials here believe the teen was sickened by vaping cartridges that contained THC, the key ingredient that causes the high in pot. The governor pointed to the death as an example of why the federal government needs to take action on vaping products now. City officials are investigating the case, while the governor ordered a ban on the sale of all flavored vaping products other than tobacco. An appellate court temporarily blocked the emergency order until a hearing later this month. Steve Kastenbaum, New York.
Newly released Fox News poll finds 51% of all registered voters support President Trump's impeachment and removal from office. I'm Elliot Francis.
You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
Your protection from deception. This is Truth Frequency Radio.
And we're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I'm your host, Rob Skiba, and wow, this show is flying by. I don't even know if we're going to get to day 5. I hope we do. A lot to talk about. Right before the break, we were discussing the issue of the seventh-day Sabbath, as in Saturday, the day we call Saturday today, or whether it floats on a lunar calendar, as Zen believes. Somebody told me to look up a scripture in the chat room. And so I'll put it up on the screen here. Ezekiel 46:1. Thus saith the Lord God, the gate of the inner court that looketh toward the east shall be shut the 6 working days. But on the Sabbath it shall be opened, and in the day of the new moon it shall be opened. This is just one of many scriptures that talk about 6 working days, and that's where I just really can't get past that, where you end up with 8 days, 7 days different, other than the 6 working days on the lunar calendar. Anything from 2 to 8 working days. That's my major hang-up with that whole thing.
Yeah, but that particular passage also mentions new moon. So new moon is not part of the 6 days, the working day, and that you could determine Sabbath according to that passage, that if there is an observance for new moon, that they're following a lunar solar calendar, and that Sabbath only occurs on the 7 days where you have the 6 working days. And so, you could observe it in 2 different ways, which brings me back to the passage that I was going into, which is from Jasher chapter 88, where it says, and it was in the 2nd month on the 1st day of the month, which is the new moon day, that Yahweh said to Joshua, rise up, behold, I have given Jericho into thy hand with all thy people thereof, and all your fighting men shall go round the city once each day. Thus shall you do for 6 days. And on the 7th day they went round the city 7 times, and the priests blew upon the trumpets. And so again, the only way that God would not be breaking his commandment to honor if Sabbath is every 7 days is if they were following the calendar that you're talking about. But here it's very clear that they were following a lunar solar calendar, as just like in the passage that you just read, where they honor the new moon day and also the Sabbath according to the 7 days according to the phases of the moon. So you have on the first day of Kadesh, which is because it's excluded from the 7-day count, and then the 6 working days of the first week that leads up to the 8th day, which is the first Sabbath, the first quarter Sabbath. And so, in my opinion, this particular passage confirms that the Israelites, during the time of Joshua and their march on Jericho, were following this lunar solar calendar. And I have confirmation of that from a passage that I sent you on the intercalation, which you said you didn't understand it very well. So I'll read it and then...
Wait, just before you do that, I do want to ask you a question, and that is, your whole argument that you just gave seems predicated on the idea that marching is a violation of Sabbath. Why do you think marching...
It is.
Why
it is. And there's a story in the book of Maccabees that talks about that specifically, that the Romans actually waited for Sabbath to attack the Israelites. And in a different show, I can actually find that passage and share it with you. But it's specific to that exact thing.
Well, I'm familiar with that passage, actually, because, and this is one of the reasons why the Maccabean revolt happened, was because the Israelites were thinking, well, we can't fight on Shabbat, so we'll just lay here and be doormats and fodder for the slaughter, and the Romans were taking advantage of that, and the Maccabeans said, well, wait a minute. Let's look at the case of David, and look at other people. People who did stuff on the Shabbat that God seemed to be okay with, and they said, if we keep doing this, we just keep laying down and saying we can't do anything on the Shabbat, then we're all dead. But if we go ahead and take a stand for righteousness on the Shabbat, let's see what happens. And when they did, they were enormously victorious. In fact, they launched whole campaigns based on being willing to do that. So it seems to me that God blessed their efforts to fight back on the Shabbat, as opposed to just hang around and doing nothing, waiting to get killed. So, like, for me, I'll just say where I'm at with this, because people ask me all the time, well, what can you do and what can't you do on a Shabbat? I look at the creation account as the precedence for this. Is God did creative work, creative labors on the 6 days of creation, and he ceased from his creative labors on the 7th day. And so for me, especially as an artist, I do stuff that's primarily creative in nature, be it creating things in Photoshop or editing and, video or things of that nature. And by extension, I would just say whatever you do for work, you stop. So, for me, creative labors cease. The things that I do to earn my living cease. But it seemed to me that Yeshua was fighting against a Pharisaical mindset that basically had people to the point where all you could do is lay in bed and breathe shallow, or you're breaking the Sabbath. I agree. You can only walk so many steps, and they had to draw boundaries, for how far you could walk, or you're violating Sabbath. So, I don't see where walking, or in this case marching, is a violation of Sabbath. And I would see that, in the campaigns of warfare, I don't see evidence that they all stopped doing warfare on the Shabbat anywhere in Scripture, and the book of Maccabees shows that, hey man, they just went ahead and went for it. So I don't see that as an effective argument, because they're just marching and blowing trumpets. They weren't actually doing creative labors, in that story.
But they did attack on that day and took over and then rested on the next day. So it was a full conquest. It wasn't just marching around and blowing the trumpets. Yeah, that's when the walls of the city fell, but that's when the bloodshed began.
Okay, so you were going to read something from the email that you sent me?
Yeah, this is from the Perk D Rabbi Eleazar, which I'd been looking at this just because we've been looking at the creation, the story of the creation week. Well, I found a very interesting chapter, and it's on the intercalation and how because in the book of Enoch, he describes how the 364-day calendar comes together with the 354-day lunar calendar. And again, that's based on the metatonic cycle, and that you have to have this 13th Adar, the second Adar, the 13th month, in order to bring those two calendars back into sync. And it actually makes mention of this. And not only does it make mention of that, but it describes how this calculation of how these two calendars work together, called intercalation, was passed down from God to Adam, and then Adam onwards to all the way to Joseph, and then it being lost, that it was restored with Moshe and Aaron, which is, again, in my opinion, this confirms that that's the calendar they were using when Joshua went into Jericho and into Canaan land. And so I'll read this. It says, and I shortened it. For people that want to read it, it's chapter 8 in the Pirkei Rabbi Eleazar. It's very long. It's very extensive. I did shorten it somewhat to be concise. And so it says this. On the 28th of Elul, the sun and the moon were created. The number of years, months, days, nights, terms, seasons, cycles, and intercalation were before the Holy One, blessed be He. And He intercalated the years, and afterwards He delivered the calculations to the first man in the Garden of Eden. As it is said, this is the calculation for the generations of Adam. The calculation of the world is therein for the generations of the children of Adam. Adam handed on the tradition to Enoch, who was initiated in the principle of intercalation, and he intercalated the year. Enoch walked in the ways of the calculation concerning the world which God had delivered to Adam, and then Enoch delivered the principle of intercalation to Noah, and he was initiated in the principle of intercalation. He intercalated the year. Noah handed on the tradition to Shem, and he was initiated in the principle of intercalation. He intercalated the years, and he was called a priest, as it is said, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, was a priest of God the Most High. I don't know if you know, but in some of the extra biblical texts, it describes Shem, that one of his names was Melchizedek.
Yeah. It says point blank in actually the book of Joshua. It says, and Melchizedek is Shem.
Right, yeah. And so Shem delivered the tradition to Abraham. He was initiated in the principle of intercalation, and he intercalated the year. Abraham delivered the tradition to Isaac, and he was initiated in the principle of intercalation, and he intercalated the year after the death of our father Abraham. Isaac gave to Jacob all the blessings and delivered him the principle of intercalation. Jacob delivered to Joseph and his brethren the principle of intercalation, and they intercalated the year in the land of Egypt. When Joseph and his brethren died, the intercalation ceased from Israel in Egypt. Just as the intercalations were diminished from the Israelites in the land of Egypt, likewise in the future will the intercalations be diminished at the end of the fourth kingdom. This is the beast kingdom. Until Elijah, be he remembered for good, shall come. And I don't know if you know this, but it describes Enoch and Elijah as being the two witnesses in Revelation 11 in several extra biblical books as well. But I'll continue.
Yeah, that's a whole other subject for sure. I've certainly heard that, but I wasn't aware that some texts actually specifically stated that. That was a belief that I had for a long time. Not sure I still believe
that. Numerous texts actually.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Cool. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So continuing. Just as the holy and blessed be He was revealed to Moshe and Aaron in Egypt, likewise in the future will He be revealed to them at the end of the fourth kingdom. As it is said, and the Lord spake unto Moshe and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, this month shall be unto you the beginning of the months. And so this is, where He changed Rosh Hashanah from being the first of Tishri to being the first of Nisan or Abib. That this is when the calendar was restored to them. This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. Till now the principle of intercalation was with me. Henceforth it is your right to intercalate thereby the year. Thus were the Israelites wont to intercalate the year in the Holy Land. Then it goes on to a whole thing of how this was lost, and then how you align the cycle according to the vernal equinoxes and the solstices onward. But I'm going to skip to the part where it talks about the barley and how that is part of the determination of this too as well. So let me find that portion. Here it tells you that the cycle of intercalation, like the metatonic cycle, is 7 out of 19 years, which again is connecting, because the intercalation is what brings the solar and the lunar calendar together. It says this: the cycle of intercalation is 19 years, and there are 7 small cycles therein. Some of these are separated by 3 years, some by 2 years, others are separated by 3 or 2 years, or by 3 and 3 and 3 years. The order of the cycles being the 3rd, 6th, 18th, 8th, 11th, 14th, 17th, and 19 years. There are 2 sets of 3 year cycles. The intercalation takes place in the presence of 3 rabbis. Eliezer says that 10 men are required. I'm going to actually skip to the next part where it says.
Yeah, it said that they could only do it from the land of Israel too. They weren't allowed to do
Right,
any of that from anywhere else.
And if they become less than 10, since they are diminished, they place a scroll on the Torah before them, and they are seated in the circle in the courtroom, and the greatest among them sits first. I think I skipped the. Let me go back. I just want to read the part about the barley, because I think this is interesting portion. Let me get you to comment while I'm looking.
It's difficult because I don't totally grasp it. Like I haven't been able to, like, I mean, I understand the concept of intercalation and in general terms, but like I'm a visual person, so it's like I need somebody to like paint pictures out in front of me so I can see it and lay it out and say, okay, that's why this is happening, that's why that's happening. In the teaching that Zach did at the Take on the World, he made a compelling case and along the lines of something that I had studied myself also, regarding not having a biblical case for the 13th month, even though I know that there are many texts that talk about a 13th month. In the canonized text, there's a pretty solid argument against it, at least in my opinion. So these are all the things I'm trying to weigh in my head. You know, I'm listening to what you're saying, I'm listening to what Zach's saying, I'm thinking about what I think I know, and frankly, I'm still confused about all of it. So, you know, that's why I'm willing to give a platform here and listen.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, good for you, man. That's the way we should all be open-minded about, you know, anything. And with regard to the 13th month, in my opinion, when Ezekiel lays on his side, you have the count of the 430 days.
390.
There's a particular portion where you add, and it adds up to 430. I forget exact details on all that right now, but in my opinion, you can't, with the breakdown of that, you have to have this 13th month or it wouldn't work. And so there's people that have done studies on that. I can't, you know, bring it all out here right now, but
that's my frustration about this too, because there is no shortage of people out there looking into all these things. I mean, and frankly, until, you know, if the 2 prophets, let's say, are Ezekiel and Elijah, until they show up, whoever the 2 witnesses are, I don't think any of us are going to get it.
Yeah, I agree.
Scripture says it takes 2 to 3 witnesses to establish truth, and I'm excited that right now there are people all over the world that are making an effort, and we're having these dialogues, we're having these discussions, we're having passionate debates, where we're just trying to figure out what it is, because we know the Gregorian calendar is wrong. We know there is a biblical Hebrew calendar that is important to our Creator, and that we should get on His page. But for over 2,730 years, we were intentionally blinded by God, you know, by the prophecy of Ezekiel chapter, I think it's chapter 4, with the 390 years, and Leviticus 26, you get, or 18 or 26, I forget which one, but you get 7 times the judgment if you don't wake up, you know, the first time you're chastised. So, you know, 390 times 7, you know, you got 2,730 years that the northern kingdom has been judged and intentionally blinded by God. And that's the northern kingdom. The southern kingdom wasn't a whole lot better. If you read the book of Hosea, you know, God could divorce the northern kingdom. He couldn't divorce the southern kingdom because he had promises that he had to fulfill through them. But if you read Hosea, he was clearly not happy with. He was no more happy with Judah than he was with the northern kingdom. And so we know that they've all got stuff wrong, and they've all ticked off the Creator. And since, and then you get into the Christian, saga, and by the time you get to Constantine, things are completely whacked out, and then you get the Gregorian calendar. So to think that we're all going to have it figured out is a pipe dream, in my opinion. But right now, agree. I think that we should be striving to try to search these things out for ourselves and try to figure out what works and do our best to walk in it. And
Absolutely.
I think,
Amen to
I
that.
believe, this is my personal opinion, I could be totally wrong, but look, as an artist, my mom and dad kept collections of all my stuff as a kid, and when I was first learning how to draw, I could do a little better than stick figures, but there's no Da Vinci going on there, but they would take it and put it up on the refrigerator, and they were proud of it. I was 3, 4, 5 years old, whatever. Look at this. This is good. And over time, through their encouragement, my artwork got better and better to the point where I could get pretty darn close to photorealism and won a Boston Globe Award for a pen and ink drawing that I did in that regard.
Nice.
So, but it was fostered over time and encouragement. Right. And I believe that we're at a stage right now where, Zen, you're doing the best you can, putting scribbles on napkins. I'm doing the best I can, doing the same thing.
Amen.
And our Heavenly Father, this is my opinion, I believe, metaphorically speaking, He's putting our scribbled drawings up on the refrigerator and say, I'm proud of you, keep trying.
Yeah.
So that's the way I look at this, and I don't think any of us are going to have it right until the two witnesses establish it. And I just wish people would just chill out, because everybody thinks they're right, and therefore everybody else is wrong. So, and neither one of us are saying that. Zen's just saying this is what he's become convinced of, and all I'm trying to do is share this is what I'm convinced of, and I'm also saying there's a lot of things I'm not convinced of yet. So,
well, again, as you said, the more I learn, the more I learned that I don't know a lot of things, and that I'm still learning new. I mean, the whole thing with the cosmology, is what led my interest in decrypting the book of the Courses of the Heavenly Luminaries and understanding biblical cosmology, flat Earth, all of that. Even the reason we're doing this, all that came not, just 3 years ago in 2015.
Right.
4 years ago now, but I mean, how big is that, And so if we can't even trust what we've been taught as far as the shape and the dynamics of the world and the solar system, I mean, that was huge. And so, I'm not in any way declaring that I know the truth on anything, but here's what I've learned from my research, and this is what I share, and I appreciate being able to come together with you, brother, in a platform where we can honor each other, respect each other, and just talk it out. These are not salvational issues. People shouldn't get in an uproar. We're just sharing so that we can have discussion and we can learn better from each other, because none of us has all the answers, and we need each other to get to clarity and further discernment.
Amen. All right, well, you got about 5 minutes before we go to break. If you want to kind of cap that a little bit.
Yeah, I want to. I'll just go to a couple of passages on the timing of Sabbath, because we didn't cover this in great detail. So from the Gospel of Peter, it says in chapter 5, Herod said, "Brother Pilate, even if no one had asked for him, we would have buried him, since the Sabbath is dawning. For it is written in the law that the sun must not set on who has been killed." And so it's telling us here that, the Sabbath begins with sunrise. And in verse 27, it says, "Because of these things we fasted and sat mourning and weeping night and day until the Sabbath." And that was with the dawning. And then there's a passage from it's a book called "And It Came to Pass, Legends and Stories about King David." It says, "One moment the face of the king in his hoary majesty still reflected the glow of the setting sun at the ending of the Sabbath with rich and abiding glory. Then suddenly the sun kissed his mouth with a farewell kiss, and the lips of the sweet singer grew dumb forever amid the sweet scented flowers. At the close of every Sabbath, when the man of Israel sit down to eat bread and bid farewell to the princess Sabbath, then is his food holy to the name and memory of King David. To this day, it is the meal of David, the anointed king." And so first they talk about Sabbath dawning with sunrise, And then in other verses, it talks about Sabbath ending with the setting of the sun. And so that was some of the reasons why, as well as, looking up the word for daylight. It's from sunrise to sunset, and the 12 hours that Yeshua mentions of the daytime, or daylight hours, that, again, those are sunrise to sunset.
Okay. Is that where you wanted to cap off on that?
Yeah, as far as on that, if we still have time, I can just read that last passage.
3 minutes?
Okay. This is the end of that, and it's real short. About the barley feast, it says, on account of 3 things is the year intercalated, on account of trees, grass, and the seasons, the tekufa. If 2 of these signs be available and not the 3rd, they do not intercalate the year. That is to say, neither because of the trees nor because of the grass. If 1 sign be available and the other 2 absent, they do not intercalate the year. On account of the tekufa, which those are the vernal equinox. If the tekufa of Tebeth had occurred on the 20th day of the month or later, they intercalate the year, but till the 20th day of the month of Tebeth or earlier, they do not intercalate the year. And that is specific to the winter solstice, because that occurs near the time of Tebet. So, again, with the particular barley feast being part of the, maintaining the intercalation and the converging of the 364-day solar calendar with the 354-day lunar calendar, and how this kind of says that all of that was passed down and shared from Adam to Joseph. And then once they were in the bondage, the 430 years in Egypt, that this knowledge became lost, and it was restored with Moshe and Aaron. And as the march on Jericho kind of shows us that that's the calendar they were following as well, in my opinion, again.
Yeah, okay. So we got about a minute and a half left here. I want to move on to day 5 for the final half-hour segment. But if people are interested in learning more, I know you've covered a lot of ground on this. You've got plenty of videos on this on your YouTube channel, I believe. Where can people go check it out if they want to learn more about what you're saying?
Yes, Endeavor Freedom, Zen Garcia, those are our 2 YouTube channels. One of my friends wrote a book called Yahweh's Unique Timepiece Explained, Diane Cover, and it's many, many passages and sources. As far as my own work, The Flat Earth as Key to Decrypt the Book of Enoch, I go through all of this within that, and there's many videos, and even the notes on my Facebook page cover some of this research and investigation as well.
Somebody's asking in the chat room, what were you reading from just a few minutes ago?
It's the Perk de Rabbi Eleazar, which dates back to the 1st century. He was a contemporary of Gamaliel and Nicodemus, Rabbi Eleazar. Oh, wow. And this is his book, and it's the 8th chapter on the intercalation.
Very good.
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? IO-Life is a 99% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to iolife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
Poor water quality is a major health issue, and it's only getting worse. Municipalities can't keep up, standards have dropped, and pollutants are increasing. Where does it all end? It ends by keeping the pollutants outside of your home with HydroCare's advanced systems available at Wave Home Solutions. No less than the best purification materials and processes have been developed by HydroCare to provide you with healthy, clean water for drinking, cooking, and showering. HydroCare far surpasses the competition in removing chlorine, odors, iron, lead, chemicals, limescale, and much more. Don't settle for less when it comes to your water. We'll take care of the toughest water problems for you, whether it's from a city or well source. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, call 888-997-WAVE. That's 888-997-WAVE. Or go to bestwater123.com. That's bestwater123.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Hey everyone, it's Mark Sargent from Strange World, broadcasting live every Tuesday evening, 10 to 12 Eastern, 7 to 9 Pacific, right here on True Frequency Radio. Strange World covers a wide range of topics, from enclosed world theory to lunar waves to the end of the world in film. It's basically doomsday with a silver lining. With the audience as my co-host, we take an optimistic approach to all things conspiracy and promote confidence, hope, and humor whenever possible. If there's a topic you want us to cover or a guest you would like to see interviewed, please email me at msargent23@comcast.net. So please join me and tell your friends about Truth Frequency Radio, the leader in real radio programming, bringing you quality, cutting-edge broadcasts from around the world.
No hate, no hype, no fear.
You're listening to Truth Frequency Radio.
We are TFR.
And we're back on the Revolutionary Radio Project. I'm your host, Rob Skiba. For the final half-hour segment of the broadcast, I'm talking with my guest, Zen Garcia. We're continuing our study on the book of Genesis, specifically Creation Week. And we're kind of putting cap on day 4 right now. If you want to learn more, in the previous segment, Zen gave his contact information. You could check out some of his resources that he's got on his YouTube channel for more information on that. Some people were asking during the break, where is the next conference I'm going to be at? If you're interested, I'm going to be at the Flattoberfest in Greenville, South Carolina in a couple weeks on October 20th. That's going to be held at a place called, interestingly enough, The Firmament. That's the name of the venue. Yeah, very cool. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and jump in. Last week, on your show, Zen, we talked about day 4 and how the sun, moon, and stars were placed in the firmament, not outside and around. They were, the word is berakia. They put the bait in front of the word rakia, which means in. That same thing's going to apply in verse 20, but I'll back up to the beginning of day 5 here, and I'll just read all of day 5. It says, "And God said, Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day." Interesting. Birds coming out of the water and told to multiply in the earth. In the earth. It's very specific there. Any translation that says on the earth or over the earth is inaccurate, because the word there has a bait in front of it. Baharetz, or Baretz. It means in the earth, which only makes sense in an enclosed world cosmological system. Everything's in the earth in that regard. So get some of your thoughts on day 5, and I'll share some things that I have in mind regarding the fowls flying in the open firmament.
Yeah, I'll read from the Targum version of day 5. It says, "And the Lord said, let the lakes of the waters swarm forth the reptile, the living animal, and the fowl which flieth, whose nest is upon the earth. And let the way of the bird be upon the air of the expanse of the heavens. And the Lord created the great Tanins, the Leviathan and his yokefellow, which are prepared for the day of consolation, and every living animal which creepeth, and which the clear waters had swarmed forth after their kind, the kinds which are clean, and the kinds which are not clean, and every fowl which flieth with wings after their kinds, the clean and the unclean. And the Lord beheld that it was good, and he blessed them, saying, Increase and multiply, and fill the waters of the seas, and let the fowl multiply upon the earth. And it was evening, and it was morning, day the 5th. So, with the Targum, you have, it seems almost in every verse, there's extra description about the creative process, and then in every other story, further detail as to particular things. But I think what is interesting with regard to even the Genesis 1 story of creation, and then the Genesis 2 story of creation, that you have sort of the same animals being described, but a different order to their creation. And I think that has to do with that there were, both the pre-Adamites and those that were told to multiply, be fruitful, and to fill the earth, and those, like with Adam, that perhaps were involved in occupying paradise.
Very good. What were you reading from there?
That was the Targum version of day 5.
So the Aramaic translation?
Yeah, the Aramaic translation, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Some people may remember the debate that I had with Dr. Robert Sungenis, and he was really hung up on the issue of the birds flying in the firmament, in the open firmament of heaven. And so I addressed it, and this is what I have on the screen here for those watching on YouTube, is page 308 of his book, Flat Earth, Flat Wrong. He wrote, first, the Hebrew language, although it didn't have the most comprehensive vocabulary, did indeed have different words for in and inside. As noted by Skiba himself, quote, in is usually denoted by putting the letter bait before the noun. We find this information, for example, in the first phrase of Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, Bereshit, or the phrase in the firmament, Berakia, in which bait begins the word reading right to left in Hebrew. But when Hebrew wants to say inside, this is Robert Sungenis here, he says, it does not use a bait before the noun. Rather, it uses a different letter, the letter mem. For example, in Genesis 6:14, it says, and cover it inside and out with pitch, from the word mabit. The same occurs in Leviticus 14:41, and he shall curse the inside, or cause the inside of the house to be scraped round about. Or 1 Kings 6:15, he lined the walls of the house on the inside. He's got the Hebrew word, the letter mem, in front of it, with boards of cedar. 2 Chronicles 3:4, he overlaid it on the inside, again, Hebrew word, the letter mem, in front of it, with pure gold. Well, there's a book out there that I would refer people to by Dr. Frank Seekins. It's called Hebrew Word Pictures. How Does the Hebrew Alphabet Reveal Prophetic Truths? Fantastic book. Goes through each letter and the meanings of the words and stuff like that. And bait, of course, is a letter, but it is also a word that means a house or a dwelling place. And so the letter bait means the same thing as the word bait. And you'll note he talks about when the letter bait is in front of a Hebrew word, the bait is used to mean in, inside, or into. So Dr. Sungenis is wrong. It says related languages that agree with the Hebrew use bait as a letter for bait as a house, or to mean in or inside. There are numerous other, he's got the Akkadian, Ugaritic, Sabian, and several others that follow suit on that. He differentiates the letter bait from the letter mem, in this book. Beit meaning in or inside. When added as a prefix, the word beit becomes a Hebrew prefix that means in, into, or inside, whereas the letter mem, when used as a prefix, means from or than. Let's see here. On page 185, he again explains the function of the letter mem as a prefix meaning from. He says the mem is added as a prefix in front of a word. Mem becomes the inseparable or the particle preposition that means from, unto, or than. The letter mem in front of a word is the equivalent of the Hebrew word min or from. Let's see here. Dr. Syngenis, again, I got his thing up on the screen here talking about various references that he says that the letter mem means inside. But to further prove the point, please consider, for example, what the Interlinear Scripture Analyzer has to say. It's a software you can get concerning Genesis 6:14 in confirmation of my claim and in contradiction to Dr. Syngenis. And I want to thank my friend Andy Hoy, who is a trained Hebrew scholar we've talked about here on this broadcast before, for pointing something out to me here. It says, in 3 of the 4 examples that Syngenis uses, the letter mem precedes the word beit, which is the word for house, which is in fact the meaning of the letter beit. In this regard, Hoy says, in some cases, beit is used to refer to interior features such as a housing that is carved into something solid. As I understand it, a house without an interior, e.g. a house filled with concrete, for example, would cease to be a house because there would be no inside left for it. This is why something like the Hebrew word used here could literally be translated as from house. And that's actually a better translation as inside, because beit always referring to something with an interior or that is capable of housing something. And the remaining example of 2 Chronicles 3:4, it likewise literally means from inside. So the examples that Syngenis was using to say, well, see, beit is not the word you would use for inside, mem is, he's actually incorrect. That when the letter mem precedes the word, it's saying from inside. So, in other words, covering it from the inside out. You know, where the English translations are just saying, you know, he pitched it on the inside. The actual Hebrew is saying from the inside. From the inside. So, Genesis 1:20, and God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven. If you look at that there, it's al panei, across the face is what it's actually saying there, across the face. Genesis 18:16, and the men rose up from thence and looked toward Sodom. So the same word is used there, al panei, toward. So in other words, what's going on with the birds? The Greek Septuagint says they are flying upon the earth below the firmament. What is being conveyed here, if you can imagine a circular dome enclosed world where birds may start off in a tree or on the ground and start flying in any direction that they fly. If they start on the ground or anything attached to the ground, they're going to be flying toward the firmament, toward the face of the firmament, toward the open part of the firmament in every direction, because the firmament, as we've discussed in previous shows, is connected to the earth. So that actually only makes sense in the context of an enclosed world cosmology. But for some reason, Amen, Dr. Syngenis and others can't get past the idea of, see, the birds are flying in the firmament. I'm like, dude, you're sitting in a room talking to me. You and I are sitting in a room having this discussion the same way the birds are in the dome flying around. I mean, it's not rocket science, but for some reason people just can't seem to wrap their mind around it, I guess.
Well, they are in denial about our being in an enclosed world system, or the study of the firmament. Because if they really study and investigate the topic of the firmament and the rakia being a solid structure, it totally conflicts with everything they want to believe and everything they want to filter through the whole NASA Copernican heliocentric model for understanding the world. And so, we know, being in an enclosed system, that it absolutely, even the luminaries were placed inside of the firmament, and that they hold tabernacle, they hold circuit, they have revolution, what we would call orbits, circuits in the firmament, as is revealed in Psalms 19, and that the birds also are in the firmament, because the atmosphere and even what we believe to be outer space where the luminaries are, that is all under the enclosed dome within the firmament. And we see this also confirmed in Enoch. He says, of heaven, and in the world, that they might rule in the face of the sky, and appearing over the earth, which is, the birds flying over the face of the earth, become conductors of the days and the nights, the sun, the moon, the stars, and all the ministers of heaven, which make their circuit with all the chariots of heaven. And so, the stars also, and the sun, the moon, the planets, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Saturn, Jupiter, they all hold circuit and move also within the tabernacle of the firmament, and that they are all, enclosed over and held beneath what what John calls the sea of crystal like unto glass.
Yeah, amen. This is one of the reasons why I'm a huge advocate for parallels Bibles and always comparing translations. I grew up in a King James only environment, so I understand the mentality. I completely and totally disagree with it. When you lock yourself into the mentality that this is the only correct translation and that nothing else, matters, even the Hebrew and Greek don't matter. And that's how far the King James only crowd will take it. I mean, right. I've seen videos with Ken Hovind actually saying, he goes so far as to say that he would correct the Hebrew and the Greek to the King James. That's just insane talk.
That's crazy. Yeah.
That's just ridiculous. But I mean, you can look at other translations, and the reason I do is, for the most part, other than slightly, changing the verbiage to maybe update it so it's not thee and thou, it's rather, me and you, and what have you. Most of the English translations for most verses are pretty comparable. Very little differences. But you'll find some cases where the translations are different, and that's why I find value in comparing the English translations. And when I see something vastly different, that prompts me to, I'm going to go look at the Hebrew and the Greek, Aramaic, yes, and see what's going on here. And absolutely, that was the case with this. I mean, interestingly enough, NIV, I'm not a huge fan of the NIV, but right off the bat, the NIV's in the Bible.cc or BibleHub.com has a great parallel Bible feature. So you just look up a verse, like in this case Genesis 1:20, and it gives you all the English translations. You could just go through and check them all out. But it says, the NIV says, and God said, let the water teem with living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the vault of the sky.
Nice. Nice.
Like, okay, all right. Yeah, but I mean, it's not difficult, but I think it's like you said, people's own preconceived ideas, their own biases that they bring to the text, it carries the cognitive dissonance where they just can't get past it. They can't understand it. Like even in the book that I mentioned last week, that our buddy, what's his name, Danny Faulkner. I don't know where I thought I had it here in front of me. Must have brought it downstairs. He gets hung up on some of these things too, like in the firmament. Well, like Sangenis even points out it in his book. He says that, in can mean one of two things. It can mean like the peppermint is in the candy. In other words, it's part of the makeup of it. Or it can mean like you and I are sitting in our room talking.
Yes.
And, so the challenge is figuring out, okay, what's what? Well, obviously, the birds aren't embedded in the firmament.
Right.
They're flying in the open space of the room that is the firmament.
Yes.
But Faulkner keeps in his book saying that, flat Earth, he has so many straw man arguments. It's like, if you actually put what we really think down, most of your arguments would go away. You're putting up stuff that we don't believe. Well, I take that back. Maybe some people do believe this. I'm not one of them, but some people believe that where it says the stars are in the firmament, that it's comparable to the peppermint is in the candy, that the stars are embedded in the structure of the firmament. I'm not one that believes that. I believe that they are below the firmament and that they're in circuit, below the firmament, moving about, yes, just like the sun and moon are. So you're of the same opinion there, but
absolutely, that's what Scripture says. It describes the 7 tabernacles where the different luminaries hold courses, and that they are led by angels, according to Enoch and other sources. So, yeah, they have a particular cycle circuit that they follow.
What's your take on the where it says? Let me put up the scripture up on the screen here. Well, it appears that the waters bring forth both the fish and the birds. At least that's the way it looks like to me.
Yeah, well, I'll share with you a passage. This is from the Cave of Treasures, I believe, and it describes the differentiation just in a different way. It says, "On the 5th day of the week, God made from the waters mighty sea monsters, fish, winged fowl, swimming beasts, and the reptiles that are in the seas. He created the winged fowl that are in the waters from the waters, for like fish they lay eggs and swim. Now fish swim in the waters, and winged fowl in the air, but some of the latter in the waters also. Although they say that swimming creatures were made from the waters, or that the other wild beasts and cattle were made from the earth, still they consist of parts of all the other elements. Those, however, that are of the waters have the greater part of their composition made of water, while the greater part of those whose origin is earth consist of earth, but none of them lack the 4 elements." And so this is kind of saying that, the fowl that were created of the waters, those are like, ducks and different ones that spend a lot of time on the water and in the water, and that the other birds are those that are, that fly in the air, are more land-based, perhaps like the predatory, because the Targum also differentiates between the clean and unclean animals, and we see that, the raptors and the predators and the vultures, that they are considered unclean because they consume the carrion. They consume dead and diseased animals, and they're impervious to it, and they mostly spend their time on land. They're not what would be considered water or winged fowl of the water, like ducks and Canadian geese and things. So I see that as the distinction and the differentiation.
That was a beautiful text. I enjoyed reading the Cave of Treasures and the books of Adam and Eve. Really good stuff. But something you said there, if I heard you correctly, just kind of struck me as interesting, that in a sense, these are both creatures that are swimming.
Yeah.
We think of swimming just in water, but in a sense, the birds are swimming through the air. The same same kind of thing is like, especially when you consider air. Well, it's actually full of water.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we don't really see it unless it gets to the point where it builds up to rain.
Yes.
But
the condensation. Right.
And this is one of those things that it really helps to explain how things work in enclosed world cosmology on a flat plane, is because there's so much water. And this is secular people who believe in the globe now. They are the ones that said, with regard to the Joshua Nowicki picture, that the atmosphere acts like a lens. Well, why does it act like a lens? Well, because the atmosphere is full of water. If people go online and just do a Google search for how much water is in the air, there's an ocean that we are walking through in the air. And all those microscopic spherical balls of water, a spherical ball of water, put them together, you get a big spherical lens. Well, what type of lens is that? It's a convex lens. It's a magnifying glass. So that it explains why we lose the lower parts of buildings and ships and different things that going out a distance. So you just go out and get a magnifying glass, do some tests, and you can see for yourself how that works. So when you consider that the atmosphere is acting like a lens, it explains this phenomena, but it also just now explained to me why the birds and the fish are created the same day. In the same way, because the birds are swimming through the water of the air, and the fish are swimming through the water of the sea.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And then, again, even because it describes them all being composed of like different elements, and so they have different habitation, but again, they are similar in being that they have wings, and some on the waters, and again, even the waters in the air, the condensation, the way all that works, creation is interesting, and especially when you examine all the different creation accounts, which I wanted to bring up and make mention really quickly before we get to the end of the show. We released a book called The Book of Earths, which is a very fascinating study. This individual who completely believes in heliocentric cosmology just did a study on what the ancients believed about the cosmology, going back to the Babylonian, the Canaanite, the Egyptian, the Syrian, so on and so forth, even ancient indigenous and native peoples. And this individual brings forth, all of these ancient accounts, and reading through them, they absolutely confirm, the individual confirms that they all believed in the enclosed cosmology as we are teaching it, and as was only recently changed. That before the Copernican heliocentric model for understanding world, all the ancients believed in this enclosed system, like even the goddess Nut of Egyptian, that as it describes in Isaiah 40, chapter 22, that the tabernacle or the tent of the enclosed cosmology, that the earth is the foundation, and then the curtain spread above it where the heavens are, that is beneath what is the vaulted dome of the earth, as Amos 9 brings forth, and that it is connected, the vaulted dome connects the earth and the heavens together in this unity that Isaiah describes as being in the shape of a tent or a tabernacle. And so that's an interesting study, and one that people should examine if you are interested in, as well as Cosmos, his study, and his book on Christian topography.
Yeah, he's one that it's kind of obscure. Most people aren't aware of his works. Really, really great stuff. In fact, I was, to your point, I was watching the TV series Vikings, and I think it was in season 1. In the story, a Christian monk was taken captive by the Vikings, and they're having a discussion about their gods around a campfire. And the Norse guys there, the Vikings, are talking about their cosmology, and of course they say the sky is the skull of one of their gods, and the ground is the dismembered body of whatever. But they're essentially describing an enclosed world cosmology. The cranium skull of their god being or like the Egyptians saying the sky goddess Nut or whatever. But essentially describe the same thing. And then they say to the Christian guy, because he's kind of scoffing at some of that, and they're like, well, what do you believe? And he just kind of looks away, and they kind of cut to commercial break, like well, we're not gonna go there. But if he was written to describe what the Bible actually says, he would say, well, more or less the same thing. We just don't look at it the same way you guys do.
Right.
But all interesting stuff, man. Another great show. Thank you so much, Zen. We'll pick up where we left off next week on your show. It's 8 Central, I think, on Thursday.
9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 8 Central. Yeah.
9 Eastern, 8 Central. So we'll pick it up on Zen's TFR program next Thursday. So hey, thank you, Zen. Thank you guys so much for watching and listening to the Revolutionary Radio Project. We'll see you back next week. Good night, everybody.
God bless all. Good night.
You must unite what has been set asunder.
We are TFR, Truth Frequency Radio.
some say that when God said, "Come, let us make man in our image and in our likeness," the angels, by the eye of the Spirit, saw the right hand of God spread out over the whole world, and there were in parts of all the creatures, both spiritual and corporeal. And God took from these parts and fashioned Adam with his holy hands, and breathed into him the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Welcome, friends. I'm your host, Zen Garcia. This is Secrets Revealed here on Truth Frequency Radio. I'm honored to have all of you join us in fellowship this evening. We are continuing. I have as guest with me Rob Skiba, and we are continuing our journey into the creation narrative and the Genesis timeline. And today we'll be speaking about the sixth day and the creation of man. Rob, are you there, brother?
I am. Thanks for having me on, and I'm excited to dive in again.
As am I. This has been a really incredible journey, and I think that many people are being blessed by the time that we are taking to explore this in greater depth and to look into the context of the Hebrew and also the other books, the extra biblical narratives, which have parallel accounts of the various actions and the creations of these particular days. And so a lot of feedback from individuals that are enjoying the series.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of good feedback too, looking at the comments both on Facebook as well as YouTube, and kind of following a little bit as much as I can in the chat room. Got a pretty active chat room right now in on YouTube, so it's exciting. This was a lot of people enjoyed the Quest for Truth that Doug Hamp and I did, because a lot like this one, we didn't agree on everything, but we came together and we were looking at Scripture line by line and just sharing, what it meant to me, what it meant to him, in this case, what it means to you. And hopefully everybody grows from the experience. We're not telling anybody else what to believe. We're just simply looking at the text and drawing from our own personal experiences and research and sharing what we believe. And so, I think this is what they call the Hebrews called a midrash. And Doug used to say, if you've ever, and also Dr. Russ Houck was fond of saying the same thing. He's a Messianic Jewish guy. He said, if you ever go into a house of Beit Midrash, Beit being house, Midrash is what we're doing, discussing. It's a civilized, but certainly not a quiet environment. People he says, it's very loud, it's very passionate. People get in each other's faces, but then afterwards it's all good, shalom, shalom, hug each other, go out to dinner or whatever. And so, that's kind of the way I look at it is, it's okay to be passionate about the things you believe and, talk these things out. So I really, really enjoy this format.
Yeah, as do I. And, again, with regard to all that we've learned, even with the opening to biblical cosmology over the last few years, we realize just how much it is that we can learn in New Revelation. And so doing these kind of studies, it's benefiting everybody, I believe. And especially if we can come together in terms where we honor and respect each other in conversation and just share fellowship. And of course, everybody has differences of opinions. Nobody sees it the exact same way as anybody else, and so, and none of us has all of the answers. And so, excited to continue. We're going into the account of the creation of what I believe to be both the pre-Adamites and modern humanity. But that's something we'll explore.
Yeah. All right. You want me to just go ahead and read day 6?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm on BibleGateway.com reading from the King James Bible. We left off with day 5 last week. I think we covered that pretty good. I can't think of anything
Yeah,
else.
I think so.
Okay, so let's dive in, beginning in verse 24. Genesis 1:24. And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing and beasts of the earth after his kind, and it was so. And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the 6th day. Well, there's certainly a lot to get us in trouble here.
Yeah, of course, as always. And before we go into the dialogue, I'll read the Targum version of the same verses. It says, And the Lord said, Let the soil of the earth bring forth the living creatures according to his kind, the kind that is clean and the kind that is unclean, cattle and creeping thing and the creature of the earth according to his kind. And it was so. And the Lord made the beasts of the earth after his kind, the clean and the unclean, and the cattle after their kind, and every reptile of the earth after its kind, the clean and the unclean. And the Lord saw that it was good. And the Lord said to the angels who ministered before him, who had been created in the 2nd day of the creation of the world, Let us make man in our image, in our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl which are in the atmosphere of heaven, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every reptile creeping upon the earth. And the Lord created man in his likeness. From the Jerusalem Targum. And the word of the Lord created man in his likeness. In the likeness of the presence of the Lord he created him. The male and his yokefellow he created them. In the image of the Lord he created him, with 248 members, with 365 nerves, and overlaid them with skin, and filled it with flesh and blood. Male and female in their bodies he created them. And he blessed them, and the Lord said to them, Increase and multiply, and fill the earth with sons and daughters, and prevail over it in its possessions, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the heavens, and over every creeping animal that creepeth upon the earth. And the Lord said, Behold, I have given you every herb whose seed seedeth upon the face of all the earth, and every unfruitful tree for the need of building and for burning, and the tree in which its fruit seeding after its kind. To you it shall be for food. But to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the heavens, and to every reptile upon the earth, in which is the living soul, I have given all green herbs. And it was so. And the Lord beheld everything he had made, and it was very good. And it was evening, and it was morning, the 6th day. The first thing that I wanted to comment on, and this is something that had come up in a previous show, but do you believe that the pre-Adamites and also humanity up to the time of Noah, that they were vegetarian and did not eat flesh until the covenant with Noah that gave him that ability, so long as the blood was not within it. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, just reading Genesis 1, it seems to me that we were originally designed to be vegetarians. And, for me personally, I have recently started to head in that direction, like over the last year or so. Well, actually, I take it back. It's been since 2016. When Rick Hummer and I were doing some of the, maybe it was 16 or 17. It might have been 17 anyway. When we were doing the balloon chasing, when we were out there doing the high altitude balloon launches, it was right next to a chicken farm. And it's just horrific, man. Like what has happened in the meat industry. I'm not against eating meat per se. I'm against the meat farms and the horrific treatments of these animals.
I agree.
It's just if you can even call it living, they're living in horrible conditions, often forced to be cannibals the way they're fed. They're tortured their entire life. They're pumped full of hormones and all kind of God knows what else. And then they're brutally massacred, often in front of each other. And all of that stress and toxin and horror, we end up eating that.
Right.
And just from just a humane point of view, I'm like, I can't support that. Now, I went to John Pounder's place, and he's raising some of his own animals and stuff like that, and he's raising his animals humanely, and butchered the lamb humanely. I didn't have any problem eating that. So, for me, and I started looking, there's a documentary that came out recently called Game Changers that was produced by, I think it was James Cameron, Arnold Schwarzenegger, a whole bunch of people. And it's talking about athletes that are plant-based. And, like entire teams, like NFL teams, that are just, that have decided to be 100% plant-based. And they're experiencing enormous gains and finding themselves to be a lot more athletic than they had been when they were eating meat. And then you have the testimony of Daniel and his boys when they refused to eat the meat and stuff that was sacrificed to idols and whatnot. And they were just on fruits and vegetables, and they were healthier and stronger than the King's mighty men. So for me, I'm starting to make the shift in that direction personally, for health reasons, as well as just I can't deal with what's going on out there. And unless I know for certain that these animals were treated well and not pumped full of chemicals and all that kind of stuff, I just don't want anything to do with it. But more than that, biologically speaking, I posted something on my Facebook recently. It had pictures of different creatures, and their teeth was the first thing you see, is the pictures of their teeth. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, you have like panda bears and other things that are herbivores that they're not meat eaters, but they have big sharp teeth. So, the argument is, well, see, that doesn't prove you're a carnivore just because your teeth, are or are not, big sharp teeth like a lion or whatnot. I get the argument, but the meme had a whole lot of other things listed on it, talking about like meat eaters that are, carnivorous animals have acidic saliva. They have much shorter intestines. There's a whole bunch of there's a whole long list of things that they are designed very different from us. We have alkaline. We're supposed to have alkaline saliva and process food differently. Our internal organs are different, and frankly, we have to cook meat. Like when you can't just grab an animal and just start chomping on it. You can grab anything off a tree, assuming it's not been sprayed with chemicals, and start eating it. So like to eat meat, it requires, in some cases, significant preparation. And likewise, animals, a lot of animals can't eat vegetables just right. They don't have the enzymes to process vegetables properly, anymore. So, I posted something on Facebook, what we are allowed to eat and what we were designed to eat appear to me to be two different things. And that stirred up a huge firestorm, people going psycho, and I'm calling them meatheads now because that's what they are. The people who are like, we got to eat meat down there. I'm like, first of all, I didn't tell anybody what to do. I'm not telling anybody what else to. I'm just saying, these are my choices. This is what I'm thinking, for myself. But to answer your question, that's a long answer, but to answer your question, looking at the text here, it does appear to me that everything was designed originally to eat plants. And if you think about, the myth is you got to eat meat to be strong.
Right.
And there's one of the
protein.
Yeah. Chris and Liz Bailey would contest that, talking about what types of protein your body actually does assimilate. And in that documentary, I forget the guy's name, but he's like one of the world's strongest men kind of guys. You ever see guys like take big tractor trailer, like huge tires, like they're the size of you and I, and they're flipping the tires? Well, this guy's like flipping the truck. Okay. Like this guy says, like, I forget the tires. Like, he's flipping a truck, and he made a comment in the trailer for the documentary. They said, how did you become strong as an ox without eating meat? And he goes, you ever see an ox eat meat? I'm like, oh, that's a genius answer, But in the book of Job, God's, bragging on his creation, and he says, behold now Behemoth, and the description given for Behemoth, I believe, is a sauropod dinosaur. I mean, it's a perfect description of like an Apatosaurus or, the long neck, long tail dinosaurs. And
with the tail the size of a cedar
tree. Thank you, our English translators. Some of them trying to help us out, translating as elephant or hippo. I'm like, you ever see the tail of a hippo? It hardly moves like a cedar tree, right? But you have these massive creatures that God is. And I believe he's bragging on this. He's like, look at that. That's the chief of my ways. And it was a plant eater, So then the question becomes, okay, why were we allowed to eat meat after the flood? And I simply say, you ever see what a flood does to the land? The whole earth was completely devastated, and it's going to take. And they probably depleted their food being on the ark for a year, And so when they got off the ark, food was probably, the old sense of food was probably quite scarce. And he said, okay, there's provision now. You can also eat meat. That's my feeling on it, because even like an apple tree takes like 7 years to grow and start producing fruit. Other plants produce a lot quicker, but I could see the justification for making that provision after the flood simply as a result of what flood does to the land.
Yeah, I could totally see that. That it would take the land time to even dry out and to have food crops come forth to sustain even all the animals and replenishing the land. I also think it has something to do with the way that the giants, being cannibals, and that they started to eat all of the creatures, even humanity, and to cannibalize humanity, to drink the blood, to eat the flesh. And that was almost like God saying, okay, well, I'll allow y'all to eat meat, but you're certainly not going to do it in the manner that the giants were, and how they were, as far as, just eating raw, cannibalizing humanity and drinking the blood. That, he was saying that you'd have to cook it, and certainly not to do it in the way that the giants and the cannibals in that previous generation, that they were involved in consuming and partaking of meat. But I do agree with you that, according to Scripture and the way that it looks at it, and even the commentaries, that they were designed initially to eat from the crops, and that the plants and vegetables, that was their food. And I also think that the way that culture is now, especially, I saw a documentary called What the Health, and it was about the overconsumption of meat in our culture and society, and how that does cause acidity. It causes your pH balance to turn from alkaline to acidic, and that once you hold such an acidic pH balance, your body starts to consume itself, and it will lead to what is the perfect environment for the propagation of cancer, and the for clusters, cancers and tumors and things of that nature to grow in the body in all different places. And that if you don't which most people don't have really good immune systems because of the depletion of the food and the vitamin and the nutrients and the things that used to be provided, and because most people are over consuming meat and not eating vegetables or fruits or anything raw directly from the earth, and even the way that crops are grown in these industrial farms, that the nutrients that they used to get from the soil, that it's a lot of the soil has been depleted of all of that, and that, you know, like the Jubilee, they allow the land to grow fallow and to just grow wild and to not, you know, harvest it, and crop rotation, all of those kind of things make an impact on the kind of food that can be grown in certain places and through the soil. And then the use of pesticides, Roundup, and things of that nature that also really affects the crops and genetically modified foods. I mean, it's on and on. And now everybody, with the use of microwaves, that totally kills, you know, food as well. And so there's no benefit. All the fast food and everything being fried, it's a wonder, you know, that people are able to survive and on just the kind of food that most of the modern world eats in this day and age.
Oh boy, that is the truth. I mean, you just go to like a Walmart or, you know, even supermarkets and look down the aisles. Most of the stuff that's on the shelves is not food.
Right.
You know, it's just heavily processed crap, you know, largely sugar. It's just not food, and it is amazing that any of us are alive.
Right.
I mean, that's just
absolutely.
A testament to the machine that is our body that God created. Just, you know, and animals too, because I mean, you look into like even like pet food is just as jacked up as if not worse as human food. And you know, big surprise, right? We're seeing our animals dealing with the same types of cancers and crap that, you know, we're having to deal with. So yeah, I think things, you know, there's an ideal, which we see here in Genesis 1, and then there's the compromise, which is what I see, you know, probably logically needed after the flood. You know, I don't think it's a sin to eat meat. In fact, when you get to like Leviticus, you start looking at especially the Levitical priesthood requirements and the sacrifices, stuff like that. They're actually required to eat it. You know, in fact, in Passover, you know, eating the lamb and things of that nature.
Right.
So, you know, certainly it's not a sin. People are trying to make the case that, you know, Jesus was a vegan. I'm like, yeah, I don't see that. I mean, he's eating fish, and, you know, I believe he ate a Passover meal also. You know, of the few times that we have references of him consuming anything, I certainly do see him eating meat. So,
fish.
Yeah, fish. You know, certainly. So, you know, but again, you know, we are allowed to, and in some cases commanded to, when it comes to the various feasts and things like that. One of the questions that came up in the chat room was that why do we have a definition of clean and unclean here in the beginning? You know, and why did Noah take, you know, so many clean and so many unclean on the ark if it didn't have to do with, you know, dietary stuff? And I was like, well, clean and unclean don't just deal with food; it also deals with sacrifice.
Yeah, absolutely.
What Yahuwah himself considers to be clean or appropriate for sacrifice, you know, just so happens to also be what he considers to be clean or unclean in terms of food.
Yes.
So, you know, at this point, I don't have anything, biblically speaking, I don't have anything to justify eating meat, at least that I could see, prior to the flood. I see it after the flood. So, you know, any reference, therefore, in my mind, to clean or unclean prior to the flood seems to have to do more with what he considers appropriate for sacrifice as opposed to consumption.
I would also say, with regard to clean and unclean animals, that God makes a distinction within the Word. He tells us those animals that are scavengers and that eat the refuse of the land and in the seas, that are bottom feeders, you know, fish without scales like catfish, and then, you know, the lobster and crab and shrimp and things of that nature that really feed on the refuse. And then animals that are carrion eaters like vultures, birds of prey, things of that nature, that in my opinion we're recommended and told not to consume those kind of animals because of the fact that they are cleaning up the diseased carcasses and eating of roadkill. We're told to not consume animals that have been killed by other wild animals, or that you just roadkill, like you find on the you don't know how it was killed or anything of that nature. And the reason being is because he's trying to keep us from getting sick. Yeah, if we're gonna eat meat, at least eat that which is clean and that is healthy. And gosh, already. All right, we'll be right back, and then I'll get you to comment on that one.
Extendivite, a 7-herb combination made from garlic, cayenne, hawthorn, bilberry, ginkgo biloba, valerian, and milk thistle. Extendivite feeds our body with the right nutrients to keep us healthy. Just listen to what Arthur has to say.
I was just calling to tell you what a great product you have. I had used this about 10 years ago after I had congestive heart failure. And it fixed me up and got me going for the last 10 years. Lately, I've been having heart trouble again, so I placed another order because this was the only thing that ever worked. And I just wanted to let you know that you have a great product.
To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822, or visit heartdrop.com.
Extend your life with Extendovite.
Your home has needs. It needs a healthy, dry environment all year round. Start by getting rid of the worst air in the basement and crawl space, where the problems begin and make the whole house sick. Introducing the new Smart Wave Ventilation Unit. It has advanced technologies to continuously reduce moisture, mold, and odors, and expel radon, gases, and pollutants. And now, Wave units include carbon monoxide detection to automatically expel air at a high rate and send you an alert. It also has an app so you can remotely monitor the conditions. Wave is a comprehensive, maintenance-free, affordable solution that will transform your entire home. Protect your home and family with what it needs. Give it a new Smart Wave Ventilation Unit. For more information, call 888-717-WAVE. That's 888-717-WAVE. Or go to dryhealthyhome.com. That's dryhealthyhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
He was the deputy director of MI6, Britain's most senior diplomat. He was knighted by the Queen and in charge of thousands of highly trained spies. But he was also a member of the Paedophile Information Exchange. He had 45 diaries full of sex fantasies with children. His friend was the private secretary of Margaret Thatcher. He strangled a child and hit another with his car. He raped young boys and organized orgies with children for other politicians.
The Enigma Channel, intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
Real people, real radio. Wherever you are, make it TFR. Truth Frequency Radio.
And in those days, there were giants in the land, and the sons of the angels of God looked upon the daughters of men and found them fair, and took of them wives, and their sons became of old great men of renown. So they have been mixing with us on a genetic level since the time of Enoch and Ezekiel's will.
Here on Earth, we're intrigued by the sun, moon, and stars, and imagine there's got to be planets like ours. So conceive of a face on the surface of Mars, so in need of a meaning and purpose we've lost. Indeed, they believe that these might be our gods, or that maybe with time we'll do right and evolve, and eventually reach what they seek, and then solve all the problems of man. But they really don't know that they fall, and the works of our hands are but just filthy rags. So we travel the lands to dig up our past time, our lapses, and with it are much of the facts. Some imagine that gods came in and grasped.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I was just commenting on the differentiation between the clean and the unclean animals, and how it is that a lot of what we see described as unclean animals for consumption, as far as what the Most High warns us about in our eating routine, is to steer away from those animals which consume the carrion and the refuse of the earth, and also in the oceans, the rivers, and the seas. And so I wanted to ask you what your thought on that was, Rob.
Well, yeah, this is one of those things that I don't understand, people. I really, honestly don't. You know, for me, look, if I call myself a Christian and I say I love God and I trust Him, then that, to me, means I should do what He says. You know, that He's got a reason.
I agree.
He's got a reason for saying the things He says. So when He gives us a fairly comprehensive list of things that are good for us to eat and things that He didn't make for us to eat that are not good for us, that He says are unclean and you shouldn't eat them, to me, I'm like, all right, God, I get it. You know, like I don't want to. I don't understand why. I honestly believe it's a spirit, dude. I really do. I think there's a reason why some of these things, like pork, for instance, is a meat that was sacrificed to idol. So when it talks about don't eat meat sacrificed to idols, if you got to go back and look at the context, it's not just. Well, I think it is. It would include, I should say, would include anything that was sacrificed to idols. But the animal that happened to be sacrificed to the false gods was a pig.
Right.
You know, so, I mean, why? You know, why? I mean, it's the act of sacrificing a pig on the temple, on the altar, during the time of the Maccabees, was actually, I believe it's 1 Maccabees chapter 4, if I remember the address correctly, where it specifically calls the act of sacrificing a pig on the altar the abomination of desolation.
Right. Yes.
Like, that's the abomination of desolation. And when we were looking at that, my wife, you know, Sheila, she says, well, if God considers the offering of a pig on the altar in a stone temple the abomination of desolation, what does He consider it when we put it into our temple, which is supposed to be the temple of the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
I'm like, good point. You know.
Right. Absolutely.
And yet people will go, I'm sorry, just bat crap crazy about, don't tell me I can't eat bacon. You know,
oh, man, they love their bacon.
They love their bacon more than God. That's what it comes down
right.
to. It's like, if you say you love God, then you should want to do what He says. You know, I mean, that's 1 John chapter 2, right? I mean, it tells you that. 1 John chapter 5, you know, He says, you know, this is the love of God. If you want to say you love God, you know, people say there's only 2 commandments: love God, love your neighbor. Well, okay, let's look at the first one: love God. What does it mean to love God? It's not just a generic term. Love is an action word, and when you read the Bible, let the Bible interpret itself. It says, 1 John chapter 5 says, "This is the love of God, that we keep His commandments, as His commandments are not burdensome."
Amen.
And so, then if I say I love God, then I should want to do what He said. Furthermore, this is the thing when it comes to this issue of meat, is even modern secular science that could care less about the Torah, God, or any of it, modern secular science tells you this stuff's not good for you.
Right.
Just coincidentally, the same animals that God says are unclean and not fit for us to eat, science has confirmed that's not good for you, you know. And we even did some of the, you've heard maybe, you know, tests that, like, even pork, you can cook it all you want and stuff still survives in it.
Right.
And,
the worms.
Yeah, we did that once. We had heard that. We're like, yeah, let's try it. So we a friend of ours, you know, we cooked up a ham real good. I mean, to the point where you would normally eat it. And then you pour like, and this should tell you something about Coke and Pepsi too, but you pour Coke on it, and the stuff starts coming out. You're like,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, that's creepy.
It is creepy. It's like a horror show creepy. And then when you think about, that stuff gets into your blood and into your organs, into your brain even, and there's also been, I don't quite know what to make of this, but I've seen, maybe I could call them studies done where, they say you are what you eat. And people who have a long habit of eating pork products start to end up with pork-like features. Whether they're just, we even say it, porking out, right? When you start gaining weight, porking out. Facial features starting to get, changed a little bit. Look, all I know is he said don't eat it, and he has a reason for saying that. He's not just trying to be a mean guy, mean God up there telling you, I'm going to ruin everything for you. He's like, look, I know how I created that animal, and I know how I created you, and you're not compatible. You can eat it if you want to, and Dean Odell is like, oh, my family's eating pork forever, and my aunt and everybody, he gives this big testimony about his relatives, how they're like so godly and everything, and they've been eating pork all their life or whatever. I'm like, thank God for His grace, okay?
Yeah, right.
That's God's grace right there. But and some of it, we did in ignorance. Before I looked into this stuff for myself, I loved bacon and sausage and all that stuff.
Yeah, we all did, right?
I loved it. I did. After I read it and looked into the science of it, so I looked into the scripture of it, the commandments of it, and then the science of it, and all of it's in agreement that you should be eating this stuff. I'm going, okay. Once you know, then you're accountable. If you don't know, I think there is a special grace when you don't know. How can you be accountable for what you don't know, right?
Right.
And this society, is putting pork in everything. Like we went
everything.
I went to a conference a couple of years ago, and we went out to a restaurant. I think it was Denny's, and they had bacon ice cream sundae. It was like bacon ice cream sundae. What? It's in everything. It's like, well, that's just the devil, right? Everything God says to do or not to do, the devil's gonna flip it. He says
try to normalize it.
Yeah, whatever God says do, he says don't do. Whatever God says don't do, he's like, yeah, go for it. It's all good. And I'm sorry, but praying for God to bless something that he said is not something he's going to bless, I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, I agree with you. But people, they love their pork, and so a lot of people will fight against you tooth and nail on that particular item. But I do want to share one quick passage before we move on. This is from the Legends of the Jews, and it says here that God accorded permission to Noah and his descendants to use the flesh of animals for food, which had been forbidden from the time of Adam until then. And so
that's a direct quote.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is a quote from the Legends of the Jews, and so it confirms, what we've been talking about with regard to the early patriarchs as being vegetarians, and so I do think there's absolutely something to that. We're not supposed to consume, even with, as you said, with our teeth and with the shortness of our intestines. That those kind of things show that we are not supposed to be meat eaters, especially in the manner that we are in this culture, because people, consume meat as the focus of their meal, every meal, and a lot of people ignore, eating any kind of raw fruit, vegetable, or even cooked fruits and vegetables, and a lot of people don't even drink water, which I don't know how they survive, but.
Again, that's God's grace and a testament to this amazing thing that he created in his image. Like, I know people that live on soda and Red Bull and coffee, like, and their body has to be just trying to siphon what little tiny bit of water it can get out of that stuff.
Right.
For me, like, that's primarily what I drink, water.
Yeah, me too.
And my wife got me onto coconut water. At first, I couldn't stand it.
Oh yeah, I love those.
Now I like it.
Aloe water.
Yeah, I was doing aloe a little bit there. Somebody was telling me it's not so good for you, but
Oh, really?
Somebody's always got a study on something.
Yeah.
So I say, look, do your own research on that. But the coconut water, because it's got potassium and stuff in there, and I've noticed that for me, some of the various physical ailments and stuff that I struggle with go away when I have a proper intake of specifically potassium and magnesium and calcium, like neurological shaking stuff. And so, I mean, coconut water's got some of that, and it's it's assimilated like water because it is water, So, yeah, I don't know how people live these days, honestly.
Yeah, I don't either, because some of the girls that work for me, they never drink water, and I don't know how they function, but yeah. But let's move on into the distinction between the Genesis 1:26 through 28, the narrative on the creation, because I do believe in a lot of people believe these two accounts are the same, just repeated. But I believe that in the first account that we see these particular beings, these hominids, that they are created on the earth. And in my opinion, Adam was not initially placed on the earth, but in paradise, and that he fell from where the tree of life is now and where the home of the righteous is, which I believe is above the vaulted dome of the earth, and that losing his bright nature and being transformed into mortality and being placed under the authority of death, that Adam was then banished from paradise and placed here on the earth, where not only the pre-Adamites were, but also the fallen ones, Legion, Lucifer, and the 1/3 that had already been cast down here on what Enoch says is the second day. But again, looking at the Genesis 1:26, I believe that it reveals that God created these hominids as couples, male and female, and that they were multiple races. And examining the creation story, even in the Targum, it makes mention of the different colors of people in being associated with this creation. And so, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll say this whole line of thinking is new for me. So, I mean, really new for me. It's not something that I've spent a whole lot of time looking into, because I was always under the assumption that Genesis 2 is just an elaboration on Genesis 1.
Right.
But, listening to, your stuff and looking into other ancient texts and things of that nature, and then just looking at it again for myself, which is why when I read it earlier, I stressed some words as I was reading it. It does appear to me now. I mean, it's sort of like, you ever see those like mind trick pictures? Is it the old lady or the young lady? And you look at it, it looks like an old lady, and all of a sudden, whoa, it looks like a young lady. Or it looks, either it's a vase or two faces pointing at each other. It's like your mind just kind of switches on you. You're like, oh, I can see something I didn't see before.
Right.
That's kind of like what this is for me. Is I'm looking at it now. I'm like, the picture just flipped on me, and I'm seeing it a little bit differently now. And you're right. I mean, there is a fair amount of ancient text and commentary and things of that nature that would lead you to believe, well, there might have been something else going on there. In terms of where paradise is, your work that's all new to me also. The idea was up there. My Yahuwah Triangle series that I did back in 2014, just about 4 or 5 months before being introduced to Mark Sargent, who ruined my life on April 15th. From that point forward, I'd done quite a bit of research, biblically speaking, and come to the conclusion that the garden is the land that we now call Israel, and that the location of the true trees were specifically Gerizim and Ebal in Shechem. And I build a whole case for why I believe that is the case, and that the tree of life was in the location we now see Mount Gerizim, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil was at the location we now know as Mount Ebal. And there are lots of different stories in the Bible that keep going back to Shechem over and over and over again. So I came to believe that that's ground zero in the Garden of Eden. look, I mean, our research takes us into different directions. That's the direction that it took me. And looking even at some of the stuff we'll get to in Genesis chapter 4,
right?
that's some new stuff for me to think about too, But I'm going to put it back up on the screen again, just so everybody can have a look at it again themselves. It says, "And God created man in his own image," verse 27, "in the image of God created he him, male and female created he them." And this is all a narrative that's going to be concluded in verse 20 and 31, saying, "And this was the sixth day." So this all happened on the sixth day. I don't see that God created all these things and had all the animals come to Adam and named all the Adams, and then Adam named all the animals, and then he put them to sleep and pulled Eve out all on day 6.
Right.
It no longer appears that way to me.
Right.
And then, of course, you look at some of the other, ancient Jewish commentary and Hebrew texts and stuff. It doesn't seem to fit either. So, I mean, you have right here, created he them. So there's still, even if we're talking about a pre-Adamic race, they are still in the image and likeness of God.
Yes.
Here, which would then say that Adam is something maybe different, more special.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but like I went with the premise, and Doug Ham talks about this also, that we were originally created as light beings, and
yes,
that when we partook of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they actually ate fruit, and I know you believe that they ate fruit also. People who get all wigged out about serpent seed jump the gun, just like I did. I always look. He offered it to, or Eve offered it to Adam also. So the assumption in serpent seed is that partaking of the tree was partaking in sex.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, she gave to Adam too. So did Adam have homosexual relations with the serpent? No. So I used to just block the whole thing out because that was my argument,
Mm-hmm.
And then as I actually took time to hear the other side of the argument, which so many of us don't do, and I was just as guilty of it, you see, well, no, they still ate fruit, physical thing off a tree. They still ate, but what happened when they ate it is the question. And it's Doug's position, and I've come to believe the same thing, that when they ate of that fruit, they lost their light suit. And that's why, look, if you're walking around naked, you're not going to all of a sudden eat a fruit and go, hey, why am I naked? Something must have changed.
Yes.
And if they lost their light suit being, they were stripped of it, they then saw their flesh, and some say that may have been even when, blood as we know it now, whatever the case may be, that being part of flesh, manifested, whatever the case may be, they lost their light suit, and they looked and they're like, whoa, I'm naked. That makes a lot more sense to me. But then that would beg the question in my mind, just now thinking out loud here, looking at verse 27, if we presume that there are a pre-Adamite civilization, and that male and female were created in the image of God here, then would they not also have light suits? And if they did, why would Adam and Eve partaking of the fruit cause them to lose their light suits?
Right. With regard to that, I believe they were particularly made on the earth, and they were told, because this is something that Adam and Eve were not told initially, where it says to be fruitful, to multiply, and replenish the earth. And we were talking about, in the first day, how I believe that the war in heaven led to the destruction of the earth, and that what we see is in Genesis 1:3 onwards, a recreation, a reestablishment, and a repopulation of the earth with creatures that God had to, that this was the second world age, and that he had to re-inhabit it and reform it to be occupied again because of that destruction. And we see here that, these particular beings, they are made on the earth. So I think that there's a distinction between Adam and Eve, and that they were earthly and corporeal, whereas Adam and Eve were made spiritual and placed into the garden of God. And so that's my distinction, but we'll, get into the whole thing, because I do agree with Doug as far as that they were clothed in light. It speaks about them as being clothed in vestures of light and having a bright nature. And that I know we're jumping the gun a little bit here, but in Genesis chapter 2, verse 25, it speaks of them as being naked and unashamed. And then all of a sudden, when they eat this fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, well, they are then placed under the authority of death. I believe that's when their genitals appeared, and that Satan seduced Eve, and then Adam eating of the fruit, that he repeated the act with Eve, and that resulted in the birth of Abel. And that the children, the seed of the serpent was Cain, the seed of the woman was Abel, and because Cain killed his half-brother, that then Seth, which his name means replacement, substitution, and compensation, that he was born to be the progenitor of Adam's line. And so when they eat from this fruit, they lose their bright nature, they are made mortal, their genitals appeared, and after the act of the seduction and Adam repeating the act with Eve, they then covered their genitals with fig leaves and then tried to hide from God. And then the punishments have to do with bearing children, and there being enmity between the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. We'll go into that, of course, when we get to that part. But again, looking here at Genesis 1:26 and through 28, these particular hominids, it says that, let us make man in our image, let them have dominion over the fish of the sea. So this is specifically over the creatures that have been made in the previous day to occupy the earth and to inhabit the earth. And then it says, so God created man in his own image. In the image God created he him, male and female created he them. God blessed them. God said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth. And see, a lot of people that, they contend with me that Adam and Eve were told to multiply, replenish, and be fruitful. That's not true. That actually is connected to the pre-Adamites, which were made on the earth, and they were made to repopulate what had been a destroyed earth. And they were the ones that were told to go forth and multiply. And I do believe that these are not only couples, but multiple races, and that they were spread all over the earth. And then we see after, the generations of, and after the sixth day going into Genesis 2, then we see the story of Adam. And there's also a flashback where there's, talks about how there was no rain. And then we have, the seventh day. And then there's a flashback of, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. I think this is looking back at that age previous to even the pre-Adamites, and there was not yet rain. It says, but there went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. The Lord God formed man. Because in the other biblical narratives, it talks about how paradise was created before the foundations of the earth. And so, then that's where I think Adam was placed. After God had gone through the 6 days of creation, that Adam was made, even though his body, yes, was pulled from the dust of the earth. It speaks about in many different accounts, and we put together a book called The Primary Adamic Literature, which shares all of the different stories of the life of Adam and Eve from all over the world. And there are multiple cultures and multiple different translations of the life of Adam and Eve from all over the world, that when you read them in fullness together, you see without a doubt that when they were cast out and after they lost their bright nature, They did not even understand how to walk. They had never experienced dark as far as, night. They had never experienced hunger or drank water. They had never experienced heat and cold. All of these different things come forth in reading this primary Adamic literature, which we can share some of that when we return from break. But let me give you a chance to comment before we go there.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around all that.
Yeah, it's a lot. It really is.
I haven't read the text that you're referring to, so although I did read the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Adam and Eve, that talks about all the things they went through after they were expelled from the garden, and what a tragic story.
Yes.
The
loss of paradise.
The loss of paradise, and how many times they tried to kill themselves.
3.
They went through some serious trauma as a result of that whole thing.
Yes.
I'm still kind of stuck looking at verse 27. Them being created in His image. These pre-Adamite types.
All right, we'll be right back for second hour.
Truth Frequency Radio is your #1 source for news and information without the hate, hype, and fear. We're proud to feature cutting-edge programs like Beyond the Veil with Chris and Cherie Geo, X Squared with Brooks Agnew, Paranormal Portal with Brent Thomas, Jeranism Raw with Jaren and Missa, Fearless with Frank Castle, Strange World with Mark Sargent, The Eye of Ra with Ra Castaldo, The Infinite Fringe with Billy Ray, Ironworks with Josh Corey, The Kev Baker Show, and dozens more. Did you know you can listen from any telephone by dialing 641-793-7117 or call into your favorite show toll free at 833-TFR-LIVE. Uncensored talk and news you won't hear in the mainstream media. Truth Frequency Radio, your protection from deception.
Special report, ceasefire in Syria. A 5-day ceasefire agreed to by the U.S. and Turkey in the Turks' attacks on Kurdish fighters in northern Syria. Reporting from the Turkey-Syria border, correspondent Arwa Damon says Turkey is getting everything it's wanted.
This is something that many who have been observing what's happening in northern Syria are now saying this could have been negotiated months ago, because this is exactly what Turkey had been pleading with the U.S. to do prior to this operation, to get the Kurdish fighting force to push back from the Turkey-Syria border.
President Trump defended his action as he's been facing bipartisan criticism over his administration's move to withdraw U.S. troops from northeast Syria in the first place.
ISIS is totally under control, and we're continuing to capture more.
Republican Senator Mitt Romney says the deal with Turkey that Trump calls a tremendous success is far from a victory. I'm Barbara Cusack. The president's acting chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, walking back some comments that he made. Correspondent Bob Costantini says it concerns his initial remark that the administration withheld military aid to Ukraine to get help investigating the 2016 U.S. election.
Was blowback building, including the Justice Department saying it had nothing to do with the bargaining, since the Attorney General is looking into the origins of the Mueller investigation. Mick Mulvaney issued a statement. Once again, the media has decided to misconstrue my comments to advance a biased and political witch hunt against President Trump. Let me be clear, there was absolutely no quid pro quo between Ukrainian military aid and any investigation into the 2016 election. To be clear, the chief of staff had been asked earlier specifically about it looking like a quid pro quo.
Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Stocks closed higher. The Dow up 24, the S&P added 8, the Nasdaq shot up 33 points. I'm Barbara Cusack.
Wherever you are, make it
Truth Frequency Radio.
And the Lord showed me a very great country outside of this world, and the dwellers in that place were clad in the raiment of shining angels, and their raiment was like unto their country, and angels hovered about them there, and the glory of the dwellers there was equal, and with one voice they sang praises alternately to the Lord God, rejoicing in that place. The Lord saith to us, this is the place of your high priest, the righteous men. The Apocalypse of Peter. Welcome back, everybody, for a second hour. I'm your host, Zen Garcia. This is Secrets Revealed, and I have as guests with me this evening, Rob Skiba. We are continuing our journey into the creation narrative. We're speaking about the sixth day, and specifically the mention of the pre-Adamites in Genesis 1:26 through 28, and then modern Adam and Eve in Genesis 2:4 and onward. And I think that where it says, that the pre-Adamites made male and female, created he them, and in the likeness of God, I believe that the hominids here on the earth, that they are the closest with regard to being made in the image of God, and that this is what it's in reference to. Of course, we know that Adam was different. He was, I believe, he was created in a spiritual and more like the angels, in bright-natured and not yet mortal and not under the authority of death, and that did not happen until the temptation. But that the hominids, pre-Adamites, they also, here on the earth, they are the highest representation of, creature, and being closer to the image of God, and that may be what it is in reference to, in speaking about, them being made in the likeness of the Creator. But, who really knows? Rob, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, all we can do is look at the available evidence, like we talked about before. Both of us try to approach any topic that we're coming to, sort of like a forensic investigator, a detective.
Yes.
Coming upon, let's say, a crime scene, you're going to look at everything. Every piece in that room is a potential piece of evidence to help figure out whatever took place there. So, that's the way I look at it. It's like, okay, I believe you're the same way. We're going to start with Scripture, see what we can get out of it, and then take a look and see what else is out there, And,
yes.
For me, the way I operate is like, okay, if it agrees with Scripture, fantastic. If it disagrees, I'm throwing it out.
Right.
If there's a situation where maybe it's a little ambiguous and you're looking and you're like, well, okay, maybe this added information, it doesn't contradict it. Maybe it adds to the understanding of it.
Or clarifies.
And this could be one of those situations. Look, we've talked about it before. It is the mark of an intelligent mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. So I like to consider myself reasonably intelligent, and I like to entertain thoughts and look at the available evidence and, make my decision accordingly. So, like I said earlier, you've been at this a lot longer than I have. This is all brand new for me. I'm still struggling with it, to be honest. But it is interesting. I mean, I am looking at this text now as if the picture just flipped on me, And there are other texts, they talk about blue people, red people, we say red and yellow, black and white, they're precious in His sight, right? We sing the song. But I've read in other texts, about blue people and, different stuff. Would you say any of that plays into your view on this, or do you even know what I'm talking about?
I don't, but with regard to blue people, certainly that seems to fall in line with the demigods over there in far India. They had blue people, and they were said to be the demigods, the hybrid, those born of the copulation of the, what we say the sons of God with the daughters of humanity. That they portray a lot of their hybrid demigods, those that were worshipped, such as like Krishna, as being blue. And so, not understanding what you're talking about, but I would maybe link it to that if that's, in any way connected to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and see what text that I was drawing that from. It's been a long time. It just popped in my head. Actually, there's a text that I consider probably one of the most dangerous texts that exist on Earth, and that is the Urantia book. I don't know if you're familiar. Are you familiar with the Urantia book?
Yeah, I have not spent a lot of time reading it.
Probably a good idea.
But I'm aware of what you're talking about.
Yeah, it does talk about that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I am certainly not going to base any of my beliefs on the Urantia book.
Right, that's channeled material.
Oh, yeah, truly. I mean, it comes right out and pretty much tells you that right at the beginning of it, and it's like 2,000 pages of like very deep. This is why I consider it probably the most dangerous book on Earth, because it is extremely detailed and it attempts to correct the Bible.
Right. Right.
It's like, the Bible sort of got it right, but here's the real deal. You know, and of course it speaks about everything as, you know, ever expanding universe, and Urantia being the angelic name for the Earth, and in the Orvonton galaxy or whatever. I mean, it's, and the New Agers love it. And when I went to the Contact in the Desert UFO conference, like that was a big push there. Like they had booths with the Urantia book and stuff.
Oh, really?
You know, and it's, that book showed up in Chicago, which is turning out to be a very interesting city the more I look into things things that take place there. But like I think it was like 1951 or 52 the book just showed up, and you know no human has ever claimed authorship of it. It itself claims to be authored by angelic beings. So yeah, I would say fallen angels, and it's very the information is very dangerous. But it wasn't the only place. I can't think of where else I had seen that other, you know, colored races and stuff like that, blue being one of them. And it does make you wonder, you know, like the Hindus. I spent time in India when I was a missionary, and they do have lots of stuff where they had blue people. You know, and some people say that it could have been an overdose of silver, which can actually turn your skin kind of permanently bluish. It may be. It could be, or there could be something else going on there. I don't know. Did you see the post that I did a couple days ago? Let me see if I can find it on my Facebook page about the dog-headed people.
But I know what you're talking about, and I have, because that's also mentioned in some of the ancient manuscripts as far as, you know, dog-headed people. I don't remember exactly which ones, but I do remember coming across that and looking up an article. I forget what they were called, but there was supposedly a whole race of these dog-headed people, and again living in India, you know, which we see also in the ancient Egypt. These kind of hybrid type of people that are
like Anubis.
Yeah, that are part animal and part human. And even Berosus makes mention of that in the history of, you know, the type of hybrids that were created before the flood in the antediluvian age, that centaurs and, you know, Dogon, the fish god, and things of that nature.
Yeah, I just posted it, and it's for people who are watching this on YouTube. The video that I posted is from a YouTube channel called Voices of the Past is the name of the channel. And the title of the video is "Do the Dog-Headed Men Have Souls?" Letter from a 9th century monk, the primary source, talking about the Cynocephaly, dog-headed men. It's bizarre, man. This was like 800 AD, I think, was the date on it, and really bizarre. But to your point, yeah, I mean, the Book of Joshua and Jubilees both tell you that in the latter days of Methuselah, the last 120 years, which I believe is the Genesis 6:3 reference, where it says, you know, man's days should be 120 years for his flesh. Well, I mean, he's flesh since the beginning, right? So, or, you know, he changed, you know, after he ate the fruit, whatever. But I mean, since, you know, Genesis 1:2, chapter 2 or whatever, he's been flesh. So, so what's going on in Genesis 6:3 is told to you in great amount of detail in Joshua 4:18 and Jubilees 7:24, that after the act of the angels mating with women, which was 3,550 years before the flood, you know, that was in the days of Jared. Okay, So, and Enoch said the first generation would only live for 500 years. The first generation Nephilim offspring would only live 500 years. They'd kill each other off. Well, you still got 700 more years to go to the flood. So, and Noah lived 600 of those years, 600 of the 700 years before the flood. But in the last 120 years, men began to blend species. And you have like multiple cultures all over the world having depictions of animal-human hybrids. And it is my contention that that was the variety of Nephilim that made it through on the ark, incidentally, in my opinion, and that it's how they returned after the flood, because we have animal-human hybrids after the flood, and apparently even up until at least 800 AD, there were various people writing about dog-headed people and other monsters and things of that nature. So weird stuff going on. I know we're jumping the gun here and getting way ahead and off the topic, but that's kind of the way these things work. Something else I wanted to mention, though, going back to Genesis 1, is Genesis 1:28. King James says replenish the earth, and that of course makes you think, well, replenish, that must be plenishing from again, something that had happened before. However, when I look up that same Hebrew word, that's in, Genesis 1:28. So I'm on BibleHub.com right now using their feature to check out Genesis 1:28. In the Hebrew, the word says be fruitful, multiply, and King James says replenish, but the Hebrew word is maule. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but it just means to fill. Mm-hmm. So King Jimmy gives us the idea of refilling, whereas the Hebrew seems to just say, "Hey, go out there and fill the earth." Mm-hmm. But that said, I do tend to lean very heavily nowadays in the direction we talked about at the beginning of our series here about the so-called gap theory. That there was a I don't have any problem. I say that again. If we believe we're going to get a reset at the millennial reign or after the millennial reign, new heaven, new earth, if we're going to get a reset and we think eternity, well, that goes both ways. Most of us, because we have a beginning, we just think eternity future. But there's an eternity past, too. And if we believe, and I know you do as well, that this current world that we're in is 6,000-ish years old, what was God doing for eternity past? I have no problem believing. The scripture says we're going to get a reset, so I have no problem believing we could be in a reset, which means there could have been something before that got destroyed. But I don't know that Genesis 1:28 is a good argument in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even in the Hebrew there, it does in the very last line of the Strong's definition, it says replenish as part of the definition too. So maybe in some way it was mentioning that, but again, we don't know. But with regard to having studied and read and looked into a lot of the extra biblical materials, that it certainly seems to insinuate that the war in heaven is what led to the destruction and then the reformation, the recreation. Because even looking at the Hebrew words there, again, for Haya, Tohu Wabohu, which is the earth, was without form and void, that it says it became or becomes a deserted wasteland and an indistinguishable ruin. And of course, that word ruin also has implications connected to it, that something occurred which led to it being destroyed. Mm-hmm. And so, I do feel that that's what is being revealed, and that the connections of what we're talking about, the last 6,000 years of the Second World Age, that this is what we see. And Peter makes mention of how this world age will be destroyed by fire at the end of this particular age. And so that's my belief on it, and my study on that. I reveal in the books on paradise and the firmament vaulted dome of the earth, and the Great Contest 1, War in Heaven. The first 3 or 4 chapters of each one of those books goes into greater detail on Atlantis, and we shared all of that when we did that particular account. And so if people want to know more about what we're referencing here, please do check out the the discussion that we had on Genesis 1 the first day, because we went into great detail on all of this in that particular account.
Yeah, might as well go ahead and just get real controversial here. Get your feeling on it. But Genesis 1:24, where it talks about, just look, I got the Bible Hub up with the parallel Bible, so you can look at all the various translations. On King James, and God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, the beasts of the earth after his kind, and it was so. And if you look in the Hebrew on that, it says that he made the living creature nephesh. And this being the same word that says when God breathed into Adam's nostrils, he became a living, King James, soul, Hebrew nephesh. And so, you know, the question I've heard a lot, do animals go to heaven? Well, I think right now a better question would be, do people go to heaven? Because, even that has changed in my thinking in recent years, is that it seems to me everything comes here. You know, we even got, you know, Yeshua saying no one's been to heaven except the Son, right? You know, only him, you know, stuff like that. So, then there's the whole question of soul sleep, or, you know, what happens when you die, and, you know, all of that. But it appears to me that if we even do go to heaven, it's a pit stop on the way back here, because, you know, heaven comes down,
yes,
to earth. And so,
right.
You know, so people ask me, you know, do animals go to heaven? I'm like, well, let's go back and do people go to heaven first? You know, regardless, we got the nephesh going on with both. So I'm of the opinion that the animals are. I'm an artist. This is just my opinion. Okay, I'm an artist, and when I take the time to create something, I'm proud of it. I love it. You know, I put effort into it. I made it. You know, it's something I'm proud of. It's something I love. And it's something I desire to keep, unless I'm, you know, contracted to sell it or whatever, you know. And if I'm in the image and likeness of God, I have to believe that he really enjoys his creation too. You know, that he calls it very good. He's very proud of it. You know,
yes.
He loves his creation. In fact, when I was out on Day of Atonement, walking out, I went out to the woods and was walking around out there, and I was just grieved in my spirit at what we have done to this amazing earth. And destroying, like, you know, I'm seeing various forms of life out there, you know, nature, it's a nature preserve, so there's still stuff out there. And, you know, I'm like, if Earth is just left alone, it's meant to thrive, you know, it's meant to produce life, you know, and to, everything works synergistically together, the various life forms. I mean, it's like what we are doing with chemtrails and all this stuff. I mean, like, we got to pay attention. Like, we lose the bees, the bee population is like dying, folks. We lose the bees, we're done. I mean, it's game over. You know, and I was just grieved in my spirit, because, like, every living creature, even those, you know, bugs and stuff that we're scared of, and snakes and, you know, whatever, you know, we look at things and we think, well, that's ugly or that's scary or whatever, but it has a purpose, it has a function, and it's beautiful in its own way, and God created it that way. And so I believe that, you know, all of it's important to him. He says have dominion, but he didn't say go screw everything up.
Right.
You know, he is entrusting this beautiful creation to part of his creation, humans. Like, here, I made all this for you. Please take care of it. You know, and we've done a horrible job of that. You know, and so I'm of the opinion that all animal life, just like human life, is important, and that God cares for them. So, and whenever when we have a peek into heaven, we're seeing animals there. You know, you got, you know, Peter's vision, you know, animals coming down on a sheet. You got Yeshua's coming back on a horse. You know, Yeshua's coming back on a horse. Okay, let that sink in. You know, even the descriptions of the some of the angelic beings, like the cherubim, that have, you know, they're effectively animal-human hybrids. These are ones that God's created, which it was actually my wife's insight. She said, because, you know, the question comes up, why would men blend species in the first place? Like, you know, what possessed man, you know, in the last 120 years of Methuselah's life leading up to the flood to say, hey, let's blend ourselves with a goat, you know? Genetically. I mean, you can't copulate with these things and create offspring, so it had to be genetic manipulation. they had to do it. And Sheila said, well, what if the angels were trying to get man to create beings in their image? And I thought, oh, okay, so that's an interesting thought, because you do have biblical descriptions of creatures that God created, that Yahuwah created, like the cherubim, the eye of not the eye, but I mean the face of a man, of a lion, of an ox, eagle, all in one creature. That's an animal-human hybrid. That maybe there were a class of beings, and it's interesting if you think about the cherubim that the scriptures talk about as good cherubim, man, eagle, ox, lion. What's missing? Well, you're missing the fish, you're missing the lizards, you're missing the insects. Oh, coincidentally, these are all the things that they talk about in alien abduction scenarios. That we have the reptilians and the insectoids, and the Dogon fish god kind of thing. So if Satan, Lucifer, was of the class of angel that we call cherubim, the anointed cherub, that covered, then could it be that he was of a class of cherub that represented those hybrids?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does say in some of the other texts as well that that he was able to wear the face of and to present himself, even, and that he was over an order, the seraphim, which we know that Sarah means snake or serpent like, and so the seraphim angels are the ones that we see, in my opinion, represented as the feathered serpent, and that are reptilian, dragon-like in nature, and that these particular beings represent what we see in even the antediluvian age as the worship of the feathered serpent all over the world during these prior times. And so, but with regard to what you had made mention of, and I do absolutely believe
the Nefesh
with you, as far as the Nefesh, that God being within us, and that we are all, everything from the macro to the micro, created in the image of God, that his spirit is what animates and brings forth life, even on those very small levels with, the insects and amoebas and single cell and all of that, that it is still beautiful and complex in its own way, and that everything again has part to play in the harmony of the natural order. And in the Book of Jubilees, in chapter 2, it speaks about all of the souls of all the living creatures and all of the angels and even all of the elements as having been created on the first day. It says in chapter 2, "For on the first day he created the heavens which are above, and the earth and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him, the angels of the presence, the angels of sanctification, the angels of the spirit of fire, and the angels of the spirit of the winds, the angels of the spirit of the clouds, darkness, snow, hail, and hoarfrost, and the angels of voices, thunder, lightning, the angels of the spirits of cold and heat, winter, spring, autumn, summer, the spirits of his creatures which are in the heavens and on the earth. He created the abysses and the darkness, eventide, night, light, dawn, and day, which he hath prepared in the knowledge of his heart." And so I do absolutely believe that we see in the earlier part of Jubilees where Adam is speaking to the animals, and they are all speaking Hebrew as the Adenic language, and that the animals are in heaven as they were here on the earth, that the mortal animals, those which die just like humanity, that everything here on the earth, that this is a place where spirit and matter come together in duality, and that everything here being under the authority of death, that everything ages and dies. And so in this world, our spirits, our nefesh, are married to our physical being for what is single lifetime. And I do believe that this is with all the creatures, the insects, the animals, that everything has spirit, consciousness, soul, nefesh, imbued within it, even though we see it on a physical level. And then, yeah, death is part of the process here in this world.
Yeah, that's interesting. What text was it that was saying that the animals were speaking in Hebrew?
Jubilees.
Jubilees. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. It's always intrigued me that animals, many of them can be trained and they can understand the various languages of men. It's not just English, right? I mean, you could train a dog in English, but people who live in China can also train their dog in Chinese. That various animals can understand.
Yes. All right, we'll be right back for our final segment, everyone.
From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. But somewhere, we lost our way. Western culture is once again remembering the healing benefits of CBD, the non-psychoactive component of the hemp plant. That's why more and more people who use CBD report relief from inflammation and chronic pain, balanced blood sugar and cardiovascular system, relief from muscle tensions, tremors, migraines, headaches, anxiety, depression, and the list goes on. The big question is, where do you get it? IaLife is a 99% pure CBD oil made with all organic ingredients, and it's available to TFR listeners worldwide. If you use coupon code TFR at checkout, you'll get $5 towards your order. Head on over to ialife.com now. That's AYA life.com.
This is iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio makes you want to move.
When you have a great melody,
a song lasts forever.
Instantly connected.
I love it when the beat goes.
Did you know you can listen to Truth Frequency Radio on iHeartRadio? Just download the app to your smart car, smartphone, or smart TV and get the best of TFR wherever you are.
iHeartRadio.
I'll see you there.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7, with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
He was the deputy director of MI6, Britain's most senior diplomat. He was knighted by the Queen and in charge of thousands of highly trained spies. But he was also a member of the Paedophile Information Exchange. He had 45 diaries full of sex fantasies with children. His friend was the private secretary of Margaret Thatcher. He strangled a child and hit another with his car. He raped young boys and organized orgies with children for other politicians.
The Enigma Channel, intelligent television for planet Earth. EnigmaTV.com.
You are now tuned into the truth frequency.
Your protection from deception.
TFR. Truth Frequency Radio.
And he made for them coats of skin and clothed them and sent them forth from the Garden of Eden. And on that day was closed the mouth of all beasts and of cattle and of birds and of whatever walks and of whatever moves, so that they could no longer speak. For they had all spoken one with another, with one lip and with one tongue. And it makes mention, as I said previously, that they were speaking in Hebrew, which is the Edenic language of God. And we see that in Zephaniah, that at the end of days we will all be returned to the knowledge of Hebrew and will speak in that language again.
Yeah, anybody that's ever owned pets can probably, if they took the time to love their pets, can tell that they are self-aware. They have emotion. They can think. They are aware of their surroundings. They get depressed when you leave. They get real happy when you come back. They feel pain. They have the full range of emotion that we have. And birds have always intrigued me. Growing up, we had parakeets in our house a lot, and we've had several that had extensive vocabularies. Like, you could have a conversation with the bird.
That's so cool.
And my grandmother, my mother's mom, after her husband died, my grandfather died, she was alone, for quite some time, and she's a talker. She was somebody that could really sit there and talk and talk and talk, and so she got a bird. And as a consequence of that, the bird had a huge vocabulary. And when we'd go there as kids and whatnot, you could have a conversation with this parakeet. I mean, this thing's got a, I don't know how big the brain of the parakeet is, but it's not very big. And yet it would understand what you're saying, and you could actually have a conversation with this bird. Like, it was bizarre, freaky. And my ex-wife, when I met her, she had a parrot, a much bigger bird, that had I wouldn't say nearly the vocabulary the parakeet had, but it had a pretty decent vocabulary. And it got very jealous of me, and it would literally, like, verbally torture me. Like, I'd be sitting there working on I was working on a VCR one time. I was trying to fix it, and I was really trying to concentrate and figure out what was wrong with it. And Frankie was the bird's name. The bird's off to the side going, "What you doing, huh? What you doing, huh? What you doing, huh?" I'm like, "Shut up! What you doing, huh? What you doing, huh?" And I'm like, "Shut up!" Like, it's driving me crazy. And so my now ex-wife, she says, "Just tell him what you're doing." And I'm like, "I'm working on the VCR, Frankie." And he goes, "Okay." Like, he's okay, and he left me alone. Like these things, they have intelligence, They and Frankie, like, would literally plot out ways to get me. Like, he would think about things. There was one time I was sitting there again working on something, and I saw him out of the corner of my eye. He's kind of going sideways across the cage. Like what's he doing? He's going sideways across the cage. Well, he was lining himself up because, I bent over and I bent back, and just as I bent back, this turd went flying right past my nose.
Oh my goodness!
Like, he was lining up to poop on me. Like, he's off to the side, shooting it like.
Oh my goodness,
like,
that is so crazy.
I've had all kinds of animals, and they are smart, and they can communicate, and they can understand whatever you're. In our case, it's English, but they can understand the native tongue of whoever's there. And of course, we have Balaam, the donkey that God decided to open up the donkey's mouth, and we're talking like Shrek. Right, donkey. The donkey starts talking. So I'm of the opinion that all of God's creation, all of His living creation, is proportionately intelligent for the task that He put them here to do. You just sit and watch ants. If you ever watch an ant colony, they got an ordered structure. They are thinking creatures, doing stuff, and that's why, I won't kill anything unless I absolutely have to. Yes. I don't see a reason to do so. Sheila freaks out about a bug or something. I'm the guy that gets a cup, put a index card there, and take it outside. There's no point in killing it. Especially since I believe that they have a nefesh.
Yes.
And
I agree.
So it's it's just something to think about. For people to consider anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have the same tendency to respect the life of everything here. And really that, in this world, we all have this lifetime and we're all aging and dying, and we're only going to be here for a short time, according to the greater dynamic of creation and life and being and eternity and all of that. And so I try to respect, the life of everything as well, and to assist where I can. If you find the insect drowning in water or whatever, to, why not go out of your way to try to help?
Yeah,
if
why
you
not?
can,
Yeah, and that video I referenced earlier, it's interesting. It's a guy with like a British accent reading a document that was sent to, apparently it was written in, like I said, the 9th century at some point. And so the person who did this video is like reading the letter as if he wrote it,
Mm-hmm.
And the whole question is, do these dog-headed men have souls? And listening to this guy's rationale is like, well, okay, they wear clothes, so they're aware of modesty, and so this shows an intelligence, and like, he's going through this whole rationale, for these things. And this is an interesting topic because we are in an age where, we're talking about animal-human hybridization nowadays in the news and stuff like that. And there's a book by, let me see if I can pull it out here, John Darnell. It's called The Gospel to Every Creature, ? And he's not necessarily talking about going out and, preaching to a horse or something. But what he addresses in his book is this issue of animal-human hybrids and can they be saved? And specifically in the context of like the DARPA super soldier type stuff. Like, what happens to a guy that joins the army, let's say, goes into maybe the special forces and finds himself, part of a elite team that goes through some augmentation, let's say,
right,
by blending themselves with animals. Can they be saved? And he's of the opinion they can, and I don't want to speak for him, but from what I gathered, he's of the same opinion that I am, that a Nephilim is not just angel human, that it's anything that has been corrupted from the original kind that God created. So like a centaur would be a Nephilim in that case,
right?
Just as much as an angel human, an animal human would be a Nephilim. So the question often comes up, can the Nephilim be saved? Well, there's no indication that they want to be in most cases. But if they did, like, you do have Confederates of Abraham that appear to be good giants. Mamre, Aner, and Eshcol teamed up with Abraham, I think when he was still Abram, regardless, Abraham, to get Lot back when after the Genesis 14 war. And so you have Amorite giants that teamed up with Abraham. And then when Sarah dies, it says that he's negotiating with a dude named Ephron of the Hittites for a burial plot for Sarah. Well, the name Ephron, the name Ephron means fawn-like. So, I was looking at the text and looking through it, and he was a Hittite. Well, the Hittites had lots of drawings of animal-human hybrids, including many what we would call satyrs, half fawn-like beings, half goat, half humans. So I'm looking at the text and looking at the history of the Hittites and going, wow, it looks like Abraham's negotiating with a satyr for a burial plot for Sarah.
That's interesting.
And it was Danny Duvall who said it best, I think. He said, wherever the spirit of man is with a heart of repentance, salvation is possible.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
That's what I come to is like, the animals in and of themselves, I don't believe need salvation. They didn't sin, which is why they were used for sacrifice, because for whatever reason in God's economy, he requires blood, and the innocent, pays for the guilty. So you had innocent animals being killed in sacrifice, and then finally the Lamb of God himself came down to be the final sacrifice, which means I don't believe we need to keep doing animal sacrifices anymore.
I agree. I think it was all just to lead up to the coming of Christ and to show a type and a shadow of what he represented and how he would be, the final sacrifice as God incarnate into flesh and dying on the cross to bring forgiveness of sins to the world.
Yeah, I mentioned Dr. Russ Houck earlier, and he's a Messianic Jewish person, and when he does Passover, he does, it says on the, take a lamb, keep it for 4 days, and then kill the lamb and eat it. Now, people get all upset about that, and, oh, you're doing animal sacrifice. Well, look, he's talking about killing an animal and eating it. That's no different than all you guys bragging about, the deer you shot this weekend.
Right. Or the flesh you ate earlier today.
Yeah, anything you bought from the supermarket, was killed and eaten. So, Chris Putnam tried to make a big deal out of it because I did an interview with Dr. Russ Houck, and he explained what he does for Passover. And, Chris spun it off to Skiba's out sacrificing lambs and blah, blah, blah. This guy's his mentor and all this crap that stirred up all kinds of trouble for me. But that's not something I'm so thankful that Yeshua was our final sacrifice, because that's not something I would be capable of doing. I just and Russ, he's a big teddy bear, soft-hearted guy himself, and he said what it did for him was it showed just how precious the Lamb of God was to his Father.
Yeah.
That he acts like as a human caretaker, father, if you will, to this precious creature for 4 days, and then he has to kill it and then eat it. And we're not used to that. We're used to going to the supermarket and somebody else did all that stuff, right? And so for him, he was like, it just tore him up, and I think that was the point in the beginning. Certainly, we were supposed to care for these creatures. And when you care for something and it has to be killed, I've had to put dogs down because they were, in lots of pain and cancer and different things. And you grow up with this pet like you're like a sibling, you love this thing, and then you have to kill it because it's suffering. That's a difficult thing. And I think that was the point, is that it was meant to show us there's a high price for sin.
Yes.
But I think men just got to the point where, I could do anything. I just got to kill a bull or a lamb or whatever. No big deal. So life became cheap. I could go on doing whatever I want. I just go kill this dumb animal. I think we missed the point. And when Russ was telling me the story of when the first time he did a Passover that way, I lost it, man. I couldn't hold it together. And he's like, you're just hearing the story. He said, I was there. And, it showed him the intensity of the sacrifice. And when you think about what God did with his only son, and even more so that Yeshua is like, yeah, okay, Dad, whatever, I'll do it.
Right.
Like, wow.
Yeah. Wow. Exactly right. And, I think, it really shows the sanctity of life. And then also, in the early, back in the ancient times, they raised their cattle, their flocks, and the story of how you go to find that one lost sheep, the love that you have for the animals that you are in care of, and how God and Christ being the shepherd and we are the flock, just how much he loves us, to even offer up his own life to bring us forgiveness of sins and to guarantee our salvation through him. I mean, I often, in reading, the stories of Christ, I'm just taken away by the Spirit and, led to tears over just comprehending the profundity of the sacrifice that he made for us. And so
it is. Mel Gibson came close.
Yeah.
But even what he depicted, I think, paled in comparison to the magnitude of what took place there. And like, I'm reminded of it in somewhat simple ways. Like early this morning, I was not paying attention and I stubbed my toe like really hard. And if you ever stub your toe, man, I mean, there's something about your feet that just, it hurts, man. Like it was, but every time I do something like that, I just think, imagine what a spike going through your feet was like,
Oh my goodness.
and then having to every time you exhale, you've got to push yourself up on something that you're already hanging on.
Yeah, to try to catch your breath.
What a horrific, just horrible form of execution. And you know, I was looking at that whole, because I was like, okay, if he had to die for our sins, why did it have to be that way? I mean, there are plenty of ways to kill a person.
Right.
Why that way? And it was Steve Mutria did a teaching on Nailed to the Cross, powerful teaching, and he talked about the cup of bitter waters, that if a husband suspects his wife of committing adultery, there's this ritual that the wife would drink this bitter water, and if she was guilty, then her thighs would waste and her abdomen would swell, and there would be all kinds of problems that she would deal with as a result of the consequences of it. If she was innocent, nothing would happen to her. Of course, she would then punish her husband probably for the rest of his life for making her go through that.
They made Mary and Joseph go through that.
Oh, that's interesting. I was not aware of that. It makes sense though that would be the case. And so what Steve was pointing out is that Yeshua became the sin offering for us. So we always say he took on the sins of the world, right? He took on all our sins. Well, he said, I only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Well, Israel was divorced. He's trying to win his bride back, and the way he did it is the bride had to die. You know, the husband had to die, the bride had to die. It was like kind of a dual thing if you look at Deuteronomy 24 and what he did there. But if you think about, he was crucified at 9 a.m. and was dead by 3 p.m., and that's the time when they were killing the lambs on Passover.
Right.
And
exactly.
so, but the high priest had rent his garment. Well, Scripture says, if you do that, you just nullified your priesthood. So he had to stay alive during the entire time that was taking place because there was no legitimate priesthood right there. Like the high priest was no longer a high priest. He had rent his clothes, and so he was being the lamb while being the high priest at the same time.
Exactly.
You know, in the order of Melchizedek, as we see later.
Right.
And he was suffering as the lamb during the entire time that the lambs, the physical animals, were being killed from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And what one scholar was talking about was when he said it is finished, probably another way of looking at that is more like, okay, why am I still here? It's done. That it was a Dolby stereo kind of scenario when the priests on the altar in the temple had sacrificed the final lamb. He said, it's finished. At the same time, the lamb on the cross said, it is finished. Like, mind blown, like, whoa. Like, but he literally, and in the process of that long, drawn-out form of execution, his thighs wasted away and his abdomen swelled. Like, exactly what happens in crucifixion is what happens, biologically speaking, to the woman that partakes of the drinking of the bitter water. So when he said, may this cup pass from me, I've always taken it just this cup of suffering, which, yeah, that's true, but it took on a whole new meaning to me. If he's about to become the adulterous bride, literally,
right,
then he literally took on the punishment of the adulterous bride. His abdomen swelled, his legs, thighs gave away, and his heart literally exploded. Like, just I can't, man. And I don't even think that captures everything, when you just think of the magnitude of it.
Yeah, it's deeply touching, and again, for those that are disciples of Christ and that are reading the stories, especially there's a text called the Gospel of Gamaliel, the Lament of the Virgin, and the martyrdom of Pontius Pilate, and it's about 100+ pages, and it's a story of the passion of what Yeshua had to go through during those days, and it covers the passion in greater detail than any other text that I've read, and even the the resurrection and how they knew, the Pharisees, everybody knew that prophetically he had warned and told them that he would rise on the third day, and so that's why they had set a guard and appointed these soldiers, the Roman legion, to protect and to try to prevent all that happening, but they couldn't. It was all prophecy.
Yeah, is it the Gospel of Nicodemus talk about that also?
Yes, it does. And actually, the Gospel of Nicodemus and the Gospel of Bartholomew are the two texts which go into the descent of Christ into Sheol and how he had freed, because the promise was made to Adam in the first book of Adam and Eve. He tells them that after 5,500 years, he's going to come down into the flesh, be born of a virgin, and that dying on the cross, he would descend down into Sheol and bring liberty to the captives. And that was fulfilled. That prophecy was fulfilled. And, you know, according to the feast days, he was resurrected on the 16th of Nisan. And that was the day that the high priest does the wave offering, the barley sheaf offering for the sins of Israel. And that's also the day that he took Adam and his descendants back up into paradise and presented them before the Father as the first fruits of the resurrected dead.
First fruits,
and then they were baptized in the Artursian lake by Michael the archangel and allowed to enter into New Jerusalem, the city of God, which again I believe is above the vaulted dome of the earth. And that's why it tells us that it is from there that New Jerusalem will descend, that it is the home of the righteous. And at the end of days, it will come down, the firmament will open like a scroll, and then the New Jerusalem will descend out of the heavens, because God will tabernacle with us here on the earth for the millennial reign.
Yeah, that was one of those other things that just, for me, as I started looking into biblical cosmology, going, wait a minute. I mapped out, you know, you look at the dimensions of the New Jerusalem, whether you think it's a pyramid or a cube, either way, the base is the same.
Yeah, that's right.
It looks completely ridiculous on a ball. like it's so huge. I mean, it's like a teeter-totter deal. Like, it's just so big that, I mean, that thing would have to literally, like, really embed itself pretty hard and fairly, you know, not fairly, quite deep in the earth for all the edges to be touching the ground if it's to sit down on a ball, you know, and a spinning ball at that. I mean, you end up with like the Jack in the Box logo, you know, for the earth, you know, wobbling around this big thing sticking out the side of it. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
Doesn't work.
Oh man, yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah.
Well, hey, brother, we've got just a few minutes remaining. So if you would, can you, I'm sure many people are familiar with your work, but give out your website, contact information, and, you know, final comment.
For sure. Yeah. Well, robschannel.com is sort of the hub that will take you to everywhere else. I've got a lot of websites out there. Seed the Series being a big project that I'm working on. A big shout out to my supporters out there. Thank you guys so much. Lots of positive movement going on there. My attorney's supposed to get back to me. He was supposed to get back to me today. He didn't call me yet. So assuming everything's good with the contract, that'll probably be signed maybe tomorrow. We're
awesome.
In production next week if that's the case. So
wow, fantastic, brother.
Big, yeah,
congratulations.
Huge thank you to our supporters out there. This is a lifelong dream for me, but also 10 years I've been working on this project. In November it'd be 10 years. So yeah, very excited about all of that. Needless to say. So
I bet.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, to finally see something that you've been so passionate about and so preoccupied with work on coming to fruition like that, because I know when I finish a book, completion is just what a wonderful feeling, you know.
Yeah, it's a euphoric feeling, you know. The vision's for the appointed time, you know, and it feels like now is finally the time, and I'm glad that it's taken this long, because the amount of research that I've been able to do since 2009, like, whew, so much, the story is so much bigger now.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
And lots of new people that I've met along the way, of course, are going to help, you know, as well. So very exciting. And man, we finally got through chapter 1, dude. Like, what is this? 8 hours? It was, I think, 8 hours took us to get through chapter 1. Whew.
Yeah, it's a lot of material, a lot for people to consider. And so looking forward to, you know, going through the rest of the story, especially with the beguilement And also when we get to the Book of Enoch in Genesis 6, wow,
dude, we'll
so
be
much there.
At this rate, we'll have no shortage of topics to talk about for probably a decade.
Right.
Yeah,
I agree with you, man.
Father.
All right, well,
yeah.
Just saying, I'll be on with Rob next Wednesday evening, and we will continue this journey. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We appreciate all of you. Be blessed. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good night, all.